Chapter 1. The Sleeping Beauty Xiao Wu. In the realm of Douluo Continent, within a pink chamber of Shrek Academy in Soto City, a sultry voice emerged. Third brother, be gentle. I can't take it anymore. Having just plummeted from a cliff, Gu Chen abruptly regained consciousness, his eyes flinging open. He mused, what is that sound? It seemed somewhat familiar, and the voice was undeniably enchanting. Is this the underworld? Could that voice belong to a ghostly maiden? Have the spirits of the netherworld taken to such revelry? Are they not afraid of the emissaries of death conducting inspections? With a heart full of bewilderment, Gu Chen endeavored to recollect his memories. Surely I must be dead, having succumbed to the dual poisons of the laughing half-step madness and the onati death powder. And after cascading down an abyss, no one could possibly survive, could they? This must be the realm of the dead. The surroundings seem rather pleasant. Wait, the surroundings? No, something is amiss. Does the underworld truly feature pink drapery and an intoxicating fragrance? Are there long, snow-white legs and a slender waist to behold? Clearly not. So where am I? As Gu Chen, still dazed, rubbed the back of his head, he felt a pang of pain, as though it had been struck by a blunt object. He shut his eyes once more and pinched the bridge of his nose. He strained to recall anything, but after a lengthy pause, he could only summon fragments of his past life. In his previous incarnation, he was the foremost of the 4 talents of the Tang dynasty. With a quill, he could compose poetry in mere 7 steps with a bow. He could pierce a target 100 paces away, and with one arm, he could lift a cauldron, while his artistry could fetch a handsome price. The ladies who adored him could be lined up from Chang'an to the northern deserts. His only 2 shortcomings were that he was too handsome. Due to his exceptional talents and undeniable flair, he had garnered the envy, jealousy, and spite of his cousin, Mao Wenkai. After yet another drunken episode, he was poisoned with 2 lethal concoctions and cast down a precipice. Mao Wenkai's intent was clear, to be with the enchanting Huo for all eternity. Alas, as Gu Chen lamented the cruel hand of fate and cursed Mao Wenkai as a treacherous scoundrel, he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation, prompting him to instinctively retract his hand. What is this? Rounded, soft, and surprisingly resilient. Could it be that I've inadvertently touched something I shouldn't have? Startled, Gu Chen quickly withdrew his hand, his eyes widening in shock, his pupils shimmering with intensity. Years of dancing on the precipice of life and death had conditioned him not to scream immediately. With a lingering sense of trepidation, he surveyed his surroundings, soon realizing he was in the chamber of an unfamiliar woman. Looking down his arm, he found his left hand resting upon a hidden treasure of hers. Beside him lay a woman of ethereal beauty. Upon closer inspection, Gu Chen noticed her fair skin, exquisite features, and youthful appearance. Yet she possessed a beauty that could incite calamity. Hiss! Who is this woman? She is undeniably lovely. Is she some sex saintess? I don't recall having ever slept with anyone before. Alas, there are too many temptations to recall. Am I not dead? Has she saved me? Did she witness my years of rigorous training in marksmanship, which has now caught her attention? Could it be that she desires my body and has taken advantage of me? Indeed, that must be it. Previously, those talented women would stop at nothing to win my favor. In an instant, Gu Chen's imagination ran wild, and he confidently affirmed his beliefs. This opportunity cannot simply be squandered. I must first gauge this maiden's worth, and then devise a plan for retribution. Having settled his thoughts, Gu Chen scrutinized the enchanting woman before him once more. He realized she appeared quite young, perhaps only around 15 or 16. Her skin was like snow, her brows delicate and elongated, and her eyelashes cast shadows upon her serene and graceful visage. I shall grant her a score of 9. I shall reserve the final point for when she matures. She seemed to be lost in a reverie, her lips moving as if in pursuit of something. Could it be that she didn't eat enough yesterday? Is she dreaming of food now? Her soft, supple arms rested precariously upon Gu Chen's sensitive area, her small hands searching for something on the bed. Moments later, Gu Chen's expression tightened, realizing the situation had escalated. I've got you now, big carrot. The beautiful girl uttered another dream-laden murmur, her head shifting slightly, as if she were sniffing something. Her head gradually drew closer. Gu Chen's expression shifted to one of astonishment and tension. At this rate, if I do not take action, I may find myself a lonely old man. As Gu Chen prepared to shield himself from the impending assault on his base, he suddenly noticed the alarm had ceased, and a look of distaste crossed the girl's face as she mumbled in her sleep. "EW, it's already stinky, not tasty." Gu Chen's lips twitched awkwardly, exhaling a sigh of relief, thinking how close I came to losing my weapon. This girl must have been a rabbit in her past life, with such a penchant for carrots. She doesn't even spare my own. After narrowly escaping danger, Gu Chen deemed it necessary to procure a pair of trousers to prevent the little rabbit from raiding his home. But just as he was about to search for pants, the girl suddenly rolled over, her right arm descending swiftly, landing squarely on his waist. Ouch! Gu Chen's face contorted, gritting his teeth as he inhaled sharply. It wasn't the pain that troubled him, but the fact that he was entirely unclothed. The girl's arm was bare, its silky smoothness brushing against him, eliciting an unwelcome response. He shamefully grasped the girl's delicate wrist, attempting to move her tantalizing arm away. At that moment, the girl's petite, pert nose twitched slightly, as if she were sniffing for something. In her dreamy state, she murmured, "So big, so thick a carrot, all for me." Gu Chen was speechless. He thought to himself, has she not eaten enough? Is she still hungry? As Gu Chen lowered his gaze to the girl's cheeks, he noticed her plump, rosy lips gently quivering. It seemed she had already begun feasting. Gu Chen smiled awkwardly. So this girl is quite the foodie. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Gu Chen resolved to first locate his clothing. His gaze swept across the room, and he soon discovered 4 or 5 garments strewn haphazardly across the floor, appearing to be of decent quality. Surely, he could sell them for a pretty sum, perhaps even indulge in a night of revelry. Finding himself in an unfamiliar woman's chamber, completely naked, even Gu Chen's thick skin felt a tinge of embarrassment. Most importantly, the little rabbit was insistent on plucking carrots. He couldn't withstand such a trial. Gu Chen decided to rise from the bed, don the clothes scattered on the floor, and then, just as he was about to take action, a series of knocks resounded from the door, followed by a male voice calling, "Xiao Wu, are you awake?" Startled by the unexpected knocking, Gu Chen jolted, glancing at the beautiful maiden beside him who was on the verge of awakening. Though he tried to convince himself that this girl had been the one to seduce him, deep down, he knew it was impossible. After all, her clothes were still intact, and her hair was not too disheveled. Could it be that she was merely atop him yesterday? Yet that couldn't be right. Where had her uniquely vibrant petals gone? This was a grave miscalculation. Unable to comprehend, Gu Chen ceased his musings. The morning visitor was likely either a senior brother or junior brother, and should he be caught, he might be forced to take responsibility for the elder or younger sister. Having once studied under a reclusive master, Gu Chen had acquired some esoteric arts. He had certainly caused his fair share of chaos among the hidden sect saintesses. Imagining the possibility of being captured by the girl's sect, he shuddered at the thought of punishment that could result in the loss of his precious. How could he continue to pursue the saintesses of other sects afterward? He might as well become a eunuch. Time to make my exit. In a moment of urgency, as lightning struck, Gu Chen contemplated numerous scenarios. He quickly scanned the room, spotting a window not too far away, and surmising he had enough time, he resolved to leap out and escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen threw the blanket over Xiao Wu's head. Just as she stirred beneath the covers, about to cry out, he snatched up the clothes from the floor and donned them without hesitation, exhibiting the speed of a seasoned criminal. Regardless of whether the ensemble was aesthetically pleasing, he ensured to cover all essential areas. "Farewell, my beloved saintess." Gu Chen joined his fingers together, performing a salute before turning sharply to leap from the window. However, what Gu Chen did not anticipate was that as he leaped from the second floor of the maiden's abode, the ground below had been rigged with an array of agricultural tools, all pointed upwards. Though only the second floor, Gu Chen realized he was likely to meet his demise. Clearly, someone was out to harm him. The sheer number of tools, arranged with meticulous precision, effectively sealed off his escape route. Even if he survived the fall, traversing this gauntlet of sharp implements would surely inflict excruciating pain. Gu Chen, in a state of despair, closed his eyes, bracing himself to accept his fate with equanimity. "Ah!" A piercing scream from a woman echoed from above. "Xiao Wu!" An anxious voice reverberated. A seemingly ordinary man pushed the door open, and in an instant, he comprehended the scene before him. He deduced what had transpired. Ghostly shadows. With a swift movement, the man darted to the window, catching sight of a figure perilously close to the ground, and instinctively launched his hidden darts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The urgent sound of arrows slicing through the air ensued. The dart struck Gu Chen's back the very moment he hit the ground. Had it not been for inertia, those arrows would have pierced Gu Chen's skull. The ruthlessness of the assailant was unmistakable. Hiss! A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. "Ah!" Gu Chen furrowed his brow, emitting a low, mournful sound. Feeling the agonizing pain gnawing at his back and feet, his expression contorted in agony. His hands reflexively pressed downwards. In his heart, he lamented, "Am I to perish like this? Yet, just as his palms were about to grasp the sharp tines of the rake, a sudden surge of inexplicable power coursed through his body. A verdant glow enveloped him entirely. This luminous aura shielded his form, and astonishingly, his hands bent the rake's tines with sheer force. The explosive energy also sent nearby farming tools scattering. Sensing the newfound strength within, Gu Chen instinctively opened his eyes. I'm still alive. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Escape. I must flee from here at once. Otherwise, death will surely follow. Suppressing the pain coursing through his body, Gu Chen quickly chose a direction and sprinted towards a nearby forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More sounds of arrows slicing through the air erupted. As Gu Chen fled, a flurry of tiny silver needles rained down upon him. The toxins from the darts that had struck his back began to take effect. Gu Chen felt a chilling sensation enveloping him. His limbs grew numb, and his movements became sluggish. Almost there, almost there. If I can just reach the forest ahead, I will have a glimmer of hope for survival. My sister said to live, for living brings hope. My life was exchanged for my sister's. I cannot die before avenging her and my master. Only a step away from the forest, Gu Chen heard the relentless sound of arrows slicing through the air behind him. His legs, rendered nearly immobile by numbness, informed him of the grim reality might not escape. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, whirling around. If death is imminent, I must see whose hand it is that claims my life, so that in my next life, I may seek vengeance. Just as Gu Chen prepared to confront his demise, a melodious female voice resonated in his mind. You have awakened the chameleon martial soul, not bad. You are worthy to be my disciple. However, I have just awakened, and my soul power is insufficient. I can only assist you once. Whether you survive now depends on your fate. Soul weapon, heavenly spider umbrella, arise. A painted oil paper umbrella depicting the misty rivers of Jiangnan materialized in Gu Chen's grasp, and instinctively, he raised it to shield himself from the oncoming projectiles. In that moment, he caught sight of his Atalanta boy of about 15 or 16, with flat eyebrows, a slightly flat nose, and an unremarkable visage. Inwardly cursing, he thought, how could I nearly perish at the hands of this homely creature? If that were to happen, upon descending into hell, how could I face those gifted prodigies who succumbed to despair and ended their lives in lakes, seas, rivers, or cliffs? Seeing the disdain etched across Gu Chen's face, the flat-nosed boy glared at him with fury. With a thunderous shout, he exclaimed, perverse scoundrel, die. His hands moved in a blur, unleashing a barrage of steel needles. Simultaneously, those nearby, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene. It's now or never. Gu Chen gritted his teeth, casting the heavenly spider umbrella into the air, and turned to flee into the forest. As the umbrella ascended, it rapidly expanded, creating a magnetic field that enveloped a 10-mile radius, drawing in all the incoming silver needles. Even the numerous hidden weapons embedded in Gu Chen were absorbed, and seizing this opportunity, he successfully entered the forest. The short-haired boy attempted to pursue, but was thwarted by an invisible barrier, which repelled him backward. He crashed into a nearby farming tool, but fortunately, due to his body being enhanced by soul power, he sustained no injuries, only a slight tear in his shirt, revealing a hint of his rear. Witnessing the short-haired boy being rebuffed, Xiao Wu, the Academy's most formidable defensive soul master, cast a glance at him, and, channeling the might of his giant golden bear martial soul, delivered a powerful punch at the invisible barrier. However, to his astonishment, the punch, imbued with more than half of Xiao Wuji's strength, failed to breach the barrier. Instead, it caused him to stagger back a few steps. Unwilling to yield, Xiao Wuji summoned even greater force, yet still could not shatter the barrier. Eventually, he exerted all his might, but remained unable to break through, casting an apologetic glance at the short-haired boy. Alas, Xiao San, this barrier is far too resilient. I have done my utmost. Helplessly watching Gu Chen slip away, the short-haired boy's frustration boiled within him, yet his expression gradually settled into calmness. Addressing Ning Rongrong, who was still assisting Xiao Wuji, he said, Rongrong, cease your efforts. Thank you, Teacher Xiao, for your hard work. I shall check on Xiao Wu. Donning a robe retrieved from the moonlit night beneath the 24 bridges, the short-haired boy employed his flying heavenly claw, leaping onto the wall and swiftly entering Xiao Wu's room through the window. Xiao Wu, in a state of panic, upon seeing the short-haired boy, rushed towards him, seeking solace in his embrace. Yet, he raised a hand to block her. Xiao Wu, hold your distress. First ascertain whether he has harmed you in any way. The short-haired boy endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu suddenly realized something and hurriedly checked her attire, confirming that all her clothing remained intact. As if struck by a thought, a hint of shyness crossed her face as she said to the short-haired boy, "Brother, please turn around." The short-haired boy furrowed his brow, but complied. Xiao Wu bit her lip, nervously reaching into a certain area, her expression relaxing. Quickly withdrawing her hand, she turned to the short-haired boy, stating, "Brother, I checked, and he did not harm me. I am still here." Upon hearing this, the short-haired boy's expression softened slightly, yet discomfort still lingered in his heart. Turning his back to Xiao Wu, he muttered, "As long as you are unharmed, that is good. If anything transpired, I will ensure that wretch pays. Please tidy the room. I will seek out the teacher." With that, he did not allow Xiao Wu an opportunity to respond, swiftly turning and exiting. Watching the short-haired boy's retreating figure, tears welled up in Xiao Wu's eyes. With a hint of disappointment, she whispered to herself, "Brother, do you truly care so much about others' opinions?" And the boy who had caused Xiao Wu such disappointment was none other than Tang San, the most exceptional member of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Also known as Tang Xiao-san. Thank you to every reader who has ventured in. If you enjoy this book, remember to add it to your collection. Chapter 2. Let your sister serve you. Tang San exited Xiao Wu's room and descended to the 2nd floor, where the master stood just a short distance away, his back turned to him. Upon hearing his footsteps, the master chose not to turn around, unwilling to witness the dejection of his disciple. He spoke in a low voice, "Follow me," and strode forward, with Tang San silently trailing behind. Before long, the two arrived at the master's office. The master approached the desk, opened a drawer, retrieved a small yellow cloth pouch, and took out 10 golden soul coins, turning to face Tang San. The master, unable to discern the origins of those coins, instructed, "Take these coins and do not dwell on anything else. Go to Soto City and unwind. Everything will be taken care of by me." "Master, enough. I know what you wish to express. Matters of the heart are beyond my assistance. All I know is that if a bun falls to the ground, if you don't mind it being dirty, you may still eat it. If you do mind, then simply leave it be. Now go." With that, the master turned his back, dismissing Tang San. "Master, I shall take my leave." Tang San bowed respectfully to the master's back before departing. As the door closed with a thud, the master's stern expression shifted to one of delight. "Xiao-san, I have long declared that Xiao Wu is not suitable for you. Rongrong is your true match. It seems all is orchestrated by fate." In Soto City, within the chambers of the 2 renowned courtesans, Lillian and Vivian, Tang San forcefully pressed the strikingly beautiful and statuesque Lillian against a square table, aggressively asserting his dominance. With one hand on her shoulder and the other vigorously striking her backside, he shouted in fury, "Wretched woman! Wretched woman! You, after I have spent so much money. Raise your voice. Ah, it hurts." Initially, Lillian believed Tang San sought a new form of amusement and complied with various pleasurable moans. However, she soon realized something was amiss. His strength was not playful, but brutal. This shameless rogue was employing the Xian Yu hand technique against her. Lillian pleaded tearfully, "Third young master, please be gentle. If you continue, I shall have no backside left." "Boo-hoo." Tang San remained unfazed, mocking her, "Wretched woman. Now you comprehend my strength? Let this teach you self-respect. I shall punish you." The sound of slapping echoed throughout the room, resonating like a drumbeat. A nearby figure, who had initially thought Tang San was flirting, was now shocked into silence, her voluptuous form trembling as she widened her eyes, bit her lip, and tightly closed her legs, barely daring to breathe for an entire hour. Even passers-by outside, hearing the tormented cries, could not help but be moved, their faces betraying knowing smiles. This fellow is truly fierce. He has brought a courtesan to tears. Impressive. A role model for us all. At this rate, it shall not conclude within 2 hours. I cannot endure this any longer. Xiao Chui, Xiao Hong, bring me 2 more of those pills. I too shall charge into battle. In an instant, Tang San inadvertently invigorated the business of Minghua Pavilion. His notorious reputation spread throughout Soto City overnight. While Tang San indulged in his primal urges, he remained oblivious to the disappointment radiating from a disheveled middle-aged man lurking in the shadows. "Xiao-san, you have gravely disappointed your father. Although you have inherited my Haoyan clan's great hammer, could you not exercise a bit of discretion? The Spirit Hall has sent over 30 individuals here tonight. Are you so eager for their attention? If only we had been more cautious back then, how much worry we could have spared." As Tang San, troubled by Xiao Wu, vented his frustrations, several hours earlier, The divine soldier's umbrella had withstood Xiao Wu's relentless attacks before vanishing from sight. Enduring the pain, Gu Chen entered the forest and swiftly concealed his presence. He dashed deeper into the woods, though dashed may be a misnomer, for his speed was not particularly swift. Perhaps it was due to the protective mode of the Tianluo umbrella that Gu Chen felt he had not escaped very far. However, he no longer heard the sounds of pursuit behind him. His consciousness gradually began to wane, and the scenery before his eyes turned increasingly surreal. Just before he succumbed to complete unconsciousness, he faintly perceived a graceful figure approaching him. Exhausted and weary, he could not discern the person's features and then fell into oblivion. When he awoke once more, he found himself lying on a soft, grand bed. Opening his eyes, he gazed through the delicate pink canopy to behold a starry ceiling adorned in a style reminiscent of medieval Europe. Gu Chen pondered that he must have been rescued by a certain woman. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice suddenly reached his ears. "You are awake." A woman clad in a flowing green gown, her figure both graceful and mature, entered the room, holding a tray adorned with an array of fruits. Upon seeing Gu Chen awake, she offered a sweet smile and greeted him warmly. "Were you the one who saved me?" Gu Chen instinctively believed that the beautiful woman before him was a savior. "No, it is our young lady," replied the woman in the green dress. A gentle smile gracing her face, revealing two delicate dimples that danced upon her cheeks. She resembled a vessel brimming with exquisite wine, evoking a sensation akin to a refreshing spring breeze. "It was your young lady who rescued me. How lovely she is. I had thought it was you who saved me. Dear sister." Gu Chen offered a hearty smile, yet his gaze inadvertently wandered to a certain impressive feature of the woman before him. It was not his intention to look. The sheer grandeur of it was simply irresistible, leaving him unable to restrain his eyes. "Oh, your wounds have yet to heal, and yet your words are so sweet. If you were fully recovered, wouldn't all the beautiful women nearby be utterly captivated by you?" The woman seemed oblivious to his gaze, her laughter radiating warmth and brilliance. The low-cut V-neck of her attire revealed a profound décolletage, swaying with her movements, casting a play of light and shadow, reminiscent of ethereal clouds drifting over a sunlit forest, evoking a dreamlike beauty. "Not at all. My sister is naturally gifted with beauty, a rare flower of exquisite charm. I could not help but offer a few compliments. Were it another fair lady, I might have merely managed a single remark." Gu Chen's smile remained as innocent as ever, radiating a sense of warmth and familiarity. "You certainly have a way with words. Let me tell you, do not entertain any improper thoughts about your elder sister. You shall never win her heart." Despite the teasing tone, the woman in green could not suppress the smile that graced her face. "Oh, that may not be the case. If only my sister would grant me a chance. I am still single, and I would quite like to give it a try." "Try what?" the woman in green asked with a gentle smile. "To win my sister's affection and bring her home to warm my bed. Ha ha ha. You simply enjoy jesting with your sister. If you truly managed to win her over, who knows if you would still cherish her goodness." They both laughed heartily. Gu Chen felt an immense joy conversing with the woman in green. Her ability to engage in playful banter made her delightful company. Perhaps they had been chatting a tad too long. Gu Chen felt a twinge of thirst. His gaze fell upon the two ripe white peaches in the fruit platter recently presented by the woman in green, and he could not resist licking his lips. He swallowed hard, imagining their size, whiteness, and tenderness. The woman, with eyes as clear as mirrors, instantly detected Gu Chen's unusual reaction. With a charming smile, she remarked, "Are you feeling thirsty, young sir? These peaches are freshly washed. Allow me to offer you one." Observing the youthful countenance of the boy before her, the woman felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity as she handed him a juicy peach. "Thank you, sister." Gu Chen attempted to reach for the peach, only to find himself utterly devoid of strength, which exacerbated his internal injuries and provoked a fit of coughing. "Young master, please refrain from moving. You have yet to recover from your injuries. Allow your sister to attend to you first. That seems rather inappropriate." "What does it matter? Our duty as servants is to provide care. And besides, did you not call me sister? Is it not the responsibility of a sister to look after her younger brother?" When the words sister slipped from the lips of the woman in the green attire, Gu Chen's heart quivered violently, and he felt his eyes moisten for a fleeting moment. "Why are you crying?" the woman inquired with genuine concern. "I am not. It was merely a speck of dust that flew into my eye." Gu Chen hurriedly fabricated an excuse. "Is it serious? Would you like me to blow on it for you?" "No need. It is already fine." "That's a relief. If anything troubles you, do not hesitate to inform your sister." You are presently injured and moving is cumbersome, so do not feel embarrassed. Thank you so much, sister. You are truly wonderful. How I wish to one day marry a girl as beautiful as you. You certainly know how to make me smile. I am merely a maid. What right do I have to marry a gentleman like you? Sister, you must not underestimate yourself. With your beauty and virtue, even among the daughters of wealthy families, how many could ever compare to you? You truly have a way with words. Now, open your mouth and let your sister feed you. Choosing not to pursue the previous conversation, the woman in green bent down and presented a large, succulent peach before Gu Chen. Gu Chen could not resist stealing a glance, his heart racing tumultuously. It was a profound, unfathomable depth. Yet, he was no stranger to the world and quickly composed himself. Parting his lips to take a bite of the peach, savoring its flavor. Is it delicious? The woman in green asked with a sweet smile. Her gentle gaze fixed on Gu Chen's cheek, eagerly anticipating his response. Indeed, it is both sweet and crisp, with a delightful fragrance. I knew you would enjoy it. This is a specialty of our Longxi Valley, the water fairy peach. Not only is it delectable, but it also significantly aids in the recovery of soul power. Is this truly Longxi Valley? Gu Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, you didn't know this was Longxi Valley? The woman in green inquired, intrigued by Gu Chen's sudden change in expression. I see it as Longxi Valley. Gu Chen chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Before I lost consciousness, I inadvertently wandered into the territory of the flying winged rat and fell victim to their venomous stingers, rendering me dazed and unaware of where I collapsed. I thought I was still in the original forest. Upon hearing the woman in green declare that this was Longxi Valley, Gu Chen felt a wave of unease wash over him. Just before the woman entered, he had merged with the memories of his former self. After this fusion, he discovered he had traversed to a realm known as Douluo Continent. His previous incarnation was the young master of a branch family of the Gu family in Nodding City, affiliated with the Spirit Hall's Intelligence Bureau. It was likely that his predecessor had met a grim fate due to poison. The reason he found himself in Xiao Wu's chamber, Gu Chen surmised, might be connected to his betrothed, Nuo Lanjia. It was well known that Nuo Lanjia was the most beautiful woman in Nodding City. Not only was she extraordinarily lovely, but her innate talent was also unrivaled. With a full innate soul power, she awakened a rare ice-type martial spirit, the Ice Phoenix, which was among the most esteemed beast martial spirits, second only to the Golden Dragon. Many suitors would circle Nodding City 30 times just for a glimpse of her. Rumor had it that 5 years ago, she caught the attention of the Spirit Hall elder Zhu Zhuqing due to her exceptional talent, becoming his direct disciple. The reason she remained in Nodding City was to fulfill the betrothal agreement made between her father and Gu Chen's father. As the young master of the Intelligence Bureau in Nodding City, Gu Chen was no stranger to Tang San. Tang San hailed from Holy Soul Village. His father was a blacksmith, and his mother passed away during childbirth. At 6, he awakened the blue-silver grass martial spirit and was sent to the junior academy in Nodding City by the village chief. There, he met Xiao Wu and became a disciple of Master Yu Xiaojang. Under Yu Xiaojang's guidance, he progressed through his training without hindrance. Later, he attended Shrek Academy, where he met the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters, forming a cohesive team. Together they studied, trained, and participated in various competitions among soul masters. During this period, their soul power surged rapidly, leading to the Shrek 7 monsters gaining renown. However, these details were not the crux of the matter. The key point was that this was Longxi Valley, the domain of the legendary dragon snake couple. Tang San, along with their granddaughter Ming Yuran, was well acquainted with them, and their relations were quite amicable. Gu Chen's understanding of Tang San stemmed from their shared birth date, leading his kin to often compare him to Tang San. Moreover, Tang San had once humiliated him, referring to him as a little brother who would never become as strong or powerful as he was. Chapter 3. The affection from two sisters. The mere thought of Tang San's past humiliation and the near-fatal encounter he endured today caused Gu Chen's gaze to turn icy, silently vowing to settle these scores in the future. How Gu Chen felt remained a mystery to the woman in green. Observing Gu Chen's handsome visage and the fleeting glimmer of malice in his gaze, she did not ponder deeply. She instinctively assumed he harbored murderous intent towards the flying mice, and, concerned that his recovery might lead him to seek vengeance, she offered words of comfort. Young man, the flying mice capable of releasing venomous needles are no trifles. They are typically century-old soul beasts, adept in diverse attack methods, excelling in disguise and ambush. Their usual tactic involves concealing themselves or launching a surprise assault before unleashing their toxic projectiles to incapacitate their foes. Given your apparent lack of soul power, it is truly a miracle that you survived their onslaught. As she spoke, the woman in the green dress scrutinized Gu Chen's expression, hoping to discern some hidden truth. She could not fathom how an ordinary individual could emerge unscathed from the clutches of creatures comparable to high-ranking human soul masters. This man must possess some concealed secret, though she could not yet unveil it. However, to her disappointment, Gu Chen's expression was impeccably controlled. There was a mixture of astonishment and trepidation upon hearing that the flying mice were century-old soul beasts, as well as the lingering fear of having narrowly escaped death. Should he be recruited as an actor, his striking looks and talent would surely make him a sensation beyond earth. Perhaps it relates to my constitution. I have had a certain immunity to toxins since childhood. Nevertheless, I owe my survival to your young lady's timely rescue. Otherwise, even if I evaded the flying mice's assault, I would likely have fallen prey to other soul beasts. Wishing to divert the conversation from this topic, Gu Chen swiftly shifted gears. When he mentioned Meng Yiran, the gratitude that radiated from his face moved the woman in green. If this were mere acting, the Academy Awards would owe him a little golden statuette. Just as Gu Chen and the woman in green were engrossed in their conversation, 3 crisp knocks echoed through the air. What are you two discussing that brings such joy? A sweet-faced girl, slender and adorned in a black leather jacket and tight black pants, entered with a smile. Miss, you've arrived. The woman in green promptly rose and bowed to the young lady. Ah, no need for formalities. I just came to see how he is faring. The girl replied with a cheerful tone, her voice as melodious as the gentle rustle of spring bamboo. Casting a glance at Gu Chen, who regarded her with grateful eyes, Meng Yiran offered a soft smile. It appears your injuries are mending well. Her smile was enchanting, akin to blossoms unfurling in spring, sweet and captivating. The aura of the young lady was overwhelming, impossible to suppress. Gu Chen felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart, and to his astonishment, a faint blush appeared upon his normally impassive cheeks. Cough, 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 cough. I am feeling much better now. Thank you ever so much, miss, for saving my life. Gu Chen, overwhelmed by emotion upon seeing his benefactor, unexpectedly succumbed to a fit of violent coughing. Meng Yiran was taken aback and instinctively crouched down to examine his injuries. The suddenness of her movement, combined with her considerable stature, added to the urgency of the moment. Gu Chen was acutely aware of something shimmering before his 24K titanium alloy eyes. Instantly, his face flushed a deep crimson, and blood trickled from his nose. It was not that he was feeble, rather, he had inadvertently glimpsed something he ought not to have seen, a sight so captivating it could ensnare one's very soul. Such misfortune. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran remained blissfully unaware, instinctively attributing Gu Chen's reaction to his still recovering injuries, believing his frail state combined with the excitement of seeing her had caused this amusing little brother to falter. Are you all right, little brother? She inquired, almost simultaneously with the woman in green. Meng Yiran, ever considerate, produced her own handkerchief and gently dabbed away the blood from Gu Chen's nose. I'm fine, Gu Chen weakly replied, closing his eyes. He dared not look again, fearing that if he did, the temp might rise too high, prompting Meng Yiran to deliver a swift reprimand. It's a relief to hear that. Your injuries have only just begun to mend. You must not become too agitated. You need to rest and recuperate. Yin Qi, please help him lie down. Of course. After tending to Gu Chen's nosebleed, Meng Yiran realized that her position was somewhat inappropriate and rose to allow the woman in green to assist Gu Chen in lying down. Once settled, Gu Chen opened his eyes and cast a grateful glance toward Meng Yiran, expressing his thanks to both her and the woman in green. Thank you. Sister Yin Qi and Miss Ming. Why thank me? If you wish to express gratitude, it should be directed toward our dear miss, for she is the kindest and most helpful person I have ever known. Indeed, Gu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. There is no need for formality. My name is Meng Yiran, and I am a few years your senior, so you may call me Sister Ming or simply Yiran, but please refrain from calling me Miss. In our Dragon and Snake Valley, it is considered impolite for a man to address a woman as Miss. As she gazed upon Gu Chen's handsome visage, Meng Yiran felt an indescribable fondness, a sisterly affection for her younger brother. Very well, Meng Yiran, fairy. Ha ha ha. You are quite amusing. Am I really that beautiful? Meng Yiran giggled, covering her mouth. Indeed, Sister Ming is far more beautiful than any fairy I have ever encountered. Hee hee. I never expected you to appear so simple-minded, yet possess such charm in making girls smile. Gu Chen offered a sheepish smile, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Did he appear somewhat dazed? Historically, many young ladies from various sects had been ensnared by his seemingly simple demeanor. One must never allow a beautiful woman to perceive one as overly clever from the outset. Otherwise, every approach thereafter might seem to her laden with ulterior motives. Of course, this does not apply if one possesses formidable prowess that compels her admiration. By the way, what is your name? Where do you hail from? How is it that you found yourself fainting at the entrance of our Dragon and Serpent Valley? Meng Ran, a candid girl, curiously posed 3 questions in quick succession, her face alight with a cheerful smile as she gazed at Gu Chen. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found Gu Chen not only handsome but also remarkably humble and reasonable. The more she observed him, the more her fondness grew. She simply wished to engage him in conversation a bit longer. I am Gu Chen, from the Gu family in Nodding City. I inadvertently wandered into the territory of the flying winged mouse while pursuing a 7-colored butterfly. Gu Chen recounted his earlier conversation with the girl in the green attire in greater detail to Meng Ran. The butterfly you seek is likely called the 7-illusion butterfly. It possesses significant medicinal value. Do any of your family members or friends happen to be unwell? After hearing Gu Chen's explanation, Meng Ran, puzzled, inquired further. Indeed, Iran. You are truly astute. There is someone in my family who is ill. My mother has contracted a rare and peculiar ailment, and I am in search of the 7-illusion butterfly for her. I see. Meng Ran furrowed her brow in contemplation, a look of concern crossing her face. The 7-illusion butterfly is exceedingly rare. Your previous encounter was indeed fortuitous. Unfortunately, it will be quite difficult to find another one in the future. Do you have any plans moving forward? I intend to return home once I have recovered, to check on my mother. Once her condition stabilizes, I shall continue my search for the 7-illusion butterfly. Ah, it is commendable that you think this way. You truly possess a filial heart. However, you must not venture out alone next time. You were quite fortunate this time. Had I arrived a moment later, you would have been devoured by the azure scale serpent of our Dragon and Snake Valley. Indeed, I will be more cautious in the future, Gu Chen nodded, his expression reflecting lingering trepidation. At present, your injuries have not fully healed. I advise you to refrain from overthinking. Take a few days to recuperate here. Once you are well, Yin Qi and I will escort you out of this forest. Currently, you lack soul power, which restricts your movement in certain areas. Are you aware of this? Meng Ran resembled a caring elder sister, displaying an extraordinary concern for Gu Chen. Regardless of the setting, it seems that handsome men and beautiful women can inadvertently discover points of attraction within one another. Very well, I shall heed your advice, Iran. Gu Chen felt touched by Meng Iran's concern and contemplated how he might repay her kindness in the future. Well then, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Please take care, and I will ask Yin Qi to keep you company while I go practice. All right, farewell, Iran. Goodbye. Meng Iran turned back, offering a sweet smile as she exited the room. Once Meng Iran departed, only the girl in green and Gu Chen remained in the room. Gu Chen stood in silence for a while, lost in thought as he watched Meng Iran's retreating figure. The girl in green, noticing his demeanor, teased, "So, little handsome, have you developed feelings for our young lady?" Cough, cough. No, sister, you jest. Gu Chen's gaze flickered, hurriedly shifting the topic. By the way, sister, I heard Sister Ming call you Yin Qi. Yes, I am Chu Yin Qi. The phrase peach and plum do not speak. Yet a path is naturally formed beneath. Your name is truly beautiful. Gu Chen sincerely praised her. Peach and plum do not speak, yet a path is naturally formed beneath. Indeed, where does this wonderful phrase originate? A spark of curiosity glimmered in Chu Yin Qi's eyes as she sweetly inquired. I encountered this line while reading the Book of Songs. Gu Chen replied with a gentle smile, revealing the radiant grin of a bright young man. The Book of Songs? Such an exquisite line comes from the Book of Songs. Chu Yin Qi savored Gu Chen's words, her smile becoming even more enchanting. With this delightful phrase, Chu Yin Qi's gaze towards Gu Chen transformed. Gu Chen, dear brother, your injuries have yet to heal. I see you straining your arm to support yourself. Why not lie on my shoulder while I feed you? Upon witnessing Gu Chen's weakened state, propped up by his arms to converse with her, Chu Yin Qi suddenly felt a wave of deep emotion. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Gu Chen replied, somewhat embarrassed, symbolically declining her offer. Inappropriate? It seems your earlier desire to pursue me was merely a jest. Chu Yin Qi playfully rolled her eyes at Gu Chen, her captivating demeanor rendering him utterly speechless. A temptress. No, sister, just give me the opportunity. Once I recover, I shall show you what true comfort and exquisite enjoyment are. Engaging in a battle of wits is akin to the phrase, the higher the path, the greater the challenge, where each tests the limits of the other. At times, one must strike decisively, compelling the other to surrender. Then I shall await your return. Chu Yanxi, unfazed by Gu Chen's flirtations, found amusement in his boldness, especially compared to the reckless speed she exhibited with her own lady in private. Gu Chen can merely linger on the periphery and is utterly incapable of penetrating the inner circle. Gu Chen ceased to feign modesty, allowing Chu Yanxi to embrace him tenderly, feeding him succulent peaches with gentle care. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Under Chu Yanxi's devoted attention during this period, Gu Chen's health gradually improved, his physique becoming increasingly robust, particularly evident in the mornings. Each time Chu Yanxi arrived in the morning, a hint of bashfulness would wash over her, as her mind wandered to, perhaps 30 centimeters? In the eyes of a lover, every virtue is magnified, and certain aspects are no exception. Consequently, whenever she beheld Gu Chen standing tall, she would become exceedingly bashful. Each awkward glance at her shy demeanor would tempt Gu Chen to abandon his restraint. He had to silently recite Amabas several times to calm his restless heart. In these 3 days, Chu Yanxi was absent alongside Meng Yiran. Before Gu Chen embarks on his cultivation journey, he endeavors to practice the 5 animal frolics, an art imparted to him by his master. He pursues this not for trivial reasons, but because the 5 animal frolics are known to promote health and well-being. He must hasten his recovery to leave this place, for it is fraught with danger. Who can predict when Tang Xin might arrive here? Only to recognize him at a glance and unleash a flurry of concealed weapons? Such a fate would be most unjust. Moreover, he has discerned that Chu Yanxi has grown somewhat attached to him. Over the past 3 days, she has frequently brought him food. At times, she shyly requests that he recite verses from the Book of Songs. After each recital, he notices her delicate visage blooming with the flush of spring, akin to the blush of drunken peach blossoms, igniting his adrenal response. This incites him to daydream of sharing intimate moments with her on the bed. On one occasion, he was even caught by Chu Yanxi, who inquired about the nature of his lingering thoughts. Gu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and mustered the courage to explain. This is the billion-strong army that has fallen in battle ahead of time. Meng Yiran, perceiving the profound sorrow in Gu Chen's words, thought to herself that such is the nature of men when they are wounded, and offered him a word of solace. May you find peace in your grief. She then took his garments to wash. On the 3rd day at Longxi Valley, Gu Chen was able to rise from his bed and sought out Meng Yiran to bid her farewell. She wished to keep him for another couple of days, hoping that his condition would improve further before he departed. However, Gu Chen declined, citing his mother's grave illness and the absence of anyone to care for her as his reason. Chu Yanxi found herself reluctantly attached to him. Ever since the day before, when Gu Chen recited the lines, "The reeds are lush and green, the white dew crystallizes into frost. The one I long for dwells across the water," her heart had been ensnared. She mused that if Gu Chen were to genuinely pursue her, she would most likely acquiesce. Each day, she prepared meals for him and washed his clothes, thinking that surely men must appreciate such attentiveness. Alas, Gu Chen seemed to have forgotten his earlier promises, for he would utter playful remarks to elicit her laughter. Yet never once did he make a sincere declaration of his feelings. At most, he would inquire, "Sister Yanxi, are you tired?" "Ah, I am not tired at all." "How could you not be tired? You have been running through my heart all day. Is that not exhausting?" "Oh, that does seem quite tiring. I think I shall take a nap." Believing Gu Chen to be fatigued, Chu Yanxi took her leave. After that moment, Gu Chen ceased to inquire about her fatigue, and his demeanor towards her grew considerably colder. Gu Chen expressed that it was not a lack of interest in flirting, but rather an inability to do so. Coupled with his mother's severe illness, he could only engage in light banter to pass the time. The prospect of taking action was simply unrealistic, even if he wished to. His frail physique could not withstand it. Chapter 4. The charming young lady Ning Rongrong outside Sotowa City. Meng Yiran and Chu Yanxi accompanied Gu Chen to this location. "Meng Xinzi, Chu Jia, let us leave it at this. I have truly troubled you these past few days." Gu Chen expressed gratefully. "Such words are unnecessary. Gu Chen, you are so handsome and articulate. How could I not have someone in mind already?" Meng Yiran teased, insisting on spending more time for deeper communication. "Hiki, deeper communication, you say? Miss, your thoughts are rather inappropriate." Chu Yanxi playfully pointed out Meng Yiran's slip of the tongue. Realizing it, Meng Yiran lightly smacked Chu Yanxi's shoulder. You mischievous girl. What is it that occupies your mind all day? Dare to mock me, and I shall tear your mouth apart. She feigned anger, wrinkling her delicate nose and lunging towards Chu Yanxi. All right, I admit my fault. Please spare me, Chu Yanxi pleaded while nimbly avoiding her. Observing the two young ladies dancing about like butterflies, Gu Chen was suddenly struck with a wicked thought. How delightful it would be to toss these two celestial beings onto a grand bed for a playful scuffle. Startled by his own depravity, Gu Chen wondered when he had become so wicked. Meng Yiran was 3 years his senior, while Chu Yanxi was a year younger. Both in the bloom of youth. Their lively banter caught the attention of several onlookers, including Oscar. Rongrong, isn't that Meng Yiran? Indeed. Ning Rongrong appeared disinterested in Meng Yiran, her tone somewhat cold. Rongrong, you seem less than pleased. Would you care for a happy sausage? Oscar leered at Ning Rongrong. Go away. With a swift kick aimed at Oscar's groin, Ning Rongrong invoked her 2 additional soul skills. Caught off guard, Oscar clutched his injured area, writhing in pain on the ground. Ah, it hurts. Rongrong, you are too ruthless. Be careful, or you might jeopardize your own happiness. Oscar hastily consumed a super recovery sausage, alleviating much of his discomfort. Humph. Ning Rongrong snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. Rongrong, wait for me. Oscar hurried after her. Rongrong, you misunderstood. I wanted to point out not Meng Yiran, but the young man beside her. He seems quite familiar. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong halted, turning to look at Gu Chen next to Meng Yiran. He does seem familiar. Quite handsome. Wait, Oscar, don't you think he resembles? The pupils in Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened suddenly. The man who sleeps next to Xiao Wu. Both Oscar and Ning Rongrong exclaimed simultaneously. Let us hurry. We mustn't let him escape, Ning Rongrong urged, her face a picture of urgency. Right. Just then, a carriage passed by them. Once the carriage had rolled past, Oscar and Ning Rongrong turned to look towards Meng Yiran's direction, only to find Gu Chen had vanished. Quick, let us inquire where he went. Ning Rongrong hurriedly ran towards Meng Yiran, with Oscar closely following. As Meng Yiran prepared to return home, she noticed a striking figure rushing towards her. Instinctively, she frowned in distaste, grasping Chu Yanxi's wrist and preparing to depart. Wait, please. Ning Rongrong called out anxiously. Reluctantly, Meng Yiran halted in her tracks. Ning Rongrong reached her side. Do you have a moment, Miss Meng? Where has the young man who was with you gone? I don't know. We urgently need to find him. Please tell me. What is this urgent matter? It's not convenient to discuss, but rest assured, we mean him no harm. If it's inconvenient, then forget it. We truly don't know where he went. Little Beauty Yiran, we genuinely have urgent business with him. It concerns Tang San. Oscar interjected, sensing the atmosphere was turning sour. What? What has happened to Tang San? Upon hearing Tang San's name, Meng Yiran panicked, her composure slipping as she questioned anxiously. He is fine. He is looking for that young man. As for the specifics, you shall ask him when you meet. We must find him first. Very well. Then I shall tell you where he is gone. Mississippi. Chu Yanxi sensed that Oscar and Ning Rongrong were not seeking Gu Chen for good intentions and quietly cautioned. Meng Yiran discreetly winked at Chu Yanxi, who immediately understood and ceased speaking. He went that way. Meng Yiran pointed in an entirely opposite direction from where they had come. Thank you. Ning Rongrong expressed her gratitude and hurried off in the indicated direction, with Oscar following suit. After running some distance, Ning Rongrong abruptly halted. Rongrong, why have you stopped? Oscar. Didn't you notice something odd about Meng Yiran just now? Oscar scratched his head. No, not really. She actually smiled at me. Isn't that normal? You foolish boy. When have you ever seen her smile at me? Oscar awkwardly chuckled, realizing he had never witnessed such a thing. Oscar, Meng Yiran may have misled us on purpose. Rongrong, I think it's unnecessary to take this too seriously. When Tang San entered, Xiao Wu's attire and hair were immaculate. Oscar, what do you mean by that? Do you understand how significant reputation is to a young lady? Do you think that after this incident, Tang San and Xiao Wu can simply overlook it? Indeed, Rongrong, you are right. If it were you, I would undoubtedly believe you. Do you wish to provoke death? How dare you curse me? Oscar quickly dodged and pleaded, Rongrong. I was wrong. Please show mercy. Very well, I shall let it slide this time, but don't make such jokes again. Now let us split up. You head towards the forest, and I will go towards the town. Understood, but you, a young lady, pursuing him alone is dangerous. Take these for protection. Oscar handed Ning Rongrong several sausages. This one is a recovery sausage, this one is an antidote sausage, and this one is a speed mushroom sausage. I made 2 of each for you to keep safe. Ning Rongrong initially intended to refuse, but seeing Oscar's concerned expression softened her heart. She accepted the sausages. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, "Thank you." After Ning Rongrong carefully stowed away the sausage, she pursued a particular direction. Not long before, after parting ways with Mangyuran, Ning Rongrong and Oscar had been in search of Gu Chen, who began to sense an unsettling feeling, an instinct honed from years of traversing the precarious edge of life and death. With the awakening of his chameleon martial soul, his vision was remarkably keen, and he possessed the rare ability to focus on two tasks simultaneously. While engaging in conversation with Mangyuran, he meticulously scanned his surroundings and soon identified two suspicious figures. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Oscar and Ning Rongrong from the Shrek 7 monsters. It was evident from their lip movements that they had discovered his presence and were preparing to bring him back. However, returning with them was out of the question. It was an impossibility for this lifetime. Seizing the moment as a carriage passed by, he swiftly blended into the crowd and vanished from sight. He did not rush to flee. Instead, he approached a beggar by the roadside and exchanged attire with him. The garments he donned were those befitting a wealthy young master. Despite having been punctured by Tang San's flying needles and stained with blood, the clothes were meticulously cleaned and mended by Chu Yanqi, rendering them quite valuable, at least 100 times more costly than the beggar's rags. Thus, when the beggar heard Gu Chen's proposal for a swap, he inwardly cursed Gu Chen for his foolishness yet readily agreed. After Gu Chen changed his clothes, he immediately refreshed his appearance as the sole heir of a divine physician. This was a fundamental skill and a long-standing habit of his. To his astonishment, however, beggars had their own rules, and there were places one should not intrude upon. Just as he stepped into a blacksmith shop, 7 or 8 beggars encircled him without hesitation, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. Just as Gu Chen was about to unleash his martial spirit to teach these beggars a lesson, he spotted a woman rushing toward him from a distance. The woman had long, light golden hair cascading down to her waist, striking cerulean blue eyes, a delicate and straight nose, and thin, supple lips. Dressed in a light blue short skirt that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her long, slender legs were adorned with crystal blue sandals, exuding an aura of breathtaking beauty. This enchanting figure was none other than Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and a member of the Shrek 7 monsters. Upon witnessing Gu Chen being assaulted by a group of beggars, she immediately intervened, commanding, "Stop. All of you, cease at once." The beggars, upon noticing the 9-story pagoda floating behind her, recognized her as a soul master and promptly halted their assault, standing obediently in place. "I ask you, why do you attack him?" Ning Rongrong inquired. One of the more composed beggars, albeit nervously, replied, "He has overstepped. Beggars from the South City are not permitted in our North City. He has broken the rules. In this world, the status of soul masters far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, particularly for those like them who could only survive by begging." Thus, the man's gaze toward Ning Rongrong was tinged with fear and evasion. Despite her beauty, her inherent arrogance made it difficult to meet her eyes. "I do not care for your rules. Leave this instant." Yes, miss, we shall depart immediately." The composed beggar led his companions away, leaving in a hasty retreat while memorizing Gu Chen's appearance, perhaps intending to teach him a lesson at a later time. Chapter 5. Rongrong is so gentle. Once the beggars had departed, Ning Rongrong approached Gu Chen, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. She squatted down before him, and in doing so, nearly caused Gu Chen, who was feigning severe injury, to lose his composure. Among the exercises of the 5 animals, there was one that could regulate a person's breath, allowing him to easily adjust his breathing to a near-death state. Having encountered her, he felt compelled to display his prowess. Seeing Gu Chen struggle to open one eye, attempting to sit up, he collapsed back down at the slightest exertion. "Do not move. How could they be so cruel? They could have killed you. This is a restorative sausage. Please eat it. It will heal your wounds." Thank you. Cough, fairy. Do not speak. You are gravely injured. Consume this first." Ning Rongrong, with her delicate, slender hand, offered him a sausage. Gu Chen attempted to accept it, but his hand dropped limply halfway. "Stay still. I shall feed you." Noticing the helplessness in Gu Chen's eyes, Ning Rongrong felt a fleeting moment of pity and sympathy. Momentarily forgetting her earlier intentions to pursue him, she leaned down, cradling Gu Chen's body, resting his head against her thigh, and brought the sausage to his lips. Gu Chen leisurely savored the sausage, embracing the essence of spring and its smoothness, as his injuries gradually healed. His gaze shifted towards another sausage. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong brought the second sausage to his lips. Having consumed the second restorative sausage, Gu Chen found that both his recent and lingering wounds had now completely mended. I am profoundly grateful for your divine intervention, he expressed, as sounds of contentment emanated from him. Gu Chen's stomach suddenly growled, and he became exceedingly embarrassed. You must be hungry, right? Here, take this and buy something delicious. Ning Rongrong offered him some silver coins. Gu Chen shook his head in refusal. No. This is too valuable. I cannot accept it. Take it. You have just recovered and need to replenish your strength. Use this money to buy some nutritious food, she insisted. Thank you, fairy. I shall not be rude. I will repay your kindness in the future, he replied gratefully. At that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly furrowed her brows. She spotted two familiar figures, Meng Yiran and Chu Yinchi. It turned out they had not departed after all. After Oscar and Ning Rongrong left, Chu Yinchi sighed in relief and said to Meng Yiran, Phew, you scared me. I thought you would actually tell them Gu Xiao's whereabouts. Yinchi, what do you take me for? Oscar wants to use my affection for Tang San to manipulate me. Does he truly believe I am so foolish as to not see through his intentions? I know Tang San's character very well. On the surface, he appears humble and kind. But beneath that facade lies a profound cunning, akin to an ancient being who has lived for decades. Gu Chen seems innocent, yet he is not simple. However, my intuition tells me he is not a villain. This is all I can do to assist him. Miss, do you truly have feelings for Tang San? I am uncertain. Perhaps I like him, or perhaps I do not. It may be more about my unwillingness to accept defeat, or perhaps I have yet to encounter someone more exceptional than him. Meng Yiran sighed. Being the granddaughter of the illustrious dragon and snake couple, she had been blessed with endless resources for cultivation, and her awakened martial soul, a rare snake-headed staff, was indeed formidable. Yet, having been defeated by Tang San twice, she felt a twinge of resentment. Seeing that her lady had not been blinded by love, Chu Yinchi felt relieved. Chu Yinchi was different from others. More accurately, she did not belong to this continent. She hailed from a higher realm known as the Divine Continent. What had come here was merely a fragment of her essence. Her purpose in this realm was to seek the 9-turn lotus seed, a divine herb capable of allowing a soul to undergo 9 rebirths. Due to the constraints of this world, her powers had been suppressed to merely the soul sect level, which was not particularly high in this realm. Above her were the Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Douluo, and Title Douluo. Thus, she had to conceal her true strength and temporarily rely on a local faction while searching discreetly. Longxi Valley was a relatively secluded sect in this area, with lenient rules for its subordinates, which is why she chose this place. When Meng Yiran noticed a man lying against Ning Rongrong's left inner thigh, his skirt billowing gently in the wind, revealing a hint of shy blush and delicate pink, she was momentarily taken aback and speechless. Hearing footsteps, Ning Rongrong turned her head and saw Meng Yiran and her attendant gazing at her with odd expressions. Suddenly, she realized something, and her fair face flushed crimson as she helped Gu Chen to his feet. You're all right now. I should take my leave. Thank you for saving my life. Miss, Gu Chen hurriedly expressed his gratitude. As Meng Yiran and Chu Yinchi approached, Gu Chen refrained from addressing Ning Rongrong as fairy again, fearing that if Meng Yiran and Chu Yinchi overheard, they might suspect his true identity, which would lead to trouble. Ning Rongrong, what brings you here? Meng Yiran asked, immediately regretting it, as it was evident that Ning Rongrong did not believe her. They had followed in the opposite direction, and their presence here only confirmed Meng Yiran's earlier deception. Miss Meng, why are you here? Ning Rongrong retorted, her tone laced with sarcasm. It seems I am not obliged to explain myself to you, am I? I have the freedom to be here, and you need not pry further. Miss Meng. The two exchanged glances, their disdain for one another palpable, and the atmosphere grew tense. My lady came here to procure some items for Longxi Valley. You are indeed doubting our earlier words, are you? Chu Yinchi remarked, not at all fond of Ning Rongrong's arrogance. If Gu Chen were indeed a villain, she would rather remain beside him than cast another glance at Ning Rongrong. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged association with Meng Yiran. But she found Ning Rongrong utterly detestable, especially since she was pursuing Gu Chen. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows, but remained silent. Just as the atmosphere became awkwardly tense, Gu Chen suddenly spoke up. Are you all searching for someone? The three turned to him in unison, surprised. Do not look at me like that. Your hurried expressions clearly indicate you are in search of someone important. Have you seen a young man, around 15 or 16, tall and slender, with delicate phoenix eyes? Ning Rongrong found it hard to believe that Meng Yiran was merely here for shopping. The shops in the northern part of Soto City were scarce. What could possibly be bought? It was evident that she was uneasy about the presence of that bad person. My lady, I believe you may have come for nothing. I have been here begging, and I have not encountered even a handsome youth, let alone a good-looking middle-aged gentleman. Ning Rongrong felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. She naturally believed Gu Chen's words, as she thought he had no reason to deceive her. She felt that no one would be so malicious as to deceive their own savior. Meng Yiran and Chu Yinqi were momentarily stunned. Having expected the young beggar to reveal Gu Chen's whereabouts, which would have put them in a rather awkward situation. Are you certain of what you saw? Ning Rongrong asked. Unwilling to give up. Since they had come this far, she was not afraid to ask another question. My lady, you saved my life. I promise to repay you. How could I deceive you? If I utter even a half-truth, let the heavens strike me down. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with those who bullied me just moments ago. Gu Chen, by nature a person of meticulous caution, had awakened the chameleon martial spirit, endowing him with observational skills far beyond the ordinary. Prior to his arrival here, he had already scrutinized the surroundings. When he came, he was accompanied solely by the beggar with whom he had exchanged garments. It was impossible for anyone to have seen him. As for the beggar, fearing a change of heart from Gu Chen, he had long since fled. By now, he likely had sold that piece of clothing and was enjoying a carefree existence. I believe in you. Here are some silver coins. You are still so young. Go and learn a trade, and refrain from begging any longer. In a fleeting moment, Gu Chen felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening as he gazed at Ning Rongrong. He solemnly accepted the silver coin and bowed deeply before her. May I inquire your name, miss? I shall surely repay you in the future. I am Ning Rongrong. You need not concern yourself with repayment. Living well is the greatest gratitude you can offer me. The actions of Ning Rongrong were observed by Meng Yiran and Chu Yinqi, who, initially intending to mock her, found their resolve diminished. They chose silence and departed quietly. Once they left, Ning Rongrong sensed a possible misjudgment on her part. After wishing Gu Chen well, she hurriedly pursued the direction of Oscar. Following her departure, Gu Chen swiftly concealed himself in a corner, transforming his youthful visage into that of a handsome young man. He planned to change his attire and rent a shop in Soto City to engage in small business ventures, until he discerned who sought to harm him. He could not afford to return home openly. Nolan Jia had awaited him in Notting City for years, solely for the promise of a journey. And those who sought his demise were certainly not Nolan Jia. Moreover, the individual capable of poisoning him and stealthily delivering his corpse to Xiao Wu's room must possess considerable strength, likely a significant figure within the Gu family. In his recollections, the previous incarnation of Gu Chen had harbored affections for Xiao Wu, only to be rebuffed in favor of her studies, and later humiliated by Tang San. A little brother, yet to fully mature, attempting to engage in romance. Unbeknownst to him, this incident had spread throughout the Gu family within just 2 days, rendering Gu Chen a laughingstock among them. Whispers of his youthful indiscretions and early romantic pursuits echoed across the household. When the head of the Gu family caught wind of this, who valued reputation above all, he issued a stern decree forbidding anyone from discussing the matter and prohibited Gu Chen from any further contact with Xiao Wu. The reason no one came to Gu Chen's defense stemmed primarily from their fear of Tang San's master, Yu Xiaojiang. Though an informant within the spirit hall, his knowledge was extensive. In the entirety of Notting City, few dared to offend certain individuals, and the Gu family, known for their formidable standing, would never back down. To eliminate Gu Chen and deliver his body to Xiao Wu's room, even if the poison failed, his resilience would not spare him from Tang San's wrath. A man notorious for his fierce protection of his sister. Moreover, the crux of the matter was the aversion to antagonizing Tang San. Thus, those from Gu Chen's lineage would remain sidelined. This was the true objective, and the poisoner was indeed malicious beyond measure. Contemplating these revelations, Gu Chen's expression darkened, his lips curling into a grimace as he clenched his teeth. He was determined to uncover the identity of the one who had caused the demise of his predecessor. Though this individual had indirectly aided in his resurrection, failing to identify them left his life perpetually at risk. Most critically, having merged with the memories of his former self, he found himself burdened with new ties. There were those he was compelled to protect, and he could not afford to perish so easily. Chapter 6. Farewell, Xiao Wu. In his childhood, Gu Chen's father mysteriously vanished, leaving his mother to single-handedly raise him. At the tender age of 6, he awakened his martial soul, which turned out to be an unremarkable silver needle, earning him the derision of others who mockingly referred to him as Thin Dog. Nevertheless, his mother steadfastly believed in him, always offering encouragement. She insisted that awakening a silver needle was not a misfortune, suggesting that he might one day become a master healer. While her words seemed well-intentioned, one must consider the context. This is the Douluo Continent, a realm dominated by soul masters whose physiques are extraordinarily robust, rendering illness a rarity. Even when ailments do occur, a healing-type soul master can typically resolve them with a single soul skill, raising the question of the necessity for conventional doctors. The profession of medicine is exceedingly rare, and characterizing it as a mere anomaly would not be an exaggeration. Ordinary individuals, when unwell, would seek the services of lower-ranked healing soul masters, who are both cost-effective and swift in their treatments. It is only in cases of overwhelming demand that they might turn to a physician. In his previous life, Gu Chen's mother passed away prematurely. In this life, she fell ill 3 years ago and has remained bedridden ever since. Strangely, no one has been able to diagnose her condition, not even the 2 high-ranking healing soul masters from Notting City, who were unable to effect a cure. Now, Gu Chen's objective is to visit his mother discreetly, to uncover the nature of her malady, as he senses something amiss, just as he was contemplating the path ahead. Lost in thought, the very group of beggars who had recently assaulted him closed in once more. Gu Chen's lips twitched. What? Has he become addicted to bullying him? Oh. This lad's attire bears a striking resemblance to that of the little beggar he just encountered. But never mind. Since he is an unfamiliar face among beggars, his presence here disrupts our rules. Let us teach him a lesson. As this group of beggars approached, intent on assaulting Gu Chen, he was resolute not to indulge them this time. With the awakening of his chameleon martial soul, he now possessed the remarkable ability of camouflage. Furthermore, having learned the 5-animal play, he could disguise his martial soul into a form he was well acquainted with. He chose to transform his martial soul into that of a mighty Vajra bear, determined to impart a lesson to this unruly crowd. The moment the mighty Vajra bear martial soul manifested, the beggars recoiled in terror. Boss, he has awakened a martial soul, and a formidable beast martial soul at that. Fear not, everyone. Do not panic. His soul power must be pathetic, or he wouldn't have fallen to the status of a beggar. Let us all charge at him together. Then, a series of thunderous sounds erupted as Gu Chen dispatched the group with a few swift strikes, leaving them sprawled on the ground. They had grossly miscalculated Gu Chen's strength, though he had just been reborn and possessed little soul power. The memories of his former life had bestowed upon him knowledge of various soul power cultivation methods. The first method was absorption, the most commonly employed technique by soul masters, wherein one meditates to convert the energies of the universe into soul power for personal gain. However, while this method is solid, it is notoriously slow in yielding progress. The second method is inheritance, which involves receiving gifts from powerful beings to enhance one's own abilities, essentially, the absorption of soul bones and the sacrifices of soul beasts. The third method, plunder, entails directly absorbing the soul power of soul beasts or soul masters for one's own use, although this requires substantial time to digest, making it less favorable for long-term cultivation. Through meditation over the past few days, Gu Chen had regained some soul power, reaching the 2nd rank of a soul master, making it effortless to deal with this unruly band. Suddenly, a rough voice called out, and a burly middle-aged man emerged from the shadows. This individual bore a warm smile, yet exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Gu Chen regarded the burly man with a hint of caution, recognizing him as Xiao Wu, a teacher from Shrek Academy. What was he doing here? What were his intentions? Noticing Gu Chen's silence and his darting eyes, coupled with his protective grip on his money pouch, Xiao Wu realized that the young man must have misunderstood his presence. Amused by the situation and intrigued by this fellow who shared the same martial spirit as him, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Young man, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not a villain. I just observed your formidable use of the great strength Titan bear martial spirit, which is quite impressive. However, your technique seems somewhat flawed. It appears you have not undergone professional training. You lack a mentor, do you not? Would you like to join Shrek Academy? My own martial spirit is also the great strength Titan bear, and I can guide you. Who are you?" Gu Chen feigned ignorance, inquiring deliberately. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Xiao Wu, a rank 77, spirit saint. Gu Chen pretended to be astounded, his mind racing with thoughts of how to escape swiftly. Although he had awakened the chameleon martial spirit, Tang San possessed the purple extreme magic eyes. If he were to attend Shrek Academy, an inevitable encounter would occur, and should he be discovered, his fate would be sealed. Xiao Wu, observing Gu Chen's astonishment, found himself increasingly entertained. "So, young man, have you given it any thought? Will you accompany me?" With a confident demeanor, Xiao Wu anticipated that Gu Chen would agree. Yet the subsequent words he heard nearly made him leap in surprise. "Uncle, I appreciate your kind offer, but I have no interest in cultivation. I simply wish to be a carefree individual. How delightful are small creatures. We should not harm them. We ought to protect them." Gu Chen's words were earnest and profoundly moving, causing even the so-called unmoved king, Xiao Wu, to feel a tinge of embarrassment, his cheeks slightly flushed. Nearby, several beggars sprawled on the ground wore expressions of disdain. They sneered at the notion of a lack of talent being cloaked in such grandiloquent justifications, declaring that in terms of shamelessness, they would bow in submission. Unbeknownst to Gu Chen, whose remarks were merely intended as a polite refusal to Xiao Wu, a keen-eared young woman overheard the exchange. With a graceful leap, she executed a series of flips in midair, landing elegantly before Gu Chen. Upon recognizing the girl before him, Gu Chen was taken aback, his heart racing with fervor. What a remarkable coincidence. The newcomer was none other than the charming Xiao Wu, with whom he had shared an intimate moment just days prior. Adorned in a fitted pink dress, she sported a delightful pair of fluffy rabbit ears, her delicate features and curvaceous figure captivating. Her Irish peach-colored shoes accentuated her graceful stature, rendering her irresistibly adorable. She playfully blinked at Xiao Wu, relishing his moment of discomfort. With a charming smile that curved invitingly at the corners of her lips, she teased, "Teacher Xiao, I never imagined you could also experience rejection. Hehe. This young gentleman is absolutely right. As soul masters, we should not only focus on slaughter but also strive to protect our little animal friends." No. Having encountered such a spirited individual, she resolved not to relinquish him easily. Xiao Wuji's persistence was not merely due to Gu Chen's innate talent. In the realm of Douluo Continent, a soul master's potential to thrive hinges not solely on their innate abilities but significantly on the depth of their spirit. Although Gu Chen merely executed a few simple leg raises and palm strikes, seemingly chaotic in nature, he nonetheless showcased the essence, spirit, and intent of the mighty Vajra bear martial spirit to its fullest extent. Should he one day grow formidable enough to reach the soul sage level, he could elevate the manifestation of the mighty Vajra bear's form, spirit, and intent to an unparalleled zenith. Even if faced with 10 or, dare I say, 20 opponents of the same caliber, they would stand no chance against him. "Young man, I shall inquire once more. Will you accompany me or not?" Xiao Wuji's expression bore a hint of solemnity as he exerted a measure of pressure. Gu Chen immediately felt a constriction in his breath, and cold sweat began to break out on his back. However, he was never one to submit easily. He fixed his gaze upon Xiao Wuji, gritting his teeth and gasping. He articulated each word with effort. "I have stated before that I do not enjoy cultivation. I simply do not enjoy it. If you wish for me to yield, it shall only be under the condition that..." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji sensed a glimmer of hope, and a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Yet, just as a few pristine teeth were revealed, he heard Gu Chen weakly continue, "Unless you increase the payment." Xiao Wuji's smile faltered, and he nearly lost his temper, almost striking him down with a single blow, his expression freezing in shock. After Gu Chen finished speaking, he fainted. He truly lost consciousness. Having run desperately to evade the pursuit of Ning Rongrong and Oscar, he was both famished and exhausted. He had just dealt with a few beggars and was now overwhelmed by the uncontrolled pressure exerted by Xiao Wujia. He could no longer endure it. Chapter 7. May I embrace you? As Gu Chen collapsed, he was nearest to Xiao Wu, who found herself momentarily entranced by his final two words. In a sudden and unexpected turn of events, she felt a hard object collide with her soft chest, prompting an instinctive response to execute a shoulder throw. In that fleeting instant, she caught a glimpse of his tightly shut eyes and realized he had succumbed to unconsciousness, causing her to halt her movement. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by Tang San, who arrived just in time. His expression darkened significantly, and his seething rage could be felt even from a distance of 10 miles. At that moment, Xiao happened to look up, her gaze locking with Tang San's. He lightly flicked his tongue against the inside of his lower lip, squinting his eyes, his face displaying an indescribable malice. Recognizing this expression, Xiao Wu understood that Tang San was angry and must have misunderstood her intentions. Hastily, she entrusted Gu Chen to Xiao Wujia, saying, "Teacher Xiao, please look after him for a moment." Xiao Wujia nodded, taking Gu Chen into his care, regretting that he hadn't exerted a bit more strength earlier, fearing the young man might have met a dire fate. In the Tiando Empire, within an office of the Wuhuan branch in Tiando City, Yao Xian, clad in an alluring black lace professional outfit, leaned seductively against a slender man. With a captivating gaze, she playfully remarked, "Father, do you think Sachi Ma will be furious when he sees us like this?" Let him be angry, it's his own fault. With a seductive enchantress like you at his disposal, if he cannot be satisfied, then his existence is a disgrace to the Soft family. Yao Xian, we must hurry. In just an hour, I have to head to the Tiando Palace to discuss the Senior Soul Master competition with Emperor Shui. All right. Moments later. The office was once again filled with intermittent sounds of muffled moans. After Gu Chen Huan fell, he felt as though he had collided with something, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself in a peculiar realm. This world was more enchanting than that of Avatar, with crystal-clear lakes shimmering under the silvery moonlight, sending ripples across the surface. A pair of starry, translucent feet danced in the water. Colorful fish frolicked joyously within the lake, while an owl perched silently on a treetop, gazing into the distance. As if recalling distant memories. You have arrived, a melodious voice of a young girl echoed. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old. Donned in a fiery red dress, her exquisite, delicate face resembling a flawless sculpture. Her large, bright eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. Her slender fingers and petite waist, complemented by lips of a vivid crimson hue, were strikingly mature for her age. Little girl, where is this place? He inquired. Little girl? She chuckled softly. Perhaps someone referred to me as such millions of years ago. Gu Chen was taken aback, gazing at the young girl with a sense of disbelief. Her words carried an indescribable weight of melancholy and sorrow. She danced gracefully, her form flowing with the wind upon the towering tree that spanned the lake. Moonlight cascaded upon her exquisite dress, while the gentle reflections from the water's surface illuminated her face, rendering her utterly enchanting and captivating. As the dance concluded, Gu Chen remained entranced by the ethereal beauty of the girl, lost in the enchanting realm of her movements. The girl had already descended from the branch, gliding across the lake's surface to stand beside him. You must be quite curious as to why I have come here, her ethereal voice resonated. Gu Chen awakened from a dreamlike state, his gaze fixed intently upon the young woman before him. In this moment, with her so close, he truly grasped the extent of her beauty. It was a beauty so profound that it could render one oblivious to all desires, leaving one breathless. Each of her eyelashes appeared as if meticulously sculpted from onyx, while her hair cascaded like the tender branches of the tree of life. Her starry eyes sparkled with vitality. Her breaths elongated and gentle, and as her crimson lips parted and closed, there emanated an aura of profound natural grace. Gu Chen gazed at her for a full 7 or 8 seconds, while the young girl did not disturb him, allowing him to observe her in silence. Have you seen enough? Gu Chen shook his head, then seemed to reconsider and promptly nodded, only to shake his head again as doubts resurfaced. Finally, he awkwardly smiled at the girl, who burst into laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells. You little rascal, you are truly amusing. You clearly wish to see, but are worried about this and that. The girl pointed delicately to her heart with fingers as smooth as jade. Being called a little rascal by a girl who appeared younger yet was possibly vastly more mature did not embarrass him in the slightest. After all, isn't there a saying? If you are not embarrassed, then others are. Gu Chen found himself in that very state. His gaze upon the girl was not driven by any base desire. He was not inclined towards such sordid thoughts. Rather, it was a pure admiration for something beautiful. A curious fascination with a perfect maiden. May I embrace you? Gu Chen asked abruptly. The girl displayed a look of astonishment but quickly regained her composure. For she perceived a glimmer of mirth in Gu Chen's eyes. He intended to substantiate his earlier statement that external beauty is merely a fade, and what truly matters is the heart. Certainly, Gu Chen embraced the young girl, feeling the temperature of her body. She was soft yet chillingly cold, as if she were a lifeless being untouched by vitality. How is it? Should I still hold you? The girl seemed to perceive Gu Chen's thoughts. Her words laced with a hint of teasing. Of course, why not? It is precisely because you are cold that I wish to warm you, no matter your age. In this moment, you are like a little sister to me, and a sister deserves a brother to protect her, to provide her warmth. The girl's heart, previously calm, was stirred by the term brother. Indeed, she once had a brother, a remarkable hero. Wherever he was, she felt like a cherished princess. But he was gone now, vanished. 2 crystalline tears slid down her cheeks, falling gracefully through the air like glimmering stars. Gu Chen gently wiped away her tears. The young girl softly pushed Gu Chen away. Time was short, and she would soon depart from this world. While there's still a moment, let me impart a set of techniques to you. Why would you share your techniques with me? Because you are too feeble, as my disciple. You cannot afford to be weak. But I never agreed to be your apprentice. Gu Chen looked at the girl with a hint of confusion. The girl smiled faintly, refraining from offering an explanation and instead countered with a question. Having inherited my divine will, what purpose do you serve if not as my disciple? This only deepened Gu Chen's bewilderment. There is no time to explain. Do you truly desire power? I suppose. Gu Chen replied uncertainly. If you wish for it, then come with me. Gu Chen followed the young girl into a quaint little wooden cabin, where the furnishings were remarkably simple. There stood a bamboo chair, a small square wooden table, and a petite bed draped with white curtains. Additionally, at the side of the table lay a circular stone clearing, reminiscent of half a basketball court, adorned with a large red heart carved into its surface, occupying nearly half of the space. Remove your clothes and step forward. The girl's calm and ethereal voice echoed once more. Dear, should I leave one piece on or remove everything? Everything. She replied with a chilling tone that brooked no argument. Very well. Gu Chen stripped off all his garments and stood before the young girl. She cast a fleeting glance at him, a flicker of disappointment shimmering in her eyes. Please, step inside, she instructed, gesturing toward the circular clearing ahead, beckoning Gu Chen to approach. Chapter 8. Tang San, the Eavesdropper. Gu Chen walked to the center of the circular clearing, where the character for heart was inscribed. She settled into a cross-legged position, closed her eyes, and immersed her spirit in the profound essence of the character. The maiden's ethereal voice resonated, reminiscent of a crystalline stream flowing through a stone cavern in the depths of winter. Gu Chen sat cross-legged, his mind beginning to conjure the character for heart that he had just seen, immersing himself in its essence. He perceived the heart as if it were in motion. Yet still, it felt both near and distant. This sensation of something tantalizingly close yet perpetually unattainable stirred a restlessness within him. The heart encompasses all things, yet is also disturbed by them. One must first cultivate tranquility within oneself. Just as Gu Chen's thoughts began to spiral, a soothing voice whispered near his ear. He sensed its proximity, as if the voice were almost melding with his being, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He held his breath and focused, striving to perceive the natural order around him. He attempted to disregard the voice, recognizing it as merely a manifestation of his inner turmoil. It is perplexing how this young man has become entangled with such malevolence, the girl murmured softly. Upon hearing the distant sound, Gu Chen realized it was but a figment of his imagination. What was happening to him lately? Why did he so frequently entertain such nefarious thoughts? Gu Chen furrowed his brow, deeply contemplating the 6 words spoken by the young girl, to perceive the heavenly principle everywhere. Does this imply that one must experience and practice the heavenly principle within oneself in various environments? What, then, is the heavenly principle that resides within me? Is it benevolence? My sister, kind and virtuous, met a tragic end. My master, who devoted himself to alleviating the suffering of the world, upheld goodness in the great way. Yet he too was forced to his demise. In this life, my mother, who sought no conflict with the world, whom has she offended? Yet she lies in torment upon her sickbed day after day. Is it the fault of goodness? No, it is the malevolence that goes unpunished. The indifference of the heavenly path that condones evil. If heaven and earth are devoid of compassion, treating all beings as mere fodder, then let me become the most wicked person in the world. I shall contend with heaven, with earth, with humanity, and with all the injustices of this realm. I shall grow stronger, and as my resolve solidifies, Gu Chen's heart gradually begins to calm. He gazes once more at the heart within his mind. It no longer sways. The bright red character for heart pulsating as if it were a steadfast heartbeat. With each thump, 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 an unexplainable force surges into his being. He senses himself merging with the environment around him. Even with his eyes closed, he perceives everything clearly. He can feel the girl watching him, her smile radiant and beautiful, like a white peony blooming under the blazing sun, innocent and carefree. Congratulations, you have passed the test of the Xuanqing technique. You are now qualified to learn it. You may open your eyes now and don your garments. I shall impart to you the first 3 volumes of the Xuanqing technique. Gu Chen, following her words, opened his eyes and approached the young woman, donning his garments. The girl, with her delicate, alabaster fingers, gently pressed against his forehead, imparting a stream of knowledge into his mind. The Xuanqing Gong is a remarkable tome, synthesizing the essences of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism. Confucianism speaks of the human heart and the way of the heart. Buddhism declares the heart as the root of all malevolence, yet also the heart is the Buddha, asserting that the heart itself is the creator of the Buddha. Taoism asserts that when the heart is tranquil, all things are at peace. The Xuanqing Gong emphasizes the absence of self and objects, urging one to act according to their heart, even in wrongdoing, with a calm demeanor and devoid of guilt. The first realm of the Xuanqing Gong is the realm of guiding qi, where the heart serves as a guide to draw in the myriad energies of the universe, fostering an understanding of the Tao. The second realm, the realm of reflection, utilizes the heart as a mirror to reveal the essence of objects. Conversely, using objects as mirrors to unveil the nature of the heart. The gathered energies are refined into a heart mirror, enabling one to observe all things and discern the truths within. The third realm, the realm of the hidden sea, recognizes that all schemes are mere trifles. Only through self-reliance can one receive the aid of heaven. Life is seldom a smooth journey, and those without fruit naturally attain enlightenment. The heart conceals an ocean of depth, untouched by worldly light. Having witnessed the vicissitudes of life with remarkable clarity, traversing the clouds and knowing the vastness of the world, time has come, you must return. The girl's voice resonated with an ethereal chill. Gu Chen gazed reluctantly at the young girl. Master, what is your name? How can I return here next time? Yi Jingzhu, she replied. Once you have perfected your Xuanqing technique, you will naturally find your way back. Now, return. With a gentle flick of her delicate hand, Yi Jingzhu signaled him to leave. Gu Chen was suddenly greeted by a waft of fragrant air, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself encircled by three exquisitely beautiful women. Two of them were familiar to him. One was Xiao Wu, and the other was Ning Rongrong. The third lady, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, possessed an extraordinarily alluring figure. Her beauty rivaled that of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Yet what captivated Gu Chen most was her aloof and distant elegance. This was a type of woman he found particularly intriguing. He understood that such a woman was often impervious to the advances of men. However, should one manage to win her over, she would undoubtedly devote herself wholeheartedly, heralding a life of blissful happiness. You're awake? Xiao Wu's fluffy ears twitched as her large, enchanting eyes fixated on Gu Chen, breaking into a charming smile. Where am I? How did I end up here? This is Shrek Academy. You fainted, and it was teacher Zhao who brought you back. He even changed your clothes. Ah. Gu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. This was the first time in his life he had been seen naked by an older man. Don't worry. Teacher Zhao is very discreet and won't divulge your secret. Gu Chen observed their laughter, so unrestrained and malicious, that even the woman in black could not suppress her mirth. This Zhao Wuji must have divulged the secrets he harbored. Ever since Gu Chen's predecessor confessed to Xiao Wu and was humiliated by Tang San, he had often found himself the target of ridicule. In a bid to appear more fearsome, he contemplated hiring a tattoo master to ink a dragon upon his body, hoping to manifest his imposing aura. However, to his utter dismay, the tattoo master he hired for 3 gold soul coins turned out to be a charlatan. The dragon etched upon him resembled neither dragon nor snake, looking utterly grotesque. Since that day, he had refrained from visiting public baths, fearing the derision of others. Is there something you 3 beautiful ladies require of me? Surrounded by such enchanting women, most would surely revel in delight, but Gu Chen was not one of them. Having secretly studied some Taoist scriptures and possessing knowledge of certain medical arts, he could deduce a person's fortune within a short span based on their physical responses. For instance, at this moment, he could discern from Xiao Wu's bright eyes that his own fate appeared grim, his brow dark, eyes devoid of spirit, and lips parched. After glancing at the neckline of the approaching woman in black, he concluded that this heralded a dire omen. We seek you out, naturally, for something auspicious. Gu Chen, tell us, which of us 3 do you deem the most beautiful? Xiao Wu abruptly inquired, her eyes blinking playfully. Gu Chen's lips twitched. He was acutely aware that a soul-searching inquiry was imminent. Had he not mastered the Xianxin technique, he would have been at a loss for words. With narrowed eyes, he surveyed the 3 women before him and calmly declared, "Pardon my frankness, but the lot of you are utterly worthless." The trio was left in a state of shock, completely unprepared for such audacious words from Gu Chen. Just as they were about to erupt in fury, Gu Chen quoted, "The master said, only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. If drawn close, they become disrespectful. If kept at a distance, they bear resentment. Women cherish their beauty, and petty men cherish their lives. Both are devoid of integrity, and thus are but refuse. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, teach him a lesson." Knowing well the challenges of dealing with women and petty men, he still dares to offend them. It seems he is itching for trouble. Ning Rongrong, incensed, was the first to charge forward, fists raised, followed closely by Xiao Wu and the woman in black, all intent on striking him. Oh dear, oh dear. How delightful. As these words escaped his lips, Tang San, who had been lurking at the door with a smirk, suddenly wore a grim expression. Just as Ning Rongrong's delicate fist was about to land on Gu Chen, he decisively bit his finger, swiftly inscribing 4 characters in his palm. Someone's outside. He displayed this revelation to the 3 women. Their astute minds immediately grasped the reason behind Gu Chen's reckless proclamation. He was merely seeking self-preservation. The individual lurking at the door could only be Tang San, as Xiao Wu was otherwise occupied with training alongside Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun for the Spirit Hall competition. It was inconceivable for him to eavesdrop outside without reason. This left Tang San as the sole possibility. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he intended to apologize to Xiao Wu or was merely concerned about her potential affections for another. If it were the former, he could approach her openly to express his regrets, which might make it easier for Xiao Wu to accept. However, at this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance. Tang San had changed. His trust in her was no longer as steadfast as before. Following their quarrel, he had grown cold and had even suggested that girls ought to conduct themselves properly. Upon hearing these words from Tang San, Xiao Wu recognized the underlying insult directed at her, inciting her anger. She had engaged in a fierce argument with him, and since then, they had been avoiding one another. Today, Zhao Wujie had originally intended to include Tang San in their training session, leaving Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to instruct Gu Chen. Xiao Wu excelled in agile close combat, while Zhu Zhuqing was skilled in stealth, and Ning Rongrong specialized in support and various enhancements. In fact, having just Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing train Gu Chen would have sufficed. However, Oscar had somehow offended Ning Rongrong, prompting her to insist on remaining as Gu Chen's sparring partner. After waiting so long for a newcomer to train, she could not afford to miss this splendid opportunity. Anticipating Tang San's arrival, Xiao Wu deliberately sought to provoke him. Transforming her fists into claws, she playfully pressed down on Gu Chen's shoulder, eliciting a pleasurable gasp from him. "What are you doing?" A voice tinged with irritation resonated from the doorway. A man of ordinary appearance, bordering on unattractive, stepped inside. Upon locking eyes with Xiao Wu, he quickly averted his gaze. "Teacher Xiao, you summoned us to instruct the new student. What is this behavior? Are you Tang San? The 3 senior sisters were just teaching me. Did you not notice? Senior sister Xiao Wu has been helping me clear my meridians, allowing me to absorb soul power at a much faster rate. I am now a 3rd-tier soul master. Ning Rongrong and this beautiful senior sister have been assisting me in honing my physique, and I feel significantly more robust." Gu Chen unleashed his martial soul. The mighty golden bear, as his fur shimmered with a more resplendent golden hue, and his physique grew considerably more robust. The remarkable progress of Gu Chen can be attributed to his recent activation of the Xianxin technique, which facilitates the circulation of vital energy. By harmonizing with the myriad energies of heaven and earth, he attains a profound connection that allows him to absorb the soul force present in the environment with greater ease. Simultaneously, he incited the ire of the 3 women, inviting them to unleash their attacks upon him in order to absorb the anger emanating from them for his own refinement. Moreover, he deliberately adopted a mocking tone to provoke Tang San further. Although Gu Chen prides himself on not being a virtuous person, he cannot tolerate eavesdroppers, which he finds most distasteful. In his own words, he scorns those who sneak around like rodents and refuses to associate with such individuals. Chapter 9. Driving away Tang San upon witnessing Gu Chen manifest his martial spirit, despite being merely a soul master of the 3rd tier, he exhibited a bearing and intent comparable to that of Zhao Wuji, leaving Xiao Wu and her companions astonished, while Tang San's face was marred by jealousy. In Shrek Academy, one prodigious disciple was already sufficient. How could he tolerate the emergence of another? Moreover, this young man was far too audacious. Since his arrival, his eyes had not rested for a moment, surveying everything with an air of superiority that was utterly intolerable. "What is your name?" Tang San inquired coldly. "Names remain unchanged, and surnames are steadfast. I am Mu's descendant, Gu Chen," he declared, deliberately adopting an air of arrogance. Upon hearing the name Gu Chen, Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback. The name resonated with an uncanny familiarity. However, they could not recall where they had encountered it before, and thus chose not to dwell on the matter any further. Gu Chen's haughty demeanor stemmed from 2 reasons. First, he was intolerant of Tang San's arrogant attitude. Second, he sought to provoke Tang San, having realized that the anger he exuded alone surpassed the combined fury of Xiao Wu and the other young ladies by several folds. He felt that if he continued to infuriate Tang San, it wouldn't take long before he achieved a new breakthrough. Tang San, incensed by Gu Chen's arrogant disposition, ground his teeth in frustration, wishing nothing more than to strike Gu Chen down. However, he restrained himself, aware that doing so would shatter the persona he had cultivated over the past decade. Such a reaction was unbecoming of a true Tang sect disciple. Taking a deep breath, Tang San suppressed his fury and attempted to speak in a calm tone. "Since you possess such remarkable talent, junior brother, I happen to have some soul skills to share. Today, as I have no pressing matters, why not allow me to join you in practice? Do you really wish to fight me?" Do you think I am oblivious? With these three beautiful senior sisters guiding me, your presence is superfluous. Are you seeking your own demise? Tang San's face contorted with rage as he bit his lip. The hidden sword in his sleeve was primed for action. Tang San, what are you doing? He is a disciple personally chosen by Teacher Zhao. Do you want to provoke Teacher Zhao? Xiao Wu glared at Tang San, her delicate figure stepping protectively in front of Gu Chen, igniting a surge of jealousy within him. Indeed, Tang San, do not act impulsively. Stay composed. The previously silent woman in black finally spoke, stepping forward to press down Tang San's slightly raised arm. Xiao Wu, are you truly willing to oppose me for him? You saw how he disregarded me. Third brother, you have changed. You used to be calm and composed. But look at you now. You are truly disappointing. Very well, you have some nerve. Tang San shot a fierce glance at Gu Chen before departing in frustration. Watching Tang San's retreating figure, disappointment clouded Xiao Wu's eyes. Once he had left, she sat silently on a stool, her eyes reddened with suppressed anger. Xiao Wu, do not hold a grudge against Tang San. He must care for you deeply, which is why his behavior was so extreme. Allow him some time to cool off. I trust his wisdom will guide him back to reason soon. Yes, I am fine now. Thank you, Rongrong. Why thank me? Don't you still need to train the new junior brothers? Let's begin now. Zhu Zhuqing said eagerly, her fists clenched in anticipation. The sight of Gu Chen's charming and rebellious demeanor reminded her of Dai Mubai. Though she could not contend with Dai Mubai, the junior brother was fair game. All right. Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong shared an excited glance, recalling Gu Chen's earlier remark that likened them to mere garbage, an unforgivable affront indeed. The three young women approached Gu Chen once more, Xiao Wu batting her adorable eyes and revealing a devilish grin. Hello, handsome. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Xiao Wu, 15 years old, and a level 40 Assault System Battle Soul Master. I am Zhu Zhuqing, 14, and a level 40 Agility System Battle Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, 15, and a level 40 Support System Battle Soul Master. Upon hearing the impressive talents of the three ladies, even Gu Chen, who had anticipated their prowess, was taken aback. Their gifts were indeed extraordinary. Recognizing the mischievous smiles on their faces, Gu Chen understood that a storm was brewing and managed an awkward smile. I am Gu Chen. It is a pleasure to meet you, lovely ladies. I owe my thanks for your timely assistance. Ha ha ha. Your words are quite charming. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Gu Chen. As the gentle breeze caressed the hilltop, willow catkins danced in the air, and the sun rose late, casting its golden rays. Gu Chen has been at Shrek for a month now, and during this time, he has yet to encounter Tang San. According to Oscar, Tang San has ventured out for training. Remarkably, over this month, Gu Chen has revolutionized the perceptions of everyone at Shrek. His cultivation soaring like a rocket to the rank of a level 3 Soul Master. With the assistance of Ning Rongrong and others, he has acquired an 800-year-old Earth Golden Hair Bear Soul Ring, granting him his first skill, Barbaric Charge. The distinctive feature of this skill is that it allows him to ram into enemies with his shoulder, possessing a 10 to 20 chance to induce a 3 to 5 second stun. Once activated, both Gu Chen's speed and strength increase by 30%, and a layer of yellow armor envelopes his arms, rendering them incredibly resilient. Under normal circumstances, such an extraordinary skill would elate Gu Chen. However, he finds himself devoid of joy. His daily regimen begins at 6 in the morning with a run, followed by breakfast at 8, and then practical combat with Xiao Wu and others, under the guidance of Zhao Wuji. He trains 10 hours during the day and 2 hours at night. Every 2 hours, Zhao Wuji ensures that food is delivered, predominantly consisting of meat from soul beasts like chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, with minimal salt. As Zhao Wuji puts it, excessive salt is detrimental to the kidneys. Gu Chen's primary training task is to endure punishment. Indeed, it is all about taking hits. Within Zhao Wuji's gravity domain, he faces a barrage of attacks, Xiao Wu's agile grapples, Zhu Zhuqing's phantom puncture, and Dai Mubai's white tiger light wave. Since Tang San shares a close bond with Dai Mubai, he specifically instructed Dai Mubai to take good care of Gu Chen before his departure. Today, it is Dai Mubai's turn to spar with Gu Chen. As Dai Mubai unleashes his white tiger martial spirit, Gu Chen beckons him with a finger. A hint of chill passes over Dai Mubai's handsome visage as he cracks his knuckles and twists his neck, preparing to strike. White tiger light wave. Dai Mubai. Wait a moment. Zhu Qing is here. Humph. Trying to deceive me with that again. Dai Mubai scoffs disdainfully. She really is here. Yu Qing. You look truly beautiful today. Humph. Keep pretending. As Dai Mubai's eyes glimmer with cold light, he twists his neck once more and raises his right claw, ready to launch an attack on Gu Chen. Gu Chen revealed a mischievous smile and called out loudly to Dai Mubai behind him. there is a beauty. With qualities as fragrant as orchids, a day without seeing her drives one to madness with longing. Witnessing Gu Chen's exaggerated expression, reminiscent of a rogue, Dai Bai could not help but twitch his lips, for this was not the first time Gu Chen had behaved in such a manner. He heard a chorus of giggles behind him and instinctively turned his head. However, in that very moment, Gu Chen made his move. A reckless collision ensued. Iron Mountain relied upon. Gu Chen's arms glowed with a radiant yellow light, and with a sudden burst of power from his feet, he propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed, launching Dai Bai into the air before he could even react. Chapter 10. Pranking Dai Bai. With an Easter egg at the end, after being knocked into the air, Dai Bai's mind momentarily froze. This young man had progressed far too swiftly. Despite his vigilance and maintaining a distance of at least 10 meters, Gu Chen had closed the gap in an instant. Unknown to Dai Bai, the rigorous training regimen of 10 hours during the day was set by Xiao Wu, while the additional 2 hours at night were arranged by Flandre. A fortnight prior, during a training session with Xiao Wu, Gu Chen had been thrown into the air. Flandre, witnessing his aerial glide, immediately took him for specialized training in the woods that very evening. Consequently, Gu Chen's speed, agility, and striking power had seen remarkable enhancement. During a brief absence of Flandre, the responsibility of honing Gu Chen's agility fell to Zhu Zhuqing, which is why he had grown so familiar with her. After colliding with Dai Bai, Gu Chen surged forward, executing a soaring strike that not only unleashed an explosive attack but also augmented his speed and granted him a semblance of flight. He then propelled Dai Bai back to the ground, elegantly flipping in the air before landing gracefully in front of Zhu Zhuqing, mimicking a move from Xiao Wu. "Yu Qing, I had too much to drink yesterday and found myself missing you terribly," he confessed. "Is that so?" Zhu Zhuqing replied, astonished. "Indeed, but upon waking this morning, I realized something else," he continued. "What is it?" she asked, a hint of disappointment lacing her curiosity. "Even after sobering up, I still found myself yearning for you," he revealed. "You." Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly, unable to suppress her amusement. This was not the first time Gu Chen had flirted with her. Despite her cool demeanor, she recognized his playful nature and found it rather entertaining. "Then, please, senior, feel free to take advantage of me," he joked. "Ha ha." Zhu Zhuqing erupted into laughter, unable to contain herself. The reason for Gu Chen's teasing was twofold. He sought to provoke Dai Bai, channeling the anger he elicited from him into his own cultivation. And he had discovered that garnering the affection of beautiful women could significantly aid in his pursuit of strength. The more stunning and powerful the woman, the greater the benefit to his development. It was akin to Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, whose beauty was rated above 9 out of 10. Gaining their favor would provide Gu Chen with approximately 1/5 of the experience points required for his current level. Notably, Xiao Wu was of a higher level than Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Gu Chen's experience points exceeded those acquired from the two women by a margin greater than 1/5. Albeit slightly. This led Gu Chen to ponder whether Yu Jingzhu, who had imparted upon him the Xuanqing technique, was once a romantic savant. Nonetheless, such thoughts were of little significance at present. His immediate concerns were to devise a means to swiftly depart from Shrek Academy and return to heal his ailing mother, while also navigating the precarious situation at hand. Upon rising from the ground, Dai Bai witnessed his fiancée being flirted with by a newly arrived junior, which incited his fury to the point of transformation. "White Tiger Titan transformation," he roared. "Dai Bai, have you lost your senses? Do you intend to kill him?" Zhu Zhuqing interposed her delicate form before Gu Chen. "Zhuqing, step aside. This brat ambushed me. I must teach him a lesson. Senior, you must move. With such a poor attitude, how could you aspire to lead? If you were to step onto the battlefield, your body would surely grow cold. Tell me, how many times has it been now? You've shown no improvement at all." Gu Chen spoke with unwavering conviction, yet showed no intention of advancing. Upon hearing this, Dai Bai's eyes widened in fury, his white tiger martial spirit's fur bristling as he let out a roar towards the heavens. "Enough. The training has concluded." A gruff voice echoed. "No, Teacher Zhao, do not stop me. I wish to engage him in a fair battle." "A fair battle, you say? To contend at your soul sex level against one who has just ascended to the rank of soul master?" Gu Chen's words hit the mark. Were this not a competition? Had you been of equal standing, you would already be dead. It is astonishing that after so long, your mentality remains so poor. You have greatly disappointed me. "Teacher Zhao." Dai Bai protested, a hint of unwillingness in his tone. "Enough. Return and reflect on your actions," Xiao Wu admonished, his brow furrowed, his words laced with authority and a trace of ire. "Yes." Dai Bai retreated in frustration. Ever since Zhao Wuji had enlisted him to train alongside Gu Chen, he had found no advantage whatsoever. Gu Chen perpetually concocted various pretexts to disturb his tranquility, such as, "Dai Lao, your trousers have fallen." Such juvenile tricks were naturally dismissed by Dai Mubai. However, he soon felt a sudden chill in his nether regions. Upon glancing down, he was dismayed to discover that his trousers had indeed slipped to the ground. Clutching himself in embarrassment, he hastily pulled up his trousers and fled. The unfortunate incident transpired because, just a few days prior, Gu Chen had deceived Oscar into gambling with him, resulting in a substantial loss for the latter. The Xuanqing technique could absorb myriad energies, including an individual's fortune. Oscar had initially won a modest sum, but thereafter, he faced a string of defeats and accrued numerous promissory notes. Gu Chen presented the outstanding debt slips to Oscar, revealing that he had once learned certain gambling techniques from a master gambler. He proposed that if he could apply the colorless and odorless potion he provided on Dai Mubai's belt during their duel, their accounts would be settled. In return, he would impart to him the gambling skills he possessed. Gu Chen did not deceive him. In his previous life, during the years he sought vengeance for his master, he indeed learned the art of gambling from an elderly man of remarkable skill, only later to discover that this man was the renowned gambling saint, Hong Qiuxing. After much hesitation, Oscar acquiesced, for he too was curious to witness Dai Mubai's embarrassment, particularly since Ning Rongrong often remarked that he was not as manly as Dai Mubai. Since Gu Chen's arrival, Oscar had noticed that this young man harbored a plethora of cunning schemes, yet he was not unpleasant. Ning Rongrong, who had always despised flattery, found herself increasingly inclined towards Oscar, a pure-hearted boy, after Gu Chen repeatedly took advantage of her with his words. Gu Chen's intention was to evoke a spectrum of emotions within them, alternating between laughter and tears, thereby stimulating the various energies lying dormant within their beings. Possessing a keen sense of impending danger, he sensed a storm approaching and understood the necessity of hastening his own growth. Simultaneously, Zhao Wujie had promised him that once he reached level 30, he would grant him a brief respite. Although Zhao Wujie had a history of reneging on his promises, Gu Chen had no choice but to comply, as his ailing mother awaited his salvation. Having finally encountered a promising prospect, Zhao Wujie feared Gu Chen would escape. Consequently, he marked him with a soul mark that would allow him to track his movements and instructed Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to keep a vigilant watch over him, preventing any solitary ventures. Should Gu Chen dare to flee, he warned, their future would be bleak. Gu Chen was acutely aware of Zhao Wujie's unscrupulous nature. Previously, Zhao Wujie had assured him that upon completing his training, he would be allowed a couple of days of leisure. However, upon fulfilling his training, Zhao Wujie claimed that Gu Chen's rapid advancement had rendered his foundation unstable, insisting he wait until he had solidified his base before permitting any time off. Yet, when Gu Chen's foundation did stabilize, Zhao Wujie then insisted that he absorb a soul ring of at least 100 years before he would grant him leave. The outcome was predictable. He remained at the academy. When Gu Chen resisted training, Zhao Wujie threatened to expose his secrets, even demonstrating his strength by breaking stones with one hand, muttering to himself about the stubbornness of certain stones that would not yield until tested. This left Gu Chen with no choice but to continue following Zhao Wujie's lead. Fortunately, Zhao Wujie was protective. No matter how excessive Gu Chen's actions were, he would turn a blind eye, occasionally stepping in to defend him. Just as earlier, Zhao Wujie had been lurking in the shadows, observing, and only emerged when he sensed something amiss, hoping to earn Gu Chen's gratitude. Though Zhao Wujie appeared simple-minded, he possessed a profoundly intricate mind. Despite Gu Chen's diligent efforts over time to cultivate his Xuanqing Gong and Qi induction to a minor success, he could not fathom Zhao Wujie's true intentions. After Dai Mubai's departure, Zhu Zhuqing accompanied Gu Chen in training for several hours. As night descended, she led Gu Chen through the forest in pursuit of a soul beast known as the Crimson Flame Mouse. The Crimson Flame Mouse was roughly the size of an ordinary mouse, enveloped in crimson flames, adept at fire attacks, and possessed exceptional agility and an acute sense of danger. Capturing a Crimson Flame Mouse required a soul master's keen eyesight, swiftness, and dexterity, along with a pair of silken gloves to avoid burns. Gu Chen's objective for the night was to capture 50 Crimson Flame Mice within 2 hours. Otherwise, he would face a doubled training intensity the following day. Easter egg. After Tang Sen ventured out for training, Xiao Wu, unable to sleep, sat alone on the rooftop, hugging her knees. The autumn night was cool, and feeling the chill, she tightened her arms around herself. Gu Chen was in his room, practicing the mysterious heart technique. entering a state of formlessness and selflessness, merging with the vast expanse of the world within a radius of 10 miles. It was then that he noticed a slender young girl gazing vacantly into the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Xiao Wu. What could be troubling her? She appeared to be lost in thought. Having inadvertently put her to sleep upon his arrival, Gu Chen felt a twinge of guilt. Understanding that healing a wounded heart requires a delicate approach, he resolved to assist Xiao Wu. Gu Chen sat down before Xiao Wu. Is something troubling you, Senior Xiao Wu? No, I merely wish to enjoy a moment of solitude. What brings you here? I found myself thinking of someone, and, before I knew it, I had arrived. You, once again, are being rather frivolous. Xiao Wu covered her mouth and chuckled, her inner turmoil somewhat alleviated. Hee. When have you ever seen me serious, Senior? Have you heard of the Xiao? What is that? It is a musical instrument that, when played, can uplift one's spirits. What does it look like? Please take a look, Senior. Gu Chen took out a 6-holed Xiao, with 5 holes in the front and 1 at the back, presenting it before Xiao Wu. The Xiao is a wind instrument, suitable for both solo and ensemble performances. It is classified into 2 types, the Dong Xiao and the Qin Xiao, both being single-tube instruments played vertically, typically crafted from bamboo. The blowing hole is located at the upper end. Based on the number of sound holes, it can be categorized as a 6-holed Xiao or an 8-holed Xiao. The 6-holed Xiao features 5 holes in the front and 1 at the back, while the 8-holed Xiao has 7 in the front and 1 at the back. The instrument in my hands is indeed the 6-holed Xiao. Observing its appealing appearance, I wonder if the junior would be willing to perform a piece for me. Naturally. The setting is the academy, and it is likely that everyone is asleep. Sister, please follow me. All right, Xiao Wu nodded gently. Gu Chen brought her to a small stream beside a sparse grove, where they gazed up at the luminous moonlight that began to play. The sound of the flute flowed gently, accompanied by the silvery gleams scattered upon the water's surface, and unknowingly, Xiao Wu was entranced. After a considerable time, as the melody came to an end, Xiao Wu looked at Gu Chen with lingering desire for more. Gu Chen stood with one hand behind his back, gazing at the starry sky, softly reciting, "What is love in this world, that it compels one to pledge life and death? Travelers from the south to the north. How many seasons have they weathered? The joys of happiness, the sorrows of parting, amidst them linger the lovesick youth." Listening to Gu Chen's evocative lines, memories of the melodious flute he had just played flooded Xiao Wu's mind, enveloping her in a poignant yet enchanting tale, causing her to become somewhat entranced. At that moment, Gu Chen radiated a hazy glow, imparting an ethereal aura, and her heart began to flutter uncontrollably. Junior Gu, what was the name of the piece you just played? It felt so melancholic. Lonely Star's soliloquy, is it not beautiful? Indeed. Xiao Wu nodded earnestly. Would you like to learn it, Senior? Absolutely. Then I can teach you. Wonderful. You are truly the best, Junior. Xiao Wu swiftly pecked Gu Chen on the cheek, her face flushed with shyness. Consider this a reward. Gu Chen, with a smile, gently draped his arm over Xiao Wu's delicate shoulders and spontaneously composed a verse. There is a beauty, with captivating eyes, unforgettable upon sight, driving one to madness in thought. That night, Gu Chen taught Xiao Wu the art of playing the flute, and unbeknownst to her, the image of a certain someone began to take root within her heart. She found herself contemplating that it might be quite pleasant if Tang San were to return a little later. Chapter 11. The Scarlet Flame Golden-Haired Mouse. The Scarlet Flame Mouse resides in a relatively small forest, no more than 100 miles in circumference, known as the Andrew Forest. The soul beasts gathered here do not exceed 10,000 years in age, making it a suitable training ground for lower-ranked soul masters. Upon Gu Chen's arrival, Zhu Zhuqing resumed her usual aloof demeanor. You may enter now. This time, I will not assist you. Everything depends on you. Rest assured, senior sister, I shall ensure the completion of the task. If I finish ahead of schedule, will there be a reward? Gu Chen's eyebrows danced playfully, and Zhu Zhuqing stifled a laugh. Just as she was about to decline, she caught sight of Gu Chen's eager expression, causing her words to shift unexpectedly. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them. I shall see if I am capable of fulfilling them. I won't put you in a difficult position. I simply need you to accompany me to a certain place. What place? I will reveal it once I complete my task, so please wait for me. Gu Chen smiled as he dashed into the forest. With his acute perception and keen eyesight, Gu Chen continuously flipped and leaped through the forest in search of the crimson flame mouse. The gentle night breeze caressed the air, and the full moon hung high above. Yet the forest appeared particularly dark, as if shrouded by some malevolent curse, imparting a sense of profound silence and solitude. Gu Chen paid no mind to such matters. He was eager to complete his task and arranged to meet his senior at a specific location. After traversing 5 or 6 miles through the forest in a singular direction, he stumbled upon a large tree with a glowing red light emanating from its hollow. Approaching quietly, he discovered a fire rat gnawing on the bark within the tree hollow. Gu Chen stealthily approached, drawing within 10 meters of the crimson flame mouse. With a firm push against the soft earth beneath his feet, he propelled himself forward like a bolt from a crossbow. The crimson flame mouse, sensing imminent danger, instinctively sought to flee. Yet, it was a moment too late. Gu Chen seized its petite form, and terror mingled with a plea shone in its eyes. "Do not worry, I shall not take your life. Once my task is complete, you shall be released." Gu Chen skillfully bound the limbs of the crimson flame mouse with a particularly sturdy thread and tossed it into the bamboo basket slung over his back. A radiant smile illuminating his face. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze swiftly settled upon a golden-haired variant of the crimson flame mouse. "Oh, what a splendid breed of crimson flame mouse this is. It appears truly exquisite." An aged voice resonated. Gu Chen turned around and beheld an elderly man. His visage aged and his form stooped, emerging from the shadows. "Esteemed elder, who are you?" he inquired. "I am but an insignificant old fool, overlooked by the world." The elder chuckled in self-mockery. "What right do I have to possess it? I am merely a wretch scorned by life." "Elder, please do not speak so. No one should be belittled by this world, and you are no exception," Gu Chen implored. "Take it and depart from this place. Do not return henceforth." The elder spoke with a voice steeped in sorrow, a gentle yet resolute tone. "What? We cannot return here?" Gu Chen asked, puzzled. "This is a place of ill omen. Go now, take it away, and treat it kindly." Gu Chen intended to utter more words, but suddenly felt the darkness enveloping him. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself outside the enchanting Andrew forest. In his arms lay an adorable crimson flame golden mouse, its round, sparkling eyes gazing curiously at him. Gu Chen gently caressed its fur, and it squinted its eyes as if smiling at him. "What an enchanting little creature. From now on, you shall accompany me." The crimson flame golden mouse rolled its round eyes and extended a paw, leaving Gu Chen bewildered as he pondered its intentions. The crimson flame golden mouse pointed towards Gu Chen's pocket, prompting him to reach in and withdraw a sole gold coin, which he then presented before the mouse. "Do you desire this?" The mouse chirped excitedly in response. Gu Chen presented a gold coin before it, and to his astonishment, it bit off a third of the golden soul coin, crunching it with a delightful sound. Gu Chen was left utterly dumbfounded by its formidable teeth. Such an impressive set of chompers. After a few chews, the creature swallowed, and the crimson flames enveloping its body flickered even brighter, while its fur shimmered momentarily. It then fixated on the remaining gold coin in Gu Chen's hand, emitting a series of high-pitched squeaks. Gu Chen comprehended its unspoken demand. It was still hungry. This creature's appetite for gold was simply insatiable. Gu Chen, with a pang of reluctance, handed over the remaining gold coins to the crimson flame golden mouse. After indulging in the treat, the creature let out a contented belch. It then raised its diminutive paw, lazily gesturing towards a certain direction. "Do you wish for me to venture that way?" The mouse squeaked in response. "Very well, let us proceed to investigate." Gu Chen followed the direction indicated by the crimson flame golden-furred mouse and, after a short distance, stumbled upon a dark, ominous cave. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The crimson flame golden-furred mouse emitted another sound. Gu Chen furrowed his brows. "Do you wish for me to enter?" Squeak, squeak. The crimson golden-haired mouse emitted an excited and urgent sound. "Fortune favors the bold. I shall take the plunge." Gu Chen gritted his teeth, summoned his martial spirit, and cautiously stepped inside. The entrance of the cave was modest in size, yet the interior was quite spacious. After advancing approximately 10 meters, he was met with a deep, resonant dragon's roar. He hastily halted in his tracks. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The crimson flame golden-haired mouse, noticing Gu Chen's pause, emitted an anxious, urging sound once more. With a heavy heart, Gu Chen pressed onward into the depths. After traversing several more meters, the sound of a dragon's roar intensified, and Gu Chen felt a pressure akin to that of a grand soul master surging towards him. Cold sweat instantly poured down his back, and he found himself contemplating retreat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The crimson flame golden-haired mouse emitted an excited sound, as if fearing Gu Chen might not comprehend. It animatedly gestured with its tiny paws before him. "Are you saying there are treasures ahead, and in great numbers?" The crimson flame golden-haired mouse nodded vigorously, letting out another series of squeaks. Meanwhile, it inwardly berated Gu Chen, deeming him quite the coward. Without further hesitation, Gu Chen gritted his teeth and charged forward. As he reached the luminous end of the cave, he discovered a vast circular clearing, comparable in size to a football field. Surrounding this open space were various medicinal herbs, each radiating an otherworldly glow and possessing significant value. However, the most captivating sight was not these herbs, but rather a small pond situated at the center of the clearing. Rising from the water's edge was a modest mound of earth, upon which rested a flower resembling a chrysanthemum. Its stem was entwined with a small golden dragon, showcasing an extraordinary blossom. The crimson-haired golden-furred mouse pointed excitedly at the peculiar flower atop the mound, emitting a series of enthusiastic chirps. As Gu Chen was about to soar above the small mound to pluck the flower, an overwhelming sense of murderous intent suddenly locked onto him. The crimson-flame golden-haired mouse, baring its teeth, emitted a series of defiant squeaks from the shadows ahead. In response, a sound reminiscent of a wolf's howl echoed from the darkness. A colossal dark soul wolf, exceeding 3 meters in size, emerged from the obscurity, its gaze radiating a chilling glint as it fixated intently on Gu Chen and the crimson-flame golden-haired mouse. Upon recognizing the imposing soul beast that had materialized from the shadows, Gu Chen could not suppress a tremor that coursed through his body, while the crimson-flame golden-haired mouse, instantly intimidated, retracted its aura and fell silent. This was an exceedingly rare millennium-tier soul beast, the Dark Soul Wolf, its age discernible by the horn atop its head. The Dark Soul Wolf's horn grows an inch every 300 years, and the one before them sported a horn measuring at least 7 inches. This indicated that the Dark Soul Wolf possessed a cultivation age exceeding 2,000 years, comparable to a mid to late-stage soul master among humans. Although Gu Chen possessed the chameleon martial soul, capable of disguising itself as the powerful bear martial soul for combat, he found himself lacking the courage to confront the Dark Hell Wolf. The disparity in their levels was too great. A single swipe from the beast could easily spell his demise. What to do? What to do? At that moment, these 3 words echoed most prominently in Gu Chen's mind. Chapter 12. Senior sister, my legs are weak. May I steal a kiss? Escape was imperative. Under the immense pressure, Gu Chen's cultivation technique, the mystic heart technique, began to operate instinctively, rendering him remarkably calm. This rare and precious flower must be of great value. He could not afford to relinquish it. He possessed 2 rapid-flight mushroom sausages, crafted as a form of debt repayment, along with several recovery sausages. Coupled with the stealth of his martial soul, he might yet find a way to evade capture. Having resolved his thoughts, Gu Chen decided to take a risk. Fortune favors the bold, he murmured softly. Consuming one of the rapid-flight mushroom sausages, and with a powerful push of his legs, he surged toward the dragon-shaped flower. The Dark Hell Wolf, observing his movement, sprang into action as well. Its body leapt into the air, leaving behind afterimages, its speed matching Gu Chen's, who had just ingested the rapid-flight mushroom sausage. As the Dark Hell Wolf drew nearer, Gu Chen accelerated once more. After executing a few aerial flips, he dove downward, seizing the flower's stem just before the wolf's pounce, and made his escape. The dragon-shaped flower emitted a low, resonant dragon's roar. In response, the Dark Hell Wolf unleashed a furious howl, its desire to rend the human before it palpable. It had guarded this extraordinary flower for over 3 centuries, and after waiting so long for it to bloom, it was met with 2 unwelcome intruders. How could it possibly endure this? Yet this despicable human, employing some unknown method, had managed to exceed its own speed. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! With a roar, the Dark Hell Wolf entered a frenzied state, its size swelling to 4 meters, then 5, resembling a small hill. Its eyes glowed with a chilling red light as it opened its maw, unleashing 3 black energy spheres into the air. The moment these spheres appeared, they rapidly expanded, plunging the previously illuminated cave into impenetrable darkness. Gu Chen then heard the sound of something slicing through the air, hurtling towards him. The cave was engulfed in darkness, rendering him unable to see the path ahead. He closed his eyes, relying on his mental acuity to escape in a chosen direction. As he fled, he could feel the Dark Hell Wolf's wrath, a force capable of tearing the heavens asunder. The fury it exuded surged toward Gu Chen's heart, leaving him both amused and exasperated. With the mystic heart technique operating automatically, he transformed this energy into the strength he required. Remarkably, within the brief span of 1 minute of flight, his rank soared, achieving a breakthrough to the 5th level of Soul Master. The benefits of this elevation were evident. He could perceive his surroundings with far greater clarity. He chose a relatively secluded thicket and sped towards it. However, his soul power was depleting at an alarming rate. The energy he had just regained from his breakthrough was rapidly dwindling. He could not afford to fly blindly any longer. He hastily consumed several super recovery sausages, replenishing his soul power somewhat. As the rapid effect of the rapid flight mushroom sausage was about to expire, he alighted upon a large tree and swiftly reverted to his original chameleon martial soul, concealing himself. Just as Gu Chen vanished, the dark hell wolf arrived on the scene. It landed and quickly scanned the area, but found nothing, its frustration boiling over into a wild howl that echoed through the forest. Nearby, lower-ranked soul beast fled in terror, and its roar caught the attention of a figure waiting at the forest's edge, Zhu Zhuqing. Concerned for Gu Chen's safety, she had stealthily followed him into the Andrew forest a quarter of an hour after his entry, intending to protect him from the shadows. The reason she had not accompanied him initially was that she had always entered the forest with Gu Chen before, and had not detected any high-level soul beasts during that time. After capturing a dozen or so flame rats, Gu Chen would often begin to slack off, employing all manner of sweet talk to persuade her to assist him. Unable to bear witnessing Gu Chen's punishment, Zhu Zhuqing would invariably relent. However, today she resolved to compel Gu Chen to complete the task independently, while she would covertly protect him. Given Gu Chen's extraordinary perceptive abilities, Zhu Zhuqing did not pursue him immediately. Instead, she waited for a quarter of an hour before entering the forest. Yet, upon her arrival, she discovered that something was amiss in Andrew Forest. Despite walking in what she believed to be the correct direction, she found herself inexplicably back at the starting point. This disconcerting realization caused her to worry for Gu Chen's safety. Hearing the distant howl of wolves, her instincts alerted her that Gu Chen might be in that direction. With this thought in mind, she hastened towards the domain of the shadowy dark wolf. True to her prowess as an agile attack-type soul master, Zhu Zhuqing's speed far exceeded that of the shadowy dark wolf, allowing her to reach the location in less than a minute. Sensing the approach of a formidable presence, the shadowy dark wolf realized it had overstepped its bounds and emitted a plaintive whimper. This sudden turn of events nearly caused Gu Chen to tumble from the tree. Upon her arrival, Zhu Zhuqing beheld the ravaged forest, devastated by the shadowy dark wolf. She scanned the area but found no trace of Gu Chen and was about to depart when she heard someone calling her from behind. Sister Zhuqing. Turning, she spotted a weary Gu Chen emerging from the foliage. His appearance was rather amusing, prompting her to stifle a laugh. Hee, Gu Chen, why were you hiding there? She inquired. Sister, I just passed a cave and saw a remarkably beautiful flower that I wanted to pick for you, but I was chased here by that beast. You managed to escape from a soul beast of the soul sovereign level? You are quite remarkable, Junior. Of course, just look at who trains with me every day. Gu Chen looked down from a lofty height, indulging in a brazen admiration of the deep ravines and shallow ditches below. Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly unfazed, or perhaps accustomed to the gaze of another, remained calm. The once arrogant dark abyss wolf now stood still, vigilant, and wary of Zhu Zhuqing, frozen in place. Gu Chen, my junior, how do you intend to handle this old wolf? Let him go. Having already taken his flower, there is no need to further harm his life. Very well. Be gone. The dark abyss wolf, upon hearing this, felt as if it had received a reprieve. Though reluctant, its instinct for survival compelled it to flee swiftly from the scene. All right, Gu Chen, he has escaped. You may come down now. Senior sister, my legs are weak. Could you assist me? You. Zhu Zhuqing cast a flirtatious glance at Gu Chen, lightly tapping her toes as she gracefully leaped to stand before him. How may I assist you? It's simple. I just need a kiss from you, senior sister, to give me a little motivation. Very well. Zhu Zhuqing smiled alluringly, a glint of brilliance flickering in her eyes as she poised to bestow a tender kiss. Gu Chen instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist. But in the next moment, he felt his body lighten as if it were a kite severed from its string, soaring backward. A dull thud resonated as Gu Chen collided with the trunk of a massive bush, sliding down its bark. Observing the absence of an increase in his soul power, Gu Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. Was she truly not angered? Alas, it seemed that eliciting any ire from Zhu Zhuqing would be a formidable challenge. Such excessive actions were far too audacious for Gu Chen to contemplate. One wrong move could ignite trouble, leading to dire consequences. Senior Zhuqing, look at this. Gu Chen retrieved the dragon-shaped flower from his storage bag and presented it before Zhu Zhuqing. A low, resonant dragon's roar emanated from the small dragon coiled around the flower. Upon seeing this exquisite specimen, Zhu Zhuqing stood transfixed, her breath quickening, her body trembling with excitement. This is the spectral dragon's lament flower. Where did you procure it? She inquired, her voice laced with eagerness. It was discovered in a cave not far from here. Likely the lair of the dark nether wolf that recently fled, Gu Chen replied. Please, take me there later. This divine herb is sacred. And such places often harbor numerous rare accompanying spiritual medicines. As for the spectral dragon's lament flower, while it may not significantly benefit you, it holds immense value for martial souls of the nether attribute, comparable to the water celestial jade skin. Gu Chen, would you be willing to part with this divine herb? I am prepared to offer other treasures in exchange. If that is insufficient, I will compensate you in the future. No need for compensation. I gift this divine herb to you, senior sister. Should your strength increase in the future, a suitable offering for me will suffice. Zhu Zhuqing, not one to be overly sentimental, readily accepted this gesture, silently committing Gu Chen's kindness to memory. Chapter 13. Junior, are you being rather bold? Zhu Zhuqing did not rush to absorb the divine herb. Instead, she placed it within her storage bag. What she did not disclose to Gu Chen was that the absorption required the night of the full moon. Following the absorption, her martial soul might undergo a transformation, potentially evolving into the legendary spectral dragon cat. The spectral dragon cat embodies the strength of a dragon and the agility of a cat, an exceedingly rare achievement. Once attained, her future cultivation would advance at an astonishing pace. However, the benefits came with significant risks. During the transformation process into the dragon cat, her body would be immobilized, exposing her to considerable danger. At such a time, she would need someone she deeply trusted to protect her, preferably a male. Dragons are known for their carnal instincts. If the sudden surge of passion within her could not be subdued, the dragon cat martial soul could erupt, easily leading to her demise. Yet, if she could withstand the trial, the rewards would be unimaginable. The enhancement of both her physical form and soul would be substantial, alongside a remarkable increase in potential and various additional attributes and skills. Originally, Dai Mubai was the best candidate for this role, but now she wished to wait, hoping for another individual to grow. Unbeknownst to her, a figure had quietly begun to supplant Dai Mubai in her heart. After securely storing the spectral dragon's lament flower, Zhu Zhuqing, under Gu Chen's guidance, returned to the lair of the dark netherwolf. Sensing Zhu Zhuqing's aura once more, the wolf trembled in fear, cowering within its den as Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing collected the majority of the spiritual herbs. By the time they returned to the academy, it was already late at night. After Gu Chen finished his evening routine and prepared to sleep, the door was abruptly thrust open. Dai Mubai stormed into his room, her face suffused with anger. Gu Chen, tell me, where did you and Zhu Qing go this evening? We went to the grove. What's the matter? What were you doing in the grove? What could we possibly do there? What do you mean by that? As she spoke, Dai Mubai could no longer contain her fury. Dai Mubai, what's gotten into you today? Why are you suddenly here, unleashing your wrath upon me? Don't evade the topic. I ask you again. What did you both do in the grove tonight? Dai Mubai's eyes were bloodshot, her veins bulging, resembling a fierce tiger ready to pounce. Let me think. As Gu Chen suspended Dai Mubai, he delightfully absorbed the fury and resentment emanating from him. The surge of anger from Dai Mubai was so intense that it slightly destabilized Gu Chen, who had just recently advanced to the 5th rank of Soul Master. Today, the two of us had shared a meal, strolled by the lakeside, and visited the villagers to procure bamboo. Get to the point. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with rage, on the verge of an explosive outburst. What point? Gu Chen retorted. Teacher Xiao, what brings you here? Dai Mubai turned his head in surprise. Gu Chen abruptly unleashed his martial spirit, executing a brutal charge that sent Dai Mubai sprawling into the courtyard, shattering several tables and chairs recently purchased by Yu Xiaojiang. The cacophony immediately captured the attention of all Shrek Academy's faculty and students, rousing them from their meditative states. Observing Dai Mubai, who had just managed to rise from the ground, looking utterly disheveled, they quickly deduced the cause of the commotion. He must have sought trouble with Gu Chen once again. Xiao Wu approached Dai Mubai, admonishing him. Is there nothing that can wait until tomorrow? Just look at your current state. Teacher Xiao, Zhu Qing discarded all the gifts I sent her, Dai Mubai protested. Isn't that quite normal? Have you angered her again? Xiao inquired. I have not. I did nothing wrong. You asked me to reflect. So I remained in my room for contemplation. I didn't go anywhere. I didn't even see Zhu Qing all afternoon. Just now, I experienced a breakthrough in my understanding. Unable to suppress my joy, I decided to practice a set of dragon subduing fist in the courtyard. This technique was derived from a book I purchased from a street vendor, and the publisher was none other than Gu Chen. At this point, Dai Mubai's expression shifted to one of profound grievance. Yet, upon arriving in the courtyard, I discovered a multitude of gifts I had sent to Zhu Zhuqing beside the trash bin. Several of them took me quite some time to procure. I wanted to inquire with Zhu Zhuqing about the reason behind this. Instead of seeking out Zhu Zhuqing, you went to confront Gu Chen, did you? Zhao's expression darkened as he regarded Dai Mubai with disappointment. Teacher Zhao, how did you know? Because just moments ago, Zhu Zhuqing was with me and the director. While training with Gu Chen, she stumbled upon numerous invaluable treasures, and we were discussing how to allocate them. Then we heard this ruckus. Mubai, you have truly disappointed us. As the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, you not only failed to set a positive example, but also made things difficult for the new junior members. Let me clarify. Even if Zhu Zhuqing has no romantic involvement with Gu Chen, should there be one, it is entirely his merit. What do you have to resent? What right do you have to complain? In terms of appearance, Gu Chen is not inferior to you. In fact, he surpasses you. In terms of talent, Tang Xin may even be eclipsed by him. Regarding temperament, among the 7 of you, who believes they can surpass him? None, I presume. A man must know when to rise and when to yield. Do you understand? Teacher Zhao, Gu Chen is treacherous and cunning. Ever since he arrived at our academy, there has been no peace. I truly do not comprehend what you see in him. What do I see? I see a quality you all lack, the audacity to be unashamedly bold. Can you do that? Dai Mubai fell silent. This is an essential trait of a strong individual. If you cannot even achieve this, you possess no potential to become a formidable force. Enough about today's events. I shall refrain from judging right or wrong. Now, return to your quarters and rest, Xiao Wu declared, turning away, yet inwardly rejoicing at his unexpected fortune. What a treasure I have found. I never imagined this lad could embody such despicable, shameless behavior to such an extent. You have no means to counter him. What a marvel. Dai Mubai departed, somewhat begrudgingly. Yet his anger had lessened. At least it was not as he had feared. However, there was no need for him to discard the gifts I had sent. Gu Chen, you scoundrel, await your reckoning. Although I, Dai Mubai, cannot best you, it does not mean Tang Xin cannot. He will return in a few days. And if he discovers your late-night lessons with Xiao Wu, I wonder how you will fare. With a scoff, Dai Mubai murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with malice. The following midday, after several hours of training, Gu Chen began to flirt with Ning Rongrong. Senior Rongrong, you look absolutely stunning today. Do I? Ning Rongrong replied, a faint smile gracing her face as her beautiful hazel eyes cast a sidelong glance at Gu Chen. On Gu Chen's handsome visage, a mischievous smile blossomed. Soon, his heartfelt voice resonated. The world is vast, and I long to explore it, yet I find myself reluctant to venture alone. Who else could it be but you? My esteemed senior? Just yesterday, I had a nightmare because of you. What? Because of me? Ning Rongrong inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Gu Chen affirmed with a serious nod. What manner of nightmare was it? Ning Rongrong gazed at him in confusion. It was a nightmare devoid of my senior. You. Ning Rongrong was at a loss for words. Junior, you are quite the charmer. He. If I can elicit a smile from a beautiful lady, why not seize the opportunity? Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Gu Chen. You prattle so frivolously. What if one day you truly win my heart? I shall take full responsibility for my esteemed senior. Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a twinge of emotion. Gu Chen was not mistaken. What could one do when swept away by passion? A night of spring entailed responsibilities. What are you two discussing that brings such joy? A voice, delicate and slender like that of a young girl, chimed in. Oscar's figure appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, beside the slanted willow not far from the two. Chapter 14. A kiss seals the fate. Ning Rongrong resembled a child caught in the act of indulging in forbidden sweets, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Gu Chen squinted his eyes, appearing nonchalant as he jested with Oscar. Shall we praise your handsome looks once more? Is that so? I shaved today. Do I look particularly dashing? Oscar raised an eyebrow, a glimmer sparkling in his peach blossom eyes, as he struck a rather charming pose beneath his chin with his right hand. Dashing indeed, utterly captivating. Oscar, what brings you here all of a sudden? It was noteworthy that during Gu Chen's month-long stay, Oscar, as a moderate presence, rarely attended Gu Chen's training sessions. Teacher Zhao wants me to call you over. Is it just me you're summoning? No, it seems Zhu Zhuqing is also going. You should hurry. They are already awaiting your arrival. All right, thank you, Senior Oscar. Gu Chen discreetly winked at Ning Rongrong before swiftly dashing towards Xiao Wu's office. After Gu Chen departed, Oscar desired to converse with Ning Rongrong. However, upon casting a glance at him, Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat despondent, turned and walked away. She could not deny that she had been captivated by Gu Chen. His absence left her heart feeling hollow. devoid of any enthusiasm for anything. Rongrong, wait for me. In a couple of days, Tang Xiaosan will return. Is there anywhere you wish to go? Let us venture out together. I shall not. I need to focus on my cultivation during this period. Do not follow me, or I shall not be kind to you. Rongrong, what troubles you? Ignoring him, Ning Rongrong retreated to her room, quietly closing the door behind her, and lay on her bed, lost in thought. Gu Chen leaned forward, peering into Xiao Wuji's room. He beheld a graceful silhouette turned away from him. Stealthily, he approached and covered the woman's eyes. Imitating Oscar's voice, he playfully inquired, "Guess who I am?" Gu Chen. Gu Chen wearily released his grip, finding the situation rather dull. How did you manage to deduce that? Oscar would never dare to act in such a manner. If he were to do so, I would ensure he could not call himself a man. Gu Chen suddenly felt a chill breeze sweep over him, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Senior, I was just playing a joke. Please don't take it too seriously. Zhu Zhuqing cast a seductive glance at him and teased. Why didn't you dare to be bolder just now? Perhaps I would have liked it. Observing the enigmatic smile on Zhu Zhuqing's face, Gu Chen mustered his courage and, in a swift motion, wrapped his arms around her slender waist and passionately pressed his lips against her rosy ones. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, her mind racing with the thought, how could he dare? How could he dare? Gu Chen did not indulge excessively, for this was indeed the chamber of Master Xiao Wuji. Sensing the approach of Xiao Wuji, Gu Chen glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who remained rooted in place, and felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Senior sister, please punish me. You are simply too beautiful. I could not help myself just now. Tears of grievance streamed down Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks. She ought to have been angry. Yet Gu Chen's kiss had penetrated deep into her soul, capturing her heart without resistance. This is the remarkable prowess of the Xuanqing technique, which not only draws a myriad energies to refine one's own heart, achieving a state of selflessness and naturalness, but also allows one's heart to act as a clear mirror, reflecting the true feelings of one person into the heart of another. Gu Chen succeeded. At the moment he kissed Zhu Zhuqing, his emotions were genuine, and she could sense his sincerity. Thus, she found herself unable to harbor any anger towards him, let alone impose any punishment. What troubled her was that this was her first kiss, an experience for which she had made no preparations, yet it was so brazenly taken by this rogue. Senior, please do not cry. It is entirely my fault. You may punish me however you wish once Zhao Laoshe arrives, he said. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing cast a forlorn glance at Gu Chen and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Gu Chen looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who resembled a little vengeful spirit and could not help but break into a mischievous smile. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a reproachful glance and fiercely stepped on his foot, causing Gu Chen to grimace in pain. At that moment, Xiao Wuji approached with a beaming smile. Noticing Gu Chen's contorted expression, he feigned ignorance and inquired, Gu Chen, what seems to be the matter? Teacher, I'm fine. I just ate something that didn't agree with me, and now my stomach hurts. What did you have for lunch? Xiao Wuji asked. The dishes were prepared by the Grandmaster. They shouldn't have caused any trouble. It has nothing to do with the Grandmaster. I had the drunken concubine dish. By the way, teacher, is there something you wanted to discuss with us? Gu Chen quickly shifted the topic, eager to move on. Of course. I have good news for you both. I'm here to deliver a monetary gift. Xiao Wuji exclaimed, tossing a package onto the table. Open it and take a look. Gu Chen opened the package and was astonished to find it filled to the brim with golden soul coins. He was utterly shocked. Master, where did you acquire so many golden soul coins? One single gold coin could sustain an ordinary person for half a year. A soul master receives merely 1 gold coin as a monthly allowance, while a grand soul master receives 10. And a soul venerable is entitled to 100 coins each month. The number of coins here is estimated to exceed 2,000, which amounts to roughly 2 years' worth of income for a soul venerable. This truly left Gu Chen in a state of disbelief. Master, what do you intend to do with such a vast sum of golden soul coins? Have you, perchance, pilfered from the esteemed principal's treasury in an attempt to make a getaway with us? Don't be ridiculous. The principal is not that wealthy. He is quite impoverished. This money is from the spiritual herbs you and Shu Qing discovered yesterday. We kept a portion that would be useful for you, and sold the rest for cash. Is this for me and the senior sister? Indeed. Hiki. Master, you are exceedingly kind to me. Senior sister, from this day forth, we shall be wealthy individuals, residing in the most opulent hotels, traveling in the finest carriages, indulging in the strongest spirits, and enjoying the most exquisite companions. Senior sister. That last word was abruptly suppressed. As for these gold coins, I do not wish for them. I have already acquired the most precious treasure. Did you not express a desire to raise a pet? Keep the money for that purpose. Very well, I shall hold on to the money for now, treating it as your investment. When I profit from my ventures, I shall share the earnings with you. Share the earnings? You mean distributing the profits? Exactly. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, somewhat understanding. Gu Chen, I heard you wish to engage in business? And Zhu Zhuqing mentioned you have a pet. What kind of pet is it? It is a golden devourer. Bring it out. I wish to see it. Certainly. Gu Chen deftly turned his wrist and retrieved a palm-sized golden mouse enveloped in flames from a soul-guiding device shaped like an ancient bronze ring. He presented it before Xiao Wu, who was momentarily taken aback. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. The soul-guiding device had been a welcoming gift from Xiao Wu to Gu Chen after accepting him, containing a space of 10 cubic meters capable of storing living beings. After Gu Chen acquired the crimson flame golden-furred mouse, he stored it within his soul guide device. Today, as he retrieved the little creature, he felt no surprise. What astonished him was that he could distinctly sense the unique blood coursing through this tiny being, as well as the extraordinary aura it emanated. Yet, he remained oblivious to the reason behind its uniqueness. It seemed as though this little creature did not belong to the Douluo Continent but hailed from an exceedingly distant realm. Judging solely by the soul power fluctuations generated by the crimson flame golden-furred mouse, Xiao Wu assessed that its cultivation level likely did not exceed a century. And considering its size, it appeared to possess little combat capability. Out of curiosity, he could not help but inquire, Gu Chen, this little mouse of yours seems quite remarkable. Have you given it a name? Yes, master, I have named it Xiao Jin. What a lovely name. It appears quite special. I can sense that its blood differs from that of other crimson flame mice. Could you tell me where you acquired it? Xiao Wu asked with a smile. Though a sense of unease lingered in his heart, his concern was not for Gu Chen's safety, but rather for the ominous implications this little creature might bring. He had an unsettling feeling that this small being harbored a mysterious curse, yet he could not ascertain its origin. Thus, he wished to clarify some details to prepare adequately against any unforeseen consequences. Having finally found such an exceptional disciple, he did not wish for any untimely misfortune to befall him. Chapter 15. Intimacy. Senior sister accompanies me to bathe. Gu Chen was unaware of Xiao Wujia's true thoughts. At that moment, he believed Xiao Wujia was merely curious about where he had obtained such a beautiful pet. With a smile, he replied, I found it on the outskirts of Andrew Forest, where senior sister Zhu Zhuqing often takes me to catch crimson flame mice. Oh, so it's from there. With the answer in mind, Xiao Wujia planned to visit Andrew Forest himself when time permitted, to see what had transpired there and whether any more golden-furred mice like Xiao Jin could be found. Noticing Xiao Wujia's unwavering gaze upon him, the round-eyed golden-furred mouse scanned its surroundings, appearing both curious and anxious. Gu Chen, may I take a closer look at your Xiao Jin? Such a beautiful little mouse is a first for me. I wonder if I can find a similar female to breed with it, Xiao Wujia said, revealing a cheerful and earnest smile. Startled, Xiao Jin scurried up Gu Chen's arm and nestled behind his shoulder. Gu Chen noticed that Zhu Zhuqing's face had turned slightly red, realizing that his teacher was once again indulging in playful banter. He chuckled and said, Little Jean is rather shy. Dear teacher, you may only look, but not touch, unless. Gu Chen wore a mischievous smile. Unless. You mean to increase the payment, right? Xiao Wuji shot Gu Chen an exasperated glance. Still. The teacher understands me. Haha. Gu Chen revealed a radiant smile. Xiao Wuji was rendered speechless. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, Are you in dire need of money? I am your master. Discussing finances tarnishes our relationship. You know? Gu Chen chuckled. We know. He replied to him in the dialect of Xiao Wuji's hometown. You little rascal, do you still dare to ask me for money? Are you itching for trouble? Gu Chen chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance and deliberately avoiding meeting Xiao Wuji's gaze. With a sigh, Xiao Wuji found himself at a loss in the presence of a disciple whose audacity surpassed even his own. He had never encountered anyone more obsessed with wealth than Fran. Yet today, his disciple had surpassed that benchmark. Resigned, Xiao Wuji sighed. Well, fine, let us increase the payment then. However, your pet doesn't seem particularly impressive. It's merely adorned with lustrous fur that catches the light beautifully. Just make sure to charge me a little less. Having spent ample time with Fran, Xiao Wuji had also developed a certain boldness and learned the art of haggling. A light laugh escaped Gu Chen as he glanced around mischievously, donning a playful grin. Teacher, are you judging a rat by its appearance? Little Jean, showcase your special talent for the teacher. Upon issuing the command, Gu Chen observed as the crimson flame golden-haired mouse vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later in his hand. However, it was now clutching a gold coin. This was hardly remarkable. Xiao Wu just shrugged, revealing a rather unassuming grin. As a soul sage, while the speed of the crimson flame golden-haired mouse was impressive, his own perception was even swifter. He had witnessed the mouse snatch a gold coin from the table's package before promptly returning to Gu Chen's hand. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a second. Although rapid, it was ultimately superficial and of little practical use. Is that so? Teacher, what do you think this is? Gu Chen queried, producing a red silk ribbon from his pocket. Xiao Wu's eye sparkled, his brow furrowed, and his face flushed instantly. He blurted out, Gu Chen, how do you possess a ribbon identical to mine? Gu Chen smiled mysteriously, exclaiming, this is indeed your ribbon, teacher. That is impossible. Xiao Wu replied with a sense of disbelief. Teacher, there is nothing impossible about this. Xiao Jin possesses the extraordinary ability to swap one object for another. By simply offering a gold soul coin, it can exchange its own hair for any item that belongs to the target at random. Xiao Wu's face reflected shock. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing, having been forewarned by Gu Chen, displayed little astonishment. Does this ability have any limitations? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Indeed. It can only be utilized 3 times within an hour. To use it again, one must wait for new hair to grow. And how long does it take for new hair to grow? Xiao Wu pressed on, revealing an unprecedented intrigue. Gu Chen may not have realized the terrifying nature of Xiao Jin's innate skill. However, as a formidable soul sage, he had encountered many powerful beings. Never had he heard of anyone, whether a formidable warrior or a mighty soul beast, possessing such an extraordinary ability. 3 days, if he continuously fed it gold coins. It would only require a day and a half. How many coins could it consume in a single day? 5 coins a day. What? 5? Wouldn't that amount to 150 coins in a month? Can we afford that? When finances were mentioned, Xiao Wu became extremely serious. After all, he had grown weary of poverty. It should be manageable, right? It also had a passive skill for treasure hunting, albeit activated randomly. The reason we were able to locate that treasure site was due to its passive skills activation. That was somewhat acceptable. Gu Chen, you have made significant progress lately. Given that you have a pet to support, I shall grant you a day off each week for you to earn some money on your own. I have no concerns regarding Gu Chen's ability to earn. He simply lacks ambition. If he were a little more diligent, the opportunities to make money are abundant. Thank you, teacher. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wu, Gu Chen seized the moment when Zhu Zhuqing was distracted, grasping her cool, delicate hand and pressing her slender form against the wall. With a gaze full of affection, he looked into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Senior sister, I have heard of a wondrous place in Suotawa City, known as Sacred Heart Lake, which can cleanse a person's inner impurities. Lately, I find myself longing for you at night, unable to sleep, and it causes me great distress. Would you accompany me for a soak? To refresh my body and soul. Gu Chen, is what you say true? Do you truly have feelings for me? Zhu Zhuqing's heart involuntarily began to race, thumping wildly, her body growing weak. She could not fathom why she succumbed so quickly, despite her inner admonitions against it. This was advancing too rapidly. Things that come too easily are seldom cherished by men. Yet, she found herself unable to suppress her emotions, unable to deny any of his requests. She feared Gu Chen's anger, worried he might misunderstand her and never speak to her again. A woman in love often finds her intellect diminished, she acquiesced. Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded. Oblivious to the warmth that had begun to radiate from somewhere she had pressed against him, and asked with concern, does it still hurt? It no longer pains me. With your words just now, even if I had been stabbed twice, I would feel no discomfort. You are becoming quite the jokester. Zhu Zhuqing shot Gu Chen an exasperated glance. What are you two up to? Suddenly, a hearty voice rang out from a distance. Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously turned their heads and beheld a short, stout man with a shock of red hair styled in a mohawk, sporting 2 tufts of mustache. He gazed in astonishment at the closely huddled couple, while Gu Chen, with a beaming smile, positioned himself protectively in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Senior sister, she feels a bit cold. Is it wrong for me to offer her some warmth? You single dog. Who are you calling a single dog? The red-haired man retorted, his temper flaring. Phoenix Fireline. Ma Hongjun, what on earth are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing admonished sharply, wrapping her arms around Gu Chen's waist and leaping 20 meters away. 7th sister, he insulted me. Is there a fault in what Gu Chen said? Aren't you the single dog here? Do you have a woman? Zhu Zhuqing's brows furrowed. Her expression I see. 7th sister. Ma Hongjuan's face flushed with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Unlike the Shrek 7 monsters, he often frequented establishments of ill repute, Yet no girl ever wished to be his girlfriend. In truth, he was indeed a single dog, and Gu Chen's words rang true. However, one ought not to strike the face or expose the weaknesses of others. How could Gu Chen so brazenly utter such words? Even casting a disdainful glance at his groin? It was utterly unforgivable. Did he not fear retaliation? Ma Hongjun truly overthought the matter. Were Gu Chen to be given an opportunity to act alone, he would surely disguise himself and return to Notting City at the earliest chance. Having failed to land a blow, Ma Hongjun, seeing Zhu Zhuqing blocking Gu Chen, realized that no matter how he tried, he could not harm Gu Chen. With a resentful glare at Gu Chen, he turned and departed. Watching Ma Hongjun's retreating figure, a wicked smile crept across Gu Chen's lips. Just moments ago, he had absorbed a surge of anger from Ma Hongjun, and in that instant, his own realm experienced a breakthrough. Soul Master Level 6. Reaching Soul Master Level 6 at his age is not particularly impressive. It is merely average. However, had outsiders known that merely a month prior he was only at Soul Master Level 3, they would surely be left agape. Since the gathering of the Shrek 7 monsters, their progress had been remarkable, battling countless prodigies with few defeats. Consequently, the mindset of each student had undergone subtle changes. Each harbored their own pride. Under the protection of Xiao Wuji and the affectionate caresses of several senior sisters, Gu Chen flourished remarkably, attracting the envy and dissatisfaction of several male students led by Tang San, who wished for nothing more than to see him removed from their midst. In Chapter 16, hello. Senior sister, you are amazing. I can barely breathe. This audacious character shamelessly flirted with the girls they admired, crossing boundaries that could no longer be tolerated. Today, Ma Hongjun's appearance was no coincidence. He sought to teach Gu Chen a lesson. However, he was taken aback when he witnessed Zhu Zhuqing placing a figurative green hat on Dai Mubai. To Ma Hongjun's astonishment, Gu Chen displayed no remorse or embarrassment. Instead, he mocked him as a single dog, igniting Ma Hongjun's fury. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing nearly confronted him on Gu Chen's behalf, joining in the mockery, which left him disheartened. Resolute, he decided to seek out Sui Hua, hoping to rekindle their past romance. Yet, while his aspirations were noble, reality proved harsh. Upon returning to the place where he once shared blissful memories with Sui Hua, he discovered she was already married, nursing a young child with her husband. San, the very person who had once assisted Ma Hongjun by delivering notes. San, short and dark with a crooked smile, was known for his unsightly habits. Leaving Ma Hongjun questioning his own vision, convinced that what he saw was nothing but a mirage. Meanwhile, Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing were lost in a passionate embrace within a secluded grove, their souls entwined in fervor as if they sought to merge into one another. After a prolonged moment, they paused to catch their breath, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Zhu Zhuqing, with an assertive gesture, lifted Gu Chen's chin. Her voice resonating with authority, "Senior sister, you are truly formidable. I can hardly breathe. Haha. Gu Chen, my junior, now you see my prowess. Do you not? Let us see if you dare to steal a kiss again. This is your punishment for your previous transgressions. I shall not take responsibility. Senior sister, your punishment is just. I am not deserving of sympathy. Come, indulge in my torment." Zhu Zhuqing, amused by Gu Chen's theatrical display, laughed and nestled into his embrace, playfully scolding him. "You naughty boy. I truly have no way to deal with you. Now, all the advantages belong to you. How do you propose to repay me? Senior sister, perhaps I could offer myself entirely, taking full responsibility? How charming of you. Now, let us discuss more serious matters." "Very well. Do you wish for a boy or a girl?" "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, puzzled. "Just..." Gu Chen whispered a few words into her ear. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's porcelain skin flushed crimson. After a moment, like a dragonfly alighting on water, she planted a soft kiss on Gu Chen's cheek. "When you grow stronger, whether you desire a boy or a girl, the choice will be yours. For now, it is not yet time." Gu Chen refrained from inquiring further. As the vice leader of the intelligence bureau of the Wuhuan Temple in Notting City, he possessed knowledge far surpassing that of an average individual. Zhu Zhuqing's status was exceptional, to remain by her side indefinitely. He needed to cultivate strength and background that transcended Dai Mubai. "Rest assured, senior sister, I shall strive towards that goal and won't keep you waiting for long. I promise." I believe in you, senior brother. By the way, why did you provoke Ma Hongjun face to face today? Such actions may lead you into a precarious situation. Zhu Zhuqing voiced the question that had been lingering in her mind all day. "For your sake, senior sister, the chubby fellow is clearly a man of insatiable desires. If you show him an inch of leniency, he will seize a mile. I confronted him directly to convey that I, Gu Chen, am not afraid of him. Let him come at me. He mustn't tarnish your reputation. Gu Chen, you may not fully grasp Ma Hongjuan's character. He is vengeful. Allow me to share an incident that will clarify. Very well, Gu Chen replied, displaying keen interest. Know thyself, and know thy enemy, and you shall never be at risk. Once, a lecherous man of soul sect strength stole a woman that Ma Hongjuan had intended to court, leaving him battered and ridiculed. Following this, he, along with Tang San, Xiao Wu, and myself, sought retribution. Xiao Wu employed her charm while the others observed discreetly. The lecherous man fell for Xiao Wu, mistaking her for an innocent beauty, and was easily lured. Xiao Wu led him into the shadows, where she swiftly unleashed her soul skill, the soft bone rabbit, executing a series of powerful throws that left him gravely injured, unable to rise from bed for months. Afterward, Tang San suggested eliminating the threat entirely, but we hesitated, as none of us had ever taken a life. Ultimately, Ma Hongjuan insisted we leave, returning alone to set the man's most vital parts aflame, ensuring he would never again be a man. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen inhaled deeply and raised a thumb in admiration. Ma Hongjuan is quite ruthless. How old were you then? Damo Bai was 15, Oscar 14, Tang San 13, while Ma Hongjuan, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and I were all 12. To possess such resolve at 12 or 13 is indeed formidable. Gu Chen squinted, a smile gracing his lips. His words about Ma Hongjuan also subtly alluded to Tang San. However, you need not worry excessively. With teacher Zhao safeguarding you at the academy, Ma Hongjuan dares not overstep his bounds. Just stay close to me outside, and all will be well. Zhu Zhuqing, thank you. Yet, as a man, I cannot rely solely on a woman for protection. I shall enhance my strength swiftly to become your steadfast support. Gu Chen, I believe in you. As Gu Chen gazed into Zhu Zhuqing's emotive eyes, he once again pressed his lips against hers, savoring her sweet essence and the love radiating from her heart. His fingers danced gracefully along her form, as if composing a beautiful melody. The following afternoon, a gentle breeze stirred the air, causing the withered willow branches to sway and produce a soft rustling sound. Gu Chen followed Zhu Zhuqing to the banks of the Sacred Heart Lake, gazing at the vast expanse of crystal-clear waters reflecting the azure sky. While fish frolicked joyfully beneath the surface, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. Although autumn had settled in and the waters had turned slightly cool, numerous individuals could still be seen at the lake's edge, wielding sacred porcelain jars to scoop water and pour it over themselves in a ritual cleansing. Each person's face radiated joy, their expressions blissfully entranced. Had he not been practicing the Xuanqing Gong, Gu Chen might have merely regarded the lake as a marvel. However, his perspective had shifted. Through diligent effort over time, he was on the verge of grasping the second realm of Xuanqing Gong, known as Wuzhou. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and the strength of his heart had rendered his gaze increasingly luminous, allowing him to perceive that which eluded ordinary sight. In that moment, he discerned that among those cleansing themselves in the Sacred Heart Lake, each individual was enveloped by an aura of dark energy, siphoning away their vitality and essence, converging towards the lake center. Chapter 17. A reunion at Sacred Heart Lake with Meng Yuran and Chu Yinqi. To Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing's astonishment, familiar silhouettes emerged at the center of the lake. Even they were shrouded in dark mist, their figures drenched by the waters of the Sacred Heart Lake. Their wet garments clung to their alluring forms, accentuating their sensuality. One wore a flowing green dress with a plunging v-neck, her figure tall and graceful, while the other donned a short black skirt, her long dark hair framing a sweet yet striking visage, exuding both charm and wild spirit. Gu Chen recognized them well. They were the mature and captivating Chu Yinqi and the sweet and enchanting Meng Yuran. How could they possibly be here? Gu Chen murmured to himself. Gu Chen, do you know them? Gu Chen shook his head, indicating his unfamiliarity. Senior, there is something amiss at the Sacred Heart Lake. The people here may be in grave danger today. What is happening at Sacred Heart Lake? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her delicate brows furrowing in concern as she gazed at Gu Chen. There's no time for explanations, Senior. Please help me gather some black dog blood and yellow paper. I will go summon them up first. What do you need those for? Moreover, if I leave you here alone, what will you do if danger arises? I shall explain everything upon my return. Time is of the essence, and lives are at stake. I bear no grudges against anyone. Who would wish me harm? Senior, I implore you. Gu Chen's eyes brimmed with earnest pleading as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Very well. You must promise to ensure your own safety. Indeed. Once she made her decision, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated no longer. Channeling her ethereal spirit cat martial soul, she hurried towards the marketplace with utmost speed. During the past month, Gu Chen had also discerned some changes since his arrival. Events that could not have transpired according to his predecessor's memories were vividly manifesting before him. It was as though two distinct worlds had intertwined. With subtle alterations in time and space, he could distinctly sense that lurking beneath the lake's surface was a malevolent entity akin to the specters of his past life. Concealed within a soul beast, ravenously devouring the life force of the visitors at Sacred Heart Lake. With Zhu Zhuqing gone, Gu Chen dared not waste a moment. If the malevolent force at the lake's center continued its insatiable feast, all present would surely perish. He dashed to the lakeside and shouted at the crowd, who were blissfully unaware as they washed themselves in the water. "You, quickly come ashore. There is a soul beast at the center of the lake, and it is draining your lives." The crowd, lost in their enjoyment, froze in place, turning to look at the tall, statuesque figure standing beneath the willow trees by the lakeside. Confusion clouded their minds. "Come up quickly. Your lives are slipping away. If you wait any longer, you shall all perish." Gu Chen called out once more, and this time everyone clearly heard what he had said. Some were convinced, while others remained skeptical. Those who believed, albeit in a state of mild panic, hurried towards the lakeshore, prioritizing safety above all else. Conversely, the doubters dismissed the warnings, confident in their own abilities to handle any potential threats, even if soul beasts were indeed present. After all, why should they trust the words of a stranger? Perhaps it was merely a frivolous prank born of boredom. Among the skeptics were Ning Rongrong and Qian Renxue. Observing the two women, who remained unfazed, Gu Chen anxiously urged, "Ladies, there is danger in the lake. You must come ashore quickly. It may be too late if you delay." In response, Ning Rongrong raised an eyebrow and flashed a charming smile. "Thank you, little brother, but I have just entered the water and have not yet had my fill of fun. We are not afraid of danger." "Indeed. Thank you for your concern, little brother. Our lady possesses formidable strength, and even if soul beasts were to emerge, we would be unfazed." Qian Renxue added with a suppressed laugh, her bosom gently quivering with mirth. Gu Chen, witnessing their obstinacy, was rendered speechless with frustration. Were it not for the fact that these two had once saved his life and treated him with kindness, he would have chosen to disregard them entirely. "Ladies," he implored, "it is not a matter of disdain, but rather a caution. The soul beasts within the Sacred Heart Lake are exceptionally ferocious, far beyond your capacity to contend with. Take a deep breath now, and channel your soul power to assess whether your chest aches." Observing Gu Chen's earnest demeanor, it seemed he spoke with sincerity. The two women hesitated, and simultaneously, Ning Rongrong and Qian Renxue inhaled deeply, activating their soul power. A shocking scene unfolded before Ning Rongrong. No sooner had she begun to channel her energy than a sharp pain struck her chest, and she coughed out a mouthful of black blood. Qian Renxue experienced a similar anguish, though she did not expel blood. Instead, a heavy sensation weighed upon her chest. "Miss, there is indeed something amiss in this Sacred Heart Lake. Allow me to assist you to the shore." "Very well," Ning Rongrong nodded, her pulse quickening as she and Qian Renxue hastened towards the bank. Just as they had swum a short distance, a shriek echoed behind them. Turning, they beheld black tendrils seizing the soul's masters who had not yet reached the shore, dragging them towards the lake's depths. Some had already been pulled under, while others were ensnared midway, their speed surpassing that of the two women. In that moment, Ning Rongrong and Qian Renxue attempted to summon more soul power to propel themselves to safety, only to discover that a significant portion of their energy had been inexplicably siphoned away. Thankfully, Gu Chen's timely warning had allowed them to gain some distance. Otherwise, they too would have been ensnared and dragged into the abyss, with a grim fate awaiting them. Yet, despite their efforts, they remained perilously close to danger. For two tendrils were swiftly extending toward them. They swam with all their might towards the shore, but the tendrils accelerated, inching ever closer to ensnaring their delicate forms. Despair washed over them as they shut their eyes, filled with regret for not heeding Gu Chen's advice sooner. "Grandfather, grandmother, farewell." Ning Rongrong's heart brimmed with guilt. She feared not death, for as a soul master, one learns to confront mortality from birth. Her sorrow stemmed from the love and guidance her grandparents had bestowed upon her over the years. Alas, who would have thought that I, the daughter of a divine king, would meet my end by this humble Sacred Heart Lake? Such folly. Qian Renxue lamented, unwilling to accept her fate. Having sacrificed much to arrive in this realm, only to return empty-handed and waste a fragment of her being. Just as they resigned themselves to their imminent demise, a sudden rush of wind swept past their ears, and they felt a firm grip tighten around their waists. In an instant, they were lifted into the air by a powerful arm. The sound of the massive tendril striking the water reverberated around them. Ning Rongrong and Qian Renxue opened their eyes simultaneously to witness a tremendous splash, sending water soaring several meters into the air, a testament to the force of the blow. The black tendril, having lost its target, did not relent immediately. It pursued into the air for dozens of meters before retreating in frustration, seeking its next victim. Ming Ran and Chu Yinshi found themselves placed upon a flat boulder. As they began to express their gratitude to their savior, they realized he had already taken flight, leaving behind only the silhouette of a cat eagle. The cat eagle soared across the lake, rescuing one person after another from the brink of despair. His speed was astonishing, and his gaze keen. He snatched individuals from the jaws of death just as the tendrils were about to ensnare them. Within a mere 10 minutes, the cat eagle had successfully saved 26 souls, averting the tragedy that would have shattered their families. Yet, many still succumbed to the depths of the lake. Alas, he was but one, his abilities limited, while at least 100 remained heedless of warnings, and 8 black tendrils sought to drag them under. To rescue 26 from such numbers was already a remarkable feat. As if sensing that his efforts had been thwarted, a colossal octopus-like creature, towering as high as 2 stories, emerged before them. Its face bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a human, with eyes like dark caverns radiating a chilling light. Anger contorted its features, remnants of blood staining its maw, clearly incensed by the disruption of its plans. Chapter 18. Interference faced with such a terrifying soul beast. Gu Chen found himself devoid of confidence, lacking the talismans necessary to confront it. Gu Chen meticulously assessed its formidable power and discovered that at this moment, the entity possessed by the malevolent spirit exhibited a terrifying strength that was scarcely inferior to that of a fully committed Soul King. Had the collective soul energy not been siphoned away from them, they might have stood a chance against it. However, having consumed the life force, the essence of soul power, and the flesh of numerous soul masters, it had reached a stage where no one could contend with it. In the grand tapestry of existence, where all things are interdependent, the only recourse to combat this affliction was to experiment with the Qi Golden Flame Talisman, which he had surreptitiously learned from the Taoist teachings in his previous life. This talisman is specifically crafted to vanquish malevolent entities and spirits, made from yellow paper and black dog blood, and activated through the infusion of mystical energy, yielding remarkable effects against such evils. Yet, it appeared that the cultivation of mystical energy was unattainable in this realm. After acquiring the materials to create the talisman, he would have to rely solely on his soul power to activate it. Where was Yu Qing? Gazing at the rampaging soul beasts, Gu Chen's expression turned anxious as he muttered to himself. Without the Qi Golden Flame Talisman, even if he were to ascend several realms, he would remain no match for this malevolent entity. Given the size of this malevolent being, it had likely been cultivated for over 10,000 years. Engaging it directly would be futile. Even a soul beast with merely 2,000 years of cultivation would be beyond his capability to confront. Moreover, the soul beast, being under the influence of a malevolent spirit, would undoubtedly be significantly more formidable than a regular soul beast. The malevolent spirit is not only capricious but also adept at manipulating human emotions. Should it attach itself to an individual, that person would become immune to most physical assaults. Without talismans or magical artifacts to counter it, exterminating such a being would prove exceedingly challenging. Everyone, scatter. The number and length of this soul beast's tentacles are limited. Run as far as you can. Gu Chen urgently shouted from the air towards the lakeside, where a group of petrified individuals stood. At his words, they jolted back to reality, understanding that no one would come to their rescue today. Their survival now hinged solely on luck. The 8-limbed soul beast began its approach towards the lakeshore, its robust and powerful tentacles exuding an unsettling dark aura. Each tentacle, measuring over 10 meters in length, moved with terrifying swiftness. It seemed particularly drawn to delicate, youthful women, predominantly targeting those who were fair and beautiful. Although Gu Chen was unable to defeat the malevolent creature, he possessed the advantage of a martial soul that could masquerade as an owl, granting him the ability to fly. Within the limits of his capabilities, he endeavored to rescue every soul master on the brink of persecution. Time slipped away, second by second, and the fleeing soul masters could not outpace the 8-limbed soul beast. One by one, vibrant lies were drawn into its maw, the horrifying sound of its gnashing teeth echoing in the ears of all, sending shivers down their spines. Gu Chen loathed his own powerlessness. Otherwise, he would ensure that the malevolent creature suffered a fate worse than death. After soaring through the sky for over 10 minutes, coupled with the strain of rapid flight and carrying another, Gu Chen found himself on the brink of exhaustion. However, he was unwilling to concede defeat. As he gazed into the distance, the absence of Zhu Zhuqing's figure weighed heavily on him. Reluctantly, he resolved to seek her out first before devising a plan to confront the soul beast. Just as he prepared to take action, familiar silhouettes emerged from the bend of the dense forest. Owing to the superior vision granted by his chameleon martial spirit, he quickly recognized the newcomers. They were 2 men and 2 women, the very members of the Shrek 7, Daimubai Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared exceedingly anxious. While Xiao Wu stood by her side, offering comfort, Tang San bore an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, remaining silent. Whereas Dai Mubai occasionally positioned himself in front of Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly attempting to persuade her of something. After saving another person, Gu Chen swiftly concealed his presence. Disguising himself as a powerful golden-armored bear martial spirit and raced towards Zhu Zhuqing and the others. As he approached, a voice echoed, Dai Mubai. If you obstruct me once more, do not blame me for being unkind. Zhu Zhuqing's chest heaved with anger from Dai Mubai's repeated interferences. Yu Qing. Heed my advice. Gu Chen is surely deceiving you. There is nothing in the sacred heart lake. I often bathe there. And both Tang San and Xiao Wu have visited as well. You know well Tang San's capabilities. If there were anything amiss in the water, wouldn't he have noticed? Indeed. Qing, junior brother Gu Chen enjoys jesting. Perhaps this is yet another of his tricks. If there were truly a malevolent spirit, would he not flee? After Gu Chen departed with Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San whispered something to Xiao Wu, causing her impression of Gu Chen to plummet drastically. Even she began to suspect Gu Chen was lying, thinking he might merely be trying to showcase his abilities to win Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Xiao Wu. I admit Gu Chen has a penchant for idleness and seldom practices, and he sometimes indulges in frivolities. However, I am certain this time is genuine. Please do not restrain me. If my delay results in Gu Chen encountering danger, I would bear that guilt for a lifetime. Tang San, who had remained silent, seemed markedly more composed after stepping out. With one hand behind his back, his expression remained neutral as he spoke softly, Zhuqing, give me the items. I can deliver them swiftly. Over the past month, Tang San had undergone unknown experiences, his soul power having surged to level 43, and his 8 spider lances had mutated, now possessing a wind attribute. Hesitant, Zhu Zhuqing understood that Tang San held some animosity towards Gu Chen. Initially, upon seeing Tang San and the others, her instinct was to hide, planning to procure yellow paper and black dog blood to quickly locate Gu Chen and return to Shrek Academy together. Unexpectedly, after Tang San's brief absence, he could communicate with the blue-silver grass and immediately discerned Zhu Zhuqing's location. Coupled with what he had overheard from Dai Mubai about Gu Chen teaching Xiao Wu to play the flute, Tang San's fury ignited, and he resolved to impart a lesson to Gu Chen, filled with blood and tears. Thus, their appearance was not coincidental but rather orchestrated to some extent by Tang San. Upon locating Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San said nothing but subtly conveyed a message to Dai Mubai through his gaze. Whatever Zhu Zhuqing attempted, they must find a way to obstruct her. While Zhu Zhuqing was purchasing yellow paper, she claimed it was counterfeit. Before her and the vendor, a white tiger's radiant wave shattered the yellow paper into pieces. He even intended to beat the vendor to vent Zhu Zhuqing's frustrations, only to be stopped by her and Xiao Wu. This forced Zhu Zhuqing to run from the south of the city to the north to repurchase the items. When seeking black dog blood, she insisted it was fake and nearly destroyed the vendor's shop, ultimately compelling the owner to help them find a more authentic black dog. Yet, Dai Mubai remained unsatisfied, claiming the dog's color was artificial. After several tribulations, they finally gathered the required yellow paper and black dog blood for Gu Chen. Dai Mubai then remarked that he had never heard of such items being effective against malevolent spirits. Having lived 2 lives, Tang San had indeed heard of such matters. But he casually remarked, in this deteriorating world, one must remain vigilant against certain individuals. Unbeknownst to Dai Mubai, his interference had resulted in the near-total demise of those who had ventured to Sacred Heart Lake. Greetings, seniors. Gu Chen approached the 4, suppressing his anger. I apologize for my tardiness. Have I delayed your matters? Zhu Zhuqing replied with a look of regret. Sister, let's set that aside. The malevolent entity in the lake has gone berserk and is slaughtering wildly. Quickly hand me the yellow paper and black dog blood. Every second counts. And we may save another life. Understood. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly handed over a bundle, casting a fierce glance at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai shrugged, indicating his surprise at the turn of events. Gu Chen took the package and expressed his gratitude to Zhu Zhuqing. He bit into an Oscar brand rapid-flying mushroom sausage and swiftly made his way towards Sacred Heart Lake. Chapter 19. Canine Ally, Tang San. After Gu Chen departed, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly consumed an Oscar brand mushroom sausage and soared towards the Sacred Heart Lake. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure, Tang San's expression momentarily darkened. But he quickly concealed his emotions. His return was solely to ensure Gu Chen's complete destruction, teaching him that offending Tang San could render life more dreadful than death. Third brother, it seems something truly significant has occurred over there. We should investigate, Xiao Wu noted, sensing the unease, her brows furrowing as she worried she might have erred in some way. Do not fret, Xiao Wu. Since Gu Chen has requested us to procure these items, he must possess confidence in confronting the creature in the lake. However, you are right, we should follow him, despite Gu Chen harboring many secrets from us. He is still a disciple of Master Xiao Wu, and we ought to concern ourselves with his safety. Very astute, third brother. Your words are quite impressive. Though he secretly wished to shred Gu Chen into pieces, he outwardly praised Tang San's eloquence. Had I not been your classmate for so many years, I might have believed you were a paragon of virtue. Countless nights I witnessed you frequenting the brothels, and yet here you are, speaking so nobly. Daimu Bai mused, mentally applauding Tang San. Could this be the potential for becoming a formidable force that Master Xiao Wu spoke of? But surely Zhu Zhuqing must resent me deeply this time. It's all Gu Chen's fault. I will undoubtedly find an opportunity to eliminate him, not daring to waste time. Gu Chen began to focus his spirit while en route to Sacred Heart Lake, meticulously inscribing the Red Sun Golden Flame Talisman. Multitasking was exceedingly taxing on his spirit and soul power, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead and his complexion to pale. Someone save me. I will marry him. A young woman, no older than 15 or 16, adorned in a flowing yellow brocade, retreated in terror as the massive tentacles of an octopus soul beast descended ominously from the heavens, instilling a profound sense of dread. Tears streamed down her face like pearls unstrung as she faced impending doom. As she closed her eyes in despair, believing her fate sealed, she suddenly felt something wrap around her waist. Startled, she screamed, "Ah, mother, save me." To her surprise, no pain came. Instead, she felt lighter and heard a breathless voice near her ear. "You are safe now. Please return home." When she opened her eyes, she beheld a tall, handsome man. His pallid complexion softened by a gentle gaze. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, he turned and soared away. "I am Ning Rongrong. I will repay you," she called out, though Gu Chen paid her no mind, focused solely on subduing the beast before his strength waned. "Supreme Tao Lord, I summon thee. Red Sun Golden Flame Talisman, arise." Although reciting these incantations seemed futile, it was a matter of whether his soul power could activate them. Still, Gu Chen uttered the words, finding solace in this mental invocation, a form of prayer. To his delight, the soul power in this realm could indeed resonate with the rules inscribed upon the talisman, causing the symbols to radiate with luminescence. Dozens of radiant red talismans shot forth towards the malevolent beast. The octopus soul beast, initially dismissive of the diminutive talismans, was struck with terror as the Red Sun Golden Flame Talisman approached, sensing its destructive aura and the potential for spatial traversal. It contemplated fleeing. However, it underestimated the talisman's power. As the black miasma surrounding the beast mingled with the talisman's crimson glow, it ignited as if gasoline met fire, causing the creature excruciating pain. Enraged, it glared at Gu Chen, yearning to tear him apart yet wary of the miraculous talisman in his grasp. With a fierce glance, it retreated towards Sacred Heart Lake. "Quickly! Stop it! Do not let it escape into the lake!" Gu Chen shouted urgently as Zhu Zhuqing and the others approached. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her skills, executing the shadow-piercing strike and the white claw simultaneously to hinder the octopus soul beast advance. Though her efforts only slightly impeded its progress, she pressed on, gathering her soul power to form a black-purple blade aimed at the beast's head. "Be careful, Zhu Zhuqing. Third brother, save her." Xiao Wu cried out as a massive tentacle appeared behind Zhu Zhuqing. Sensing imminent danger, Zhu Zhuqing activated her fourth soul skill, creating 6 shadow clones to assist in battle. Her most potent technique, Blue Silvergrass, binded. Tang San attempted to ensnare the octopus soul beast with his first martial spirit. Yet, the beast's immense strength flung him and the grass aside. Utilizing his combat skills, Tang San swiftly regained his footing, landing gracefully. "Third brother, watch out!" Xiao Wu exclaimed in alarm. Simultaneously, she activated her third skill, Teleportation, and her fourth skill, Invincible Body, to shield Tang San from the impending attack. Daimu Bai joined the fray, unleashing his skills, the White Tiger's Shield, enhancing defense, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, a powerful attack, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, amplifying his capabilities, and the White Tiger's Meteor Shower, launching a barrage of light spheres towards the beast. In an effort to uphold Zhu Zhuqing's esteem, Daimu Bai unleashed all 4 skills upon the octopus soul beast. The ensuing explosions echoed fiercely, inciting the beast's wrath. It abandoned its assault on Xiao Wu and Tang San, directing 3 of its tentacles towards Daimu Bai. "Come at me." With newfound confidence from the diamond transformation, Daimu Bai braced himself for a direct confrontation with the octopus soul beast. However, he was unprepared for the overwhelming force of a single strike, which nearly shattered his martial spirit, sending him hurtling backward. Had Tang San not swiftly intervened, ensnaring him with the blue-silver grass, he would have been obliterated by the two attacking tentacles. Senior Tang San, use the blue-silver prison to hold it. I shall deliver a decisive blow. Gu Chen issued a command to Tang San. Taken aback, Tang San realized that he had always been the one directing the Shrek 7 monsters. And now the roles had reversed, with a newly joined and seemingly weak junior assuming command. Indeed, third brother, hasten to employ the blue-silver prison, urged Xiao Wu, observing that the octopus soul beast was about to plunge into the water. In truth, Tang San harbored ulterior motives, possessing the purple extreme magic eyes. He could perceive things beyond others' sight. He had long discerned the extraordinary nature of this soul beast, estimating its age to be at least 30,000 years. Moreover, its bizarre ability to negate over 80% of physical attacks could, if attached to a soul ring and absorbed, render him immensely powerful. Thus, he had only utilized a single skill, entanglement, throughout the encounter. Despite being the most potent among the 5 in terms of soul power, he was easily pulled away, necessitating Xiao Wu to invoke 2 life-saving skills in succession to rescue him, which spoke volumes. As the progenitor of cunning, Gu Chen was acutely aware of Tang San's subtle intentions. He cared little for soul rings. Having claimed so many lives, this malevolent creature must perish today. Thus, his earlier shout at Tang San had been a deliberate provocation to compel him into action. Chapter 20, The Divine Weapon. Celestial Umbrella. This chapter contains an Easter egg. Confronted by Gu Chen and Xiao Wu's urgings, Tang San's mind whirled, devising a clever stratagem. Midway through executing his soul skill, he abruptly bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Third brother. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu hurriedly teleported to his side in alarm. He is fine. Just accidentally bitten his tongue. Frustrated, she thought. How dare he play with his own injuries in front of me? Gu Chen gazed at Tang San with palpable disdain. Damn beast, meet your demise. Although the attacks from Zhu Zhuqing and others did not inflict any substantial damage upon the octopus soul beast, they succeeded in buying Gu Chen a moment's respite. He recalibrated his position and simultaneously unleashed over 20 red sun golden flame talismans, enveloping the octopus soul beast in a comprehensive assault. The crimson flames upon the beast blazed even more fiercely, and its life force began to plummet dramatically. Feigning injury, Tang San, now revealing his true condition, spoke to Xiao Wu. Do not worry, I am fine. It is merely that my old wounds were aggravated when I pulled Mu Bai earlier. He then activated a multitude of spider webs, seemingly intent on ensnaring the octopus soul beast, yet the placement of these webs was most peculiar, perfectly coinciding with the areas where the red flames threatened to spread. This maneuver afforded the octopus soul beast a moment to breathe. It suddenly ignited a surge of dark energy, its power swelling immensely. With a fierce exertion, the beast propelled Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others away. Fleeing towards the center of the lake, Gu Chen gazed at Tang San, whose demeanor was reminiscent of a dog, and found himself at a loss for words, exasperated. With a resigned heart, he cast his last 2 talismans, intending to assess Zhu Zhuqing's injuries. At that moment, a melodious feminine voice resonated in his mind. The 8-armed demon boy, heavily wounded, possesses 30,000 years of cultivation. You may barely use it to empower the heavenly Luo umbrella once. Pursue him. I shall assist you in capturing him. With it, you can activate the first layer of the heavenly Luo umbrella. Master, is it you speaking to me? Gu Chen, mistakenly believing the enchanting voice belonged to Yi Jingzhu, queried tentatively, sensing an incongruity in the tone. Master? The woman chuckled lightly. In a sense, yes. However, this is not the time for discussion. The 8-armed demon boy is about to flee. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Understood. As he observed the 8-armed demon boy sinking into the depths of the lake, Gu Chen resolutely leaped into the water. Gu Chen, Jr. Zhu Zhuqing called out anxiously. Xiao Wu's heart tightened, but out of deference to Tang San's presence, she refrained from voicing her concern. Yet, Tang San noted everything, his animosity towards Gu Chen intensifying. He cursed Gu Chen to perish at the lake's bottom. Dai Mu Bai, initially in a foul mood due to his own injuries, erupted into laughter upon witnessing Gu Chen recklessly pursuing the 8-armed demon boy into the lake. Suddenly, a chill enveloped Dai Mu Bai from behind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Zhu Zhuqing cast a fierce glare at him and prepared to leap towards the lake's center. However, Tang San, appearing severely injured yet only slightly harmed, ensnared her with his blue-silver grass. Zhuqing, do not act impulsively. Junior Gu Chen is not reckless. He must have a plan. You are unaware of the dangers lurking beneath the water. Recklessness could lead to unforeseen peril. That spirit beast is gravely wounded. Gu Chen likely aims to deliver a final blow to end its nefarious existence. Let us wait and recuperate. If we dive in, we, as members of Shrek, must do so together. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing must not act rashly. We must trust in Gu Chen, Xiao Wu chimed in. In truth, she harbored doubts about Gu Chen's ability to resurface, believing that his control over the spirit beast relied entirely on those extraordinary talismans. She had clearly observed him expend his last 2 talismans. Had he possessed a few more, the spirit beast might have been subdued. By advising Zhu Zhuqing against following Gu Chen, she sought to prevent her from sharing in a potential demise. Although she had harbored some fondness for Gu Chen, who had once taught her to play the flute, her heart ultimately belonged to Tang San, a childhood companion not easily replaced. Dai Bai found himself in an awkward position. His earlier behavior had been excessive. Even Xiao Wu was unable to overlook it. Tang San inwardly berated Dai Bai. Fool! If only you possessed half the wit of Oscar, you wouldn't have allowed Gu Chen to steal your woman. Meanwhile, as Gu Chen plunged into the water, the celestial weapon, the heavenly Luo umbrella, manifested before him, swiftly landing in his grasp. A stream of information flooded his mind. This artifact, known as the ancient divine weapon, the heavenly Luo umbrella, was forged by an ancient evil deity. Currently, it was in a damaged state and required a substantial amount of magic essence for restoration. Once repaired, it promised unforeseen rewards. Gu Chen was uncertain about the origins of this memory that had been implanted in his mind, yet he felt a peculiar familiarity towards the celestial umbrella. You have received the message of the celestial umbrella, haven't you? During this period, I have regained some of my soul power, which you may temporarily harness to sustain yourself at the soul sect level for a brief quarter of an hour. However, following this, your soul power will be depleted by me, leaving you unable to wield it for a short while. Are you willing to take this risk? The melodious voice of a woman resonated once more. What is there to hesitate about? Lend me your strength. This beast has slain so many. How could I possibly let him escape? Grant me your power, I implore you. Gu Chen tightened his grip on the handle of the celestial umbrella, exuding a bold fervor. Haha. The enchanting voice of the lady was amused by Gu Chen's fervent declaration. This fellow was indeed relentless in his pursuit of the extraordinary. Yet, he possessed a commendable spirit, proving to be quite an intriguing little character. Very well, I shall bestow upon you the power, the glory, the halo of an angel. A golden aura enveloped Gu Chen, and a crimson halo gradually rose from beneath his feet. He felt his power surging dramatically, ascending through the ranks of great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, and Soul Sect. With a breathtaking leap across several significant realms, Gu Chen was imbued with a sense of overwhelming strength. Swiftly locking onto the 8-armed demon child and pursuing it with fervor. Within mere 10 paces, he launched his assault. He unleashed the technique known as Heavenly Net Devouring Heaven. A formidable force of attraction enveloped the 8-armed demon child, which struggled valiantly to escape this binding grip. However, its previous injuries rendered it incapable of resistance, and it could only succumb to being drawn into an enigmatic, shadowy realm. After assimilating the 8-armed demon child, the once still heavenly umbrella transformed, its colors now more vibrant than ever. Meanwhile, within the confines of the mysterious space, the malevolent entity began to dissipate, eventually manifesting as a diminutive octopus upon the oiled paper of the heavenly umbrella. Gu Chen's mind communicated with the celestial umbrella, and he discovered that he could tap into a portion of its formidable power, summoning a soul beast that surpassed his own realm to fight on his behalf. For instance, as a 6th-tier Soul Master, he could invoke a soul beast of the Great Soul Master 6th tier. The specific type of soul beast he could summon was not confined to the 8-armed demon child, but depended on the magical spirits that the celestial umbrella had previously sealed. These magical spirits are akin to souls of demons, similar to human souls, yet distinct in that they can devour one another to enhance their own power. The celestial umbrella possesses this unique ability as well, allowing it to absorb magical spirits, augment itself, and acquire their skills. During combat, the celestial umbrella allocates power based on its master's strength, showcasing another facet of its remarkable nature. As an intriguing aside, in the Divine Continent, there once existed a woman of unparalleled beauty, named Liu Xiaoran. From a young age, Liu Xiaoran was blessed with extraordinary beauty and innate talent, particularly her enchanting eyes, which possessed a rare double pupil that captivated all who beheld them. Her existence was truly legendary. She was born with full soul power and dual martial souls, heralded by celestial phenomena. Her dual martial souls were exceedingly rare. One was the flower of life, and the other, the eye of reincarnation. Despite the name suggesting a botanical affiliation, the flower of life transcended all martial souls, acting as a key to unlock the human genetic code. It did not require any additional spirit rings. Its singular characteristic was the ability to ignite one's life force to unleash potential. The eye of reincarnation, also known as the eye of control, enhanced ocular power, and when cultivated to its zenith, could determine the life and death cycles of an individual with a mere glance. At the height of her prowess, Lu Xiaoren utilized the attributes of her two martial souls to discover countless elixirs that bolstered her life force and ocular power, advancing her cultivation at an astonishing pace. All her spirit rings were pure red, each spanning 100,000 years, making her the first to achieve dominion over the divine continent. However, due to an unforeseen incident involving the acquisition of the celestial umbrella, she became the target of envy. Before she could fully comprehend its usage, she was ambushed by her closest sister, Lu Xinran, and her most beloved man, Tang Hao, in collusion with 12 divine sovereigns, resulting in grievous injury. In a fit of rage, she sacrificed her entire life force to activate the Eye of Reincarnation, severely injuring Lu Xinran and annihilating Tang Hao's spirit and form, while taking down 7 of the 12 divine sovereigns. In her final moments, she activated the protective mode of the celestial umbrella, which transported her lingering soul to the Douluo Continent. It was there that the childhood self of Gu Chen discovered her and brought her home. Subsequently, an accident caused the blood of Gu Chen's former self to inadvertently drip onto the celestial umbrella. After absorbing this blood, the celestial umbrella was reactivated. However, due to Gu Chen's former self being too weak, it could not enter the master recognition mode, remaining concealed within the martial soul of the golden silk silver needle. Once awakened, the celestial umbrella required nurturing by soul power, which elucidated why Gu Chen's former self, upon awakening his martial soul, remained at the second tier of soul masters, ridiculed by all as a waste. It was not until Gu Chen's rebirth and the awakening of his second martial soul, the chameleon martial soul, that he could finally begin his path of cultivation anew. Chapter 21. Soft Jade and Warm Fragrance. Welfare. Chapter 1. After Gu Chen retracted the soul weapon, the heavenly net umbrella, into his martial soul, he soon resurfaced. Upon his emergence, reactions varied from concern to resentment. Daimu Bai was on the verge of grinding his tiger teeth, while Tang San's expression darkened momentarily, though he swiftly concealed it. Zhu Zhuqing's face brightened with joy as she dashed towards the center of Sacred Heart Lake, entirely unfazed by the potential impact her drenched, alluring figure might have on Gu Chen. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Wu appeared lost in thought. Although her demeanor seemed composed, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Were it not for the imposing presence of Tang San and Daimu Bai, she might have rushed forward like Zhu Zhuqing. She cared for him. Recalling the sensation of his fingers caressing her soft ears, kissing her enticing lips, and his hand enveloping hers, each time he played the flute, she found herself irresistibly enamored with him. His scent was intoxicating, surpassing even the unique fragrance of a woman. His eyes, so clear and genuine, held a captivating allure even in moments of mischief. His strong arms encircled her delicate form, and the firmness of his muscles pressed against her softness was mesmerizing. Every breath he took, every movement he made, radiated gentleness. His long fingers glided across her skin, sending shivers and sparks through her, igniting an insatiable longing within her. She felt breathless, as if he had cast a spell over her entire being. No one could fathom the depth of their indulgence that night. He revealed a side of her she would never dare show in front of Tang San. Even as Tang San openly declared him to be that despicable dog from the past, harboring ulterior motives, she knew otherwise. He was a true man, embodying responsibility and integrity. Though he bore the title of a scoundrel, he exuded a refreshing, natural charm. He would express his desire to share unique experiences with her, imparting wisdom on how to achieve comfort and rest and the optimal angles for pleasure. He was well versed in the intricacies of the human body, particularly her sensitive areas. Yet he refrained from crossing boundaries. Instead, he guided her on how to massage those points for relaxation, respecting the sanctity of her femininity. He wished to preserve the purity of their friendship, unwilling to taint it with any impurities. Gu Chen was brought ashore by Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, he felt exceedingly weak, so feeble that he scarcely had the strength to lift his eyelids. Zhuqing, how's my junior? Gu Chen. His soul power has been exhausted, and he's in a state of severe depletion. We must locate Oscar promptly. How could this happen? Is he injured? Xiao Wu's face was marked by anxiety. Unconcerned about Tang San's potential jealousy, she stepped forward, wishing to assist Zhu Zhuqing in supporting Gu Chen for a while. Zhuqing, your clothes are soaked. Please entrust Gu Chen to me while you find a way to dry off. Thank you, Sister Xiao Wu. Tang San is here. I see he is quite injured. You should attend to him. I can manage on my own. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained cool as she adjusted her hold on Gu Chen, the weight upon her chest making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. Fortunately, he had learned the technique of turtle breathing. Otherwise, he might have drowned in the lake, only to perish under the embrace of a stunning beauty, which would have been quite the jest. Noticing Xiao Wu's embarrassment as she cast an envious glance in a certain direction, Zhu Zhuqing offered a faint smile. Women must be a bit fierce for boys to take a liking. Sister Xiao Wu, I am destined to take the lead in awaken Gu Chen. She whispered softly in a manner only Xiao Wu could hear. After all, he is my junior. He wouldn't mind if I took a little advantage, would he? Hiki. Suddenly, Tang San coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, seeking Xiao Wu's attention. Without glancing back, Xiao Wu addressed Dai Mubai, Boss Dai. I leave my brother in your care. I must watch over Zhuqing. Gu Chen is still very weak, and there are things he cannot do. Zhuqing. Holding Gu Chen like that may be uncomfortable for him. Let me assist you. With that, Xiao Wu did not wait for Zhu Zhuqing's consent and forcefully draped one of Gu Chen's arms over her fragrant shoulder. Together, they lifted Gu Chen and moved onward. Though Gu Chen was on the verge of fainting, he felt something soft against him, yet he lacked the strength to resist and could only endure silently. It seemed that the owner of this soft object was unbothered and even laughed lightly. The next moment, words that nearly made him salute echoed in his ears. Gu Chen. My junior is still misbehaving in his sleep, thinking of taking advantage of his senior. Is it comfortable? The speaker was none other than Zhu Zhuqing, who then playfully chided. You little rascal, taking advantage of me now? I want to hold it against you, but once you recover, I might just devour you. At this, Xiao Wu, who was solely concerned about Gu Chen's injuries, abruptly turned to Zhu Zhuqing. She observed a long, fair hand exploring a certain peak, as if searching for a treasure. Meanwhile, the peak on her side was not as majestic as the distant one, which made her feel a twinge of jealousy. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's indifferent and somewhat indulgent demeanor, Xiao Wu asked with a hint of jealousy, Zhuqing, something seems off. Have you already done what? Zhu Zhuqing feigned ignorance. Oh, you know. That kind of thing that makes both boys and girls incredibly happy. What kind of thing? Just. Xiao Wu blushed and whispered in her ear. Nothing. He only helped me with a calf massage, but as he was doing it, it led to oh. That little rascal always enjoys teasing halfway and then stopping. It's infuriating. Sometimes, when girls gather, the topics of conversation often delve into realms that boys could hardly imagine. Just like now. They were engaging in rather explicit dialogue while subtly comparing notes. Lying between the two women, Gu Chen, though somewhat drained of soul power, was not unconscious. He heard their conversation clearly and inwardly exclaimed, This is unjust. Can you both refrain from fabricating stories? I did not. What Gu Chen remained oblivious to was that, for his sake, two sisters, once as close as blood, had begun to engage in a covert rivalry, with a grand confrontation imminent. However, Gu Chen was disinclined to concern himself with such matters. He understood that he had just embarrassed Tang San and Dai Mubai, and that his future would not be as serene. He would not only have to guard against the insidious schemes of Tang San and Dai Mubai, but also bear the weighty affections of several senior sisters. After Gu Chen departed, Dai Mubai intended to assist Tang San but was forcefully rebuffed by a swift motion of Tang San's hand. Dai Mubai, are you out of your mind? Xiao Wu asked you to help me, and you just show up. Are you her pet? Tang San unleashed a torrent of invective akin to a machine gun, leaving Dai Mubai utterly stunned and feeling a profound sense of injustice. Yet, upon witnessing Tang San's bloodshot eyes, Dai Mubai, despite his overwhelming grievance, dared not retort. Today's first update has been completed. Friends who enjoy this book, please remember to leave comments, collect, and follow. If you have votes, don't keep them hidden. Shower them upon me, and I will strive to write more benefits for you and amplify your affection. Chapter 22. A Crisis Lurks. Benefit Chapter 2. Having been classmates for many years, he understood this man before him all too well. One must never provoke him when he is in a frenzy. Otherwise, with no one around, should he truly incite his wrath. Enduring a fortnight in bed would be a light consequence. If he were to inadvertently injure himself with the 8 spider lances, he would return to tell them that they encountered someone from the spirit hall, and Dai Mubai disregarded his warnings, insisting on teasing a seductive girl from the spirit hall, only to be slain by the powerful protector in the shadows, while he barely escaped with his life. He was confident that he could articulate such a tale. Tang San berated Dai Mubai for a full quarter of an hour, during which Dai Mubai discreetly wiped away tears until Tang San's fury subsided. His expression dark as water, he declared in a low voice, Tonight, he must be eliminated. I, Tang San, have never felt so humiliated. You will go find Ma Hongjun tonight and tell him Tang San whispered a few words into Dai Mubai's ear. Dai Mubai nodded repeatedly. And in the future, use your brain when doing things. Never repeat today's folly. Reckless bravery will yield nothing but hasten your demise. Tang San patted Dai Mubai's shoulder with his right hand, his tone softening slightly as he spoke earnestly. Although Dai Mubai was not particularly clever, He was easily swayed and sufficiently loyal. Unless absolutely necessary, Tang San would not discard this pawn, and he would still offer guidance when possible. All right. Xiao San Dai Mubai habitually addressed him. Tang San frowned. Do not call me Xiao San. Who are you to call me that? Third brother, I was wrong. Upon hearing Tang San's icy words, Dai Mubai hurriedly bent to apologize. I heard you have a cousin named Nolan Jia, about to marry that useless Gu Chen, right? Yes, I have heard of her. Third brother, why do you suddenly ask about her? Humph. She possesses an ice-type martial soul. When the time comes, you must introduce us. I will soon reach level 50. If my blue silver grass can merge with her ice phoenix martial soul and subsequently advance, the effects will surely double. Tang San scoffed, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. No, third brother, you must understand. My cousin is a disciple favored by Elder Zhu Zhuqing of the Spirit Hall. If you lay a hand on her, Zhu Zhuqing will not let it slide. Tang San's ambition stretched too far. Although he had no significant connection with this distant cousin, they had played together as children. Now that he was associated with the Spirit Hall, perhaps he could gain some advantage from her. If he failed to subdue her, wouldn't he be like Zhu Beiji gazing in a mirror, caught between two worlds? Noticing Dai Mubai's hesitation, Tang San expressed his displeasure with a cold snort. Humph. What are you afraid of? To be honest, do you know where I've been recently? Why I have improved so significantly? Where? Dai Mubai asked with curiosity. Where is unimportant. You need not know. What matters is that I am no longer afraid of the Spirit Hall. Dai Mubai was left speechless. Initially believing Tang San would share his method of advancement, only to realize that this scoundrel merely sought to boast. Very well. I shall visit Nodding City tomorrow to reconnect with her. After so many years, if I abruptly invite her, she will surely be suspicious. Outmatched, Dai Mubai reluctantly agreed. Excellent. Mubai, once I have secured your cousin, I will not treat you poorly. I guarantee your soul power will elevate by at least 10 levels within a year. Having lived 2 lives, Tang San was well versed in the art of manipulation. The combination of rewards and threats was infallible. And he had full confidence in keeping Dai Mubai firmly under his control. Third brother, where shall we go now? Back to the academy? Return to the academy? Why would I want to add to my troubles? Let us go to the brothel. I've been pinned up this month. Lillian and Vivina must miss little Tang San. I'll bring him to meet them. All right, third brother, you enjoy yourself. I shall not accompany you. I wish to return to the academy and see Zhu Qing. I feel she has changed. I must return and keep an eye on her, lest she betray me after you are done. Wait for us at the Rose Hotel. Hanjun, and I will find you. Agreed. With nothing scheduled today, let us enjoy the music at the brothel. Tang San, hands behind his back, whistled as he strolled away with an air of nonchalance. What Dai Mubai could not see was Tang San's face, dark as water. His purple extreme magic eyes flickering with intensity. A beam of purple light danced in his gaze, fluctuating ominously. Xiao Wu was his Achilles heel. No one knew how much he cherished her. Gu Chen daring to take liberties with his woman was tantamount to courting death. His hatred surged like molten lava, threatening to scorch the earth to cinders as he malevolently pondered how to make Gu Chen suffer a fate worse than death. His expression gradually warped. Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu, while caressing Gu Chen's arm, engaged in fervent conversation, unknowingly making their way to Soto City. What did you say? You slept with Gu Chen? Zhu Qing gazed at Xiao Wu in astonishment. Just as Xiao Wu was about to respond to Zhu Qing's question, a sudden exclamation broke through the air. Hey, look, isn't that our savior? Indeed. What happened? Why is he sandwiched between 2 beautiful women? Could he be injured? Let us go check benefactor. Benefactor ladies, what has happened to our benefactor? A throng of soul masters, who had just been rescued by Gu Chen at the Holy Heart Lake, gathered around. He has fainted from exhaustion, Xiao Wu replied sweetly, her charming smile lighting up her face. The attention of so many on the boy she admired filled her heart with joy. Zhu Qing, though more composed, felt elated inside. You 2 beautiful ladies must be weary from your journey. My carriage is just nearby. Shall we assist the benefactor to rest there? Where are you headed? I can escort you back. A middle-aged man pushed through the crowd, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing exchanged glances, feeling that this was indeed a good idea, and readily agreed. Just as the 2 women gracefully moved forward, the crowd parted to allow them passage toward the carriage. Suddenly someone called out from behind. Beautiful sisters, wait a moment. As they turned to look, they beheld a slender and enchanting young maiden clad in a vibrant yellow attire, trotting gracefully towards them. Following closely behind her was a statuesque figure, adorned in a daringly low-cut V-neck ensemble that accentuated her profound curves. Her upper body was encased in golden armor, while the lower half was draped in a split skirt. Her long, straight legs gleamed with a lustrous sheen, appearing remarkably elongated against the backdrop of brown knee pads and high-heeled shoes, complemented by her snow-white complexion, straight nose, and delicately shaped phoenix eyes. She possessed an exquisite beauty that exuded an air of aloof nobility, making her seem untouchable. At that moment, her presence eclipsed everyone else, leaving all but Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing in a state of diminished radiance, evoking a sense of self-deprecation among the onlookers. She regarded Gu Chen with a serene expression, seemingly indifferent to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Such formidable soul power and a fearsome martial soul. Should you devour the essence of her martial soul, the opportunity to ascend to divinity would be yours. As Gu Chen focused on cultivating the golden body of meritorious deeds as described in the Xuanqing method, the melodious voice within her mind echoed once more. Master Zhao, could it be that my moment of destiny has arrived? Gu Chen immersed his mind within the divine weapon, the celestial umbrella, unabashedly admiring the enchanting beauty before him, devoid of any lewd intentions. This is the remarkable power of cultivating the profound heart technique, enabling one to transcend the self in the material, reflecting the heart as a mirror, clear and unobstructed. When objects appear, they are reflected. When they do not, there is no need for compulsion. The woman smiled seductively, her gaze sparkling with excitement. She murmured softly, six-winged angel, celestial goddess. A night spent with her could elevate you by at least 10 levels. The mysterious woman smiled with a hint of mischief. Gu Chen felt a strange aura emanating from her, as if she were more enigmatic than himself, perhaps influenced by the ancient evil god's relic. Master, please do not jest. I am not one to be trifled with. Humph. Not one to be trifled with? The mysterious woman let out a soft scoff, her jade-like leg gracefully arching in an alluring manner. Gu Chen was suddenly overwhelmed by a rush of adrenaline. If you have the ability, then look away. Humph. Wretched man. Gu Chen hastily turned around, swiftly withdrawing his consciousness from the realm of the heavenly umbrella. How dull. Gazing at the empty, luminous space, the mysterious woman disdainfully twirled a lock of her slightly curled golden hair. With a graceful turn, she donned a black lace miniskirt and slipped into a pair of black stockings, her alluring smile rising as she caressed her cool left arm. A tumult of complex emotions swirling within her. If only one day I could find a corporeal form, I would savor the essence of this sacred emperor physique. The enigmatic woman licked her lips, her eyes narrowing, filled with a palpable desire. Chapter 23. Miss, may we converse privately? Once she had gathered her thoughts, Gu Chen immersed his consciousness in his dantian, on the verge of solidifying his meritorious golden body, diligently focusing on the formation of this golden essence. Observing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing supporting him, the young woman in yellow brocade wore a crescent moon smile. Greetings, my two elder sisters. I am Ning Rongrong, here to express my gratitude for the life-saving favor. In her haste to leave, she had brought no valuables, presenting them with a black gold card from the Yi family business. This card grants a 70% discount for all purchases at our Yi family shops. She handed over a palm-sized, rectangular black card, intricately engraved on the front with a golden dragon and adorned on the back with a large golden leaf, exuding exquisite beauty. Upon recognition of the card, someone gasped in astonishment. Ah, this is the golden dragon black card from the Yi family, the foremost family of the Tiando Empire. What is the golden dragon black card? Murmured those nearby. It was rumored that the Yi family's business spanned the entire Tiando Empire, their wealth immeasurable, rivaling nations. The golden dragon black card was a coveted item, a symbol of status. Within the vast expanse of the Tiando Empire, fewer than 50 individuals possess such a card, each a figure of considerable renown. The fact that this young girl could casually offer such a prestigious card indicated her extraordinary status. Zhu Zhuqing, with her mysterious identity and vast knowledge, immediately recognized the value of the golden dragon black card. With a smile, she accepted it from Ning Rongrong, saying, "He is still unconscious. I shall keep the card for him and pass it on once he awakens." "Thank you, elder sister," Ning Rongrong replied sweetly. Observing the close bond between Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Chen, who rested his head against her softness without suspicion, gratefully expressing his thanks. "Elder sister, I will be staying in Suatua City for a few days. The Rose Hotel is owned by our Yi family, and I will be residing there. If my benefactor awakens, could you kindly inform him that I am waiting there? I wish to express my gratitude in person." "Certainly. I will convey the message once he regains consciousness." A sudden fit of violent coughing erupted, and Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes, gazing weakly at the young woman in the yellow brocade, standing tall and youthful, her chest still bearing a hint of innocence. "Benefactor, you have awakened," Ning Rongrong exclaimed with great delight at his consciousness returning, looking at her radiant, fair visage. Gu Chen weakly replied, "Miss Yi, I heard your words just now, but I cannot accept your kindness. Zhuqing, please return the golden dragon black card to this young lady. At his words, Zhu Zhuqing felt a deep admiration for Gu Chen's integrity, appreciating his unwavering resolve to decline such a priceless gift. The disposition of Junior Gu Chen truly surpasses our own. No wonder Teacher Zhao has consistently praised his character. It appears he was indeed right. However, before Ning Rongrong could finish her sentence, Gu Chen interjected, "There is no however. My act of saving you is not motivated by any expectation of reward. It is merely my endeavor to lessen the number of unjustly lost lives in this world." Ning Rongrong was deeply moved by Gu Chen's heartfelt words, and for a moment, her eyes brimmed with tears. "Miss Yi, please accept this. We are well aware of Junior Gu Chen's temperament. When he says you need not thank him, he genuinely means it." Zhu Zhuqing pressed the golden dragon black card into the hands of the astonished Ning Rongrong, who stood there, at a loss. "Please keep it. Miss Yi, Junior Gu Chen is simply the type of person who does good deeds without seeking anything in return." A sweet smile blossomed on the delicate face of Xiao Wu, captivated by Gu Chen's selfless nature. Little did they know that Gu Chen's refusal of the golden dragon black card was due to a more pressing matter. He needed assistance from the very person before him. "Benefactor? Since you refuse to accept my golden dragon black card, may I offer to escort you for a while? Given your severe injuries, I wish to contribute in caring for you." "No, that is not permissible." Before Gu Chen could respond, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing spoke in unison. Ning Rongrong looked at the two women in surprise, and Xiao Wu, quick to react, provided an explanation. "Junior Gu Chen has an aversion to beautiful women. We are more than capable of attending to her." "Indeed. Absolutely." Zhu Zhuqing chimed in agreement, in an effort to coax Gu Chen into participating in their act. Both women simultaneously pinched him at the waist. Gu Chen's cheeks momentarily contorted as he gently cleared his throat twice. "My two senior sisters are indeed correct. I am quite sensitive to beautiful young ladies. However, I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Miss Yi and would like to have a few words with her privately, if I may." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing widened their eyes in astonishment. Ning Rongrong, who had initially felt a tinge of disappointment and was on the verge of giving up, suddenly ignited with hope and readily agreed. "All right, where shall we go? Perhaps to my room?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were momentarily stunned, but after a brief pause, they exchanged glances, both clearly understanding the unspoken implications in each other's eyes. This little girl harbors ulterior motives. Gu Chen felt a wave of speechlessness. He sensed that Ning Rongrong had perhaps misunderstood his intentions. Casting an awkward glance at her, he suggested, "There's no need for such formality. There's a tea house ahead. Let us converse there for a while." "All right, I shall follow your lead," Ning Rongrong replied, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. The brightness in her eyes shimmered with joy as she looked at Gu Chen and added, "Gu Chen Gij, please wait for me a moment. I will go inform Sister Xue not to wait for me and to return home first." "Brother Gu Chen? Little girl, what are you trying to do? Have you completely disregarded us?" Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu seemed as if something precious had been snatched away from them, feeling a profound sorrow, their expressions becoming somewhat rigid. Gu Chen paid no heed to the thoughts of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, and graciously accepted the title, giving a gentle nod. Ning Rongrong, like a jubilant butterfly, trotted over to the tall beauty. With a smile, she addressed her, "Sister Xue, Brother Gu Chen has invited me to sit with him. Why don't you head back first? I will join you later." The tall woman maintained a stoic expression, her icy gaze seemingly capable of penetrating one's inner thoughts. She cast a cold glance at Gu Chen, nodded slightly, and advised Ning Rongrong, "A girl must learn to protect herself, even if the other person is her savior. There are times when one must remain vigilant." "All right. I understand, Sister Xue. Thank you for your concern. I will take care of myself," Ning Rongrong replied, though her heart harbored contrary thoughts. She mused that with how handsome Brother Gu Chen was, it wouldn't be entirely out of the question for him to take some liberties. Albeit limited to innocent embraces or lifts, other matters would have to wait until after marriage. It must be acknowledged that excessive admiration for someone can easily lead one to lose oneself. If Gu Chen were to discover what Ning Rongrong was contemplating, he would surely hesitate to invite her out alone. Ironically, it is often the young man who truly requires protection. Today marks the first update. The subsequent chapters will depict a pivotal moment in the protagonist's growth. I will delve into the details, and I hope all the esteemed readers will bear with me as the story unfolds with increasing excitement. For those who enjoy this tale, please remember to save, follow, recommend, and leave comments. I will strive to craft more captivating stories in return. Thank you. Chapter 24. Am I not growing? I will grow, you know. The tall woman's aloof demeanor towards Gu Chen and her admonition to Yi Linglong stemmed from a distasteful aura she sensed emanating from him. Furthermore, possessing a six-winged angel spirit, her eyes were imbued with a brilliance akin to sapphires, allowing her to perceive things beyond the ordinary. Just moments ago, within the brief exchange between Yi Linglong and Gu Chen, she distinctly felt Gu Chen's gaze scanning Yi Linglong not less than 100 times, with furtive glances directed at her as well. If he were not a ravenous wolf in disguise, she would not believe it. Yet, he disguised himself so adeptly that Yi Linglong, in her naivety, remained oblivious. In truth, the tall woman misjudged Gu Chen. His wandering gaze was not solely driven by lust, but rather an instinctual recognition of a sinister aura clinging to Yi Linglong, one that was remarkably concealed. Had he not activated the first level of the Tianluo umbrella domain, he might have failed to detect it. His scrutiny of the tall woman was for similar reasons. Unlike Yi Linglong, although she too bore traces of malevolence, it could not infiltrate her being, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier of light. His invitation for a private conversation with Yi Linglong was not solely due to her taint, but rather because Gu Chen had studied certain mystic arts, enabling him to discern fortunes and misfortunes. During his recent moment of quiet contemplation, he realized that upon returning to Shrek Academy, he would encounter peril. Through a subtle mental connection, he sensed an unseen observer, yet the individual possessed such formidable strength that he could not ascertain their presence. Additionally, he found himself unable to disclose his identity as the young master of the Gu family or to leave Shrek Academy unaccompanied, which caused him concern for his mother's safety. He wished for Yi Linglong's assistance in checking on her well-being while he sought a means of escape. Upon arriving at the tea house, Gu Chen closed the door, and Yi Linglong immediately embraced him from behind, her bosom pressed against his back. Being soul masters, their physiques were robust, and even in autumn, they wore little. He could feel the warmth and softness emanating from her youthful form, along with the rhythmic beating of her heart. Brother Gu Chen, I know why you called me here. As long as we refrain from that one thing, I will comply with your wishes, she declared. Hearing this, Gu Chen forced a bitter smile, reflecting. How early this young lady has matured. What have I done to lead her to such a misunderstanding? Gu Chen slowly turned around, positioning Yi Linglong's delicate form directly in front of him, his gaze clear and unwavering as he looked at her. Linglong, my intention in bringing you here is not to indulge in fanciful thoughts, but rather to seek your assistance with a matter of importance. Oh dear, how embarrassing. I apologize, Brother Gu Chen, I misunderstood your intentions. Just moments ago, Sister Qian Renxue advised me to protect myself, and I mistakenly thought you meant. Meant what? That I wish to engage in a more intimate activity with you? You are still quite young. If I truly desired that, I would not dare to impose upon you. I am not that young, Yi Linglong retorted defiantly, puffing out her modest chest. Even if I may seem small now, I will surely grow in time. Gu Chen felt a sense of exasperation, as though the conversation had strayed off course. He coughed awkwardly a couple of times. Linglong Fairy, you have misunderstood. I sought your presence to share a matter of significance, not out of any infatuation with your beauty. Oh dear, it is indeed my fault. Linglong misinterpreted the situation. However, dear brother, your embrace is so warm. May I hold you for a moment? Observing the pitiable expression on Yi Linglong's face, Gu Chen found himself somewhat helpless and acquiesced to her request. After all, his heart was as clear as a mirror, reflecting the true form of things. It turned out to be a manifestation of inner demons. No wonder it was concealed so deeply. Gu Chen muttered to himself. Brother Gu Chen, what did you say? Nothing of consequence. Linglong Fairy, have you visited any extraordinary places recently? Let me think. Yi Linglong appeared to ponder. Yet her gaze inadvertently drifted toward Gu Chen's lower body, causing her to swallow hard. This movement did not escape Gu Chen's keen observation, standing so close. His brow furrowed slightly as he grasped Yi Linglong's shoulders, turning her petite figure away from him. In his heart, he called out to Lu Xiaoran, Xiaoran Master. Are you there? Not here. I'm busy. Please, Xiaoran Master, you are beautiful, kind-hearted, and well-proportioned. Could you assist me? Don't flatter me. I won't help, Xiaoran Master. How can you say that when you are so lovely? If flattery is to be given, let it be divine praise. You. Speak your mind. What is it? Do you have a way to help her calm down? Why should she calm down? She possesses the ghostly spirit body. A single slumber could grant her at least a decade of cultivation. Gu Chen found herself at a loss for words as a flock of crows flew overhead. Master, something seems amiss with you. Why do you always insist on making me sleep this and that? Because you're indolent, he retorted. You possess the extraordinary physique of a chameleon and the resilience akin to that of a sage. Yet, you have yet to cultivate to the rank of a great soul master. Even a pig endowed with your talents would have ascended to the realm of Soul Sovereign within a month of diligent effort. Lu Xiaoran nearly let slip an important detail. She wanted to mention that Gu Chen possessed the sacred emperor physique, and with just a modicum of effort, she could easily surpass renowned prodigies like Dai Mubai and Tang San. However, she refrained from speaking out, at least for the time being. She realized he was engaged in a profound meditation practice, one that could potentially affect his disposition if disturbed. Thus, she could only indirectly suggest that he should focus on the cultivation of specific women with unique physiques, urging him to dedicate more time to his training. Yet, he seemed quite resistant to this method of cultivation, leaving her with no recourse but to devise a plan for him once her own strength had been restored. Gu Chen was utterly unfazed by her words. If he were so easily influenced, then his over a month of cultivation would have been for naught. Master Xiao, are you truly incapable of calming her down? Faced with her resistance, Gu Chen resorted to provocation. How could that be? I possess 100 methods to soothe her. No. No. You little rascal dare to provoke me. Master, you mustn't misinterpret. I am merely expressing curiosity about your remarkable abilities, not trying to challenge you. Humph. I suppose you do possess a way with words, yet I am somewhat intrigued. Aren't you skilled in the use of talismans? Talismans are harmful to the user. Huh. Quite the protector of delicate feelings. Master, you misunderstand. It is not that I am overly sentimental, but rather I have other plans in mind. Oh. Do enlighten me. Master, my intention is. Gu Chen disclosed his plans to Lu Xiaoran, who burst into laughter. Within the confines of the divine weapon spatial realm, Lu Xiaoran, clad in a black lace ensemble, revealed a charming and gratifying smile. In the domain of holy light, my soul power remains feeble, allowing me to assist for only a brief quarter of an hour. You must manage your time wisely. Thank you, Master. Gu Chen expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Chapter 25. Blood vengeance must be repaid in blood. Fairy Ling Long, Fairy Ling Long. Gu Chen called out repeatedly, awakening Yi Ling Long from her reverie. Benefactor, what just occurred? Fairy Ling Long. Listen to me. You were recently influenced by a heart demon. However, I am currently unable to assist you in dispelling it. I need to ascertain your recent whereabouts and personally investigate the malevolent entity that has instigated this heart demon within you. Yes, I will heed your words. Recently, I accompanied Sister Shui to the Soto Imperial Tomb in search of a Yinming grass. It must have been during the harvest of the Yinming flower that we encountered that gigantic black serpent. Ever since that encounter, I have been plagued by nightmares. And Sister Shui has also become increasingly irritable. Then the issue must have arisen there. The Sister Shui you speak of is none other than the daughter of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue? Indeed. Benefactor, you know Sister Shui? I have heard of her. Hiki. Sister Shui has many suitors. If you wish to pursue her, unless what? Ah. You truly have feelings for Sister Shui. Oh dear. I really shouldn't have brought Sister Shui along. You haven't mentioned unless what? Unless you can reach Soul Saint by the age of 20, you would be qualified to compete with the prodigies of various clans. Then I suppose that's out of the question. I was merely speaking casually. I'm not particularly interested in her. Hiki, are you frightened? To pursue her, one must attain Soul Saint by 20. That holds no allure for me. I am destined to become a god by 20. Haha. Yi Ling Long was amused by Gu Chen's humor. All right, no more jesting. For some reason, I perceive a certain charm about you. What charm? Hiki. The kind that consistently diverts the topic of conversation. Haha. Well then, you dare to mock me? Yi Ling Long raised her delicate fist, poised to strike Gu Chen's chest. But he deftly grasped her slender wrist. In one smooth motion, he enveloped her waist and kissed her fragrant lips. Yi Ling Long found herself momentarily bewildered by Gu Chen's sudden kiss. Within the divine weapon spatial realm, Lu Xiaoran also appeared perplexed, wondering why he was instructed to keep the girl quiet. What is that rascal Gu Chen up to? The next scene was even more unexpected for her. Gu Chen had inexplicably vanished, leaving even her unable to discern the circumstances of the outside world, which left Lu Xiaoran utterly astonished. It is worth noting that she had once been a sovereign deity, a figure standing at the pinnacle of the divine continent, her power incomprehensibly formidable. Even now, as merely a remnant soul, there should be nothing capable of obstructing her divine perception. Ling Long Fairy, Ling Long Fairy. Just as Yi Ling Long was still entranced by the kiss from Gu Chen, a voice, both gentle and resolute, resonated within the room. She looked up to see a tall, handsome man with elongated eyebrows and piercing eyes standing before her. Who are you? Where's Brother Gu Chen? Yi Ling Long inquired, a hint of panic in her voice. Do not be alarmed. I am the merit body summoned by the Master. The Master foresaw that you might encounter a calamity and sent me to assist you in averting disaster. You are the merit body of my benefactor? Indeed, Amatba. the infinite heavenly Lord. With the dual essence of Tao and Buddhism enveloping me, I manifest as the merit body, surrounded by auspicious clouds and adorned with a grand swastika, exuding an aura of sanctity. And where is your master? The master has been drawn into an alternate space by the inner demon residing within you. The inner demon? My inner demon? Yes. Yiling's expression turned to one of shock. Will my benefactor be in danger? It is uncertain. The master harbors his own inner demon. And the true peril lies in its ability to awaken the latent demons within a person. He must now confront both inner demons simultaneously, presenting a significant trial for him. What shall I do now? There is nothing for you to do. Simply wait in this room for 2 hours before venturing out. Very well. Yiling did not press further, for her astute mind quickly grasped the purpose behind the merit body's instructions. After Gu Chen vanished, she found herself in a remarkably familiar place. A young woman, clad in a blue-gray coarse linen garment and possessing delicate features, was kneading dough in the kitchen. The sweltering heat had dampened her attire, and beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, which she wiped away with the patched sleeves of her clothing. In the courtyard, a handsome young boy sat on the bluestone steps, occasionally glancing up at the sky. He held a twig in his hand, repeatedly inscribing a single character in the dirt. Son. Suddenly, the boy halted his scribbling and called out to the woman in the kitchen, Sister, why do you make me write this character 100 times every day? The woman wiped the sweat from her brow and beamed a warm smile. Because I love this character, dear Xiao Chen. Your name also contains it. Gu Chen, Sister wants you to remember this character forever. No matter how great the difficulties you face, as long as you have the sun in your heart, you will feel warmth. You must live well. No matter how bitter life may be, there will always come a time when sweetness follows suffering. As long as you live, there is hope. Yes, sister, I understand. We must both take care of ourselves. When I grow up, I will ensure you live the best life. Witnessing this scene and hearing the exchange between the siblings, Gu Chen's eyes brimmed with tears, for he knew what was to come next. This was the day his sister met her tragic fate. He shouted desperately for her to flee, but she could not hear him. The bandits are coming. Everyone, run. A middle-aged woman screamed as she dashed toward the village. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Gu Chen ceased her kneading, her expression turning to one of panic. She hurriedly grabbed Gu Chen and concealed him in a cellar, which was cleverly hidden. After covering him with straw, Gu Chen swiftly rushed to the courtyard's main entrance, bolting the door and preparing to flee to the back mountain. Just then, the door was kicked open, and a fearsome-looking man stood before her. Gu Chen was struck by the door, falling to the ground. The splintered door latch carved a gruesome 20-centimeter gash into her right arm, blood gushing forth and soon soaking her sleeve entirely. This band of mountain bandits was a savage lot, their bloodlust palpable. Behind a fierce-looking brute stood 7 or 8 robust marauders, each bearing a menacing countenance that struck terror into the heart. Unexpectedly, among these ruffians was a petite woman of delicate stature. As they entered and surveyed the barren abode of the Gu family, their brows furrowed in disdain. However, upon spotting the strikingly handsome Gu Chen sprawled on the ground, a lewd glint flickered in their eyes. Take her back, fatten her up, and sell her to the pleasure quarters, one suggested. Please, Brother Biao, spare her. That long scar on her arm will fetch a poor price. The young girl, trailing closely behind the brutish bandit, cast a glance at the frail yet fair-skinned Gu Chen, reminiscent of her own sister, and couldn't help but plead for her. Ah, Orange, you fail to grasp this. Those taken to the pleasure quarters are sought for their allure. With her slender fingers and exquisite features, she embodies the very essence of temptation, another leered. Very well, hand her over to me. I shall ensure her safe return. There is little profit here. You lot should check the adjacent courtyards. The authorities are likely on their way, and we must act swiftly, Orange suggested. Agreed. Then this woman is yours to manage. Brothers, follow me, let us scout ahead. The bandits departed, leaving the dainty girl to approach, supporting herself with her left arm. Her right arm stained crimson, Gu Chen grasped a freshly chopped piece of firewood from the ground, preparing to defend herself. Stay back. I will not go with you. If you intend to violate me, I will end my life at once. Gu Qian's fierce spirit profoundly touched the heart of the delicate young girl. A hint of tenderness graced her icy visage. After surveying her surroundings once more, filled with patched curtains and the diminutive earthen house devoid of doors and windows, the young girl cast aside a pouch of money, uttering a parting phrase before turning to leave. You may flee, the farther the better, do not return. Yet, scarcely had she departed when the band of brigands, from whom she had just escaped, returned. Damn it, I knew that little sprite, Orange, would be overcome with compassion. Luckily, I kept my wits about me. Return and restrain her for me. I want. A coarse, lascivious voice echoed. You beasts. I shall not allow you to defile me." After Orange's departure, Gu Chen, enduring her pain, retrieved a chopping knife from the woodshed. In that moment, the firewood in Gu Qian's hands was replaced by the chopping knife. Realizing her impending doom, Gu Chen resolutely chose to end her own life. Blood stained the heavens, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, appearing so desolate and helpless. Gu Chen slowly collapsed to the ground, and even in death, the one thing she could not release from her heart was her younger brother, Gu Chen. She felt deep remorse for not having fulfilled her parents' dying wish, as she had not witnessed her brother grow into adulthood. Gu Chen, if there is a next life, I shall still be your sister, and I will ensure that you grow up joyfully. Big brother, it's bad. The officials are coming. A bandit, taking a breath of fresh air, shouted while running not far away. How unfortunate. He spat a thick mouthful of phlegm at the sight of the lifeless Gu Chen, cursing under his breath. He turned and ordered, "Retreat." At this moment, Gu Chen saw the tragic scene of his sister's death replaying before him, and fury consumed his mind. He loathed his own weakness at that time, resented his inability to protect his sister, and lamented the injustice of the heavens for taking their parents and now his sister as well. "Do you wish to avenge your sister? I can assist you." A petite girl, appearing to be around 13 or 14, dressed in black, materialized before Gu Chen. She was diminutive, standing no taller than 1.50 meters, with fair skin, large expressive eyes, gracefully arched eyebrows, and a round face. Her black hair was adorned with bangs and styled into 2 adorable pigtails, presenting an endearing image. Were it not for the dark aura surrounding her, Gu Chen might have mistaken her for a lively and innocent young girl. In a state of irrational fury, Gu Chen fixated his bloodshot eyes on the girl and hoarsely inquired, "How will you help me? Give me your joy, and I shall lend you my power to send you back to the past." "Very well, I accept your offer." Gu Chen agreed without a moment's hesitation. At this juncture, consumed by a torrent of rage, nothing ignited his thirst more than the desire to exact vengeance upon his enemies. "Hiki, allow me to assist you now." With a flick of her fingers, the young girl invoked the reversal of fate, bending the very fabric of reality. As the scene before Gu Chen rapidly retreated into the past, he found himself at the site where Gu Chen had met her tragic end. The lifeless body, even amidst the distortion of time, could not be resurrected, a feat beyond the capabilities of the dark-clad maiden. Gazing at Gu Chen, whose blood stained the earth, Gu Chen removed his coat and draped it over her. "Today, you shall all meet your demise." The moment the ferocious Gu Chen appeared, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. The previously arrogant bandits felt a shiver of dread course through them. "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" "I am sent by the King of Hell to escort you to the underworld," Gu Chen declared coldly, raising the axe he had taken from Gu Qian's lifeless grasp. "Since it is a debt of blood, it must be repaid in blood." Gu Chen made his move. Before the might of Gu Chen, empowered by the strength of the maiden, these mountain bandits appeared as mere chickens and dogs, being mercilessly dismembered and meeting their demise in a gruesome manner. Gu Chen buried Gu Qian's body and erected a tombstone for her, sitting silently before her grave for a prolonged period. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, and a petite figure materialized before Gu Chen. "I have fulfilled my promise. Now it is time for you to honor yours." Gu Chen nodded calmly. The young girl extended her hand, and a wisp of white vapor emerged from his forehead, floating into her palm. She lowered her head and gently inhaled, the white mist entering her body through the tip of her nose. A look of pure ecstasy adorned the girl's face, as if she were savoring a delectable delicacy. Completely entranced by the experience, Gu Chen felt as though he had lost something, rendering him incapable of experiencing joy. "Today, I have completed 3 updates. This chapter contains over 700 words, marking it as a significant installment. Hiki, I hope my companions and esteemed readers will find it enjoyable. Lastly, I humbly request your support. Please consider favoriting, commenting, and recommending. Thank you, fellow cultivators." Chapter 26, My Desire for You. Observing the black-clad maiden, whose expression was one of pure enjoyment, Gu Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. He raised an eyebrow, offering an innocuous smile as he inquired, "You must be the manifestation of my inner demons, are you not?" The girl paused, surprise evident in her gaze as she regarded Gu Chen. She neither affirmed nor denied his statement, instead falling into contemplation. "You need not be astonished. I have always been aware of your presence, and I harbor no intention of causing you harm." "Why is that?" "Typically, when one is beset by inner demons, they seek to eradicate them at the earliest opportunity." The girl responded, her dark, lustrous eyes reflecting her confusion. "You are different. You have accompanied me from the southern underworld, making you the only kin I possess in this realm. I have no desire to destroy you. But do you not fear that I may grow powerful enough to consume your soul and supplant you?" she queried, skepticism lacing her tone. "Fear? Gu Chen chuckled softly. If I were to become a demon, who would dare to become a Buddha? If I were to become a Buddha, there would be no demons in the world. Gu Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back, responded with an air of dominance, exuding a sense of superiority that seemed to overlook the world and disdain the multitude. You are merely a diminutive figment of my mind, an underdeveloped heart demon, he declared. Even if you were to mature and pose a genuine threat to me, Gu Chen, could extinguish you with a mere snap of my fingers. The young girl, her demeanor darkening, thought to herself, this fellow is insufferably arrogant. I am a heart demon, a being that instills fear in all. Could he not show some respect for my kind? Why do I feel so utterly insignificant in his presence? Wait, did he just refer to me as his kin? Ugh, what a despicable man. Even his own heart demon is not spared from his disdain. The girl, with her claws poised, was ready to charge at Gu Chen, eager to scratch him. The figure of Gu Chen abruptly vanished, and an ethereal voice resonated through the air. Devote yourself to your training. Be wary of a demon. I eagerly await the day you can stand against me. Ha ha. The voice echoed and gradually faded away. The demon, infuriated and gritting her teeth, yearned to confront Gu Chen, desperate to take a fierce bite out of him. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She squatted down in a fit of grievance, starting to whimper. You wicked villain, foul scoundrel, how dare you bully me like this? Return my power. Just moments ago. While she had been cursing Gu Chen as a villain, intending to wield her own strength to settle the score, she suddenly realized that her hard-earned magical energy had been siphoned away by this despicable rogue, who had simply fled. How utterly vile and shameless. Woa. Woa. After Gu Chen's disappearance, he did not return to the realm of reality. Instead, he found himself in a desolate, snow-covered landscape, where he encountered a captivating woman clad in black silk. This enchanting beauty possessed an allure that was intoxicatingly exquisite, bearing a striking resemblance to Ning Rongrong, yet exuding a more mature charm. You've arrived, she remarked, seemingly unfazed by Gu Chen's presence. It appears you were aware of my impending arrival. The stunning woman seemed poised to reveal that Gu Chen possessed a royal physique, a fact that would render it entirely reasonable for him to have discovered this place. However, the word royal lingered on her lips, trapped by an unseen force that prevented her from articulating it. Are you suggesting that I possess a sacred heart, capable of transcending the self and perceiving the illusory through the mirror of my heart, making it effortless to find you? Gu Chen mused, a triumphant smile dancing on his lips as he gazed at the voluptuous figure before him. Observing Gu Chen's unabashed confidence and self-admiration, the alluring woman was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking to herself, what a conceited fool. If it weren't for your royal physique, I wouldn't have opened the gateway to my heart for you. How could you possibly find me otherwise? Suddenly, as if reading her thoughts, Gu Chen began to shift his form and appearance. The alluring woman's expression shifted dramatically as she sensed an ominous presence looming nearby, compelling her to evade. Yet, she discovered that the space around her had become ensnared, rendering her utterly immobile. An invisible force tugged at her garments, stripping them away piece by piece, revealing her pristine shoulders, voluptuous curves, and flat abdomen. Stop. Do not take any more. What is it that you truly desire? She demanded, feigning ignorance, her annoyance palpable. Just then, an insidious male voice echoed through the air. Gu Chen transformed once more into an androgynous figure, his delicate fingers gracefully slicing through the air as he swayed his alluring waist, approaching the enchanting young woman step by step. Please, do not come any closer. The stunning lady cried out in despair. Do not approach, you say? Ha ha, an aged voice echoed. Gu Chen transformed once more into a hunched, white-haired, lecherous old man, emitting a lascivious chuckle. How shall I entertain you? Do you fancy this guise? He cackled. The white-haired, lecherous elder extended his long tongue, licking a circle around his aged visage. The stunning young woman could not suppress her nausea, retching at the sight. Gu Chen suddenly halted his steps, raising his hand as an invisible force enveloped the beautiful woman's attire once more. Unbeknownst to him, a paper umbrella had materialized in his grasp. With a gentle twist of the handle, the woman's form contorted and was drawn into the umbrella. After being absorbed into a realm of darkness, a piercing scream echoed forth. Shortly thereafter, the umbrella bore the image of the entrapped beauty. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was propelled back into this world, reappearing within the confines of a tea-house private room. Upon his return, he beheld Ning Rongrong, her visage etched with worry, lost in thought. She did not immediately perceive Gu Chen's reappearance, allowing him to silently approach her. Retrieving his golden body of merit back into his dantian, he softly inquired, Ning Rongrong, I have returned. Are you well? Oh dear. Brother Gu Chen, you're back. Are you unhurt? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, leaping into his embrace, her youthful form pressing against his sturdy chest, transforming into a flattened shape. Her delicate cheeks revealed deep concern. I'm fine. Linglong, I have eradicated your inner demons. I am now preparing to visit the Soto royal tomb, and I wish to entrust you with a few matters. Ah, Brother Gu Chen, what purpose does your visit serve? Should I rally others to accompany you? It's nothing of great consequence. Merely a desire to observe the place. Not wishing to burden Yi Linglong with worry, he refrained from disclosing the full truth. Yi Linglong, displaying commendable obedience, did not press further but returned to their previous topic, asking, Brother Gu Chen, what did you wish for me to do earlier? Please, speak plainly. Well, I would like you to inquire about someone's recent circumstances. Whose situation should I investigate? Brother Gu Chen. The Gu family in Notting City, particularly Madame Ning Rongrong. Rest assured. Brother Gu Chen, I shall dispatch someone to gather information as soon as I return today. News should arrive swiftly. Thank you, Linglong. There is one more matter I hope you can assist me with. Of course, Brother Gu Chen, please tell me. Yi Linglong gazed earnestly at him, meticulously noting each task he entrusted to her. The additional task is to convey a message to Elder Sida Qing of the Wuhuan Hall. What message? Yi Linglong asked. Her curiosity piqued. Inform him that Nayland Jia may soon encounter peril, and it would be prudent for him to send some protectors, possessing at least spirit sage level prowess. Ah, someone intends to harm Sister Nayland? Who could it be? Yi Linglong's face manifested a blend of anxiety and indignation. I cannot say for certain. I can only surmise that she will face danger within this week. However, with adequate precautions, there should be no significant issues. Knowing that Nayland Jia's life was not in jeopardy, Yi Linglong exhaled a sigh of relief. She then cast a sly glance at Gu Chen, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Brother Gu Chen, why are you so concerned for Sister Nayland's safety? Do you harbor feelings for her? Not at all. I merely promised a friend to ensure her safety. Do not read too much into it. Hiki. I was merely jesting. Sister Nayland mentioned she is soon to be wed. And the one she is to marry shares your name, Brother Gu Chen. Yi Linglong regarded Gu Chen with a peculiar expression, playfully asking, Brother Gu Chen. Could the friend you mentioned be the Gu Chen from Notting City? Indeed, it is him. But I have heard he has gone missing. Do you, Brother Gu Chen, perchance know of his whereabouts? Yi Linglong's beautiful eyes locked onto Gu Chen, curiosity sparkling within them. Gu Chen smiled awkwardly. I have no idea where he is now. This was something he had entrusted to me previously, and I am currently searching for him. Well, Yi Linglong felt a sense of regret. During this time, she had heard of Gu Chen's disappearance in Nottingham and had even dispatched personnel to assist Nayland Jia in the discreet search. However, they had yielded no results. Not even a whisper of news. Concerning Gu Chen's recent words, Yi Linglong displayed no hint of skepticism. Gu Chen's martial spirit, Yi Linglong, was familiar to her, as she had heard of it in Notting City. After all, the term little dog was unforgettable once heard. Thus, she held no doubts about the Gu Chen before her. They arranged a time for their next meeting. At Yi Linglong's earnest insistence, the two embraced tenderly for half an hour before departing the tea house. As Yi Linglong remarked, a kiss is a kiss, and another kiss is still a kiss. Having embraced and caressed, one must take responsibility. Consequently, the couple naturally engaged in certain activities typical of lovers. Allow me to recommend a novel by the author June. An initial work titled Fallen Giants, which has undergone some adjustments in its opening. For those who enjoy a lighter fantasy, do take a moment to explore it. It contains the content you seek. Chapter 27. Sister can endure with a low, throaty roar. Tang San wearily donned his attire. After his departure, the two women reclining on the large bed began to converse quietly. Sister, today third young master is quite fierce. No matter how we feed him, he remains unsatiated. Indeed, third young master is exceptionally fierce today. He resembles a frenzied beast, leaving me quite weak at the knees. Truly, there is no sense of tenderness. Although we are not human, he is indeed a beast. This is dreadful. Without 3 to 5 days, it appears we shall be unable to take on any more tasks. The older woman lowered her eyelids, expressing a hint of melancholy. Hee. Sister, do not act coy after gaining an advantage. Third young master has bestowed ample rewards today. All the essence is yours. Be sure to cherish it. Rest assured, I have collected it all. This time, our demon clan shall cultivate several more exceptional seeds. Sister, how much longer must we remain hidden here? Donning this wretched guise day in and day out makes me feel utterly repulsive. Soon, once the demon lord is born, our mission will be deemed complete. Yes, sister. You should rest a while longer. That plump fellow may arrive soon, and it is likely we shall be tormented for several hours. What is there to fear? He lacks the means. Even if he were to pester us for an entire day, you can withstand it. Hee. The two demonesses exchanged glances, their laughter enchanting. At Shrek Academy, upon returning, Daimubai immediately sought Zhu Zhuqing. He arrived at the girls' dormitory, only to find Ning Rongrong present alone. At that moment, Ning Rongrong reclined in a rocking chair by the window, her long, slender legs crossed, leisurely engrossed in a book, occasionally emitting a tinkling laugh. Ahem. Daimubai cleared his throat twice, but Ning Rongrong remained absorbed in her reading and paid him no mind. He coughed again, prompting her to furrow her brows in annoyance. Setting the book aside to glance at the doorway. Oh, Dai, why are you here? Rongrong, I am searching for Zhu Zhuqing. Have you seen her? Not today. I haven't seen her at all. Didn't she say she was accompanying Junior Gu Chen to St. Heart Lake? Is there something you need from her? Junior Gu Chen is injured. Before Daimubai could finish his sentence, Ning Rongrong sprang to her feet, dashing toward him. Junior Gu Chen, where is he hurt? Is it serious? Daimubai felt displeased, yet he recalled Tang San's advice to conceal his emotions. His face twitched slightly as he forced a smile, replying, he is fine. He merely exhausted his soul power and is a bit fatigued. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu took him back first. I checked with Xiao Wu, who said he hadn't seen them. It seems they have not returned yet. There is only one road from St. Heart Lake to the Academy, and it passes through Soto City. If you didn't encounter them on your way back, they must be temporarily staying in Soto City. I shall call Xiao Wu. We must hurry to find them. Rongrong. Do not be rash. If you hastily seek Xiao Wu for Gu Chen, he will certainly feel jealous. Why not allow me, along with Hong Jun and Xiao Wu, to search together? No, take me with you. My martial spirit can enhance both Xiao Wu and Hong Jun, allowing us to reach Soto City more swiftly. Very well. Then we shall go together. Daimubai reluctantly acquiesced. Daimubai, accompanied by Ning Rongrong, sought out Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing they were searching for Gu Chen, Ma Hongjun quickly shook his head in refusal. Rongrong, my fiery urges are uncontrollable. I have matters to attend to this afternoon and cannot accompany you. Just as he was about to take flight, Daimubai restrained him by the shoulder. Fatty, Xiao San is also in Soto City. He asked you to find him, claiming he has something good for you. Fine, I will join you, but that Gu Chen is far too arrogant. Upon reaching Soto City, I shall go directly to find third brother. You may search for Gu Chen yourselves. Agreed, just take us to Soto City. Ma Hongjun summoned his phoenix martial spirit, while Oscar provided him with some restorative sausages. The group then ascended upon his spirit's back, journeying towards Soto City. Once they arrived, Daimubai discreetly handed Ma Hongjun a note. Ma Hongjun made his way to a secluded spot, opened the note, and revealed a wicked grin as he murmured, Gu Chen. If you fall into my hands, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. Daimubai, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong searched throughout Soto City but found no trace of Gu Chen. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was en route to the Soto Royal Tomb, located in the southwestern part of Soto City. Surrounded by mountains and shaded by trees, this place rarely saw visitors, except during special ceremonial periods. Before Gu Chen's arrival, he, along with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, procured some fire oil and realgar wine, both of which possess a modicum of restraint against serpentine malevolence. During their journey, the two women tenderly attended to Gu Chen, while he quietly practiced the heart technique he had recently comprehended. This encounter with Yilinglong's inner demon had awakened his own, allowing Gu Chen to harness the power of that darkness. In the vast continuum of time, he beheld visions of his childhood, particularly the countless iterations of the character for day that his sister had once instructed him to write. As he meticulously examined these characters, a profound realization dawned upon him. The day symbolizes the sun in the essence of time, nurturing all things and balancing yin and yang. With the sun in his heart, there emerged light and warmth. As the sun revolved with his thoughts, it generated an attractive force drawing all things toward him. By concentrating the essence of the sun within and embracing it with his heart, he found resonance with the universe, propelling his cultivation of soul power to remarkable heights. The nascent form of the sun he cultivated in his heart was born from those myriad characters he had inscribed, coalescing through the river of time. The emergence of the sun warmed his previously icy heart, invigorating his pulse with newfound strength. From this experience, he also grasped an intricate heart technique, known as the Great Sun Heart Sutra, which refines the heart through the great sun, embraces all things within the heart, and harnesses the essence of heaven and earth to forge his sinews, ultimately crafting an unparalleled golden body. Gu Chen merely completed a single cycle of the Great Sun Heart Sutra, causing the great sun to rise within him and generate a powerful suction that accelerated his blood circulation. The pores of his skin expanded, greedily absorbing the elemental energy of the universe. As Gu Chen's body gradually warmed, the elemental energy surged towards him like steam, leaving Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu astonished. How could Gu Chen's martial soul absorb the elemental energy at such an astonishing rate? It was even swifter than Oscar's recovery sausages, though curiosity brimmed within the two. They understood that it was a critical moment for Gu Chen to recover his soul power and refrained from interrupting him, suppressing their inquisitiveness as they quietly awaited the conclusion of his meditation. Chapter 28. A game on the carriage. An hour later, Gu Chen concluded his cultivation. In the moment he opened his eyes, a wave of intense heat emanated from his body. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were momentarily taken aback, experiencing a fleeting sensation of palpitations. Gu Chen, have you just achieved another breakthrough? Xiao Wu inquired curiously, her lively eyes sparkling with intrigue. Zhu Zhuqing silently observed Gu Chen, her gaze also reflecting curiosity. Yes, I have broken through and reached the 8th rank of Soul Master. What? You actually advanced 2 levels in just 1 hour? Are you some kind of monster? Xiao Wu gazed at Gu Chen in disbelief. Gu Chen chuckled softly. Perhaps it's due to my keen intuition. Haha. You mustn't become arrogant. Gu Chen, Sister Xiao Wu is right. Your current situation is quite perilous. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend. Are you suggesting that I have offended Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, and they might seek revenge against me? Indeed. Since you are aware, why do you continue to oppose them? Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes and gazed intently at Gu Chen's delicate cheek. It is because I am not accustomed to being bullied. Do they think that just because they currently possess greater strength, they can act with impunity? That they can compel my submission? I, with my pride born of the West Wind, have no need to beg anyone in my lifetime. Dear sisters, I, Gu Chen, am fortunate to have encountered 2 such caring individuals like you. With your protection, I fear nothing. The 2 girls exchanged awkward smiles. If it were just Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, they wouldn't be afraid. Rather, they were apprehensive about Tang San's potential covert actions. Having grown up alongside Tang San, Xiao Wu knew him best. He would not tolerate anyone harboring thoughts about her. Xiao Wu felt some discomfort regarding Tang San's distorted affection, initially. She truly regarded him as an older brother, and he genuinely viewed her as a younger sister. However, as Tang San noticed her increasing beauty, his demeanor towards her gradually shifted. Xiao Wu was not a naive girl. She could sense Tang San's excessive attention towards her. Nevertheless, she was still a young girl. At times, when a boy treats a girl too well under the guise of brotherly affection, it becomes challenging for her to reject such kindness. This predicament left Xiao Wu in a dilemma, torn between the desire to not hurt her brother and her lingering affection for Gu Chen. Even though she liked Gu Chen, she dared not display overly intimate gestures in Tang San's presence, fearing his jealousy and potential wrath against Gu Chen. Observing the 2 girls' silence and the turmoil in their hearts, Gu Chen understood their thoughts well. He smiled and embraced both girls, assuring them, "Rest assured, my dear fairy sisters, I shall remain discreet. After all, with 2 such exquisite sisters by my side, I do not wish to meet an untimely end. I aspire to grow stronger to protect both of you. You truly are incorrigible. However, you are right. The priority now is to enhance your strength as swiftly as possible," Zhu Zhuqing remarked with a hint of melancholy, allowing his mischievous hands to explore the soft contours of her form. The seductive glint in her eyes instantly ignited a fire within Gu Chen. He swallowed hard, captivated by Zhu Zhuqing's snowy peaks. Sisters, we still have an hour until our destination. Sitting here face to face seems rather mundane. Why don't we play a little game? Gu Chen proposed. Oh, what game? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity, leaning in closer. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in intrigue as she looked at Gu Chen. Gu Chen wore a mysterious smile. An hour later, he helped the panting Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing down from the carriage. Heaven knows what mischief Gu Chen had just engaged in with the 2 of them. This scoundrel audaciously proposed an arm wrestling match, with the stipulation that laughter would result in the removal of a piece of clothing. Consequently, neither of them could contain their laughter. This despicable rascal, while arm wrestling with 2 delicate women, removed his upper garment and flaunted his muscles before them, coupled with his confident, roguish grin. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing could no longer suppress their laughter. The outcome was predictable. Both women ended up engaging in a vigorous physical exertion with Gu Chen. To their astonishment, as he, the one often seen as cunning and sly, possessed such impressive stamina. The carriage needed to traverse a bumpy stone road to reach the Soto royal tomb. As they passed over this rough terrain, the carriage jostled violently, and the approaching Tang San remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences. Had he been aware, he might have immediately stormed into the carriage and torn Gu Chen apart before the 2 stunningly beautiful women. Tang San utilized the blue silver grass to ascertain Gu Chen's location. Upon seeing Gu Chen with a charming girl and noticing their disheveled clothing and tousled hair, he guessed what had transpired. His eyes filled with rage, he ached to confront Gu Chen. However, at that moment, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong arrived. Tang San tucked the golden thread he had clenched in his hand away. Observing Gu Chen wade into the Soto royal tomb, he silently followed. Dai Mubai and the others trailed behind. Ning Rongrong, eager to rush towards Gu Chen's retreating figure, was held back by Oscar, who looked at her with concern in his peach blossom eyes and shook his head. Without arriving as early as Tang San, they could only vaguely see the trio's silhouettes as they entered the tomb, which was situated on a clearing halfway up the Isles mountain, guarded by a squad of soul kings numbering in the hundreds. At that moment, within a cramped wooden cabin, a debauched scene unfolded. 7 or 8 burly men mingled with 4 or 5 voluptuous women, engaged in indecent conversations, drinking, and indulging their primal desires, just as they became intoxicated and dazed. With a few men slumped over the bellies of the alluring women in deep slumber, danger silently approached. A massive, jet-black serpent shadow loomed through the small wooden window. Its cold, red-glowing eyes fixated on the happenings within the room. 2 long tentacles beneath its belly stealthily pried open the wooden door. As the door swung ajar, several somewhat sober men and women inside gasped in shock at the colossal figure outside, their intoxication dissipating. They screamed in terror. The serpent, with its crimson forked tongue, remained indifferent. In the very moment the door was opened, the 2 tentacles swiftly ensnared 2 individuals, hurling them into the air. A chilling crack echoed through the cabin. All the men and women within awoke in alarm, emitting piercing screams as they witnessed the 2 Souls Kings being swallowed whole by the monstrous serpent. Its thick tentacles writhed in the air, poised to strike again. In the room, aside from a few women, all men were Soul Kings, yet none harbored thoughts of resistance. Fear had crushed their fighting spirit, and a voice whispered within them, urging them not to resist, for death was a form of liberation. Gu Chen strolled along with 2 young ladies when suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a distance, causing him to halt in his tracks. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing. Something has happened ahead. Hold on to the Xionghuang wine. We shall investigate immediately. Yes, Gu Chen, do take care. The trio swiftly consumed the flying mushroom sausage and soared towards the source of the sound. As they approached, they were astounded by the sight of an enormous black serpent. The serpent measured at least 9 meters in length, its girth comparable to that of 3 barrels, writhing upon the ground. Its massive head resembled a millstone, and its crimson eyes glowed ominously. The jet-black fangs exuded a chilling radiance, instilling fear within their hearts. Its tail swept casually, snapping a row of gigantic bushes with ease, while massive stones along the path were ground to dust. The serpent's venom dripped onto the earth, corroding it to form a large pit, from which pale yellow smoke began to rise. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of trepidation. Gu Chen, this creature's power is too terrifying. It is beyond our capacity to confront. Perhaps we should retreat and summon the dean for further counsel? Xiao Wu suggested with a soft voice. Sisters, you retreat first. I will handle it myself. There are people below. I cannot stand idly by while they perish before my eyes. Gu Chen, how foolish you are. You must have sensed the powerful aura emanating from the cabins below. Each of those individuals possesses formidable strength, far beyond our capabilities. Xiao Wu lamented, disheartened by his recklessness. They do not dare to resist. If we charge in carelessly, we may never return. As Gu Chen remained resolute, Xiao Wu expressed her dismay. Do not blame Gu Chen. He is a person of great compassion and tenacity, Zhu Zhuqing interjected in his defense. Little did they know, in Gu Chen's eyes, this fearsome beast was not an invincible evil spirit, but rather a delectable ingredient to fill his divine weapon, the Tian Luo umbrella. Yet, he did not rush to eliminate this creature, for just moments ago, his senses had detected a familiar figure quietly approaching him. The newcomer was none other than his former comrade, Tang Xiaosan, who, at this moment, lurked in the shadows, presumably plotting something nefarious. Gu Chen, suddenly struck by a thought, revealed a glint of cunning in his eyes and a devilish smile curled upon his lips. Chapter 29. Tang San nearly met his demise. Little Jean, do you see that scoundrel lurking in the shadows? Retrieve something of value from him. Shortly, we shall present him with a grand surprise. Gu Chen immersed himself in the realm of his pet, engaging in communication with the crimson flame golden mouse. The mouse emitted a series of excited squeaks. Recently, it had indulged in a cycle of eating and sleeping, gaining quite a bit of weight, and even it felt a twinge of embarrassment for its idleness, as its master had not assigned it any tasks. Now that its master had arranged a mission, it was determined to perform splendidly, not wanting to let its master down. With a clever ruse, the mouse focused on Tang San and activated its innate skill. A small tuft of golden fur fell from its body, and the parchment scroll that had been in Tang San's possession vanished without him noticing. Under Gu Chen's keen perception, a yellowed sheepskin scroll materialized in the storage space, eliciting a satisfied smile from the corner of his mouth. He tossed a golden soul coin into the storage. The crimson-flamed golden-haired mouse eagerly accepted the coin and began to gnaw on it voraciously. Little gold, you still have 2 more chances to utilize. Squeak. The crimson-flamed golden-haired mouse emitted another excited sound and gestured an OK sign to Gu Chen. Gu Chen revealed a smile of paternal satisfaction. As he glanced towards Tang San's position, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and he inwardly cursed, "Cunning Tang San, do you think you can outsmart me? Just wait and see how I will bring you down." In a flash, the crimson-flamed golden mouse activated its innate skill, Heavenly Exchange, twice more. The pet space once again brimmed with 2 new items, one resembling a claw-shaped metallic weapon, and the other, a rapidly flying mushroom-like contraption. Gu Chen was almost beside herself with laughter, realizing that fate was conspiring against them. "Sisters, throw the oil and retreat." She urgently called out to the 2 alluring seniors beside her, as she watched the dark serpent's tendrils prepare to assault the little wooden cabin once more. Understanding that persuading Gu Chen was futile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing hesitated no longer, each hurling several jars of oil. As the serpent sensed something hurtling towards it, it momentarily paused, twisting its head halfway around before swiftly returning it, indifferent to the oil splattering against its scales. Surprised by the serpent's unabashed confidence, Gu Chen thought, "Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The Great Sun True Fire, a soul skill derived from the Great Sun mindset, unleashed scorching flames to aid in combat. As the flames approached, the temperature was not exceedingly high, and the dark serpent casually flicked its tail. As Gu Chen soared rapidly, the time for the mushroom spirit had arrived. He summoned the powerful golden bear martial spirit, descending swiftly to evade the impending strike. During his descent, he called out to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, urging them to hurl the realgar wine. Heeding his command, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing promptly tossed out several jars of the potent liquid. The great black serpent, mistaking it for mere oil, regarded them with a disdainful gaze. To it, the few small creatures that had just flown in were utterly insignificant, eliciting no desire for it to even engage them. Having lurked in the depths of the Soto Imperial tomb for years, it was well aware that soon, due to the commotion it had caused, others would arrive. At that point, indulging in its gluttonous feast would not be so effortless. Thus, since Gu Chen and his companions had arrived, it had chosen to ignore them. Instead, continuing to emanate a terrifying aura that instilled despair. It reveled in the sight of their hopeless expressions. The more they panicked, the more their muscles would contract, rendering the flesh all the more delectable. Now, the moment had come. It extended its tentacles once again towards the humans inside the cabin. As the tendrils drew closer, a man and a woman were thrust forward by their companions. To onlookers, there was a significant difference between dying first and dying later, even in the face of death. What if a miracle were to occur in this fleeting moment? The man and woman, now thrust into the forefront, felt a wave of despair wash over them. As the tentacles approached, they emitted silent cries, closing their eyes in hopelessness. A chilling hiss reverberated through the air. In their desolation, the man and woman felt no immediate abnormality within their bodies, and upon opening their eyes in astonishment, they beheld a massive black serpent writhing in agony upon the ground, letting out a mournful cry. Its gaze, filled with venomous resentment, shifted towards Xiao Wu, Gu Chen, and the others. Struggling against its pain, it pursued Gu Chen, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stood ready with a few jars of realgar wine, prepared to confront the monstrous serpent. Though the great black serpent harbored hatred towards them, it was not foolish. It understood the necessity of evading danger and preferred to target the one who had ignited the flames behind it. Gu Chen observed that the great serpent had locked onto him and swiftly consumed a rapid mushroom sausage, soaring towards the location where Tang San had concealed himself. Upon seeing Gu Chen suddenly dash towards him, Tang San was taken aback. He immediately intended to consume a rapid flight mushroom sausage and escape. However, upon checking his inventory, he discovered that he had none. Tang San cursed himself for his carelessness. He was about to retrieve his sky-soaring claw when he realized it was also missing. His face turned a ghastly shade, akin to that of a pig's liver, as despair washed over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his 8 spider lances and fled in a particular direction. Whether it was intentional or mere coincidence, Gu Chen seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, mirroring Tang San's every move and always appearing ahead of him. Wherever Gu Chen showed up, the serpent relentlessly pursued. The serpent's speed was nearly on par with Gu Chen, who had consumed the rapid mushroom sausage, yet it outpaced Tang San, who was solely relying on his 8 spider legs. As the serpent closed in, despair enveloped Tang San. He was merely at level 49. Originally, his father, Tang Hao, intended for him to reach level 50 before venturing out for further honing and trials in the City of Slaughter, where he would face life and death experiences. However, Tang San, fearing infidelity from Xiao Wu, returned prematurely. Now, he regretted his decision profoundly. Had he just attained one more level and acquired a 5th spirit ring, he would have possessed the strength of a level 50 spirit king, along with several life-preserving techniques, which would have granted him a fighting chance against the serpent's pursuit. Now, he found himself utterly helpless and, in desperation, cried out to the heavens, "Father, save me!" Hidden in the shadows. Tang Hao recognized that this was Tang San's limit and prepared to intervene when a burly red-haired man and a lean blue-haired man revealed themselves, showcasing 9 spirit rings each, indicating they were titled Douluo as well. Serpent Spear Douluo, Porcupine Douluo, step aside, Tang Hao commanded, summoning his martial spirit, the Haotian hammer. With a fierce glare directed at the two, they stood resolute, summoning their own martial spirits, well aware that even united, they would not match Tang Hao's prowess. However, their objective was clear, to delay Tang Hao just long enough to ensure that he could not rescue his son, Tang San. Tang San, think carefully, either submit to me, or be devoured by this great serpent. As Tang San continued his desperate flight, a radiant figure materialized in the space ahead. It was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her 6-winged angel martial spirit activated, enveloped in a sanctified golden light that radiated an aura of divine holiness. You must be dreaming. Your spirit hall is responsible for my mother's death. I will never submit to you, even in death. Hearing this, Tang Hao nodded in satisfaction from a distance and called out to Tang San, "Son, hold on a little longer. Your father is coming to save you." Chapter 30, Breakthrough. Golden Body Stage 2. With a powerful strike, Tang Hao unleashed the full might of the Haotian hammer, sending Serpent Spear Douluo and Porcupine Douluo flying with each blow. Yet, like stubborn adhesive, they quickly reattached themselves. Tang San pushed his Xiantian skill to its utmost limits, his 8 spider legs nearly breaking from exertion, but still, the great serpent drew nearer. When the serpent was merely 100 meters away, its massive body coiled and prepared to pounce, intent on eliminating both humans in one fell swoop. This strike would inevitably crush Tang San beneath it. In a moment of despair, as he prepared to utter the words of submission to Qian Renxue, Xiao Wu's voice rang out. "Brother." At a critical juncture, Xiao Wu teleported beside Tang San, handing him a rapid flight mushroom sausage. "Brother, eat this and flee quickly." Gu Chen sighed, a deep exhale escaping his lips. The divine weapon, the heavenly net umbrella, manifested an invisible domain with a radius of 200 meters centered around him. The ominous black serpent, charged with energy, vanished without a trace. In the next moment, it appeared within Gu Chen's release domain. The domain, formless and insubstantial, melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Onlookers could not perceive the situation within. They merely witnessed the sudden disappearance of the black serpent, oblivious to its fate. Heavenly net devours the heavens. The wounded serpent could not withstand the immense gravitational pull emanating from the heavenly net umbrella, being drawn into a dark, enigmatic space. Trapped within this mysterious realm, the serpent's power was devoured, its form gradually dissipating until a diminutive black serpent materialized atop the oiled paper umbrella. After executing this feat, Gu Chen descended beside Xiao Wu. "Senior, how are you?" Tang San's face turned pale. Just as he was about to push Gu Chen away, Zhu Zhuqing interposed herself before him. Grasping Xiao Wu's hand with concern, she inquired, "Sister Xiao Wu, are you injured?" "Tang San, you certainly have a knack for survival," Qian Renxue remarked coldly, casting a final glance before vanishing into the air. The Serpent Spear Douluo and the Porcupine Douluo exchanged glances before swiftly disappearing as well. "Tang San, this place is no longer safe. Come with me." Tang Hao appeared before Tang San, who hesitated, casting a lingering look at Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, take care of yourselves. Hurry, or it will be too late," Tang Hao urged. As Tang San departed, he shot Gu Chen a warning glance. Gu Chen appeared oblivious, casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu's delicate form, his lips moistening slightly. Tang San shot a fierce look at Gu Chen before turning to leave. Once Tang San departed, the remaining survivors within the wooden cabin approached Gu Chen and his companions, expressing their profound gratitude. As Gu Chen sensed the sincerity of their appreciation, the radiance of his merit golden body intensified. The accumulated merit power surpassed 1,000, allowing him to successfully transcend to the second tier of the golden body. To his astonishment, the greater the strength of those he aided, the more merit power he garnered. A soul warrior's gratitude contributed 1, a soul master's gratitude 5, a great soul master's gratitude 15, a soul venerable's gratitude 30, a soul sect's gratitude 50, and a soul king's gratitude 80. Gu Chen currently possesses an accumulated merit power of over 1,400. Gu Chen endeavored to activate his golden body fusion, and he was immediately overcome with excitement. nearly leaping from his position. To his astonishment, he discovered that his strength had surged by 7%, while his physical resilience had escalated by an impressive 14%. Savoring the enhancement of his power and the fortification of his defenses, Gu Chen's spirits soared as he noticed Ning Rongrong and the others rushing towards him. He greeted them with joy. "Rongrong, my dear senior, what brings all of you here?" he inquired. "I heard that you had exhausted your soul power in a bid to rescue someone, and I was quite concerned. But it seems my worries were unfounded." "Thank you, Rongrong." "Oscar, my senior, you have come as well. And Douluo, Ma Hongjun, could it be that you are here to express your concern for me as well?" Gu Chen gazed at them peculiarly, channeling his inner energy to fervently absorb the rage emanating from their beings. "Alas, Senior Zhu Zhuqing, do refrain from moving. There is a leaf nestled in your hair." Gu Chen pressed his chest forward, assisting her in removing a tender leaf from her hair. Dai Mubai felt a pang of irritation, wishing to transform into a ferocious tiger and devour Gu Chen. However, he restrained himself. The group of soul kings surrounding them were all saved by Gu Chen and his companions. If he dared to act, they would undoubtedly strip him of his tiger skin without hesitation. Zhu Zhuqing possessed an allure so striking that when Gu Chen reached for the leaf, his fingers inadvertently brushed against a sensitive area, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through his body. The warm sun was exceedingly pleasant, invigorating his very being. What was this sensation? Gu Chen immersed himself in contemplation, discovering a faint current of energy swirling around the golden body of merit within his dantian. Could this be the essence of Buddhism, wherein greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, and desire can all temper the golden body? Just moments ago, he had confronted desire without yielding, a testament to his resistance against temptation, thus honing his golden form. Enlightenment flooded his heart with joy. If he ventured into the city one day and resisted temptation, surely his golden body would soar to new heights. With this thought, a sly smile crept across Gu Chen's face, which to Dai Mubai appeared as if Gu Chen had taken advantage of Zhu Zhuqing and was reveling in his cunning. At that moment, Ma Hongjun remained unfazed. Tang San had departed, leaving him with a task that made it challenging for Gu Chen to survive until the morrow. Ma Hongjun exchanged glances with Dai Mubai, who nodded lightly. He approached Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, today in Soto City, at the Tiando Royal Auction House, several treasures have arrived from the Silves province. There is an auction tonight. Would you be interested in attending?" "Absolutely. What time does it start?" "Shall we leave now?" Upon hearing about the treasures, Xiao Wu's interest peaked. Gu Chen had been here for quite some time without receiving a worthy gift from her. As a beautiful and kind-hearted senior, she felt she had been remiss in her duties. Today, she must procure a splendid treasure for him, or else she would wear a bunny girl outfit for him to see. The mere thought made Xiao Wu's cheeks flush. "Fifth sister, are you feeling warm? Why is your face so red?" Oscar, who had been as inconspicuous as a ghost, suddenly interjected, rendering the atmosphere awkward. "Oscar, look, there's a flying saucer in the sky," Gu Chen exclaimed with a grin, pointing upwards. "Where?" Oscar looked up, only to find the sunset casting a stunning glow across the sky. Yet there was no sign of any flying saucer. Confused, he was about to inquire why Gu Chen would deceive him, but as he lowered his gaze, he noticed his belt was missing, causing his trousers to fall to the ground. A gust of cool air rushed past, and Oscar's face turned crimson with realization. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and the others had vanished from sight. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, the surviving 5 soul kings, and their 5 alluring companions regarded Oscar with peculiar expressions. Little Oscar, who knew you had a fondness for pink. They all burst into laughter. Chapter 31. The Stardust Ancient Sword Sister. Are you tired? Little Chen, I am not weary at all. We have just 10 more miles to reach Gu Family Village. Are you feeling fatigued? Sister, I am not tired either. Please pause for a moment. Let me wipe the sweat from your brow. If you give me 2 bags of millet, I will carry them for you. There's no need, Little Chen. I am perfectly fine. Just help me wipe the sweat from my face. There is a pavilion ahead where we can rest. Okay, sister. Why are you so kind to me? As Gu Chen wiped the sweat from his sister's brow, he asked with a tender concern, because you are the only family I have in this world. Sister, if one day I were to become a villain, a truly wicked one, would you still acknowledge me as your brother? Fool, you're my brother. No matter how you change, you will always be my brother, she replied with unwavering faith. If you were to become a bad person one day, it would be a result of the harsh realities of this world. However, there is something I must impart to you today. And you must remember it. Money is given by others, but respect is earned by oneself. Do not always rely on others to do things for you. Instead, consider what you can offer to others. Even if it is a pile of manure, strive to be the one that all the flowers compete to adorn. Upon hearing her words, Gu Chen burst into hearty laughter. Seemingly comprehending his sister's message, he disregarded her attempts to stop him, and with his small frame, he picked up a sack of grain and scampered forward. Sister, you are right. The eagle must soar high, the fledgling must leave the nest. And a man should strive for self-improvement. Fool. Gu Chen gazed upon Gu Chen's fair visage, his elongated eyes reflecting a delicate beauty that rivaled that of any girl, despite his tender age. Her thoughts unwittingly drifted far beyond. As she fixed her eyes on the azure sky, seemingly encouraging herself with a murmured promise, Father, Mother, fear not. No matter how arduous life may become, I shall ensure Gu Chen grows up strong. May your spirits in the heavens watch over him, granting him health and happiness. Sister, what are you pondering? Hurry up. Nightfall approaches, and beware of ghosts. At the mention of ghosts, Gu Chen shook off her melancholy, hoisting the carrying pole and resuming her journey, unwittingly burying the two little specters that had just emerged from the soil. Life is fleeting. Gu Chen sat quietly atop a roof adorned with twinkling stars, reminiscing about the myriad moments shared with his sister. Some memories brought him pain, yet he was unwilling to forget, for such anguish reminded him of his very existence. The quiet demon sat beside him, steadily absorbing the malice that emanated from him, gaining strength with every passing moment. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the sky. Look, a shooting star. Gu Chen smiled gently, caressing the little creature's head. In a soft voice, she inquired, Is it beautiful? The little demon nodded vigorously. The meteor streaks through the night, the sword falls like autumn frost. The fleeting moment of beauty, after all, remains but a transient glimpse, never to endure. No, that is not a meteor. Gu Chen and the little demon echoed in unison. It seems to have soared towards the southwest. Little demon, lend me your power once more. I won't lend it. Hurry, this is an extraordinary opportunity. We shall share it equally. If we meet, we will split the fortune. You promise? I promise. Now, stop dawdling. But you mustn't deceive me, otherwise I shall never speak to you again. Ah, you're becoming quite proud. Gu Chen chuckled softly to herself. The world is turned upside down, and the yin and yang are in reverse. Gu Chen felt a lightness beneath his feet, as an immense power surged within him, transforming his chameleon martial soul into that of a cat eagle. He swiftly moved in the direction of the falling meteor. Upon his arrival, he discovered a rusted iron sword deeply embedded in the steep rock face. The nocturnal acuity of the cat eagle martial soul was unparalleled, allowing Gu Chen to swiftly pinpoint the sword's location. He advanced with great speed, all the while sensing several formidable auras approaching. Gu Chen's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he murmured to himself, Do you truly believe you are worthy to compete with me for fortune? With a deft motion, he invoked the divine armament celestial umbrella, manifesting the first layer of its domain just as the formidable beings approached. The rusted sword was enveloped within. Heavenly net devours heaven. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen drew the rusted sword into the enigmatic space of the divine armament celestial umbrella. Suddenly, a melodious feminine voice resonated in his mind. Little one, you are fortunate indeed. You have stumbled upon an ancient starry sword, albeit a rusted relic in need of substantial celestial treasures for restoration. Otherwise, with your current abilities, wielding it would grant you unparalleled dominance across this continent. Master Xiao, is this truly a treasure? Gu Chen inquired eagerly. Indeed. And an extraordinary one at that. Dressed in black lace, the stunningly deep-eyed Liu Xiaoren shot him a disapproving glance. Her thoughts immersed in the mysterious space where Gu Chen was absorbed. Master Xiao, why are you dressed like this today? Gu Chen wanted to inquire about Liu Xiaoren's choice of attire for the day, yet he hesitated to voice the entirety of his thoughts. Liu Xiaoren cast him a disapproving glance. Mei teased, Do you enjoy seeing me in the nude? If so, I shall oblige. Gu Chen's heart raced violently, prompting him to urgently interject, No, Master Xiao, now is not the time for me to refine my heart. There are still many predatory gazes upon me from the outside. Lacking courage. I have not replenished much of my soul power, so I can only intervene once. It is up to you to decide which one to eliminate. No need. This motley crew of inept fools doesn't require your intervention. Liu Xiaoran gazed at Gu Chen with puzzlement, while Gu Chen, with a mysterious smile, withdrew his consciousness from the enigmatic space. Kid, hand over the treasure, and I shall spare your life, boomed a burly man of soul saint rank, hovering in midair, addressing Gu Chen loudly. Simultaneously, 7 or 8 other soul saints and dozens of soul kings surrounded him, their predatory eyes fixated on Gu Chen. Gu Chen was aware that all of this was merely superficial. The true power brokers remained concealed in the shadows. Upon hearing the boisterous words of the burly man, Gu Chen felt no anger. He lazily stretched and remarked, Will you come at me one by one, or shall we engage all at once? The imposing figure and the surrounding onlookers, a throng of soul kings and soul saints, were momentarily taken aback. Where did this young man derive his audacity? While puzzled, they recognized that as the designated provocateur, retreat was not an option. Scanning his surroundings and detecting no formidable opponents, the burly man felt emboldened. With a hint of derision in his tone, he retorted to Gu Chen, "Your bravado is misplaced. I shall capture you first and then speak." With that, he unleashed his seventh soul skill, the Golden Wolf Manifestation. A colossal golden wolf, towering over 2 meters, materialized before Gu Chen as the man's soul power erupted forth. Just as a lion exerts all its strength to catch a rabbit, the burly man charged at Gu Chen, employing his martial spirit's true form. Gu Chen remained composed, her hands clasped behind her, showing no sign of resistance. The burly man instinctively sensed danger, his body freezing midair. Suddenly, his pupils widened in terror as a blood-red sword cleaved his soul form in two. The audience was left in shock. From the void at the end of the sword's light emerged a figure cloaked in black, carrying 6 swords upon his back. He had not even summoned his soul. Who on earth is he? A tall, slender soul sage gasped in astonishment. Indeed, who is he? Such a figure had never been heard of in the realm of soul masters. A group of oblivious beings dared to engage in idle chatter. Kill them all, ghost slaves. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with a cold glimmer as she issued her command with a calm demeanor. Understood. Chapter 32. We sisters excel in every art. Gu Chen's voice was as cold as that of a judge, perceiving the crowd that sought to seize opportunities as mere children. Great one, spare us. We are willing to submit. Yet, sign this life and death contract and be gone. Gu Chen unfurled the contract, and the gathered soul kings and soul saints turned pale upon glancing at it. What they beheld was no mere agreement. To sign this document was to pledge oneself as Gu Chen's death warrior, bound for eternity to harbor no thoughts of betrayal. Disobedience would result in the torment of 1,000 insects gnawing at the heart, leading to a grotesque decay and demise. Furthermore, one's wife and daughters would be cursed, destined to endure a lifetime of misfortune. What are you hesitating for? I am not a villain. I come as a redeemer of your souls. Sign it, sign it. A beguiling voice echoed persistently within their minds. It was as if they had been entranced, each one languidly affixing their signature to the life and death pact. In the shadows, several soul Douluos observing the scene quietly withdrew, confident that news of this event would soon spread like wildfire. Yet, Gu Chen was indifferent to their departure, for he had already returned to Soto City. 2 hours prior, he had arrived in Soto City, and upon passing a brothel, he feigned a stomachache, seizing the opportunity to enter. As he stepped inside, he was immediately surrounded by 2 enchanting women, their voluptuous figures pressing against his arms. Oh my! This handsome young man is truly striking. Ha ha ha. Such sweet words. I wonder how you fare in other aspects. Oh dear. Young sir, whatever position you fancy. I assure you my sisters and I are well versed in all manners of delight. Very well, then take me to a room to enjoy some music. Certainly. Handsome sir, please follow me upstairs. Upon reaching the second-floor private room, a waft of fragrance enveloped Gu Chen, prompting an involuntary sneeze. As soon as the door closed, the 2 alluring women who had clung to him instantly released their hold and prostrated themselves before him. Lillian, Vivina, we pay our respects to the Demon Lord. Gu Chen was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the bizarre turn of events. What on earth is going on? He wondered. Ladies, what is this? Lord Demon, you are the sovereign of our demonic clan. We have been awaiting your arrival here. You must be mistaken. The ground is cold. Please, rise and let us converse. Thank you, Lord Demon. In accordance with the hierarchy, we shall remain kneeling to respond. That will not do. Since you address me as Lord Demon, you must heed my wishes. At your command. The 2 women rose gracefully, attending to Gu Chen as they helped him to sit, expertly massaging his shoulders and legs. At first, Gu Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet the techniques employed by the 2 were so exquisite that he nearly gasped in pleasure. Why do you address me as the Demon Lord? He inquired. Because the moment you appear, the heart demon stones embedded within us begin to glow. But I possess no memories regarding my identity as the Demon Lord. We are equally perplexed. Before his demise, the high priest proclaimed that only the Demon Lord could awaken the heart demon stones within us. We have waited here to present an object to the Demon Lord. For many years, my sisters and I have concealed ourselves among the human race, anticipating your arrival. Are you not afraid of misidentifying the Demon Lord? It is impossible to make such an error. The Demon Lord possesses a divine demon heart that can suppress our bloodlines. Furthermore, the Demon Lord shares the same chameleon martial soul as you do. Gu Chen suddenly froze, casting a wary glance at the 2 exquisite individuals before him. Noticing Gu Chen's expression, Lillian began to elucidate. My lord, please do not be alarmed. Apart from our clan of demons, no one else can discern the true form of your martial soul. Gu Chen let out a sigh, for under the guise of his martial soul, even a soul sage or a soul Douluo would remain oblivious to his presence. Moreover, he inadvertently assisted Xiao Wu, with whom he had shared a fleeting touch, in concealing her aura. This is what the high priest instructed us to present to you, Lillian declared, producing a black sphere from an unknown source. Its surface riddled with dimples, resembling a golf ball. Gu Chen took the spherical object, and immediately a surge of information flooded his mind. You are the demon lord who slays the heavens, traversing the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. This object is known as the devouring demon pearl, capable of consuming all worldly heart demons and sealing them away. Gu Chen immersed his consciousness within the devouring heaven demon pearl and was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. The interior of the devouring heaven demon pearl was not merely an ordinary space. Rather, it encompassed a realm featuring 72 towers of varying heights, each with its own distinct name. Among them were the Illusion Demon Tower, the Prisoner Tower, the Soul Lock Tower, the Sacrificial Tower, and the Demon Spirit Tower. Most astonishing to Gu Chen were the 2 towers with particularly peculiar names, the Tower of Broken Spirits and the Tower of Release. He couldn't help but admire the creativity of whoever named them. Master! Suddenly, a voice resonated. An elderly figure appeared before Gu Chen, bearing 6 swords upon his back. Who are you? Reporting to you, Master. I am the ghost servant responsible for guarding the Sword God Tower. Oh, your appearance is quite impressive. Thank you for your kind words, Master. How many ghost servants like you are there? In response to your inquiry, I am the sole one. Only you? Gu Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. What is your cultivation level? Level 96, titled Douluo. What? Gu Chen stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and immediately retracted his previously nonchalant demeanor. How astonishing! Gu Chen marveled inwardly. After a considerable time, he managed to force a faint smile. Why is there only one ghost servant here? Whose heart demon are you? In response to my master, the devouring heaven demon pearl can only be manipulated by you to absorb demonic energy, and you have been missing for over 200 years. The ghost servants in the other 71 towers have succumbed to slumber due to the lack of demonic energy replenishment. Even I, too, shall fall into slumber if you do not return. As for whose heart demon I am, I cannot recall. All I remember is that I am your servant. Upon hearing the ghost servant's words, Gu Chen understood. Where can we replenish the demonic energy? How much power can you currently mobilize? In the past, the master would absorb demonic energy from the demon spirit pool in the demon domain. But now, the demon domain was eradicated by the martial soul hall and several prominent families over 200 years ago. The master must seek out a new location rich in demonic energy. Typically, battlefields or areas rife with slaughter tend to harbor greater demonic energy. As of now, I can unleash my peak strike just once, and my ordinary attacks can be executed a maximum of 5 times. Very well. I shall hasten to find a place abundant in demonic energy to replenish yours. Thank you, Master. Please enlighten me about the situation here. Certainly, Master. There are a total of 72 demon towers, each serving a distinct purpose. The Sword God Tower, which I guard, consists of 11 levels, each corresponding to a major realm. Are you saying it corresponds to 11 major realms? Yes, however, no one has ever reached the 10th level. Not even I, in my previous form. Attained the 10th level? Gu Chen inquired, puzzled. The ghost servant shook his head. Gu Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment, but soon his expression turned resolute. Just because I was inadequate in the past does not imply that I am incapable now. I am determined to reach the pinnacle and behold its view. Chapter 33. A deeply troubling thought. Tang San's sleep. Gu Chen withdrew his thoughts, discreetly stowing the devouring demon pearl into his storage pouch. A faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He felt genuine joy. These 2 sisters were not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, and their gifts were truly unexpected. Liena, Vivian. You have indeed rendered remarkable service. Speak. What reward do you desire? Your subordinate dares not request anything. It suffices to remain by the demon lord's side. Very well. Then let us destroy the 2 puppets you left here. As you wish. Liena and Vivian extended their hands, summoning 2 identical puppets before them. If Tang San were present, he would surely be astonished, for these were the very 2 enchanting maidens he had toyed with that afternoon. Without any further gestures, Liena and Vivian merely snapped their fingers, and the 2 puppets immediately twisted and transformed into 2 sows. From their foreheads, 2 dark marks flew forth and were captured in the palms of the sisters, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The autumn night breeze was cool and soothing. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong each harbored their own thoughts, walking silently ahead. Suddenly, a sweet, youthful voice broke the silence. Rongrong, how is your relationship with Oscar now? The usually lively Xiao Wu seemed burdened today, her pace gradually slowing as she walked alongside Ning Rongrong. I'm not sure. I'm somewhat afraid to meet him now. Is it because of Gu Chen? Ning Rongrong nodded. Xiao Wu, do you think I am a wicked woman, enjoying what I have while coveting more? No. Am I not also a greedy woman who cannot let go? Xiao Wu, what are your plans for the future? I feel that the rift between Tang San and Gu Chen will be difficult to mend. You must make a decision soon. I haven't thought it through yet. Oh, it's so frustrating. Apologies for keeping you beautiful seniors waiting. The restroom at the tavern was utterly foul. The three women turned in surprise to look at Gu Chen, not because of his trip to the tavern's restroom, but because they sensed a change in him once again. Xiao Wu tentatively asked, Gu Chen, have you broken through again? Isn't it impressive? Gu Chen's gentle smile resembled the most resplendent maple leaf under the autumn sun, captivating in its allure. Initially, Xiao Wu should have rejoiced in Gu Chen's breakthrough, yet upon witnessing his display of arrogance, she felt an overwhelming urge to chastise him. Xiao Wu exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, mischief gleaming in their eyes. Impressive indeed. Gu Chen, the junior, is truly remarkable. Now that you have advanced, you ought to be even more resilient to reprimand. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's expression shifted, realizing he had gone too far. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, he felt something soft grasping his shoulders, and then this softness began to slide down to his wrists. Gu Chen felt a sudden chill and softness at his wrist, a sensation that was both delightful and soothing. Under normal circumstances, if Xiao Wu were alone with him in the room, he would surely assume that she was eager and diligent, wishing to learn the art of the flute from him. However, the situation was quite different now. He understood that Xiao Wu was about to unleash her first soul skill. In a typical narrative, others would undoubtedly be subjected to various forms of torment from Xiao Wu, followed by her parting words. Little brother, you're not up to par. You need to practice more. But Gu Chen was not like others. He did not employ a soul skill. Instead, he turned his head to the left in a half circle, his eyes gleaming with surprise. He then exclaimed with great excitement, Brother, what brings you here? Xiao Wu was taken aback, a flurry of questions swirling in her mind. When did Gu Chen acquire a brother? Why had she never heard of him before? Who was this brother? She had never seen Gu Chen so animated. If she were to strike Gu Chen in front of his brother, would the Gu family think her prone to violence? In an instant, a multitude of thoughts raced through her mind. It was only when she heard the voices of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong calling out, Xiao Wu, be careful, that she realized she had been deceived once again. She intended to continue her playful torment of Gu Chen, but it was too late. For some inexplicable reason, Gu Chen's arm had become as slippery as two loaches. Caught off guard, Xiao Wu found herself freed from his grasp. However, instead of retreating, Gu Chen seized the moment to launch an offensive, propelling himself into Xiao Wu's embrace. Wrapping his arms around her slender waist, he inadvertently compressed her delicate curves, and, driven by inertia, the two of them toppled to the ground together. In a typical scenario, with Xiao Wu's back to the earth, she would undoubtedly be the first to make contact with the ground, suffering a rather jarring impact. Although, given her cultivation level, it would hardly inflict any real harm. It would nonetheless leave her in a rather embarrassing predicament. Yet, at that moment, as Xiao Wu inwardly cursed Gu Chen for his despicable and shameless behavior, lamenting his disregard for the rules of engagement that left her feeling humiliated, Gu Chen suddenly exerted force through his back, his body spinning a full 180 degrees to switch places with Xiao Wu. His back crashed heavily against the bluestone ground, producing a dull thud. Xiao Wu was taken aback. She had never anticipated that, at such a critical moment, the usually self-protective Gu Chen would sacrifice himself to absorb the blow for her. In an instant, Xiao Wu was overwhelmed with emotion, completely forgetting her initial intention to reprimand Gu Chen. She hurriedly inquired, Gu Chen, are you all right? Cough, cough. I've injured my lungs. I might be dying soon. Before I depart, I have one wish. Xiao Wu initially thought Gu Chen was merely jesting, but she quickly sensed that something was amiss. Gu Chen's breath suddenly faltered, his demeanor suggesting that he could succumb at any moment, an impression entirely devoid of pretense. Xiao Wu's heart tightened in an instant, overwhelmed by regret, and she began to sob. Gu Chen, my dear junior, please don't leave us. It is the senior sister's fault. I should never have bullied you. Oh, Gu Chen, I beg you, do not leave us. If only you could recover, I would grant you any request. At that moment, Xiao Wu realized just how deeply she cared for Gu Chen. She had fallen irrevocably in love with this man. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also felt a sudden pang in their hearts, silently praying for Gu Chen's safety as they hurried over. Gu Chen, Junior Gu Chen, they called out in unison, racing towards him. However, before they could reach him, Gu Chen closed his eyes, oblivious to his fate. Concealed in the shadows, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, their faces betraying a triumphant smirk. Meanwhile, hidden just a wall away in a dark corner, another figure lingered. Clad in black and veiled, her features remained obscured. Yet her bright sapphire-like eyes and alluringly slender form suggested she was a striking beauty. At that moment, she fixed her gaze intently on Gu Chen. Had he been present, he would have recognized her instantly. She was Qian Renxue, the daughter of Bibidong, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, and granddaughter of Qian Douluo. Possessing the supreme six-winged angel martial soul, her purpose for being here was simple. At the behest of Yi Linglong, she had come to watch over Gu Chen. Additionally, she harbored a curiosity about the pampered young lady of the Yi clan, who had grown accustomed to talented individuals and prodigies. Wondering why she cared so deeply about a mere boy and what manner of person he truly was. Today's first update, the new book is nearing its evaluation time. How nerve-wracking and exciting. To all the beloved readers of this book, please remember to leave comments. If you have any supporting characters you wish to see, feel free to suggest them. Lastly, I humbly seek your support. Please collect, recommend, and vote for this work. Thank you. Chapter 34, 9-Star Begonia. Yilingling. It is often said that curiosity can lead to one's downfall. When a woman becomes intrigued by a man, it signifies that her heart is already gravitating towards him. Whether it be affection or disdain, the man leaves an indelible impression within her heart. As one endowed with the six-winged angel martial soul and the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue possessed a unique ability to discern disguise. She immediately recognized that Gu Chen was injured, and though serious, his wounds were not fatal. Yet, she was perplexed by the ominous aura surrounding him, giving the impression that he might perish at any moment, a mystery that confounded her. Just as Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun reveled in their covert triumph, and Qian Renxue remained puzzled, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were consumed by worry. From around the corner, a woman approached, strikingly beautiful with a curvaceous figure. Cascading blue hair reminiscent of a waterfall and deep blue eyes. Dressed in black and veiled, she was instantly recognized by Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Qian Renxue's eyes brightened as she acknowledged her. This girl was Yilingling, the young clan leader of the 9-Star Begonia family, endowed with the exceptional auxiliary martial soul of the 9-Star Begonia. Upon her arrival, Yilingling quickly recognized Xiao Wu and her companions. Approaching them, she inquired, "What brings you three here? What has happened to him?" Hearing her voice, the three turned, astonished to see a woman whose features closely resembled Ning Rongrong's. Her blue hair and bright eyes captivating. "Lingling, it's you. Please, save Gu Chen. He is gravely injured." Xiao Wu, seizing upon the sight of Yilingling as a glimmer of hope, ceased her tears, wiped her eyes, and implored with reddened eyes. "Very well, please step aside." Xiao Wu gently laid Gu Chen's body on the ground, pulling Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing back a few paces. Yilingling murmured, 9-Star Begonia, petals of life. As her voice resonated, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by a beam of white light descending from above. This light, remarkably shaped like petals, gracefully floated down, landing softly upon Gu Chen and seamlessly merging into his being. Gu Chen, whose aura had been so diminished, began to convulse slightly, gradually revitalizing. And his complexion brightened significantly until he stood upright. "Thank you, fairy, for saving my life." Gu Chen bowed respectfully before Yilingling, his demeanor humble and courteous. His voice, steady and serene, resembled the gentle plucking of a seven-stringed guzheng, deep and melodious, unhurried and free of triviality. Upon hearing such a magnetic tone, Yilingling was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she softly replied, "Sir, there is no need for such formality. It is but a trifling effort." Seeing Gu Chen unharmed, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong hurriedly approached him, with Xiao Wu leaping into his embrace. "You naughty rascal! You nearly scared me to death." At this scene, Yilingling stood in stunned silence, having witnessed Tang San's desperate efforts for Xiao Wu before. She pondered the nature of their relationship, perplexed by the current situation. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong gazed at Xiao Wu with a tinge of envy. Gu Chen, with a gentle smile, caressed the silky black hair of Xiao Wu and playfully twirled her long braids. She spoke softly, "Senior, there is no need to worry. Look, I'm perfectly fine now. I am blessed with great fortune. The king of hell cannot claim me. TSK, TSK, TSK. I mustn't speak so recklessly. Some words should not be uttered lightly. Come, you should also tisk, TSK, TSK." Gu Chen was amused. He had not anticipated that Xiao Wu possessed such a superstitious side. If the king of hell truly existed, he would merely be a larger spirit. As the lord of demons himself, Why should he fear such a mere figure? The thought of it would only tarnish his reputation. Senior, you are holding on a bit too tightly. I am well aware of your splendid physique, and I can already feel it. Could you perhaps loosen your grip a little so I can catch my breath? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu realized that her earlier excitement had led her to embrace him a tad too fervently. Just as she prepared to release Gu Chen, she felt something hard pressing against her below. Curiously, she reached out to grasp it, and her face instantly flushed, resembling a ripe peach. This mischievous rogue actually carried a long flute with him. It seemed that he had always harbored thoughts of her. After the harrowing events of the day, he had taken great care to protect the flute, which spoke volumes about his feelings. Gu Chen indeed possessed a long flute, meticulously prepared for Xiao Wu. He discovered that teaching her the art of flute playing brought him a sense of tranquility, and his mastery of the xuanqing technique was gradually progressing. He felt a conviction that, given a little more time, he would surely ascend to the first realm of xuanqing. Achieving the perfection of qi induction and advancing towards the second realm, the realm of object reflection. The realm of object reflection is characterized by the heart acting as a mirror, revealing the true form of all things. By treating the heart as a reflective surface, one can perceive the essence of all phenomena. Utilizing external objects as mirrors, one can discern the fundamental principles residing within the heart. Assessing whether our reasoning holds true against the myriad of existence. Xiao Wu released her embrace around Gu Chen's waist, shyly stepping aside. Gu Chen, what just happened to you? Ning Rongrong questioned, her disbelief evident. She found it hard to accept that Gu Chen's near-death experience was merely a result of a fall. There must be an undisclosed secret behind it, sparking her curiosity. Gu Chen reminisced about the various occurrences that had transpired during his journey, yet he found nothing extraordinary. The sole distinction was the sight of a juggler performing, and as he approached, a burst of flame shot towards him. However, the flame posed no threat. It was merely a whimsical trick employed by the performer to delight the audience. In retrospect, this incident may not have been as straightforward as it appeared. For the juggler's physique bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Ma Hongjun. Gu Chen inwardly cursed his own carelessness, never anticipating that he would fall victim to such a petty trick. Ma Hongjun had employed a hybrid poison known as the King of Hell knocks at the door. While each toxin alone was not lethal, their combination would lead to the swift demise of the poisoned individual. Gu Chen surmised that his unique constitution might be the reason for his survival. Although the explanation was convoluted, it crystallized in his mind in an instant. He opened his senses and, indeed, perceived two figures lurking in the shadows. These individuals appeared exceedingly gloomy, upon witnessing the intimate gestures between Xiao Wu and Gu Chen. They feared that Tang San might have been betrayed. They resolved that the next time they encountered Tang San, they must inform him of this incident. Urging him to eliminate Gu Chen for good measure, Qian Renxue had already departed the moment Tang San began to recover, and Gu Chen remained oblivious to her absence. Had Yu Lingling not arrived just in time, Gu Chen would have succumbed. Qian Renxue's six-winged angel spirit possessed not only formidable offensive capabilities but also healing prowess rivaling that of typical support-type soul masters. Her third spirit skill, Angelic Holy Light, was indeed a healing technique that could temporarily bestow angelic power upon allies, purifying all malevolent energies, including toxins. However, the extent of purification depended on the caster's strength and the potency of the poison in question. Presently, the toxin afflicting Gu Chen was not lethal enough to incapacitate even a single soul master instantly, and Qian Renxue was confident in her ability to cure him entirely. Chapter 35. Teasing. Even aware of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun lurking in the shadows, Gu Chen refrained from disclosing the poisoning incident. Firstly, without concrete evidence, they would deny it. Secondly, they were not the masterminds. Ma Hongjun was not adept at using poison. It was evident that Tang San had supplied them with the toxin, and Gu Chen did not wish to alert them. Having comprehended everything, Gu Chen smiled at Ning Rongrong and remarked, "I have not noticed anything unusual along the way. Perhaps my constitution is too frail. I should bolster it in the future." "Haha, that is good to know." Seeing that Gu Chen did not wish to elaborate, Ning Rongrong refrained from pressing further. Turning to Yu Lingling, she curiously inquired, "Lingling, how did you come to be here?" Yu Lingling, still immersed in speculating about the intricate relationships among Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the strikingly handsome man before her, momentarily failed to comprehend Ning Rongrong's question. She awkwardly smiled and replied, "What? What did you just say, Rongrong? What are you thinking? You seem lost in thought. I was asking how you ended up here. Are you here for the Heaven Do Royal Auction? You all are attending this auction as well, right?" "Indeed." Ning Rongrong nodded. "Then shall we go together?" Yu Lingling suggested with a smile. "Absolutely." Ning Rongrong readily agreed. Both young ladies, hailing from prestigious families, found attending an auction akin to a casual shopping outing, seamlessly aligning in their intentions. Rongrong, you might want to reconsider your attire. It may not be appropriate. Although we need not concern ourselves with the narrow-mindedness of some, it could still dampen the mood if we encounter them. I know of a newly opened clothing shop that offers exquisite garments. It's not far from here. And since we have a few hours before the auction begins, why not take a stroll? Ning Rongrong suggested, casting her gaze towards Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Gu Chen. Gu Chen offered a sheepish smile, urging, "Please do not look at me. I have no particular regard for attire. It has been quite some time since you all have gathered. Surely, there are numerous whispers to share. As a grown man, I shall refrain from intruding. I feel rather fatigued today. There is a hotel nearby where I can secure a room and rest a bit." The young women understood Gu Chen's sentiments. He was not mistaken. Today, he had been like a spinning top, with one event following another in rapid succession. The Sacred Heart Lake, the tea house, the Soto Royal Tomb, the alleyway, not to mention the recent ordeal, he had not experienced a moment of tranquility throughout the day. Go ahead and take a room to sleep. But you must not return to the alleyway. The enchantresses there cannot compare to our beauty, teased one of them. Wait for us to return. Whatever pose you wish to see, senior sister shall demonstrate for you. Xiao Wu playfully draped her arms around Gu Chen's neck, employing her second soul technique, charm, and sweetly spoke. Gu Chen exclaimed in exasperation. Having recently endured a harrowing separation, Xiao Wu came to comprehend her innermost feelings. Her admiration for Tang Sen was merely that of a sister for her brother, but her genuine affection resided with Gu Chen. She could not bear to be apart from this man, so she resolved to indulge him one evening. After bidding farewell to Gu Chen, Xiao Wu and Yilingling, along with several other girls, embarked on a delightful spree of shopping. Shopping with girls is an inexhaustible endeavor. Since the matriarchal era, women seem to possess this innate talent. If one wishes to forge a swift connection with a woman, accompanying her on a shopping excursion is often the most expedient route. Once the girls departed, Gu Chen, who anticipated drifting into slumber upon lying down, found himself restless, yearning for his sister with an intensity that was almost overwhelming. Unable to find solace in sleep, he ascended to the rooftop, reminiscing about the cherished moments spent with his sister, hoping that the night breeze might alleviate his longing. The full moon hung high in the sky, and the gentle night wind caressed him as Gu Chen reflected on the myriad experiences of his 2 lifetimes. A wave of bittersweetness washing over him. All he desired was to live a simple life. Why was it so arduous? Everywhere he turned, there were threats against him, and he constantly encountered various tribulations. The kind of day filled with multiple calamities, like today, was not new to him. He had faced such adversities countless times. Were it not for his sister's words urging him to live well, he might have already succumbed to despair. Sitting silently on the rooftop for nearly 2 hours, Gu Chen wrestled with feelings of nostalgia, confusion, and self-doubt, an amalgamation of emotions that nearly suffocated him. His heart, contracting within him, began to grasp the warmth and chill of the world, gradually solidifying his resolve. Regardless of how bitter life may be, there will always be moments of sweetness. If he could endure, all would eventually transform into something beautiful. He acquired the celestial sword of the stars and garnered a collection of soul saints, along with imperial-level servants. Gu Chen did not immediately arrange for them to engage in any activity. His current strength was too meager. If he relied on external forces for everything, he would lose his motivation, and his future path would become increasingly constricted. It was imperative for him to enhance his own power swiftly. Once the auction concluded today, he would seek a spirit ring on the morrow. The Dark Moon Wolf. I have long anticipated your spirit ring. With this thought, a smile involuntarily graced Gu Chen's lips. Though the day's exertions were exhausting, they significantly tempered his mindset. Within a single day, he had broken through 4 levels to reach level 20, the pinnacle of spirit masters. Due to his unique physique and indomitable spirit, he could endure far beyond the limits of ordinary individuals. Typically, the limits for spirit rings are as follows. The first spirit ring has a maximum of 500 years, the second, 999 years, the third, 700 years, the fourth, 999 years, the fifth, 25,000 years, the sixth, 30,000 years, the seventh, 40,000 years, the eighth, 50,000 years, and the ninth exceeds 50,000 years. Gu Chen defines himself as at least 3 times the limit of others. 4. Even during the absorption of his first spirit ring, he grasped the profound meaning behind the words spoken by Yi Jingshu. Having inherited my divine will, what purpose does it serve if you do not become my disciple? When the duration of absorbing the spirit ring surpasses his capacity, a golden orb manifests in his mind. This golden sphere features a scale akin to a thermometer, with distinct colored bars marking intervals. In total, there are 7 bars, representing red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. At the edge of the violet bar, a cautionary note reads, "Do not exceed 30% of the violet. Otherwise, the divine will shall shatter, and the soul shall perish." Gu Chen's first soul ring is that of an 800-year-old earth golden hair bear, representing 1.6 times the limit of a first soul ring. A golden sphere illuminated brightly amidst the yellow and green hues. From this, Gu Chen deduced that the threshold the golden sphere could endure should be approximately 3 times that limit. However, whether there would be further advancements remains uncertain to Gu Chen. The dark spirit wolf that Gu Chen encountered last time, he estimated to be around 2,500 to 2,700 years old. The soul ring of a soul beast of such an age is exceedingly close to the limit, making it an ideal choice for his second soul ring. It is not that there are no better soul rings, but rather that none are more suitable. Currently, in terms of power, Gu Chen disguises himself as a great strength diamond bear spirit, lacking neither an offensive nor defensive capabilities. The only deficiency lies in speed and agility. The dark spirit wolf possesses these qualities, and more importantly, it has a unique innate skill, shrouding the sky and blocking the sun. This skill is nothing short of miraculous for Gu Chen, who possesses a chameleon spirit. Chapter 36, Gu Chen. Do not restrain yourself just a quarter of an hour before 8 in the evening. Xiao Wu and the others returned to the Orange Hotel, the very establishment where Gu Chen was currently residing, carrying an assortment of bags. Gu Chen awakened from his meditation to behold several ethereal maidens before him, their beauty reminiscent of celestial beings. For reasons unknown, his heart began to race with fervor, stirring within him an irresistible urge to share a bed with them. Gu Chen felt a transformation within himself, becoming increasingly candid as the devilish nature within him gradually revealed itself. The desire for spontaneity swelled ever stronger as he observed the petite dancer clad in a pink, thigh-bearing skirt. Gu Chen felt an overwhelming heat enveloping his entire being. His face flushed crimson, akin to a boiling kettle, prompting the other young women, including Xiao Wu, to notice something amiss. Observing Gu Chen's wolfish gaze fixed upon her bosom, Xiao Wu surmised that he might have encountered a mishap in his cultivation. She knew she had to intervene to save him. Handing the bag she carried to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu straightened her posture, determination etched on her face, and declared, "Junior brother Gu Chen, your cultivation has gone awry. As your senior, it is my duty to assist you. I will accompany you inside, and regardless of what transpires, you must not enter. If we take too long, do not wait for us. Please procure more items from the auction house for me to present to junior brother Gu Chen later." Xiao Wu, this may not be wise. What if he cannot control himself and acts inappropriately towards you? What if you find yourself unable to resist and end up hurt? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, also sensing Gu Chen's unusual state, wished to help but were halted by Xiao Wu. Junior brother Gu Chen, in this situation, I must sacrifice myself for his sake. She sighed. Oh, this troublesome fellow. I hope he remembers my kindness in the future. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were moved by her selfless spirit, exclaiming in unison, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Rest assured, I can handle this alone. After all, you all call me Sister Xiao Wu. In circumstances like this, there is no other choice. Alas, it is fate that binds me to him, Xiao Wu reassured them. Offering a comforting glance, the two women nodded, tears glistening in their eyes. Taking Gu Chen, whose eyes were bloodshot as he struggled to maintain his last shred of rationality, Xiao Wu entered the room. The somewhat monotonous light blue chamber featured a spacious bed adorned with a cyan quilt, exuding a sense of restraint. Yet, once the door closed behind them, everything before Gu Chen transformed into a hue of crimson. Like a wild beast, he pounced upon Xiao Wu, pinning her onto the bed. Inhaling her intoxicating fragrance, Gu Chen's visage twisted into a ghastly semblance akin to that of a ferocious wolf. Gu Chen, what has befallen you? Please, do not act this way. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Wu's words seemed to pierce through the haze, awakening Gu Chen to a semblance of clarity as he struggled to restrain himself. Ah, the pain. My head aches terribly. Gu Chen clutched his head and tumbled from the bed onto the floor. At this moment, his entire body radiated a deep crimson hue, with faint wisps of white smoke rising around him. The tattoo on his body, an ambiguous mix of dragon and serpent, began to sprout black scales. Xiao Wu was utterly astounded by this sight. Observing Gu Chen in such agonizing torment, her heart felt as if it were being shredded. Yet, she found herself powerless to alleviate his suffering. She could only watch helplessly as he writhed in pain, her heart heavy with despair. feeling utterly useless. She lamented her inability to help. "Senior, you must leave this room." Gu Chen gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. "No, I cannot leave. I must stay by your side." Xiao Wu moved closer to Gu Chen, wrapping her arms around him, her soft form pressed against his back. Feeling the terrifying heat emanating from him, tears streaming down her face. "No, Senior, you must go. I can barely contain myself." "Gu Chen, Jr. Please allow me to remain with you. Do not restrain yourself." I cannot endure this any longer." "Senior, I implore you, please, go. Just go." "I will not leave. I refuse to abandon you to your suffering." Tears streamed down Xiao Wu's face as she sobbed, shaking her head in defiance. She loosened her embrace around Gu Chen, preparing to disrobe. This scene was irresistibly enticing to Gu Chen, captivating his very soul. And his eyes glowed with an even deeper crimson hue. Gu Chen struggled to restrain the last vestiges of his reason, fighting against the surging beast within him. Hiss. With a pained scream, Gu Chen clasped his head and abruptly hurled himself against the wall, seeking to render himself unconscious. The entire incident transpired with alarming suddenness. The delicate fingers of the young woman, who was gently unfastening her attire, were utterly unprepared to intervene. All that could be seen was Gu Chen's body hurtling through the air, followed by a resounding crash. The wall bore the marks of a spiderweb of cracks, appearing as though it might crumble at any moment. "Hurry. Leave, Senior. I beg you. I do not wish to commit an act that we would both regret in the future." Gu Chen clutched his head, springing high from the ground before crashing down heavily. With a resounding thud, the earth trembled slightly, yet Gu Chen remained conscious, continuing to writhe on the ground, gritting his teeth to stifle any cries of agony. His face contorted in extreme pain. "There must be a way. There must be a way." Xiao Wu urged herself to remain calm, her expression fraught with anxiety. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls, pulling at her collar and dampening her garments, revealing a hint of bashfulness. Clenching her delicate fists and biting her lip, Xiao Wu forced herself to maintain composure. If Gu Chen were willing, she would unhesitatingly offer herself in this moment. But alas! Gu Chen, however, persisted, enduring immense pain yet refusing to succumb to his desires in a moment of hazy consciousness. This illustrates just how much this man cherishes her. What woman, upon encountering such a man, could remain unmoved? If he did not hold her, Xiao Wu, truly close to his heart, how could he act in such a manner? A man of such affection and loyalty is precisely the type that Xiao Wu admires the most. The very man she envisions marrying in the future. Surely there must be a way. There must be a way. Xiao Wu repeatedly reassured herself as she sought a solution. Suddenly, she caught sight of the exquisite wooden flute nestled at Gu Chen's waist. A spark of inspiration ignited within her, and she excitedly murmured to herself, "Yes. He once said that playing the flute can ease one's emotions. This must surely work." As if rallying her own spirit, Xiao Wu reiterated her conviction, with newfound clarity. She swiftly reached for the flute at Gu Chen's side, comforting him as she did so. "Gu Chen, hold on a little longer. Your senior will come to your aid shortly." Her movements were swift, and in less than a second, she had drawn out the flute. Upon noticing the delicate inscription etched upon its surface, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she scolded softly, "Gu Chen, you great fool. Why? Why are you so good to me? If you were to learn my true identity, would you still treat me this way?" The thought of her own identity brought forth waves of melancholic sorrow. The inscription read a poignant verse, "Flying rain whispers near dusk, light garments dance amidst the mundane. The jade flute breaks as we share wine. In the secluded pavilion, the moon illuminates the soul." The characters were bold and vigorous, each stroke filled with grace, revealing an elegant script. This poem vividly depicted the moment when Gu Chen first taught Xiao Wu to play the flute. To Xiao Wu, every word and line brimmed with profound affection. It dawned on her that he had been deeply in love with her since that very night. "Gu Chen, you were so foolish, so foolish." Xiao Wu cradled the flute, placing it to her lips, and a melancholic melody emerged, a solitary lament echoing through the air. The composition was heart-wrenching, far beyond what one might expect from a youth. It bore the weight of a seasoned soul. Yet Gu Chen relished this tune, listening time and again, never realizing his profound attachment to it. It seemed that whenever he played this melody, the person he loved most, the one he missed dearly, was right beside him. Xiao Wu, too, cherished this piece, as it reminded her of her mother. She recalled her mother's gentle smile and the warmth of being cradled in her embrace. In the tranquil room, soft moonlight spilled across the floor, casting a gentle glow upon Gu Chen's handsome yet contorted features, evoking deep sympathy. The flute's melody repeated, gradually soothing Gu Chen's tumultuous emotions. Though he continued to twitch and writhe in pain, the intensity had lessened. In a state akin to delirium, he called out, "Sister, Xiao Chen promises you. No matter what kind of person I become in the future, even if I become the worst villain in the world, as long as you are here, I will abandon everything and return to your side. Sister, please do not leave me. Gu Chen, is this the obsession that dwells in your heart? Fear not. While your sister has departed, I shall take it upon myself to cherish you from now on, if that is amenable. Xiao Wu gazed at Gu Chen with unfathomable tenderness, her soft hand gently caressing his still warm face. Today's second update is complete. Writing this chapter was quite a struggle, but I ultimately felt that the most beautiful petals should bloom in the season that best suits them. As always, I humbly seek your support. Please add to your favorites, cast your votes, and leave comments. Thank you. Chapter 37. The Black Dragon Armor. The moonlight, akin to flowing water, draped itself over Gu Chen like a silver garment. Gu Chen's tattoos deepened, the scales becoming increasingly dense, each scale appearing as impenetrable as steel, evoking an aura of indestructibility. Xiao Wu could distinctly observe a few twinkling stars filtering through the window, merging into the obsidian scales, creating an ethereal spectacle. The scales gradually coalesced into a formidable armor, radiating a chilling luminescence, intricately fused with Gu Chen's flesh. As the dragon scales enveloped his entire being, a resounding dragon's roar echoed forth. Were it not for the soundproof stones present in every room of the Orange Hotel, strategically distanced from one another, this thunderous roar would have surely startled others. The roar emanated from the black armor adorning Gu Chen's chest, from the mouth of a diminutive black dragon, measuring about a foot in length, devoid of claws. This black dragon, with blood-red eyes exuding a hazy crimson glow, was entirely cloaked in an abyssal blackness akin to graphite, an unsettling shade that seemed poised to devour all light. The black dragon ascended into the air, hovering within a 1-meter radius of Gu Chen. After circling him, it re-entered the confines of his dark armor. Xiao Wu could palpably sense a surge in Gu Chen's aura. His body appeared to have hardened significantly, as the black dragon returned to its armored sanctuary. The scales on Gu Chen's body receded rapidly, akin to the retreating tide. His clothing, punctured by countless tiny holes from the scales, revealed glimpses of his sculpted abdomen, causing Xiao Wu to swallow hard. Gently, Xiao Wu cradled Gu Chen and laid him upon the bed, resting his head against her bosom, her body enveloping him. She draped a blanket over him, quietly admiring his handsome yet slightly mischievous visage, tenderly arranging his tousled black hair, watching Gu Chen endure hours of torment. Her tears had long since dried, her heart aching too profoundly to breathe freely. Following that earlier roar, she understood that Gu Chen's metamorphosis was complete. Observing his breathing gradually stabilize as he drifted into slumber, a profound sorrow welled up within Xiao Wu. In that moment, she would have preferred Gu Chen to be mischievous with her, even in a state of unconsciousness, rather than witnessing him in such a tormented state. What had he just endured? Why had he transformed so abruptly? With a multitude of questions swirling in her mind, Xiao Wu resolved to inquire earnestly once Gu Chen awakened. On the surface, Gu Chen appears jovial and carefree, yet his character is profoundly tenacious. Once he resolves to undertake a task, no matter the obstacles, he pursues it with unwavering determination. This very quality is what captivates Xiao Wu the most. Observing the clock on the wall, which indicates it is already 11:15, she listens to the steady and deep rhythm of Gu Chen's breathing. Gently, she kisses his forehead, lays his head on a comfortable pillow, and stealthily exits the room, softly closing the door behind her. As Xiao Wu steps out, Zhu Zhuqing approaches promptly. Sister Xiao Wu, how is Gu Chen? He is fine. He has already fallen asleep. Has Rongrong not returned yet? Not yet. The auction will last until 3 in the morning. Sister Xiao Wu, you seem a bit exhausted. Perhaps you should rest. All right. Xiao Wu accepts this without hesitation, understanding Zhu Zhuqing's intentions. As a spirit cat of the underworld, Zhu Zhuqing possesses acute hearing. Although the soundproofing at the Orange Hotel is commendable, Xiao Wu is certain that Zhu Zhuqing must have heard the commotion inside. This implies that she has been anxiously waiting outside for several hours, enduring the agony of anticipation. She must be particularly eager to see Gu Chen now. He has just fallen asleep. Tread lightly when you go in, Xiao Wu advises Zhu Zhuqing before making her way outside the hotel. Since the auction has yet to conclude, she has no intention of resting in her hotel room just yet. A heartfelt gift must be chosen by her own hand. Especially after all the tribulations Gu Chen has faced today, she is determined to compensate him. She must secure a gift that would truly please Gu Chen. Upon arriving at the auction venue, the atmosphere is still vibrant and bustling with a crowd. Xiao Wu scans the room and quickly spots Ning Rongrong sitting with Yulingling. At this moment, Ning Rongrong appears tense, continuously raising her bidding paddle. 8,000 gold soul coins, announces the blue-haired host in a sleek black suit, holding a microphone with golden trim. Mr. Chen bids 8,000 gold coins. Is there a higher offer? 9,000. Mr. Li bids 9,000 gold soul coins. 10,000. Miss Zhang bids 10,000 gold soul coins. Any higher bids? Any higher bids? The host in the suit eagerly inquires. 12,000. Miss Ning bids 12,000. The crowd gasps collectively, their gaze fixed on Ning Rongrong. Who is she? How can she be so wealthy? I don't know. She looks quite young. Perhaps she is the young lady of a prominent family. The murmurs from the audience swell and ebb, while the host is brimming with excitement. 12,000 gold soul coins once. Twice. No higher bids? Then this heavenly mystic grade treasure belongs to Miss Ning. In the world of Douluo Continent, weapons are categorized as ordinary iron tools for the general populace and treasures for soul masters. Ordinary iron weapons are forged to be resilient, while treasures for soul masters are typically crafted from rare metals or minerals imbued with specific elemental energies. Weapons are ranked from highest to lowest as follows: super divine, divine, semi-divine, heavenly mystic, royal, king, and general. Generally, the highest grade of weapon available at an auction house is the heavenly mystic grade. Higher than that, semi-divine, divine, and super divine are achieved through the diligent cultivation of weapon spirit masters. As the murmurs below gradually quiet down, the host strikes the gavel for the third time. 12,000 gold soul coins, third and final call. Congratulations to Miss Ning for acquiring another treasure, the Overlord's Silver Dragon Spear. Yay! Ning Rongrong clenches her petite fists, visibly exhilarated. Rongrong. Lingling. Hearing her name called, Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling turn simultaneously towards Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu, you arrived just in time. The grand finale item is about to be presented. Xiao Wu nods gently in acknowledgement. Come sit beside me, Xiao Wu. I saved a seat for you. Yi Lingling invites her to sit next to her. How many treasures have you bid on? Xiao Wu inquires with curiosity. This is already the 7th item. Ning Rongrong replies proudly. I bid on a pair of cold iron crafted night claws for Zhu Zhuqing. Soul masters below level 50 can enhance their attack power by 30%. I also secured a pair of heavenly mystic dance shoes for you. Wearing these will boost both strength and speed by 15% during combat. Thank you, Rongrong. Is that spear you just acquired intended for Gu Chen? Yes, Gu Chen is a bear spirit master, and this Overlord's Silver Dragon Spear will increase in power alongside him, potentially enhancing his strength by up to 150%. Using it at level 60 will be no issue. You truly are thoughtful. It's nothing. We are all sisters. Xiao Wu, have you and Gu Chen, been intimate? Is he very skilled? Yi Lingling has been holding on to this question all day. And with only 10 minutes until the main event begins, she seizes the opportunity to ask Xiao Wu. Chapter 38. Gu Chen truly is exceptional. After several hours since the auction commenced, Xiao Wu has only just arrived, and she appears quite fatigued. Yi Lingling naturally associates Xiao Wu's weariness with her activities in the room with Gu Chen. Though Ning Rongrong seems engrossed in the auction stage, her ears are perked up, eager to overhear Xiao Wu and Yi Lingling's conversation. Although Ning Rongrong had promised to give Oscar a chance, she can't help but be concerned about Gu Chen. His roguish charm and unconventional ways have an irresistible allure, particularly to a pampered young lady like her. Most importantly, he possesses a remarkable knack for flirtation, leaving her burning with desire and longing to retreat with him to a secluded grove for a refreshing escape. No. He refrained from engaging in such activities with me when I was not fully aware of my surroundings, Xiao Wu insists. Does that mean he is inadequate? Look at his slight frame. With a little effort, he could easily snap. Lingling, what nonsense are you spouting? Gu Chen is not at all what you think. He is exceptionally skilled. He merely has a stubborn streak, striving for perfection. Xiao Wu, your infatuation with him has clouded your judgment. Let me tell you. A man who is indifferent to a beautiful girl, as if under the influence of an aphrodisiac, is likely lacking in that regard. Unless he simply does not fancy you. Think carefully. Xiao Wu's face flushes crimson, yet she struggles to find a rebuttal, fully aware that Yi Lingling's assertions are misguided. However, Gu Chen truly did nothing to me. Could it be that my charm is insufficient? No, it must not be so. Gu Chen, the junior, was reluctant to tarnish our most beautiful first encounter, so he endured. I have faith in him. Resolute in her belief, Xiao Wu bit her lip, leaning close to Yi Lingling's ear and whispering words meant only for the two of them. Although Gu Chen has always restrained himself and has never explored the depths of my abilities, I know he is formidable, because I have played Gu Chen's flute. And after 3 hours, it remained unyielding. Upon finishing her statement, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple, as if they might bleed. Yi Lingling was taken aback. Xiao Wu was not lying. She spoke of a genuine flute, though where Yi Lingling's thoughts wandered was beyond her control. Regardless, as a man, Gu Chen must not lose face before Yi Lingling. Xiao Wu, are you jesting with me? What male soul masters can endure such a duration? Furthermore, Yilingling wished to argue further, yet Xiao Wu had already dismissed her. In her heart, she mused that this troublesome girl was targeting Gu Chen. One day, Gu Chen must win her over and torment her for 800 hours, just to see if she would still be so defiant. In truth, Yilingling's scrutiny of Gu Chen was not without reason. Before arriving here, she had encountered someone who spoke highly of a certain individual, claiming that he had risked everything to save her. He was the finest man she had ever seen, extolled for his handsomeness, erudition, and carefree spirit, boundless energy. When she inquired further, it turned out the man she had been yearning for was none other than Gu Chen. Upon seeing him today, after merely stumbling on the ground, he nearly met his demise, standing tall yet possessing only a soul power of level 20. He was somewhat decent looking, but handsomeness alone does not fill the stomach. She truly could not comprehend how such an utterly ordinary man could attract so many women who fluttered around him like moths to a flame. Just as Xiao Wu and Yilingling were each lost in their own thoughts, a voice suddenly rang out, invigorating and clarifying. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. Today's auction may conclude prematurely. We have just received word that a prominent figure has purchased all remaining items at 10 times the highest bidding price. Who is it? How can this be? Boss, is this how you conduct business? Indeed. We have waited for hours solely for the later items. You cannot do this. The auction hall erupted in an uproar. Xiao Wu wore a displeased expression. She had arrived late and had not yet chosen a gift for Gu Chen. Must she truly wear a bunny girl outfit before him? What if he rejected her again? In a state of panic, Xiao Wu felt her heart race. Everyone, please quiet down. We deeply apologize for the inconvenience caused. However, this prominent figure possesses overwhelming strength, and our auction house cannot afford to offend him. We are truly sorry. Yet, his words did little to quell the fury among the soul masters present. Instead, it only intensified, just as the host struggled to pacify the crowd. A commanding voice resonated with authority. What? After my Yi family's absence from the soul master world, do you think so little of me, Yiling Tian? Suddenly, an immense pressure enveloped the entire imperial auction house, silencing the previously raucous atmosphere in an instant. Yiling Tian, he was indeed Yiling Tian, the head of the Yi family, a level 97 plant-type soul master. His martial soul was a mysterious leaf, purportedly linked to the illustrious Yi family of the 9-star begonia. Long ago, they were said to have emerged from the same lineage, and many speculated that the Yi family had the Spirit Hall as their backing. It was rumored that the esteemed elder of the Spirit Hall, Ghost Douluo, had been seen hunting soul rings alongside the young lady of the Yi family, Yiling Long. Whispers filled the air, yet none dared to raise their voices in defiance. All gazed at the elderly man on stage with reverence. All right, everyone disperse. Yiling Tian lifted the pressure and approached the ring handed to him by the host, casting a meaningful glance at Xiao Wu. A flurry of leaves appeared in the air, and his figure vanished without a trace. How astonishing. He comes and goes like a shadow, merely exuding the pressure of a single leaf. This caused the 100 or so individuals present, including several soul emperors and soul kings, even 2 nearing title Douluo, to shudder in fear. Is this something a mere human can achieve? A level 77 soul sage gasped in awe. The Yi family was not to be trifled with. In the Orange Hotel, in the room occupied by Gu Chen, Zhu Zhuqing had just departed when a figure silently appeared at the window. Gu Chen, abruptly awakened from his slumber, beheld the imposing silhouette before him and inquired, "Who are you?" The figure slowly turned, revealing an aged man with a youthful visage. His piercing gaze seemed capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of others, and he regarded Gu Chen with an air of superiority. His voice, cold yet commanding, began. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yiling Tian, the grandfather of Yiling Long. My purpose for coming here is twofold. First, to express my gratitude for saving our Ling Long. He tossed a storage bag to Gu Chen, who did not immediately reach for it, as it floated in midair. Secondly, I wish to advise you to keep your distance from Ling Long. She is not a person you can be with. Yiling Tian's tone was laden with an undeniable authority. If I refuse, will you take it upon yourself to kill me? Gu Chen challenged boldly. Yiling Tian nodded without hesitation. By what right do you dictate another's fate? You heartless wretch. Gu Chen retorted without reservation. Yiling Tian was momentarily taken aback, his blood surging with anger, preparing to teach Gu Chen a lesson. Do not move. Otherwise, I shall sever your neck. A chilling, otherworldly voice echoed, and a ghostly figure appeared behind Yiling Tian. The 6 long swords previously on his back now poised against 6 vital points of the elder. Gu Chen cast a frigid gaze upon Yiling Tian, stating, My relationship with Yiling Long is merely that of friends. As for how we conduct ourselves, outsiders have no authority to interfere, not even you, her grandfather. This is the first and last time I shall say this. Take your belongings and leave. Master, the storage bag contains the items you seek. Then let him leave those possessions behind and be gone. Indeed. Off with you. Without affording Yiling Tian a chance to respond, the ghostly servant sent him flying with a powerful kick. Gu Chen raised his thumb, inwardly exclaiming, "Indeed, he is a seasoned demon. I appreciate this style of doing things." Ha. Today's second update. I hope everyone enjoys it. Chapter 39. The Void Scripture and the 17 Swords of the Starry Sky. After Yiling Yun was sent flying, Gu Anew respectfully bowed to Gu Chen and said, "Master, what I just kicked away was merely a fragment of Yiling Tian's consciousness, not his true form. The Yi family has certain ties with the Martial Soul Temple. It is likely that a large group will be coming after us shortly. We should make our escape swiftly." After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chen concluded that the ghostly servant spoke wisely. It was indeed time to temporarily depart from this place. He had not had the opportunity to return and check on his mother's illness. The last time he had sensed that trouble was brewing in Nolan. And this feeling had intensified in recent days. Now was the time to uncover the truth. Furthermore, obtaining the Dark Phantom Wolf Soul Ring was a task that he must undertake alone. Otherwise, the sheer audacity of it might lead even those closest to him to perceive him as a monster. Ghostly servant, please hold on for a moment while I leave a note for my senior. Gu Chen took a blank piece of paper and wrote, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing. Senior Rongrong, I am leaving. Do not worry about me. I shall return to your side soon. Do not dwell on my absence. Gu Chen, having prepared thoroughly, transformed his appearance to that of a middle-aged man and instructed the ghostly servant to lead him to a secluded cave near the Andrew forest. Gu Chen was not in a hurry to acquire the soul ring of the Dark Netherwolf. After all, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood. He wished to explore the contents of the storage bag bestowed upon him by Yiling Tian. Should there be treasures capable of enhancing his strength? The subsequent endeavor of successfully slaying the Dark Netherwolf alone would become considerably easier. Within the pitch-black cave, Gu Chen ignited an oil lamp, and he was instantly astonished by the scene that unfolded before him. The walls were densely covered with runes, and there were 17 exquisite murals. Gu Chen curiously scrutinized the intricate runes and murals, yet after a prolonged gaze, he remained perplexed. Gu Chen could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment, however. He was not one to dwell on trivial matters. If he failed to comprehend something, it merely indicated a lack of insight on his part. Thus, he decided to delve into the contents of the storage pouch first. Immersing his thoughts within, Gu Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. He discovered the eternal snow mountain ginseng, the 8,000-year-old Kuei Mu Lingji, and the Qinglian earth heart milk. These were all treasures that aided cultivation and promoted longevity. Among the more peculiar items were black ginseng, oysters, eukamia, male flowers, and tuna peptide tablets. The value of these items ranged from 5,000 to over 10,000 gold soul coins. However, Gu Chen did not place much importance on them at this moment, for he was still young and had no immediate need for such treasures. What truly astonished him was an irregularly shaped blue-purple crystal, roughly the size of a fist. This stono, your luck is simply extraordinary. Having just acquired the ancient starry sword, you now possess a star stone. How enviable. Master Zhao Ran, you're awake. How was your slumber? Quite well indeed. Lu Zhao Ran yawned and stretched, clearly appearing as though he had not slept soundly. Perhaps, Master Zhao Ran, you should rest a bit more while I investigate on my own. If I encounter anything perplexing, I shall consult you. You insincere fellow. Even if I were to grant you a century, you would still fail to grasp the essence of it. Do you know why you lost control today? Gu Chen found himself perplexed. He had not engaged in any noteworthy activities that day. Yet, upon catching sight of Xiao Wu adorned in her pink skirt pants, a profound desire surged within him. This phenomenon could be attributed to his possession of the celestial ancient sword, devoid of the void scripture. The celestial ancient sword has the peculiar ability to awaken one's most primal desires. To wield this sword, one must earn its acknowledgement, which necessitates a daily offering of blood or the provision of star stones. Does it consume sustenance? Certainly. Are you aware of the intricate process involved in forging the celestial ancient sword? Perhaps it is better left unsaid for now. Your current realm is too rudimentary. Once you attain the rank of Soul Douluo, I shall share the knowledge with you. Gu Chen was at a loss for words. His master possessed many admirable qualities. Yet he had an incessant penchant for leaving his sentences unfinished, leaving Gu Chen in an uncomfortable state of uncertainty. Very well. Take out the starry ancient sword and place the starry stone beside it. Then attentively perceive how it consumes, as this will undoubtedly be beneficial for you. Indeed, Gu Chen placed the celestial ancient sword alongside the star stone upon a smooth, expansive stone surface. The rusted iron sword emitted a tremulous resonance. The corroded iron filings upon it began to writhe incessantly, gradually coiling into a vortex. Initially, the vortex was diminutive, but it steadily expanded until it enveloped the entire starstone. The once impenetrable starstone began to disintegrate, subsequently merging with the iron filings. In time, the amalgamated iron filings returned to the celestial ancient sword, leaving it with diminished rust and a newfound brilliance. Gu Chen held it in his hand, perceiving its weight to be significantly greater than before. With a single swing of the sword, he felt an air of dominance over the world. Evidently, Master, I have comprehended it. It is the power of circulation and the power of decomposition. Well done. Your insight is commendable. There shall be a reward this evening. Now take a look at the walls surrounding us. Yes. Gu Chen once again gazed at the runes etched upon the stone wall, which began to disintegrate and then reassemble before his very eyes, transforming into words he could comprehend. Once the words were fully reconstituted, a surge of information flooded into Gu Chen's mind. The Void Scripture. It is indeed the Void Scripture. Master Xiaoran, I have just acquired the Void Scripture. Master Xiaoran, are you there? Have you fallen asleep again? Lu Xiaoran stood frozen in the Tianluo umbrella space, momentarily lost in thought, unable to respond. I'm not asleep. You rascal, such fortune, it's utterly enviable. She had only heard of the Void Scripture, never knowing anyone who had practiced it. It was a sacred text long thought to be lost. Take another look at the cave. What else do you see? Well, there is a mural. It appears to depict a set of sword techniques, yet it also resembles a form of calligraphy. Could it be that there are 17 such murals? How did you know, Master? You foolish boy, you have stumbled upon a treasure. This is the 17 swords of the starry sky. Mastering them will allow you to slice through the void, traverse time and space, and explore the past and future. Memorize these murals thoroughly. You must commit them to memory. Once you break through to level 20 and elevate your soul power, you will be able to attempt to comprehend the first mural. Yes, Gu Chen possessed an extraordinary memory, capable of recalling even the most intricate details at a glance. Although the murals were elaborate, they posed no challenge for him, and he completed the task in merely an hour. Gu Chen firmly etched the images of these murals into his memory. After sealing the cave, he resolved to return here once he attained the rank of title Douluo, for perhaps a fortuitous opportunity awaited him. Indeed, he adhered to the principle instilled by Sai Huatua, refrain from asking unnecessary questions, for excessive words often lead to misfortune. This tenet had always been a guiding truth for Gu Chen. Once he secured the cave, he silently noted its location for future reference. Chapter 40. Slaying the Dark Abyss Wolf. Upon arriving at the cave, Gu Chen proceeded towards the lair of the Dark Abyss Wolf. The creature sensed the approach of a human presence, albeit a feeble one. Recently beset by misfortunes, a fierce glint flickered in its eyes. As it stealthily advanced towards Gu Chen, he feigned ignorance, allowing the wolf to bask in its arrogance. Just when it was within 5 meters of Gu Chen, the Dark Abyss Wolf unleashed a thunderous roar. The singular horn upon its forehead emitted a luminous arc, shattering a prominent boulder within the cave. Gu Chen feigned a state of utter panic, exclaiming in alarm before taking to her heels. Oh no! Help! The shadowy dark wolf curled the corners of its mouth in a sinister, almost human-like grin. Relentlessly closing in on Gu Chen, it pursued her while intermittently unleashing arcs of electricity, striking the surrounding rocky walls and creating obstacles along her escape route. As Gu Chen ran, he found himself ensnared within a dead end, where the ominous shadow wolf emerged from the darkness, advancing step by step. Its eyes glowed with a chilling red light, while the arc of electricity upon its horn crackled with a disquieting sound. Gradually, it approached Gu Chen, whose figure was reflected in the yellow pupils beneath the crimson glow, rendering him insignificant and utterly laughable in the creature's eyes. Observing Gu Chen tremble and retreat further, the shadow wolf let out a howling roar, asserting its dominance. Eventually, Gu Chen was cornered, with no avenue of escape. The wolf, relishing the torment of the weak, circled him leisurely, occasionally discharging arcs of electricity towards the stone wall beside him, yet refraining from a direct assault on his form. It reveled in the delight of such cruelty. Now was the moment. Gu Chen, amidst the shadows, witnessed the dark abyssal wolf unleash another arc of electricity, shattering a nearby rock into a cascade of debris. As he turned his back, the starlight ancient sword suddenly emerged, and the formidable diamond bear martial spirit manifested, with a yellow soul ring illuminating the scene. The first soul skill, Savage Charge, swiftly closed the distance. The starlight ancient sword descended with tremendous force, accompanied by a resounding crack as bones fractured. The dark abyssal wolf let out a mournful howl, attempting to retaliate against Gu Chen. With the bodis of his golden body and the Iron Mountain support, Gu Chen's soul power surged by 7%, while his physical strength increased by 14%. Like a small truck, he collided with the towering figure of the dark abyssal wolf, sending its 3-meter frame flying over 10 meters, causing it to tumble several times before failing to rise again. Gu Chen gently brushed his hand across his face, transforming it into a visage reminiscent of a dark, sinister wolf. A countenance that seemed to yearn for the peeling of skin and the extraction of sinew. Gu Chen could sense the surging fury emanating from the shadowy dark wolf, relentlessly approaching him. As he activated the Xuanqing technique, he greedily absorbed this torrent of anger. His soul power steadily increased until his body reached its limits, unable to gain any further enhancement. The shadowy dark wolf, despite enduring the pain, finally rose to its feet, and the contest between the two men commenced. Black Dragon Armor. Gu Chen infused his soul power into the black dragon tattoo adorning his body, causing the dark dragon pattern to rapidly sprout scales at a visible pace. Gu Chen distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his defenses, with his strength rising by approximately 15%. This increase surpassed that of the divine body, more than doubling its power. Such a transformation led Gu Chen to ponder whether the tattoo master who adorned him with ink was perhaps a figure of extraordinary prowess. As the shadowy dark wolf lunged towards Gu Chen, it unleashed 3 orbs of black light into the heavens, which swiftly expanded to cloak the sky and eclipse the sun, plunging the entire cave into an abyss of darkness. Gu Chen understood that the skill he desired had finally arrived. He closed his eyes and activated the Xuanqing technique, allowing his spirit to sense the surrounding directions. As the starry sky strike circulated within him, the first of the 17 images in his mind illuminated. He comprehended the starry sky strike, and the ancient sword glimmered with starlight, twinkling mesmerizingly. The shadowy dark wolf paused in astonishment, yet he remained confident in his innate abilities. This detestable foe was doomed. The shadowy dark wolf lunged forward, claws extended, aiming for Gu Chen's chest. Gu Chen executed a graceful 360-degree spin in midair, the ancient sword of the starry sky slicing through the void towards the shadowy dark wolf. In response, the dark wolf accelerated, its razor-sharp claws grazing Gu Chen's chest, skimming across his black dragon armor. A piercing sound of metal scraping echoed through the air as the wolf's sharp talons glided over the ebony scales of the armor. Yet astonishingly, it inflicted not the slightest damage. Instead, it merely propelled Gu Chen's body in a half-circle through the air. With a surge of power, Gu Chen wielded the celestial ancient sword with even greater swiftness. In a swift motion, the once formidable and colossal wolf was cleaved in two beneath the might of the celestial strike. The shadowy netherwolf, enveloped in reluctance and regret, let out a few whimpers before reluctantly closing its eyes. A circle of violet soul rings gradually materialized, emanating from the body of the shadowy netherwolf. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen summoned the octopus spirit and the golden body of merit to serve as his protective guardians. He utilized his soul power to draw the soul rings towards himself for absorption. However, a formidable willpower began to assault Gu Chen's mental state, attempting to obliterate his very soul. To his astonishment, the dark infernal wolf concealed a greater cultivation level than anticipated. Its prowess exceeded 3,000 years, reaching an astonishing 3,700 years, far surpassing Gu Chen's capacity to endure. The scale on the golden sphere within his mind surged upwards, transitioning through shades of red, orange, yellow, and green, rapidly ascending to purple. Yet, the momentum of this rise did not wane. Rather, it intensified. Just as Gu Chen feared, he was on the brink of annihilation. His second martial soul, the golden silk silver needles, suddenly manifested. It swiftly began to absorb the soul power that transcended his limits. The once hair-thin silver needles thickened and elongated, becoming significantly sturdier as they absorbed the excess soul power. A voice emanated from the golden silk silver needle martial soul, saying, "Young one, you are indeed fortunate. You have unwittingly caused the golden silk silver needle martial soul to undergo a transformation." Gu Chen sighed with emotion, secretly marveling at the fortune of his fate. As for the transformation of his primary martial soul, he felt no concern whatsoever. What could a discarded martial soul possibly evolve into? Could it ascend to divinity in a single bound? It was akin to exchanging a bird's gun for a cannon. What? Do you perceive a lack of enthusiasm in me? Do you still believe that your current golden silk silver needle martial soul is merely a worthless one? Gu Chen nodded noncommittally. He chuckled softly. Ah, you truly are oblivious to your own fortune. Why not attempt to manipulate its size? Very well. Enlarging it. Larger. 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 As he beheld the golden silver needle expanding endlessly, Gu Chen was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had already magnified the needle to an astonishing length of 10 zhang, yet it appeared capable of growing even further. If he continued, he feared his soul power might be entirely depleted. He then commanded the gold-and-silver needle to revert to its original size. Now, why not try to reduce it? Smaller. Smaller, smaller. To his astonishment, the gold-and-silver needle shrank to a minuscule size, nearly invisible, akin to a mere grain. Hiss. Gu Chen inhaled sharply, realizing the implications. When enlarged, it became an unparalleled weapon. Even without engaging in combat, a mere tilt towards an adversary would be unbearable for them. Conversely, when diminished, its utility was boundless, healing and saving lives, capable of navigating through the tiniest of blood vessels without hindrance. As a concealed weapon, if he transformed the gold and silver needle into mere dust and allowed it to infiltrate an enemy's ear, then swiftly enlarged it, the mere thought of such a scenario was exhilarating. Chapter 41. Are you provoking me? What soul abilities have you acquired? Surely, extreme absorption must yield commendable soul techniques. Indeed. I have obtained 2 soul abilities, Night Devourer and Ethereal Veil. Quite impressive. Ah, what is this? The lone horn atop the head of the dark phantom wolf. After I absorbed the soul ring, has unexpectedly detached and is ascending, radiating a blinding golden light. Upon witnessing this, Gu Chen could not suppress his astonishment. It's a soul bone. Your luck is remarkable. Quickly, absorb it. Yes. Gu Chen, drawing upon his soul power, guided the soul bone to merge with his chameleon martial spirit. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his forehead, as if something was emerging from within, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably, with his muscles quivering in agony. After half an hour, accompanied by a resounding roar, Gu Chen opened his eyes and exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, how is this pain so much more intense than absorbing a spirit ring?" Indeed, the rarity of a soul bone is unparalleled. One might need to vanquish 1,000 soul beasts to obtain even a single one. You have indeed stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Such a fortuitous event is rarely encountered. Quickly ascertain what skills you have acquired. Gu Chen immersed his mind in the soul bone, and a look of ecstatic joy immediately spread across his face. By concentrating his soul power, he unleashed an arcane attack that inflicted 130% of his original power upon his adversaries, accompanied by devastating and paralyzing effects, along with a passive skill that granted him immunity to 40% of thunder-related assaults. Lu Xiaoran was astonished. He thought, could this lad have slain a young divine beast? It was already remarkable that a single soul ring bestowed 2 extraordinary skills, but now even the soul bone was so extraordinarily powerful. Congratulations to you. Hiki. It is indeed due to Master Xiaoran's exceptional teachings. I have just overcome a tumultuous emotional state. Master, would you like to accompany me in practicing my resolve tonight? Sure. But I fear you might falter again. I assure you, even with Mount Tai looming before me, I shall remain unfazed. Very well, then, tonight it is. It is also time for me to impart to you the true essence of my skills. Hiki. Master, you wouldn't teach me any dubious techniques, would you? Would you care to learn? As long as Master is willing to teach, I am eager to learn. Gu Chen replied with utmost seriousness. Lu Xiaoran laughed heartily, her black lace skirt swaying, revealing her delicate, porcelain-like skin, prompting Gu Chen to swallow hard. Enough jesting, I need to catch up on my sleep. Do not disturb me again. Certainly, I bid you farewell, Master. Silly boy. Lu Xiaoran smiled alluringly, vanishing along with Gu Chen's golden needle martial spirit. With such a significant increase in strength, Gu Chen felt a newfound confidence. It was time to return and check on his mother. The following morning at the Orange Hotel, Ning Rongrong walked joyfully to the room where Gu Chen had slept the previous night and knocked on the door. Gu Chen, are you awake? Gu Chen. After a long moment of silence, with no response, Ning Rongrong glanced around, found no one, and gently pushed the door open. The room was empty, devoid of any presence, save for a neatly stacked letter on the table. Upon opening the envelope and reading its contents, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt her heart constrict painfully. 2 lines of tears cascaded down her fair cheeks, dancing gracefully in the air before disappearing into her depths. In Nodding City, at the entrance of the Gu residence, a servant had just opened the door when he spotted a young man standing there. Upon seeing the slender, tall, and strikingly handsome boy at the entrance, the servants gasped in astonishment. Young master, it is you who has returned. Quickly, inform madam of your return. No need for announcements, keep my return discreet. Yes, young master. Where have you been for over a month? Wandering about, enjoying the sights, and perhaps wooing a few maidens. Gu Chen wore an expression that all men could understand. Young master, you truly are remarkable. When my mother recovers, I shall introduce you to the enchanting beauties I have found. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. His brazen appearance at the Gu family estate intended to uncover the identity of those who sought to harm him. With the formidable sky-devouring demon pearl in his possession, he could summon ghostly servants at will, and his soul power had surpassed the 20th level, resulting in significant augmentation. The demon spirit sealed within the heavenly umbrella would elevate in strength in accordance with his own. Presently, he could effortlessly summon 3 demon spirits, each 10 to 20 levels above his own, to engage in battle. The heavenly umbrella had once sealed thousands of demon spirits, allowing him to choose from a myriad of forms when summoning. Just as Gu Chen was about to make his way to the inner courtyard, a sultry voice suddenly wafted from behind him. "Oh, isn't this Gu Chen, little brother?" The words little brother were enunciated with particular emphasis. Gu Chen turned around, furrowing his brows. Approaching him was a woman, seemingly in her 20s, with an alluring figure and captivating curves. Her striking triangular fox-like eyes were particularly eye-catching. He recognized her as Liena's younger sister, the little princess of the Hu family, Huo. At that moment, she was nestled in the arms of a robust blonde man, whose hands roamed over her enticing waist and ample hips with a predatory grace. He cast a disdainful glance at Gu Chen. "Isn't this our little dog, brother? What are you in such a hurry for? Are you attempting to provoke me?" Gu Chen, unfazed by the provocation, responded with a smile. "And if I am?" The blonde man retorted dismissively. "If you are willing to send your mother over, I might just have my way with her." Gu Chen shot back without hesitation. The blonde man was momentarily taken aback. Initially stunned, he soon seethed with rage, ready to teach Gu Chen a lesson, only to be halted by Huo. "There's no need for such drastic measures. Remember our task from above." With a cold snort, the blonde man glared at Gu Chen with eyes as sharp as blades. "Little leopard, you are of similar age. Challenging him is hardly bullying. Amuse yourself with him." "Understood." Huo instructed a boy of around 12 or 13, clad in black leather armor, who stepped forward from a group of 7 behind them. "Royal Academy, Heavenly Level Student. Oster, Level 26 Beast Spirit Master, at your service." Though youthful, he displayed far more courtesy than the blonde man. Gu Chen formed a favorable impression of him, thinking to himself that he would merely break the boy's legs if things escalated. "Oster, take notes. Your little brother here shows far more manners than you. Level 26. I shall not bully you. I won't use my spirit. You may begin." Oster was momentarily bewildered. "You truly won't use your spirit? I might hurt you." "No need. Just go ahead. I have matters to attend to." "Be careful then." Leopard strike. Oster unleashed his Black Panther spirit, dropping to all fours and propelling himself toward Gu Chen with an open mouth. Gu Chen smiled faintly. As Oster approached within a mere meter, he unleashed his golden silver needle martial spirit, piercing into Oster's acupoint with astonishing swiftness. The action was so rapid that Oster fell unconscious in an instant. Gu Chen crouched down and executed a sweeping kick, accompanied by the resounding crack of Oster's legs fracturing. "Despicable!" exclaimed the blonde man, unable to contain his disdain. "It is your lackluster subordinate who is to blame. He believes everything I say, ha ha ha." Gu Chen laughed unabashedly. "A bunch of simpletons. I shall not entertain you any longer." Gu Chen clapped his hands, and a burly man clad in black emerged from the street corner. "If you have anything to say, speak to my friend here." Chapter 42. The Cur, have you had enough of indulgence? Gu Chen turned and entered the Gu family residence, while Huo and the blonde man, along with others, remained utterly motionless. The burly man, his eyes fierce like those of a tiger, glared at the crowd, declaring that a life was worth 10,000 gold soul coins. "Pay up and leave, or face death." "Do you know who I am?" Slap. "Did I grant you permission to speak?" "You, 20,000. Huo, feeling aggrieved, shed tears silently, no longer daring to utter a word. She relinquished 20,000 gold soul coins and turned to depart. Witnessing Huo's humiliation, the blonde man dared not protest. He too left behind 20,000 gold soul coins and took Ostro away. The young followers trailing behind exchanged bewildered glances, for they were devoid of funds. "You may leave. In the future, keep your eyes peeled." "Thank you, sir, for your mercy." Huo and the blonde man's followers expressed their gratitude profusely as they exited. The burly man collected the gold soul coins and vanished around the street corner. After his departure, Huo angrily berated the blonde man. "Ostro, you fool. I already told you we came with a mission. I expected you to be more discreet. Your earlier display was utterly disappointing. To see your woman being struck, and you remain unmoved, truly, you are no man." Women, at times, can be unreasonable when angry. Their words flow freely without consideration, as long as they feel satisfied venting. "Meiji, you cannot blame me." Who could have anticipated that a previously insignificant waste would exhibit such ferocity today? And you saw for yourself that man was a sole emperor of over level 60. Together, we are not even worth a single finger of his. Is a soul emperor truly formidable? Your Ostro family possesses soul saints and soul Douluos. Do they not have the means to contend with him? Ostro's face bore a pained expression. Our Ostro family indeed has several soul saints and soul Douluos, but they represent the foundation of our clan. Even though I possess considerable talent within the family, it does not justify the need for a soul saint to guard me closely, let alone a soul Douluo. Wretched, wretched, wretched. Huo Ji raged frantically, her demeanor turning wild, losing the elegance she once had. I warn you. If you cannot satisfy me 3 times tonight, I will promptly find a new boyfriend. In the room of Gu Chen, where Ning Rongrong lay, Gu Chen gently pushed open the door, and a pungent medicinal odor assailed his senses, evoking a profound discomfort. A frail, emaciated woman lay on the bed. Her appearance wan and weary, coughing incessantly. The torment of illness had rendered her eyes murky, obscuring her vision to the point where she could not discern who had entered. Xiaolong, is that you? Have you heard any news of Chinner? Mother, it is I. Chinner has returned. For a fleeting moment, the woman was taken aback. Her sunken eye sockets held tears long dried, and her parched lips moved without sound for a while. Observing this, Gu Chen felt as though a sharp dagger had plunged into his heart. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he hurried to Ning Rongrong's bedside. Clasping her withered hand in his own, Gu Chen never anticipated that during his absence, his mother's condition would deteriorate so severely. Mother, Chinner has returned late. Please lie down. Allow me to attend to your ailment. Chinner, do not exert yourself. I am fully aware of my own state. My time is drawing near. And I have but a few days left. To see you once more brings me immense contentment. Mother, rest assured, with Chinner by your side, you shall not perish. Silly child, you simply know how to comfort your mother. For the first time in over a month since Gu Chen had vanished, a smile graced the sallow visage of Ning Rongrong. Gu Chen found it difficult to fathom the profound suffering that this unfortunate woman must have endured had she not been reborn into her former life. Just 3 days after Gu Chen's birth, her husband inexplicably vanished, leaving her to bear the burdens of life alone as she painstakingly raised Gu Chen. Despite the disheartening revelation of a wasteful martial soul, the situation only worsened over the past month with his mysterious disappearance. Whispers circulated among the townsfolk, proclaiming Gu Chen's demise. Yet she remained steadfast in her disbelief, clinging desperately to hope as she gazed longingly each day for the return of her son. Gu Chen placed his fingers delicately upon Ning Rongrong's wrist, skillfully taking his pulse. As his soul energy flowed into the body, he discerned that the circulation of Ning Rongrong's meridians was entirely normal, akin to that of an ordinary individual. Gu Chen furrowed his brow. He was not afraid of Ning Rongrong falling ill, no matter how perplexing the ailment, as long as the root cause was identified. He was confident in his ability to gradually restore her health. What he dreaded most was the possibility of an undetectable condition, no matter how skilled he was, without a diagnosis. He would be at a loss for how to proceed. Do not waste your efforts. She is afflicted by the martial god curse. Unless we locate the one who cast it and compel them to lift the curse, not even the deities can save her. Lu Jiaran's ethereal voice, akin to a stream flowing through a desolate valley, resonated in Gu Chen's mind. Master Xiaoran, what is the martial god curse? Can you discern who cast the spell? The martial god curse, as the name suggests, is a malediction from a martial god. The afflicted will gradually lose their vitality and suffer excruciating pain at the time of death. Each martial god possesses the power to easily overpower any titled Douluo. Rescuing your mother will be a formidable challenge. Who is it? Who seeks to harm my mother? Master Xiaoran, do you have a method to prolong her life? Yes, but it is a method I would prefer you not employ. What method? I am willing to try anything. The yin-yang life-borrowing technique allows one individual to lend their life essence to another, but it can only extend life by a maximum of 10 years. Moreover, this secret method can be used only once. If the martial god curse is not lifted from your mother within 10 years, her death is inevitable. Additionally, there is a fundamental reason I dissuade you from using this technique. It contravenes the natural laws and incurs divine retribution. On the night of each full moon, you will endure excruciating agony, and if you do not achieve yin-yang harmony, essentially engaging in intimate relations, you may lose a level of vitality at best, or even face death at worst. Do you still wish to proceed? Only 10 years? Yes, and it can only be employed between those of shared bloodlines. Master Xiaoran, I have made my decision. My mother is my only remaining kin in this world. I cannot bear to watch her perish. I am willing to exchange my own lifespan for another 10 years for her. Please instruct me on how to proceed. Very well, as long as you are resolute. I shall now impart the knowledge to you. calm your mind, free it of distractions, and using your own blood. Inscribe the yin-yang life seal on both your mother and yourself. Then, channel your soul force to activate the seal. It will automatically draw your life essence and infuse it into your mother. 10 years? I will strive to grow stronger and find the one who cast the curse. Compelling them to lift it. Watching as his mother gradually regained her color, her cheeks becoming more vibrant, Gu Chen silently resolved in his heart. What a filial son! Yet, to surpass a martial god within 10 years is an incredibly daunting task. Lu Xiaoren sighed softly within. Having covered his mother with a blanket as she slept soundly, Gu Chen quietly exited the room. Just as he closed the door, a mocking voice echoed, dripping with sarcasm. Isn't this the little dog of the Gu family? Have you had your fill of merriment outside and finally decided to return? Gu Chen turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and beheld an individual clad in resplendent purple attire, cradling two delicate beauties in his arms. Approaching him with an extravagant gait, the newcomer was familiar to him. He was Gu De, the illegitimate son of his uncle, who was involved in the flesh trade. Before Gu De awakened his martial soul, he was already looked down upon by others. Only Gu Chen did not disdain him for being a child of illegitimacy. Gu Chen often brought him delightful treats. However, upon awakening the fierce martial soul of the diamond white-eyed wolf, he suddenly garnered the attention of all. After awakening his martial soul, Gu De did not think to repay Gu Chen. Instead, after Gu Chen awakened the silver needle martial soul, he, along with his elder brother Gu Zhizhang, openly mocked Gu Chen in front of a large gathering of the Gu family, calling him a worthless dog, a failure, refuse, and a pest. In the past, when he lacked power, such ridicule was tolerable, yet now that he had been granted a second chance at life, he could not allow this white-eyed wolf to humiliate him. He would rather dash against a wall and end it all than endure such disgrace. Gu Chen gazed at Gu De with a smile that sparkled with intrigue. He approached Gu De step by step, and Gu De found himself inexplicably intimidated by his presence. A sense of unease washed over him, yet the thought that Gu Chen was merely a worthless individual allowed him to regain his composure. What do you intend to do? He inquired. I have no particular intentions, Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. Gu De regarded Gu Chen with a hint of wariness, yet Gu Chen suddenly broke into a radiant smile, revealing 8 pristine white teeth. With a swift motion, he raised his arm high, pointing towards the heavens. Look, there's a bird dropping. Gu De naturally did not believe him, instinctively shielding his face with his arms. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from his groin, prompting a cry of agony to escape his lips. Reflexively, he clutched his groin. But just as he did, Gu Chen unleashed a powerful punch to his nose. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from his nostrils, followed by a knee strike, hair pulling, and slaps. The sound of palms striking soft flesh resonated like a symphony, leaving the two alluring women beside Gu De utterly stunned by Gu Chen's almost rogue-like assault. By the time they regained their senses, Gu De lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, his cheeks swollen and red, resembling a roasted pig's head. Take him back. Tell him to steer clear of me next time. Otherwise, he won't be so fortunate again. Yes, we will certainly relay the message. Thank you for your mercy, young Master Gu. The two enchanting ladies hoisted Gu De's arms and gratefully departed. Chapter 43. Nolan Jiao in the city of Notting, at the Nolan family estate. A girl who appeared to be around 15 or 16 donned a light green gown, her delicate features exuding a soft radiance. Her rosy lips were vividly alluring, her petite nose elegantly upturned, and her enchanting eyes sparkled like a crystal-clear spring, captivating all who beheld her. In stark contrast to her genteel appearance, she now held a beer in one hand and a skewer of grilled meat in the other, indulging heartily. One foot rested on a bench, completely disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum. After satiating her hunger, she licked her lips clean of grease. Ah, I am so full. She patted her round belly and stood up, intending to take a stroll to aid digestion. Just a few steps away, a girl clad in a flowing yellow garment, light and graceful like a butterfly, rushed toward her. Hey, isn't that you, Linglong? Nolan elder sister. Here I am. What an unexpected visit. Nolan elder sister. Is this a reprimand for my absence? What do you think? You promised to visit me every half month, yet half a year has slipped by. Where have you been? Grandfather said that as young ladies, we must prepare for marriage, learn to manage a household, and practice our instruments at home. But I believe I can learn that later. We, daughters of the Hua family, before wedlock, should relish life, enjoy the melodies of the wind and the rain, and indulge in the pleasures of barbecue. Come, sister. Let me show you our newly opened clothing boutiques. It's high time you updated your austere wardrobe. Sister, there is no rush to buy clothes. Have you forgotten what our family does? I came today to tell you something important. What is it? I have a formidable friend who warned me that you might encounter some trouble soon and advised me to inform you to stay indoors. Haha. Your friend must be a boy. How did you know, sister? Did he also ask you to tell me to have my master send someone to protect me? Sister. Do you possess the ability to foresee the future? Silly girl, who in this world can predict the future? You've been deceived. Impossible. My friend treats me exceptionally well. He would never deceive me. All right. He is the best. But let me ask you, how did he know I was in danger? How did he know you and I are acquainted? He deduced it himself. With so many people around, why would he single me out? Clearly, he harbors ill intentions. Sister. He is not what you imagine. I feel more wrong than you, for my beloved is being misunderstood, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, hastily explaining he is acting on someone else's behalf. Which is why he is so concerned about you. On whose behalf? The Gu Chen you are to marry. Oh, how did it come to be him? Yes, it is he. Did he mention his relationship with Gu Chen? Where is Gu Chen now? At the mention of Gu Chen, Nolan Jia's previously playful demeanor shifted to one of gravity, followed by a hint of worry. Many could not fathom why she insisted on marrying a waste of the Gu family, a discarded son. Only she understood that without him, she would have long ceased to exist in this world. When she was 9, Nolan Jia, playful and willful, had stealthily ventured outside Nodding City to fish by a pond. To her astonishment, a water monster, resembling a 2-meter-tall monkey, lurked within. The creature stealthily approached her, grasped her leg, and dragged her toward the depths. She struggled in vain against its superior strength, and just as she was about to be submerged, a clear voice rang out, "Let go of that girl." A boy, not particularly tall but with a handsome countenance, leapt into the pond. He embraced her, unleashing a long-mocked martial spirit, and thrust it fiercely at the beast. To everyone's astonishment, the frail boy not only risked his life to save her, but also managed to drive the massive creature away with a single strike. Nolan Jia was terrified. Yet the boy carried her back to Nodding City, recounting jokes along the way to lighten her mood and alleviate her fears. Upon reaching her home, he introduced himself, saying, "My name is Gu Chen, Gu for to care, and Chen for mourning." His smile was pure, as pristine as the melting snow atop a mountain, flowing endlessly into a lake. Deeply captivated, Nolan Jia vowed in her heart that she would marry him when she grew up. They shared their names and promised never to forget each other. Later, she confided in her father, Nolan Qianshan, who remarked, "Xiao Lan, this is a fated connection. Your uncle Gu has been kind to our family, and I made a pact with him. Should we have children, if both are boys, they shall be sworn brothers. If one is a boy and the other a girl, the family shall be united." From that day on, Nolan Jia could not harbor feelings for anyone else. Despite the ridicule he faced as a little dog and waste, she remained unfazed as long as he cared for her, though endowed with a beauty that could captivate all of Nodding City. Nolan Jia possessed a fortitude surpassing that of many men. Her resolve stemmed from her desire to protect the one whom the world deemed worthless. Yet she cherished as a treasure. "I do not know where he is, but my friend mentioned he is searching for him as well." Ning Rongrong observed Nolan Jia's anxious expression with a hint of helplessness. "He must know where he is. Take me to find him. I will ask him myself." Ning Rongrong hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Nolan Jia possesses an ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial fairy descending from the heavens, leaving every man who gazes upon her utterly captivated. In her heart, Gu Chen undoubtedly resembles a prince on a white steed or a divine being gracing the mortal realm, his handsomeness nearly overwhelming. Ning Rongrong hesitated, fearing that once the two met, a thunderous spark might ignite between them, leading to an unbearable heartache. "What troubles you? Are you concerned I might steal away your beloved?" Nolan Jia teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Nolan, you jest too much. I harbor no such thoughts." Ning Rongrong stammered, desperately attempting to mask her embarrassment, though her flushed cheeks betrayed her. "Rest assured, dear sister, my heart already belongs to another. And I am soon to be wed. I would never vie for a man with a mere girl like you." "Nolan, do you truly intend to marry Gu Chen of the Gu family? Marriage significantly impacts a woman's lifelong happiness. Have you considered it thoroughly?" "I have indeed contemplated this matter long ago. I, Nolan Jia, shall marry no one but Gu Chen in this lifetime. No other man, no matter how exceptional, could ever capture my gaze." "Very well, allow me to introduce you to him." Just then, a servant announced, "Miss, young Master Dai has arrived." "Which young Master Dai?" "The young Master Dai from the Dai family of the Xinglua Empire." "Is it my cousin? How fortuitous. Take me to see him at once." "Of course." Ning Rongrong, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly, Nolan Jia said apologetically. Ning Rongrong tugged at Nolan's sleeve and winked at her, signaling her to be cautious. To which Nolan responded with a reassuring glance. In the reception hall of the Nolan residence, the dashing Dai Mubai, clad in a flowing white robe, leisurely sipped tea, the steam curling around him. A few young servants occasionally stole glances at him. How tall, how handsome, especially his eyes. I simply adore them. I wish to serve him for an entire evening. He must be quite formidable. Being a powerful soul master, Dai Mubai overheard their whispers, a subtle smile gracing his features. What are you all doing huddled here? Such a lack of decorum. A robust elder, dressed as a steward, approached, followed by a strikingly beautiful young woman who commanded attention. Miss, young Master Dai is inside. You may enter. I shall remain outside. Call for me if you need anything. Understood. Upon entering, Dai Mubai stood. In the moment he laid eyes on the young woman, he was struck by an indescribable sense of awe. She was breathtakingly beautiful, like a pristine white lotus blooming in a tranquil pond, untouched by the world. Nolan, how have you been? Dai Mubai greeted with a warm smile. Quite well. What brings you here, cousin? Forgive me. I have been preoccupied with training over the years and have not visited often. Ah, no need to apologize. Come closer, dear cousin. I have a surprise for you. What surprise? Dai Mubai asked, intrigued as Nolan Jia clasped her hands behind her back, believing she truly had something special in store. However, as he approached, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him, and instinctively, he prepared to defend himself, only to feel the cold edge of a blade at his throat. Nolan Jia's once cheerful expression had turned icy. Cousin, speak plainly. What is your purpose in seeking me? Please, don't jest. I merely happened to pass by and wish to see you. See me? Do you truly believe I am so easily deceived? I will grant you one more chance. Speak the truth, and I shall spare your life. Dai Mubai, taken aback, realized his cousin had transformed into someone formidable. Yet her expression suggested sincerity, and he understood that if he did not reveal the truth, he might not leave unscathed. Do not act rashly. I will tell you the truth. I am here at the behest of a friend who wishes to meet you. Who is it? Tang San. I do not know him. Tell him I refuse to meet. If he persists, I shall break his legs. Such a fool. Steward Gu, see him out. Nolan Jia withdrew her blade, turning away without a backward glance. Dai Mubai sighed, having anticipated various outcomes, yet he knew of Nolan Jia's steadfast refusal to entertain the advances of any suitor. His task from Tang San weighed heavily on him, compelling him to endure this encounter. Nolan Jia, however, held no intention of harming Dai Mubai, for he was, after all, her cousin. Yet, following a near-fatal encounter with a water monster, she had developed a keen sense of danger, a woman's intuition. She sensed that Dai Mubai's unexpected visit bore ulterior motives, and her knowledge of his recent successes only fueled her suspicions. After Dai Mubai departed, Nolan Jia returned to Ning Rongrong, deciding to confide in her mentor about the incident. In a secluded tavern within Notting City, the defeated Humeiji and Osro had just engaged in a raucous battle. Do you have the strength for another round? My anger has yet to dissipate. No. We are due to meet with the Gu family soon. Let them wait. When I return, I shall instruct my sister to send a few soul saints to teach that arrogant Gu Chen a lesson. I want to strip him of his clothes and make him walk 3 laps around Notting City. Humeiji's excitement grew with each word as she bit down hard on Osro's arm, causing him to cry out in pain. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Ah, indeed, I have. With a man as useless as you, who wouldn't go mad? Let us go for another round. The tumultuous scene continued within the room, while outside, a tall man clad in purple, exuding an air of intensity, brought along a bruised and battered man in white before the tavern. Brother, why are we here? This place feels so desolate. It makes me uneasy. Do you wish to seek vengeance? Indeed. Silence. Just follow me inside. Once we are in, refrain from uttering a word and act according to my cues. Very well, brother. Upon entering the establishment, they arrived at the private room agreed upon with Osro. Before stepping in, they were met with heavy breathing and intermittent soft moans emanating from within. Guda cast a puzzled glance at Gu Zhizhong and inquired with curiosity, Brother, have we perhaps come to the wrong place? Hush. Did I not instruct you to remain silent upon entering? Guda harbored numerous inquiries he yearned to pose to Gu Zhizhong. Yet he found himself too timid to voice them, resigning to a silent vigil by the door, awaiting his turn. 10 minutes elapsed, then 20, 50 minutes passed, and the sounds emanating from within the room remained incessant. Guda hesitated several times, unable to utter a word. Gu Zhizhong's emotions transformed from initial calmness to astonishment, then to envy, and ultimately to a sense of shame. Only heaven knows the turmoil within his heart. Chapter 45, The Maiden in the Lotus. In the courtyard of Gujia, Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes. She gently touched her plump face, placing her delicate, pale hands before her, examining them with wonder. She murmured to herself, "I am still alive." Adjusting to her body, Ning Rongrong donned a pair of light green embroidered shoes adorned with lotus flowers. Grasping a black cloak draped over a nearby chair, she strolled toward the door, opening it to be met with a rush of invigorating air that compelled her to close her eyes and take a deep breath. The gentle sunlight caressed her face, bestowing upon her an indescribable beauty. Surveying her surroundings, she quickly spotted Gu Chen, who was sound asleep on a stone table. She approached him softly and draped the cloak over his slumbering form. As she gazed at the weary yet handsome Gu Chen, an indescribable tenderness and reluctance welled up in her eyes. She whispered, "Foolish child, why did you save me? Do you not realize that if I were to perish, they would not spare you? Mother must depart, and I know you will miss me dearly. I do not wish to see you in sorrow, for that would make it even harder for me to leave. So please forgive your mother for her abrupt departure. My fate is shattered, and my strength has waned to nothing. There is nothing I can leave you, except for this golden lotus of protection. Let it care for you in my stead." As her words faded, a 9-petaled lotus flower, radiating a spectrum of colors, emerged from her forehead and gracefully ascended above Gu Chen, vanishing from sight. Stirring in his sleep, Gu Chen awoke briefly, only to succumb to slumber once more. Ning Rongrong returned to her room, leaving behind a letter, her form gradually fading until she disappeared completely. When Gu Chen finally awoke, an hour had passed. Uncertain of the reason, he had been gazing at a willow tree he had planted in his childhood when an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, leading him into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he encountered a bizarre vision, where countless peculiar beings charged toward him. Armed with a sword, he stood resolutely, felling the advancing creatures, all in defense of the golden lotus behind him. At last, as the final creature fell, the golden lotus blossomed, revealing a thumb-sized, exquisite maiden. Clad in a vibrant gown spun from the lotus's essence, her ethereal face bore a look of bewilderment in her sparkling eyes. Curiously, she inquired, "Where is this place?" Gu Chen was about to respond to her, only to find himself unable to recall anything at all. He struggled to remember who he was and why he found himself in this place. Why had this young girl emerged from the lotus? And why was he so desperate to protect this precious flower? A multitude of questions intertwined in his mind, eluding answers and tormenting him with a profound discomfort. Just as his brow furrowed in anguish, the girl flew to his side, her crystalline eyes sparkling with curiosity. "You seem to be in great distress. Would you like to have a lotus seed to calm your mind?" Gu Chen was taken aback, gazing at the young girl in confusion. The girl extended her delicate, pale hand, revealing a black lotus seed nestled in her palm. She offered it to Gu Chen. "Is this for me?" he inquired. "Yes," the girl nodded in affirmation. Gu Chen did not hesitate to take the lotus seeds and place them in his mouth, chewing a few times. The seeds were quite bitter, yet there lingered a refreshing sweetness that emerged after the bitterness, gradually calming Gu Chen's restless heart. "Thank you." Gu Chen expressed his gratitude. "No need to thank me. It seems you cannot recall where this is." Gu Chen glanced awkwardly at the young girl. "I am Lucy, a fairy born from the blossoms. What is your name?" "Gu Chen." "Then we are acquainted. It seemed you were about to depart." As Gu Chen gradually faded away, Lucy's expression revealed little fluctuation. Perhaps at this moment, she did not yet comprehend the essence of emotion. Gu Chen sensed his impending departure from this world. He knew with clarity that he was not merely dreaming. Everything felt too vivid to be an illusion. Upon awakening, Gu Chen discovered that his realm had inexplicably ascended by 3 levels, reaching the 20th rank. While his state of mind had also advanced to the first completion of the heart refinement stage, he was but a step away from achieving the second stage, the object reflection realm. Casting a glance at the sky, he noticed the sun was on the verge of setting. He had not anticipated that he had slumbered for such an extended period. Gu Chen surmised that Ning Rongrong had already awakened, so he rose and approached the door, gently opening it. However, upon entering the room, he discovered it was eerily vacant, devoid of Ning Rongrong's presence, save for a sepia-toned envelope resting on the table. Gu Chen approached and opened the envelope, revealing 2 lines of elegant handwriting. "Dear Chenner, Mother has departed. I deeply regret that I cannot attend your wedding with Xiao. I am unable to be by your side to witness your everlasting happiness. Please take care of yourselves. Do not search for me. I have journeyed to a distant place. One day, we shall meet again, and I promise you that our family will never be separated again. Do not worry. Ning Rongrong." Upon reading the letter left by Ning Rongrong, Gu Chen was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Although he was not the original owner of this body, he possessed all of the original owner's memories. He was acutely aware of the love Ning Rongrong had for him and understood her character well. She would not leave without compelling reasons, for she was reluctant to part from him. "Mother, do not worry. I shall live well." With the daylight still lingering, he yearned to meet someone. Closing the door behind him, Gu Chen swiftly exited the Gu residence. In a private chamber of the tavern where Hu Meiji resided, Gu Zhizhong was coaxed by Ostler to consume a considerable amount of alcohol. Several times he attempted to rise and take his leave, but Ostler detained him, insisting he drink a little more, leaving him perplexed. Miss Hu, Mr. Ostler, Zhizhong truly cannot drink any further. Rest assured, the matter you entrusted to us will be handled. As for Gu Chen, fear not, he is merely a useless individual. I will certainly present him before you tomorrow. Very well, very well. Young Master Gu indeed proves to be a straightforward man. Let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. Ostler had intended to keep Gu Zhizhong seated a while longer. But upon noticing the murderous glare from Hu Meiji, he could only bid farewell to Gu Zhizhong and Gu De with reluctance. Gu De's capacity for alcohol pales in comparison to that of Gu Zhizhong and Ostro. At this moment, he is sprawled across the table, saliva dripping. His words a muddled slur. Come, let us drink more. I am not drunk. I am not drunk. Witnessing such a pitiful state of Gu De, Gu Zhizhong furrowed his brow, feeling as if he had brought disgrace upon his family. He grasped the fabric of Gu De's back as one would lift a fawn, dragging him out of the tavern. After Gu Zhizhong departed, Hu Meiji instructed her attendants to remove the beverages from the private room. With her triangular fox-like eyes fixed upon Ostro, her delicate pink tongue flicked across her lips. She approached Ostro step by step, causing him to tremble involuntarily, retreating into the corner of the wall in a state of fear. Ostro, do you recall what I mentioned earlier today? Ostro's complexion turned ashen, his eyes darting restlessly as he contemplated an escape. Meiji, I may have indulged a bit too much today. I feel quite drowsy. Might we postpone until tomorrow? No, you disappointed me today. If it cannot be done tonight, you are well aware of the consequences. In despair, Ostro shut his eyes tightly. Chapter 46. Reunion as dust descended upon Nodding City. The vendors began to stir, setting up their stalls for the night market along the streets. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air from the small river beside the willow-lined alley. Help! Someone, please save me. I cannot swim. Gu De, reeking of alcohol after being thrown into the water by Gu Zhizhong, was jolted away from his inebriation and struggled desperately. Gu Zhizhong stood by the riverbank, his expression inscrutable, revealing no intention of rescuing Gu De. Passers-by gradually gathered near the water's edge, gesturing and murmuring about the unfortunate Gu De who had fallen in. Brother, I was wrong. Please save me. I'm still young. Just a child. Gu Zhizhong felt a dark line form on his forehead, and a myriad of frustration surged within him. He merely wished for his oblivious younger brother to learn a lesson. To his astonishment, this peculiar fellow retorted, I'm still young. I'm merely a child. Why not say I'm still an infant? As the crowd continued to swell, Gu Zhizhong shook his head and summoned his martial spirit. 3 ethereal doppelgangers soared into the river and retrieved Gu De. Everyone, please disperse. He has indulged too much in drink and is inebriated. I shall accompany him to regain his senses. After Gu De was rescued, Gu Zhizhong turned his back and walked away, no longer paying him any heed. Today, he was genuinely enraged. Initially, he had intended to introduce his younger brother to the world, but he never anticipated that this fellow would possess such overwhelming curiosity. He brazenly spied on others and engaged in activities that disrupted Ostro, adversely affecting his performance. Hu Meiji maintained a perpetually stern expression, and the previously agreed-upon 30% profit was forcibly reduced to a mere 20%. Furthermore, upon hearing Hu Meiji and Ostro discuss Gu Chen's misfortunes, he lamented about being bullied by Gu Chen himself, completely disregarding his earlier instructions to remain silent and act according to the circumstances. Consequently, he found himself compelled to volunteer the notion of capturing Gu Chen and presenting him before them. Although apprehending Gu Chen was not particularly challenging for him, even with the sole Douluo by his side, enlisting that individual's assistance would pose no issue, the real dilemma lay in the massive debt of gratitude and compensation that would ensue from such a request. He would only consider seeking that person's aid in dire circumstances. As the crowd dispersed, 2 slender waists became visible, complemented by long hair cascading to her hips and a visage exquisitely breathtaking beyond compare. It was Nolan Jia, the most beautiful woman in Nodding City. What was she doing out here? Who was accompanying her? Nolan Jia truly possessed a beauty that could rival celestial beings themselves. The murmurs of onlookers echoed around as they paused to observe. Upon seeing Nolan Jia, Gu Zhizhong was utterly astonished, his gaze fixated upon her. In his eyes, an uncontrollable possessiveness simmered, intensifying his loathing for Gu Chen. Aside from his identity as the young patriarch of the Gu family, Gu Zhizhong perceives himself as vastly superior to Gu Chen in every conceivable aspect. Even in terms of status, Gu Chen pales in comparison. For Gu Zhizhang's true identity is that of an illegitimate son of the head of the Gu clan, an elder of the martial soul hall, and a direct disciple of the ghost Douluo. However, the patriarch of the Gu family does not acknowledge him as such, and his own connections run even deeper than Gu Zhizhang's, leaving him with no choice but to endure in silence and engage in subtle machinations behind the scenes. Presently, encountering Nuo Lanjia in this place feels to him like a fated encounter ordained by the heavens. With an exceptionally radiant smile, he approaches Nuo Lanjia to greet her. Greetings, esteemed ladies. I am Gu Zhizhang, the grandson of the head of the Gu family. Upon hearing his introduction, Nuo Lanjia bursts into uncontrollable laughter, exclaiming, "You are called Gu Zhizhang? Ha ha ha, how delightfully absurd. What a truly amusing name." Gu Zhizhang, subjected to such ridicule, though adept at enduring it much like a stoic ninja turtle, could not help but exhibit a fleeting array of colors across his visage, his lips twitching in response. "What ails you, fool? Have you lost your senses? If you are indeed unwell, seek treatment at once. Why do you stand before us like a mangy dog?" Enduring the incessant verbal assaults, even a figure of clay would retain some semblance of ire. Gu Zhizhang's eyes widened in fury, ready to erupt. Just then, he heard a voice laced with provocation. "Indeed, Lan speaks truthfully. Gu Zhizhang, I see your complexion has turned ashen, your eyes reddened, and your brow darkened. I fear you may soon encounter a calamity of bloodshed. Do you believe me?" After fruitlessly searching for Nuo Lan at a residence, Gu Chen ventured into the bustling night market of Notting City, hoping for a stroke of luck. Little did he expect to stumble upon this scene immediately upon arrival. "Gu Chen, you." Gu Zhizhang was so infuriated that his chest heaved, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Brother, act swiftly. This Gu Chen is utterly insufferable. He struck me in the morning and cursed you in the afternoon. Truly despicable." "Silence. This fool is truly mindless. Does he not realize I refrain from acting because Nolan Jia is present?" Gu Zhizhang was quite exasperated, secretly cursing Gu De for being foolish. "Gu Chen, how have you been?" Upon seeing Gu Chen, Nolan Jia couldn't help but tremble slightly, her breath quickening. "I am well. Did you miss me, Lan? Miss you? You big-headed ghost? Pray tell, where have you been during this time? Have you been out and about, attracting any dubious women? Come here, and I shall tell you. I shall tell you." Blam. Gu Chen leaned in close to Nolan Jia's ear and, catching her off guard, planted a kiss on her cheek. The touch of his lips against her porcelain-like skin brought forth a sensation that was both warm and cool. A subtle fragrance, reminiscent of innocence, wafted into his nostrils, causing Gu Chen's heart to flutter. Initially taken aback by the unexpected kiss, Nolan Jia's surprise swiftly morphed into a blush of embarrassment. "You rogue! How dare you steal a kiss from me? No, I must retaliate." With laughter and playful banter, she chased after Gu Chen, completely disregarding the presence of Gu Zhizhang and Gu De. "Brother, this Gu Chen is utterly audacious. Can you tolerate it?" "I certainly cannot." "If you can't tolerate it, then confront him. If you fear nothing, go ahead." Gu Zhizhang's teeth clenched in frustration, producing a sharp clicking sound. It was not that he was unwilling to take action. Rather, he refrained from doing so in the presence of the woman he admired. He intended to deal with Gu Chen upon returning home. "Let us depart." Gu Zhizhang cast a profound glance at Gu Chen and Nolan Jia, his face revealing an entirely different array of emotions before he swept away with a flick of his sleeve. Gu Deben wished to say more, yet ultimately decided against it. For Gu Zhizhang was currently in a fit of anger. Although Gu De may not be particularly clever, he would not be foolish enough to furrow his brow at this moment. "Brother, I have kept you waiting. All right, Lan, stop teasing. Your friend is still here." "Oh dear. It's all your fault, Gu Chen. Let me introduce you. This is my dearest friend, Ling Long. Ling Long, this is Gu Chen from the Gu family, your future brother-in-law. It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Gu." Ling Long remains as charming and delightful as ever. "Ye fairy, there is no need for formality. It has been quite some time since I last saw Xiao Lan. Look, Ling Long understands, Sister Nuo Lan, I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave." Ling Long. Nuo Lan wanted to say more but was silenced by Gu Chen's gaze. "Please take care on your way." "Yes, Sister Nuo Lan, I hope you enjoy your time together." Chapter 47, Lan, may I kiss you? Ling Long departed, her figure fading into the night, leaving a hint of solitude in her wake. After Ling Long left, Nuo Lan pulled Gu Chen towards a hotel. Lan, what are you doing?" "Remove that ma." In the luxurious hotel room 001, the enchanting Nuo Lan was engaged in an act that all men could only dream of, gently wiping Gu Chen's body. "Gu Chen, do you know how I have spent the time since your disappearance? I have sent people daily to seek news of you, fearing for your safety. Where have you been all this time? The most challenging part of receiving a beauty's affection, Gu Chen wove a tale of adventure. Capturing the rapt attention of Nuo Lan's expressive face. Lan, the water is still warm. Want you join me for a wash? Gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful Nuo Lan. Gu Chen grinned mischievously. What about you? Nuo Lan shot him a seductive glance. Her delicate, fair hand splashed some bathwater onto his cheek. Until we are married. Do not even think of touching me? So, after we are married, may I? Gu Chen turned slowly, his expression earnest as he inquired. That will depend on your performance. Rest assured, I shall perform admirably. Gu Chen emerged from the wooden barrel, his handsome visage and bronze-hued physique. Adorned with 8 sculpted abdominal muscles, effortlessly radiated a distinctive male allure that was uniquely his own. Nolan Jia gazed upon him with a certain obsession. As if admiring a most exquisite work of art, Gu Chen gazed at Nolan Jia with profound affection, having missed her dearly during their time apart. The two exchanged heartfelt glances, enveloped in a silence that spoke volumes. Suddenly, Gu Chen extended his slender, alabaster fingers, more delicate than those of a woman. Gently lifting Nolan Jia's chin. With an expression brimming with anticipation, he tenderly inquired, Lan, may I kiss you? Nolan Jia responded with a gentle nod. Gu Chen tenderly pressed his lips against her fragrant ones, savoring the sweetness that lingered within her mouth, while his arms naturally encircled her delicate waist. His firm chest pressed against her proud softness, and the moisture from their encounter dampened her pristine undergarment. Nolan Jia's heart raced uncontrollably. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. And Nolan Jia sighed softly, her cheeks flushed as she caught Gu Chen's amused gaze admiring her rosy complexion. Xiao, you are truly beautiful, he exclaimed earnestly. Ah, you always know how to flatter. Nolan Jia replied bashfully, lowering her gaze. She approached the wooden tub and picked up a white towel draped over its edge. As she wrung out the excess water, she gently began to wipe his body, hesitating when she reached a more intimate area. Let me handle that, Gu Chen said. Sensing her discomfort, he understood that pushing boundaries could lead to unintended consequences. After drying off and donning his nightwear, Gu Chen lifted Nolan Jia and placed her onto the soft cotton bed beside him. He flicked his fingers to extinguish the oil lamp, allowing her to nestle her head against his chest as they admired her enchanting beauty under the moonlight. Guanlan, do you know what the most wonderful thing in the world is? He gently inquired. What is it? She asked, curious. The greatest joy comes from the day when I can kiss you good night, hold you through the night, and awaken to find you by my side, he mused. Really? Do you truly feel that way, Gu Chen? Indeed, he replied earnestly, gazing into her star-like eyes. You've changed, she observed. How so? Gu Chen asked, puzzled. I feel like during the month you were away, you've grown and matured significantly. Most notably, your words have become sweeter. Am I still the Gu Chen you fell in love with? Yes, you have always been. As the atmosphere deepened, Gu Chen felt a surge of emotion and suddenly posed a surprising question. Lan, if one day many people wanted to harm me and you were unable to defend me, what would you do? Then they must first tread over my dead body. Nolan Jia declared fiercely, her once timid demeanor transforming into something powerful. No, I won't allow that. You must live, for as long as you are alive, there is hope. Nolan Jia looked at Gu Chen with confusion. Gu Chen offered no explanation, gazing calmly at Nolan Jia, resembling a mirror that reflects the depths of one's soul. This serenity enveloped Nolan Jia as well. Very well, I promise you. I shall live well, and live earnestly. Though these words escaped her lips, her heart harbored thoughts of a day when, if such calamity were to befall them, she would be the first to perish before him. I shall not permit anyone to harm you, myself included. Lan, my return to the Gu family shall not linger for long, in just 3 months. We shall celebrate our wedding day. I yearn to venture forth to hone my skills and elevate my prowess, so that I may bring you home with great fanfare. Where do you intend to train? Is it perilous? Not at all. I have recently ascended to the 20th rank, yet I lack practical experience. This time, I plan to head to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City to sharpen my combat skills. Ah, you have reached the 20th rank? Indeed. Is your future husband not quite dashing? Are you not tempted to offer yourself to him now? Gu Chen struck a cool pose, raising an eyebrow at Nolan Jia. Not bad. However, there remains quite a gap between our ranks. You must continue to strive. My dear, what level are you at now? I am at the 53rd rank of Soul King. Nolan Jia found herself slightly flustered by Gu Chen's casual shifts in address, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Gu Chen was taken aback. She had thought that her progress alongside Tang San was already quite swift, yet unexpectedly, Nolan surpassed Tang San by several levels. How young is she? Gu Chen recalled that Nolan Jia seemed to be a few months younger than him. The reason they had decided to marry after March was that she would come of age then. What do you think? Am I not impressive? Nolan Jia playfully inquired, her stunning visage illuminated by a radiant smile that rendered the surrounding flowers pale in comparison. Impressive indeed. My wife is the most remarkable, Gu Chen exclaimed. You've changed. Gu Chen, changed to be more smooth-tongued, perhaps? Do you not like it? I do. Nolan Jia responded with a flirtatious glance at Gu Chen, swiftly planting a kiss on his cheek. He. Then, my lady, shall we retire for the night? Oh dear, you mustn't touch there. Why are you unbuttoning my shirt? You naughty rascal. After a while. Naughty rascal, where did you learn this massage technique? I learned it from my master. How does it feel? Comfortable? Indeed, it is exceedingly pleasant. Who is your master? My master is a celestial being, and he has long departed from this world. I'm sorry, Gu Chen, I shouldn't have asked. Silly girl, you didn't know. Chapter 48. The Deviousness of Tang San. In Gu Jia's room, after being sternly reprimanded by Gu Zhizhang, Guda left with tears welling in his eyes. After Guda departed, Gu Zhizhang's usually placid countenance, even in moments of anger, transformed into a visage of sheer ferocity. Gu Chen, why have you not perished? Why do you still draw breath? Master explicitly declared that you were utterly dead. He dispatched you to that wretched woman's chamber. His voice escalated into a maddened shriek. You dare to humiliate me? I shall flay your skin and strip your flesh, gouge out your eyes, sever your nose, and turn you into a mere human stick. Within the room, he shattered nearly every exquisite ornament into a million fragments. After venting his fury, he exited and made his way to Chumao Building. There, he directly ordered the company of the renowned fish courtesan. Inside the luxurious quarters of the fish courtesan, Gu Zhizhang recklessly squandered his vitality, causing the opulent bed to creak under his weight, while murmuring the name Nuo Lanjia. 9 minutes later, accompanied by a low growl, Gu Zhizhang collapsed, spent, upon the fish courtesan's form. Young Master Gu, young Master Gu. After several shouts yielded no reply, he discerned the faint sound of Gu Zhizhang's breath. The fish courtesan, initially wearing an expression of pleasure, was now contorted by profound disgust. What a worthless fool. How pathetic. Unable to last even 10 minutes, leaving me in such a state. And I still have to pay for a turtle slave. Damn, you are insufferable. In Notting City, at Notting Junior College, Tang San returned to the place of his first encounter with Yu Xiaojiang. He sat quietly on a lounge chair within the academy, idly toying with his fingers. Lost in thought. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, silently materializing. Tang San looked up. Dean, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been several years. Young San, what brings you here today? I wanted to see how you have been these past years. Oh, I am as I always was. Recently, I have been consuming more of that kidney tonic than before. I cannot believe you still persist in taking that tonic. Indeed, it is a marvelous remedy. It makes me feel youthful once more. Dean, I have come to inquire about a certain individual. A person? The dean asked with curiosity. The Gu Chen from the Gu family in Notting City, who once harassed a female classmate to the point that she, overwhelmed by humiliation, took her own life. Do you know where he ended up after I taught him a lesson? I am unaware. Why do you ask? I suspect that a new disciple of teacher Zhao at our Shrek Academy is none other than Gu Chen, disguised. He harbors malicious intent towards the female students of our academy. I wish for you to join me in exposing his vile faade. Well, it has been so many years that I have forgotten what he looks like. You need not recall his appearance. Just assert that he is Gu Chen of the Gu family in Notting City. There is no need for hesitation, Dean. I have already investigated. Gu Chen went missing over a month ago. Coincidentally, my junior enrolled in Shrek Academy around the same time. Given their similar builds, I am 90% certain they are the same individual. Do not worry, Dean. I have no intention of harming him. I merely wish to prevent those around me from being deceived further. If I can prove he is indeed Gu Chen from Notting City, I am willing to donate 10,000 gold soul coins to the academy. After contemplating for a moment, Dean Clucky of Notting City agreed to Tang San's request. As he observed Clucky's retreating figure, a smile graced Tang San's lips. Everyone believed that the impoverished girl had perished due to Gu Chen's actions. Yet none knew that on that fateful day, Gu Chen's meal had been tainted with a hallucinogenic substance. In a state of confusion, Gu Chen mistakenly believed that the girl was Xiao Wu, and he took her hand, incessantly professing his feelings. In the ensuing struggle, he inadvertently tore a portion of her sleeve, exposing her modesty. The girl, overwhelmed with shame and anger, fled in tears. Subsequently, Tang San, under the pretext of Gu Chen's teasing, stripped him of his clothing in the men's restroom and subjected him to various humiliations. The girl ultimately succumbed to despair and leapt from a building, having been deceived by Tang San, who had lured her to the rooftop and pushed her off. Upon discovering her lifeless body, and in light of Gu Chen's previous misconduct, the academy deemed it a suicide. The incident escalated, leading to Gu Chen's expulsion from Notting Junior Academy. The following morning, having enjoyed a restful slumber, Gu Chen stretched languidly, preparing to engage in some activity. He spotted Nolan Jia approaching with a beaming smile, a tray of breakfast in hand. "Ah, you're awake. I've prepared breakfast for you. Come and eat a little." I didn't expect my dear Longlon to be so diligent and considerate. I shall not be modest." The breakfast Nolan Jia prepared for Gu Chen was quite simple: a fried egg, a small dish of vegetables, a bowl of vegetable porridge, and a piece of oil spiral cake. Gu Chen relished his meal with great delight, devouring every morsel as if swept away by a tempest, and in the end, he licked his lips, revealing an expression of utter satisfaction. Having feasted and quenched his thirst, it was time for me to depart. Indeed, I must return. Having been away all night, my father must surely be worried. After sharing a tender embrace and a kiss, Gu Chen set forth on his journey to Soto City. As he passed a street corner, having just donned a new facade, he heard the lamentations of a woman. "Woe is me! Has anyone seen my child? He is about this tall, with eyebrows approximately this thick, and a round face. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him. Move along. Do not impede my business." Gu Chen followed the sound and beheld a woman in her 20s, clad in a gray linen dress, wandering the street and inquiring of passers-by if they had seen her child. Those familiar with her murmured quietly among themselves, "What a calamity! It seems that the small village of Xiaogu has unwittingly offended some deity, for there have been a series of mysterious disappearances. And this marks the 30th case this month alone." Gu Chen approached the woman, sensing the ethereal presence of magical energy lingering in the air around him. "Excuse me, miss," he inquired. "Could you please tell me the location of that small village you mentioned, Gua Village?" Upon hearing herself addressed as Miss, the woman turned, revealing a visage adorned with a scruffy beard and a small mole the size of a broad bean at the corner of her mouth, framed by cascading long hair. "Did you call for me, young man?" Her voice emerged like the weary groan of an overworked ox, heavy and muffled, unmistakably emanating from a figure of rugged demeanor. "My apologies, dear brother. I misspoke. I was referring to the lady beside you." A woman with a face marred by pockmarks and a crooked smile turned her head, her voice resembling that of a quacking duck as she inquired. Gu Chen was on the verge of tears, feeling a profound sorrow within, yet remained silent. Can you fathom the emotions of one who has just beheld an exquisite beauty, only to encounter such a tragic scene? Alas, feel free to enlighten me about the situation. Humph, who do you think you are? With such unimpressive looks, what reason do we have to share anything with you? The two individuals crossed their arms, lifting their chins in a display of disdain. Gu Chen found himself at a loss for words. He had not even considered their unattractiveness, yet they had become so prideful. "For a single golden soul coin, who can tell me the location of Xiaogua Village? I shall reward you with one." Chapter 49, The Zhuqing Virtual Cauldron. Upon seeing the golden soul coin, the eyes of the two men sparkled with delight. "Esteemed one, if you hand me the golden soul coin, I shall guide you," a bearded man said with a sycophantic grin, extending his hand. "My good sir, please grant me the golden soul coin. I reside on the road to Xiaogua Village and am well acquainted with it. I can lead you wherever you wish to go." The two began to bicker fiercely, each vying for the coveted coin. "Enough. Cease your quarrel. The two of you shall guide me together, and each shall receive a golden soul coin." "Very well, esteemed one. We shall heed your command. Please follow us at once." As they journeyed toward Xiaogua Village, Gu Chen gleaned insights about the two men. The one with the bushy beard was named Chao Hunyu, while the pockmarked fellow was called Guo Ban Ban. One was a villager from Xiaogua Village, and the other hailed from Chao Family Village. Both had come to Notting City to attend the market. Upon entering Xiaogua Village, Gu Chen immediately sensed something amiss. The two men, previously gluttonous for wealth, now bore expressions of fierce malevolence. The oppressive aura of dark magic enveloped the village, suffocating in its intensity. Gu Chen could distinctly perceive dark clouds swirling chaotically in the sky. In the village, regardless of age or gender, all faces bore a ghastly pallor. They wandered aimlessly along the village path, resembling a soulless horde of the living dead. "Come to me," without uttering a single superfluous word. Chao Hunyu sprang towards Gu Chen without hesitation. Her long blue hair, cascading down to her waist, suddenly expanded, enveloping Gu Chen like an enormous net. Simultaneously, Guo Banbin launched her assault, her fingernails elongating frantically, reaching a length of 20 centimeters in the blink of an eye, emanating an eerie black luminescence that appeared incredibly sharp. She lunged at Gu Chen like a spectral feline, Despite their seemingly ordinary appearances, Gu Chen was astonished to discover that the power they exhibited was not inferior to his own. Ladies, my purpose in coming here is solely to seek the source of the demonic energy. I have no intention of taking lives. Depart swiftly, and I shall spare you. Ah, don't dream, they retorted. Since you have come, you shall remain as the blood sacrifice for our Lord Demon King. Intransigent fools! To think you would offer yourselves as blood offerings is sheer delusion. Mighty Vidrabear, first soul skill, barbaric charge. Gu Chen exerted force beneath his feet, akin to a powerful bull charging through the forest. He swiftly launched an assault on Gu Banban, who was in closer proximity. With the Black Cat martial spirit, he unleashed his first soul skill, Dark Cat Claw. With a sharp cry, Gu Banban lunged at Gu Chen, his ebony claws aimed directly at Gu Chen's face. Gu Chen deftly evaded the strike, delivering a forceful kick to her opponent's abdomen. However, her midsection seemed to yield like cotton, instantly caving in and dissipating much of Gu Chen's strength. In a sudden rebound, she propelled Gu Chen away, seizing the opportunity as Gu Chen descended. Gu Banban unleashed an assault, leveraging her speed advantage. Simultaneously, Xiao Hunia's azure hair lashed out like steel whips, striking down upon Gu Chen with a resounding crack that echoed through the air. These two adversaries proved to be quite formidable. One excelled in ranged attacks while the other specialized in close combat, their coordination impeccable. Without employing a hidden trump card, it seemed improbable to subdue them in the foreseeable future. Meritus Golden Body. Savage Charge. Gu Chen's speed, strength, and agility had significantly improved compared to before. In a fleeting encounter, he deftly struck down an opponent with his hand like a blade. The remaining adversary, Xiao Hunio, skilled in long-range attacks and adept at using her hair as a weapon, prepared to lash out at Gu Chen. In response, he summoned his dragon-scale armor, bracing himself against the blow, which forced him to retreat 3 steps. With a powerful strike, Gu Chen withstood the impact, and the skill from his soul bone was fully charged. He launched an attack on Xiao Hunio, who, after being jolted by the electric force, fell to the ground, unconscious. Gu Chen bound the 2 individuals to a grand willow tree, while one of them made their way directly into the depths of Xiaogua village. The villagers moved about in a daze, entirely oblivious to the presence of this unfamiliar figure. Their indifference spared Gu Chen considerable worry. As he ventured 2 or 3 miles further into the village, the population dwindled, and those remaining appeared increasingly emaciated. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of starved children, a sight that tugged painfully at the heartstrings. As Gu Chen furrowed his brows further inward, he discerned a dark well at the heart of the village, approximately 1 meter in diameter. Under the meticulous guidance of Lu Xiaoran over the past few days, Gu Chen's perceptual acuity had significantly enhanced, nearing the threshold of mastery. He could distinctly perceive that the malevolent energy permeating the village of Xiaoguo predominantly emanated from this very well. Gu Chen descended into the depths of the well, which lay desolate, devoid of water or earth. The only object within was a small, obsidian-black ding, roughly the size of a basketball. Could this be the source of the ominous aura? Gazing at the intricate carvings of mountains, rivers, celestial bodies, mermaids, and beasts upon the ding, Gu Chen murmured to himself. Each stroke of the engravings seemed to encapsulate a divine essence, with the figures of both humans and animals rendered in vivid lifelikeness, exuding an overwhelming brilliance. Yet, at this moment, it was shrouded in a veil of black mist, having lost its luster. This is the Zimling Su Ding. The ethereal exclamation of Lu Xiaoran echoed in Gu Chen's mind, awakening within him the realization that this ding might be anything but ordinary. Master Xiaoran, is this ding truly formidable? Formidable? Humph. It is far beyond mere formidable. Have you ever heard of the art of refining the void to restore the spirit? Gu Chen shook his head. The process of refining the ethereal into the substantial, aptly termed refining the ethereal and restoring the spirit, involves transforming the intangible into entities imbued with essence, or even into tangible forms. To illustrate simply, if you find yourself parched and yearning for water, you may utilize this diminutive cauldron to transmute ephemeral elements into the water you desire. Just as life, time, and dreams, these are the very substances favored by the Xiaochen cauldron. Master Xiaoran, this cauldron is indeed extraordinary. Capturing it must pose a considerable challenge. Certainly, while the Xiaochen cauldron cannot be wielded as a weapon for assault, its capabilities far surpass those of commonplace artifacts, even outshining some extraordinary implements. Your current realm is too low for you to comprehend its profound utility. It is best to await your ascension in strength, at which point I shall elucidate its wonders to you. This cauldron is ensnared within a formation. To claim it, one must first dismantle the array above it. My soul power has yet to fully recover, and I may require half an hour to dispel the formation. During this time, Do not allow anyone to disturb me. Understood, master. As moments tick by, torrents of soul power emanate from Lu Xiaoran, grinding against the array encasing the Xiaochen cauldron. The black mist enveloping the cauldron gradually dissipates, and just as the last of the shadows begins to fade, revealing the cauldron's brilliance, a thunderous roar reverberates from the heavens, casting the sky into darkness. This is dire. The aura of a tidal Douluo approaches, and we may find ourselves in peril. Lu Xiaoran furrowed his brow. Quickly summon the ghost servant to absorb the surrounding malevolent energy and conceal ourselves. Once I have secured the Xiaochen cauldron, I am confident I can facilitate your escape from this place. Yes, master. Gu Chen summoned the phantom servant without hesitation. The tidal Douluo's power was formidable, and only a phantom servant of equal strength could engage in battle with him. Chapter 50. The Battle Between Tidal Douluos, Part 1. Just moments after Gu Chen had released the phantom servant, a sinister laughter echoed through the skies. Little mice, have you dared to pilfer from your grandfather's home? Alas, they had been discovered. Can you contend with the one outside, phantom servant? His strength is comparable to mine, and I can only delay him for half an hour with the power I currently possess. After that, I may suffer a significant decline in strength and be vanquished. During this time, Master must flee as far as possible. Phantom servant, I will not allow you to perish. You must hold him off for a quarter of an hour. Time is of the essence. Even if we abandon this cauldron, we must leave immediately. Your life is far more valuable than it. Do you understand? Understood. The phantom servant felt a surge of emotion. He had not anticipated the weight he held in Gu Chen's eyes. Gu Chen has always preferred to approach life and endeavors without coercion. In comparison to human lives, treasures have little allure for him. Treasures may be lost, but lives are irrevocably gone. To gain them is a stroke of fortune. To lose them is a grave misfortune. The ghost slave, with 6 swords trailing behind, soared out of the well like a shooting star. To his surprise, there was a tidal Douluo-level fiend present, but that was of little concern. They were still destined to perish. A spectral figure in the sky darted towards the ghost slave with astonishing speed. The first soul skill, Shadow Clone, unleashed a ghostly martial spirit, creating 2 clones, each possessing 50% of the original's attack power and the ability to devour soul energy. One clone approached from the left while the other approached from the right, launching an assault on the ghost slave. The first soul skill, Sky-Splitting Sword, saw the 6 flying swords of the ghost slave merge in mid-air, forming a colossal sword that struck fiercely at one of the ghostly clones. The formidable power of the colossal sword surged forth like crashing waves against the shore, akin to a rainbow piercing the sky, tearing a gaping rift in the heavens with its sword chi. The targeted clone retreated at breakneck speed, narrowly evading the onslaught. The ghost slave, tasked with buying time for Gu Chen, did not unleash his full strength, merely forcing the ghostly clone back. Meanwhile, the other clone seized the opportunity to advance, enveloping its hands in a swirl of black mist, transforming them into lethal claws to attack the ghost slave. The true power of the soul-devouring claw lay in its ability to enhance both defense and attack upon release. If it struck the opponent, it would reduce their defense by 20%, albeit at a cost of increased soul energy consumption, rendering it a rather formidable skill. The second soul skill, Chaotic Bladestorm, saw the colossal sword in the ghost slave's grasp disintegrate at an astonishing speed, breaking into 108 small swords that whirled in a tempest toward the ghostly clone. The third soul skill, Ghost-Slaying Transformation, compelled the ghostly figure to merge its 2 clones with itself, launching its own third soul skill. Ghost-Slaying Transformation could double the user's attack power and triple their speed, making the ghost's movements imperceptibly swift as it lunged at the ghost slave with a claw strike. The third soul skill, Sea of Swords, provoked the ghost slave, who unleashed his fury. A dense, ominous aura coalesced into a black wave, within which the 6 flying swords again fragmented into 1,080 small swords, concealed amidst the dark tide, clashing with the approaching ghostly claws. The sky reverberated with a thunderous collision, while surrounding mountains crumbled, rivers surged backward, and the winds and clouds continually swirled and dissipated. Gu Chen gazed anxiously at the battle unfolding in the sky, utterly astonished. Is this the power possessed by a tidal Douluo? I, Gu Chen, must one day wield such formidable strength as well. In Gu Chen's heart, a fervent yearning for power emerged for the first time. Tidal Douluo is a rare existence on the Douluo Continent, where battles between them are infrequent, for when conflict arises, the disparity in strength often renders it difficult to determine a victor. The ghostly Douluo did not anticipate that a tidal Douluo would be concealed here, which incited a silent resentment for not having summoned his friend to join him. Had they collaborated, there would have been no need for such a brutal confrontation. Sensing that the formation he had established was being dismantled and nearing its breaking point, The ghostly Douluo engaged in combat with the ghost servant while directing the tardy group of soul masters below. Someone seeks to seize my treasured cauldron. I will hold this intruder at bay. You must apprehend him swiftly. You are courting death. The ghostly Douluo sneered as he observed the soul masters rushing towards the well. The ghost servant, in a fit of rage, unleashed his own demonic aura, spreading his arms wide as he intoned, fourth soul skill, sword rain. A deluge of tiny swords cascaded from the heavens, resembling a tumultuous tide or a storm of flying stones, howling fiercely as they descended upon the targets below. To thwart them was but a foolish dream. The ghostly Douluo unleashed his fourth soul skill, Ghost Shadow. A swirling vortex of darkness formed between his palms, releasing countless ghostly figures to shield the soul masters from harm, buying precious time for them to reach the well. As the soul masters drew ever closer to the well's mouth, the grand masters understood that, although these individuals posed no life-threatening danger to their master, their combined efforts would undoubtedly complicate matters, hindering Lu Xiaoran's progress and breaking the formation. The ghost servant recognized the rarity of the treasured cauldron. Missing this opportunity would likely mean a lifetime without it for his master. Despite his master's assertion that treasures are but external possessions, he believed otherwise. Each opportunity is a divine gift. Missing the first means losing the second. As a loyal servant, it was his duty to eliminate all obstacles for his master. Fifth soul skill, Sword Explosion Thunder Sea. The 6 long swords in the ghost servant's grasp converged, glowing with the brilliance of lightning, summoning the thunderous forces of nature to form a realm of lightning. Bolts of thunder cleaved through the sky, intertwining in a dazzling display, enveloping the soul masters poised to leap into the well. You are forcing my hand. The ghostly Douluo was taken aback by the unexpected resilience of this obscure title Douluo. The 6 flying swords danced like his 6 arms, executing a myriad of techniques. Fifth soul skill, Shadowy Swamp Hand. With a thunderous command, the ghostly Douluo conjured a black mire that surged from the ground, where colossal ghostly hands, encrusted with viscous black slime and emanating a putrid stench, reached for the ghost servant. Desperate to evade capture, the ghost servant understood that if he dodged, the soul masters below would immediately plunge into the well to attack Gu Chen. Thus, he braced himself for the onslaught, his 6 flying swords, imbued with lightning, relentlessly slashing at the monstrous hands emerging from the black mire. Though he shattered some of the ghostly hands, they merely fell into the mire, only to be swiftly replaced by new ones, forcing the ghost servant, who was simultaneously maintaining the Thunder Sea realm and combating the ghostly appendages, into a reactive stance. The opponent was cunning, evidently aiming to exhaust his soul power before delivering a fatal blow. Yet, he underestimated the ghost servant. 6th soul skill, Knight of 100 Ghosts. The ghost servant sheathed the 6 swords upon his back, causing the Thunder Realm to dissipate. His skin rapidly shriveled, and a multitude of ghostly figures erupted from his being, soaring towards the black mire below. The ghostly Douluo attempted to manipulate the ghostly hands within the mire to obliterate these phantoms, but to his astonishment, they possessed no physical form and passed straight through the mire, shredding the soul masters who had approached the well into mere fragments. The ghost servant's eyes turned crimson, his skin pallid, and his visage twisted in agony, his emaciated body quaking under the strain of deploying such a formidable technique. Witnessing the demise of the subordinates he had painstakingly sent forth ignited a fierce rage within the ghostly Douluo. 6th soul skill, Sinister Roar. The ghostly Douluo unleashed a furious bellow, emitting a sound wave of formidable control that immobilized both the ghost servant and the 100 summoned apparitions in place. The velocity of the sound wave was so staggering that the ghost servant could not muster a defense before being rendered motionless. Thankfully, the ghostly Douluo required his full concentration to wield this power, rendering himself unable to move, or else the ghost servant would have been doomed. As the terrifying specters remained immobilized, the previously terrified soul masters, emboldened once more, surged towards the desolate well, each leaping into its depths in an attempt to thwart Lu Xiaoran's efforts to dismantle the formation. At this moment, Gu Chen was stirred to action. Witnessing the fierce battle between the ghost servant and the ghostly enchantress, his blood surged with excitement. He addressed Lu Xiaoran, saying, "Master, focus on breaking the formation. I shall handle them." With that, he summoned the Starry Sky Ancient Sword and unleashed his first soul skill, the Mighty Diamond Bear, Barbaric Charge. Following that, he invoked his second soul skill, Devouring Darkness. Gu Chen wielded the powerful bear spirit, unleashing 3 orbs of darkness from his mouth, plunging the already dim well into utter obscurity. Now is the moment. Holding the ancient sword of the starry sky, Gu Chen exerted force beneath his feet and charged into the fallen throng of spirit masters, commencing a ruthless slaughter. Among this group, the majority were spirit masters, with a few great spirit masters and even 1 or 2 spirit venerables. Yet, within this pitch-black realm where visibility was nearly non-existent. They could not discern the position of their adversary. In stark contrast, Gu Chen was able to perceive every movement within the shroud of darkness, enabling him to execute a one-sided massacre rather than engage in a protracted struggle with them. Despite the extraordinary nature of his abilities, the toll on his own vitality was substantial. Had it not been for the 2 ultimate spirit rings he had absorbed, he would likely have found his spirit power nearing depletion after such a wave of slaughter. After dispatching 2 more waves of spirit masters, leaving a river of blood in his wake, Gu Chen refrained from overexerting himself and retreated to the side of Lu Xiaoran. He summoned the divine weapon, the heavenly Luo umbrella, calling forth the octopus demon spirit and the great black snake demon spirit, while entrusting the beautiful female demon spirit with the task of protecting himself and eliminating any remaining foes. The scent of blood now permeated the entire desolate well. What should have been a nauseating stench invigorated Gu Chen instead. It felt as if a bloodthirsty demon lay dormant within him, poised to awaken at any moment. He greedily inhaled the aroma of blood, his eyes gradually turning crimson. Veins bulged beneath his skin, sharp fangs sprouted from the corners of his mouth. Horns emerged from his head, a pair of blood-red wings unfurled from his back, and a dragon-like tail, as thick as an arm, extended from his coccyx. Gu Chen's aura surged dramatically, elevating his rank from a level 20 Great Soul Master to that of a level 32 Soul Sovereign. His arms began to manifest intricate, dark green scales, transforming his hands into the formidable claws of a chameleon, resembling iron pincers. In his grasp, the ancient sword of the starry sky illuminated with radiant brilliance. And Gu Chen emitted a voice that echoed with an inhuman rasp. Starry Sky // This was a newly acquired skill derived from his cultivation of the Void Scripture. A profound comprehension of the 17 swords of the starry sky, representing his most potent strike to date. All of you, retreat. Gu Chen's voice resonated with an authority that brooked no dissent. Yes. The octopus demon spirit and the black serpent demon spirit compelled several soul masters to withdraw from the battlefield. Gu Chen's silhouette moved like a wraith, as wings stirred, conjuring a blood-red tempest. Between his claws and horns crackled arcs of electricity, hissing ominously. With each flick of his tail, the air was rent with explosive sounds. The incessant sounds of slicing, akin to chopping vegetables, filled the night, which had now lost its monstrous allure. All the surviving soul masters, the grand soul masters, gazed in astonishment at the fearsome beast before them, their legs trembling and their bodies covered in goosebumps. They dared not resist, allowing the terrifying creature to strike them as they remained immobilized. Above, soul masters and grand soul masters continued to leap down, each vying for a share of the spoils, with their fates sealed in the process. Within the ancient well, corpses had piled high, and Gu Chen, transformed into a demon, grew ever more exhilarated by the carnage. The ancient starry sword in his grasp shone brighter, incessantly drawing the blood that surged from all directions. The rust upon it seemed to have diminished slightly, though not significantly. Far from even a fraction of that of a starlit stone, Gu Chen felt it was time. He decided to summon the ghostly servant back, retaining a sliver of rationality. Gu Chen acknowledged this thought. Communicating with the ghostly servant, he summoned it to his side. The ghostly servant summoned all its strength, unleashing its martial soul's true form. The Six Paths Sword, to execute its most formidable attack. The ninth soul skill, the Six Paths of Reincarnation. The powers from 6 distinct realms drew the wraith-like figure into the passage of reincarnation, rendering it temporarily unable to escape. In an instant, it teleported beside Gu Chen, swinging its sword to obliterate the dozen or so grand soul masters who had just leaped down, turning them into mere dust. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran dismantled the formation, stowing the Ziwu Lianqiu Ding within the divine soldier's celestial umbrella. We must depart. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Xiaoran waved his hand lightly, warping the space around them to reveal a portal shrouded in white mist. This is my dreamscape. You may remain within for 12 hours. After that, you will be randomly transported to a familiar location. Although the dreamscape is a modification of my own dreams, the laws of time and space within differ from the outside world. However, heed this warning. Do not die while inside, for even I would find it exceedingly difficult to resurrect you. Remember, avoid exploring unfamiliar territories recklessly, and do not easily trust anyone. Do you understand? Yes, master. Gu Chen silently noted every word spoken by Lu Xiaoran. All right, allow the ghost servant to enter the devouring pearl. Unless absolutely necessary, do not let him out once inside. Otherwise, you shall all be in grave danger. Understood, master. With a thought, Gu Chen felt the devouring pearl emanate a powerful pull, drawing the ghost servant within. Gu Chen could perceive that the malevolent energy within the swallowing heaven demon pearl had diminished considerably, its luster dimmed somewhat. In the realm of dreams, there existed entities capable of effortlessly extinguishing his existence. He must remember my words. Furthermore, if fortune favors you, certain artifacts from the dreamscape may be retrieved into reality. As you delve into the dream, I shall enter a period of slumber. Henceforth, everything relies upon your own endeavors. Strive on, my cherished disciple. Indeed, rest assured, Master. Gu Chen nodded. My warnings are limited to these. That specter is likely to break free momentarily, so hasten your entry. Yes, Master. Chapter 52, Lu Jiran's Dream World. As Gu Chen stepped through the misty gates, the scenery before him transformed. His body silently materialized atop a grand tree in a courtyard, blending seamlessly with its hues. Soul Energy, Stage 3. Gazing at the dark gray inscription upon the soul testing stone, the young man shut his eyes in disappointment. Gu Chen, Soul Energy, Stage 3. Level, Inferior. A gaunt elder, nearly in his 60s, announced with a tone of indifference. Soul Energy, Stage 3. Inferior. Haha. Qin Changlao has truly outdone himself. Will the next level be even more inferior? Haha. This waste. He brings such shame to our Chu family. Even a dog could cultivate for 3 years and surpass Stage 3. How does he dare to exist in this world? I hear he is about to marry the daughter of our Sea God City's lord. I wonder if this useless fellow can perform his duties at night. Should we hire someone to assist him? Truly pathetic, were it not for his grandfather, Chu Tianan, being the head of our family. He would have been cast out long ago. Even 3 years ago, no matter how monstrous his talent was, he now lives a life worse than that of a dog. The surrounding murmurs grew increasingly boisterous, as if they were shouting through a megaphone, "You are a waste. You are a waste." Hearing these cold jibes, Gu Chen's gaze gradually turned frigid, and he inwardly cried out, "Who can slay this crowd for me?" Gu Chen would willingly serve as a slave for life. Concealed within the tree, Gu Chen was not far from the youth, and perhaps due to his cultivation of the Xuanqing technique, he could hear the boy's silent pleas. Examining the young man closely, Gu Chen's eyes seemed to possess a penetrating clarity, revealing the source of the boy's plight. His meridians were obstructed. Dark gas lingered within his organs, and his dantian was riddled with holes, resembling a honeycomb, utterly incapable of storing soul energy. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the boy, Gu Chen felt as though he had encountered him before, yet simultaneously had not. He resolved to lend a hand, not for any grand reason, but simply because their names shared a common character, Chen. However, he refrained from immediately intervening. Having realized that the atmosphere was saturated with various energies that would greatly enhance his own cultivation and strength. Furthermore, he was intensely curious about the series of white digits appearing before him. These numbers were continuously decreasing, counting down from 2399, 59, 59. Yet Gu Chen remained oblivious to their significance or the reason for their presence. Miss Nayland here. Gu Chen was observing the peculiar numbers, lost in contemplation, when suddenly a servant outside the Chu family gate let out a loud exclamation. Everyone in the courtyard turned their gaze towards the entrance, and Gu Chen followed suit. Upon catching sight of the woman, even Gu Chen, accustomed to the beauty of many, could not help but be astounded. She was an exceptionally tall figure, with cascading lavender hair that gently curled at the ends. Her eyebrows were neither too thick nor too thin, forming a beautifully shaped willow leaf arch. Her eyes resembled the most exquisite phoenix in the sky, bright and spirited, with a brown hue that bore her unique pride. Her nose was perfectly sculpted, neither large nor small, yet elegantly pointed. Paired with her fair complexion, rosy lips, and a distinctly oval face, she was breathtakingly beautiful. This was the archetype of an ice-cold beauty, Gu Chen's immediate impression. Draped in a lavender off-the-shoulder gown, she exuded an aura of elegance, nobility, and mystery. She was Nayland Jie, whose name, meaning pure, was but one character different from Gu Chen's mother. Upon seeing her, the hostility that had previously clouded Gu Chen dissipated significantly. Xiao Jie, what brings you here? Nayland Jie did not answer him immediately. Instead, she surveyed all those present with a cold gaze and declared, "You are not to trouble him any further." Her attention then returned to Gu Chen. "Gu Chen, I am here to bid you farewell." Bidding farewell? Gu Chen felt as though he had been struck by lightning. "Where are you going? Were we not on the verge of marriage?" "I am going to the Ice God Valley." "Then we shall not meet again?" "You should find a good woman to marry and have children," she said, turning away without a hint of nostalgia. Gu Chen stood in a daze, watching the retreating figure of the woman as the last vestiges of hope within him shattered. After a long silence, he finally sighed helplessly and murmured, "Indeed, I was too naive. Who would ever look favorably upon a former genius reduced to a waste? You need not belittle yourself. Life is fraught with disappointments, Yet one must hold on to hope, lest life lead you to despair. The gentle rain fell. The wind brushed against the morning chill, and the delicate mist wrapped around the sparse willows, gracing the sunny shore. The waters of the Huai River flowed slowly, while snowflakes danced upon the surface like milk flowers floating in a bowl. The tender rushes and wild herbs heralded spring, and the sweetness of life resided in simple joys. Is it truly impossible to cultivate again after my dantian has been destroyed? A voice echoed in Gu Chen's mind. Seize the sword before you and eradicate those who have insulted you. Suddenly, a blood-red longsword appeared before Gu Chen. He hesitated, moments ago. He had yearned to eliminate those who had dishonored him, yet it had merely been a thought. Are you afraid? Did you not wish to slay them? I now present you with the opportunity. Take up the blood sword before you, and you shall gain unmatched power to cleanse the righteous. What are you still hesitating for? Seize the sword and prove you are not a waste. Let all who have insulted you descend into hell. Take up the sword. Take it. No. It's not like that. They, coward. No wonder they mock you. Even your fiancé could not be bothered to glance at you before leaving. You are nothing but a discarded waste. No, it is not as you say. No. You are wrong. I am not a waste. A unique firework. I need not prove myself to anyone. I will grow stronger through my own efforts. The blood sword vanished, and the voice in Gu Chen's mind receded. Congratulations on passing the trial. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Gu Chen. The voice he had just heard was Gu Chen utilizing the power of the devouring sky demon pearl to awaken the inner demons within Gu Chen, helping him recognize his true self. It was also a test from Gu Chen, who, despite feeling sympathy for Gu Chen, would not easily bestow his favor upon someone unable to see their own worth. Fortunately, Gu Chen had risen to the challenge. As Gu Chen materialized before him, Gu Chen was astounded. He was well aware that moments ago, nothing had been present. How had Gu Chen appeared? You need not be surprised. I possess certain abilities unknown to you. Seemingly reading Gu Chen's thoughts, Gu Chen spoke languidly. Come with me. Just then, Gu Chen had employed the first layer of the Divine Soldier's celestial umbrella and the skill of the Dark Nether Wolf's soul bone to arrive beside Gu Chen. To outsiders, it appeared as though Gu Chen sat alone in his position. Chapter 53, A Surge in Power. Where are you taking me? Gu Chen inquired with curiosity. To grow stronger. Just follow me. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Chen decided to follow, reminding himself that he must rely on his own strength to advance. Yet, if a benefactor could lend a hand, that would certainly not be unwelcome. After pondering briefly, Gu Chen quickened his pace to keep up with Gu Chen. Gu Chen did not lead Gu Chen too far. He came to a halt in a relatively tranquil grove that was familiar to him. This will do, he declared. Gu Chen looked at Gu Chen with confusion, as there was nothing particularly noteworthy about this place. He had frequented it often in the past. Do not ponder too much. Simply sit cross-legged, Gu Chen instructed. All right. Gu Chen complied and settled down. Take this, Gu Chen said, handing him a crimson blood pill the size of a longan. What is this? Gu Chen inquired, puzzled. It is a concoction made from the inner core of a soul beast mixed with rare spiritual herbs, designed to aid in the restoration of your damaged dantian. Why are you helping me? Gu Chen asked. Because both of our names contain the character Chen. It's as simple as that. Is it really that straightforward? Indeed, it is. Gu Chen replied, exasperated. Why are you so tedious? If I truly wish to harm you, a mere flick of my finger would suffice to obliterate you. Why would I go to the trouble of bringing you here? My apologies. I shall refrain from asking further. Gu Chen said, taking the blood pill and swallowing it whole. He held his breath, gathering his energy in the dantian. There is still malevolent energy within you. I will need to use silver needles to help expel it. The process may be somewhat painful, so bear with it. Understood. Gu Chen unleashed his golden silver needle martial spirit, piercing various acupoints on Gu Chen's body, including the wrist, the Qimen, the Xiaomin, the Fomin, and the linked eye. Initially, Gu Chen felt nothing amiss. However, when Gu Chen activated the swallowing heaven demon pearl to absorb the malevolent energy within him, it surged chaotically like a startled wild horse. Had it not been for the needles Gu Chen had just inserted, which contained the rampage of this dark energy, it could have invaded Gu Chen's heart and lungs, posing a grave threat to his life. Gu Chen could not suppress a cry, gritting his teeth in steadfast resolve. He sensed something being extracted from within him. As his soul energy steadily ascended, from the 4th tier, it soared to the 5th, and then to the 8th tier. A remarkable leap of 5 realms in one breath. A warm sensation emanated from his dantian, accompanied by a tingling, almost itchy feeling, reminiscent of a wound healing. Excitement surged within Gu Chen. When he regained consciousness, it was already noon. The forest was eerily silent, with only his solitary presence, as Gu Chen's figure had long since vanished. Gu Chen silently committed Gu Chen's appearance to memory, resolved to find a way to repay him in the future. Lu Xiaoren had mentioned that there might be opportunities for fortune here. Although aware of the potential dangers, he understood that fortune favors the bold. Gu Chen resolved to proceed with caution in his exploration. With his current mastery of the Xuanqing technique, at the first stage of the qi-gathering realm, he could effortlessly manipulate the demonic spirits in his own golden body to traverse within a 10-mile radius, provided he remained discreetly concealed. To his astonishment, the opportunity spoken of by Lu Xiaoren arrived with remarkable swiftness. Shortly after departing from Gu Chen, his merit power unexpectedly surged. His golden body, originally at the second tier, had remarkably ascended to the third tier. This transformation was attributed to the assistance he rendered to Gu Chen, which bestowed upon him over 2,000 merit power. Coupled with the 800 merit points he accumulated from rescuing over 200 villagers from the Gu family village, his total merit power had now reached over 4,000. This left Gu Chen in a state of disbelief. It was essential to note that previously, he had only managed to attain the second tier by saving numerous soul kings. Moreover, the experience required for upgrading the merit golden body escalates significantly with each advancement. His recent elevation to the merit golden body was achieved after accumulating over 3,500 points. He gained a 10-point increase in strength and a 20-point enhancement in physical resilience, together with his inherent boost of 7 in strength and 14 in physical resilience. Gu Chen now benefited from a 17-point enhancement in strength and a 30-point augmentation in physical resilience, essentially, defensive capability, after merging with his golden body. What does this signify? To illustrate, if an ordinary person can exert a force of 75 kilograms, a soul warrior possesses 3 to 5 times that strength, allowing them to generate between 225 and 375 kilograms of force. The transition from Soul Warrior to Soul Master sees an increase of 50 to 100 kilograms per level, while the leap from Soul Master to Great Soul Master yields an enhancement of 100 to 200 kilograms per level. Transitioning from Great Soul Master to Soul Venerable results in an increase of 200 to 400 kilograms per level, and from Soul Venerable to Soul Sovereign, one can expect an augmentation of approximately 500 to 1,000 kilograms per level. Gu Chen, not having reached that echelon, could only estimate. Currently, disregarding the effects of soul rings. With his status as a level 23 Great Soul Master, he could exert roughly 4,575 kilograms of force. His first soul ring, acquired from slaying the Earth Golden Fur Bear, enhanced his speed and strength by 30, and upon impact, inflicted a 10 to 20 chance of causing a 3 to 5 second stun effect on his adversary. Thus, after employing the soul ring, his strength could escalate to approximately 5,948 kilograms. With the additional 17 boost from his golden body, his punch would generate around 6,959 kilograms of force. Presently, his striking power was comparable to that of a level 29 Soul Master. Coupled with his hidden advantages, he felt confident in defeating a novice Soul Venerable with over 50 certainty. Each seemingly minor enhancement, when accumulated, represented a significant advancement. Therefore, to attain strength, one must seize every opportunity to enhance oneself. Initially, Gu Chen intended to wait for Gu Chen to awaken before allowing him to guide their exploration of this world. However, the solitary nature of Gu Chen led him to reconsider. The reason being, Gu Chen's current strength was insufficient, while he could serve as a guide for leisurely exploration. In a venture of peril, it would be imprudent to rely on him when his own safety was in question. Unfamiliar with this world, Gu Chen was reluctant to wander aimlessly. He chose to gradually explore the nearby hills, streams, and lakes, accompanied by his 3 demonic spirits, an octopus, a large black serpent, and a beautiful lady, forming a triangular formation around him as they advanced. Having familiarized himself with the local terrain and waterways, Gu Chen identified several optimal escape routes. He resolved to first venture into some small villages to acclimate himself to the geography and culture before embarking on a quest to explore the larger expanse of the map. Gu Chen traversed the hills, heading westward, and selected a seemingly modest village, its population not exceeding 100 households. As he entered the village, Chapter 54, Count Me in unfolded. While Gu Chen became acquainted with the neighboring hamlets, Gu Chen was also making his way to the Chu family estate. As he passed through a small canyon, a sharp cry for help pierced the air. Help! Help! Upon closer inspection, he discovered a little girl, around 5 or 6 years of age, crying out in distress. Behind her, a pack of ferocious wolf-like spirit beasts pursued her relentlessly. The girl's pale green floral dress was soiled and tattered, evidence of a recent fall. Seeing the approaching wolves, Gu Chen charged forward without hesitation. Though the spirit beasts were not particularly high in rank, their numbers were substantial, and each one bore a menacing countenance. The largest wolf, leading the pack, held upon noticing the newcomer. The entire pack followed suit, rushing towards Gu Chen. From his storage bag, he retrieved a long spear and handed the girl a short sword. Alongside a set of armor he had prepared as a birthday gift for his younger sister, Chuli, who was of similar age to the little girl. Clad in the armor and wielding the sword, the girl bore an admirable resemblance to a petite warrior. The wolves attacked fiercely, and in his effort to protect the girl, Gu Chen sustained numerous injuries. Fortunately, he had just broken through to the 8th rank of spirit energy, comparable to a 3rd-tier spirit master of the Douluo Continent. The wolves attacking them, however, were of no higher than 5th rank, equivalent to a 10th-tier spirit practitioner. Yet, due to their robust physique, the spirit beasts posed a significant threat, leaving the outcome of the battle uncertain. We cannot continue this way. My spirit power is insufficient to vanquish this pack of western windwolves. I will hold them off. There is a village not far to the west. Head there. Gu Chen gasped, addressing the girl. Okay, brother, please be careful. What is your name? She asked. My name is Gu Chen. I will remember that, brother Gu Chen. I am Lu Xiaoxiao. I will find someone in the village to rescue you. Please be cautious. With a determined nod, Gu Chen swung his spear, creating a gust of wind that repelled the attacking wolves and granted the girl precious moments to escape. Understanding that he could not hold out much longer alone, Lu Xiaoxiao ran desperately westward. After running approximately 4 to 5 miles and crossing a hill, she finally spotted the village. Upon sighting several villagers lounging at the village entrance, she breathlessly called out, Uncle, uncles, aunts, please, save my brother. He is surrounded by wolves and is about to succumb. Do not panic, little girl. Tell us where those wolves are, and I will gather people to rescue your brother. A burly middle-aged man said as he approached her. Uncle, he is in that direction. Lu Xiaoxiao pointed back towards where she had escaped. The man's expression shifted to one of concern as he gazed in the direction she indicated. I am truly sorry, but we cannot help you. That place is cursed. The villagers behind him nodded in agreement. But why can't you go? If you do not help, my brother will be killed by those vicious wolves. Lu Xiaoxiao pleaded, kneeling before the man. Do not do that, little girl. It is not that we do not wish to assist you. It is simply that place is accursed. Anyone who enters is doomed, and generations will bear the consequences. What can we do? If no one helps my brother, he will surely die. She wept bitterly. At that moment, a boy of 12 or 13 stepped forward. Uncle Li, let me go. I am an orphan. I fear no curse. And I am strong enough to face those wolves. Tang Xiaobing, you cannot go. You are only 13. You do not understand the ferocity of those wolves. Let me. An old man, go instead. I may not have long left anyway. I will fight those beasts. Count me in. Count me in. Very well, if you all are unafraid. Then I, Li Longxiao, am not one to shy away from danger. You wait here, young lady. We will rescue your brother. Villagers, grab your tools. A throng of villagers rushed to their homes, arming themselves with hoes, axes, sickles, and pitchforks, charging towards the eastern hills. Yet midway through their advance, a massive black snake obstructed their path, with a figure standing atop its head. Do not proceed. This black snake can save her brother, spoke Gu Chen, who had just mingled with the villagers. Although uncertain of any hidden powers within the village, he recognized that the villagers, fully aware of the dangers ahead, were not particularly benevolent individuals. Gu Chen resolved to lend a helping hand to the young girl. The villagers, along with the insistent little girl who insisted on accompanying him, looked at Gu Chen with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. Gu Chen offered no explanation to them. He called out to the great black serpent, Little Black. Showcase your prowess. The great black serpent hissed, sweeping its tail lightly, and with that motion, a tree large enough for two to embrace was effortlessly snapped in half. Now do you believe? Everyone nodded vigorously. Little Black, quickly rescue him. If you fail, bring back his head. The great black serpent let out another hiss and swiftly darted towards the eastern mountains. Before long, it returned, cradling a severely injured youth upon its back. Brother Gu Chen. Upon seeing the barely conscious Gu Chen, Lu Xiaoxiao, whose height barely reached Gu Chen's waist, rushed over with tears streaming down her face. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Brother Gu Chen, please be all right. Observing Lu Xiaoxiao weeping heartbrokenly, Gu Chen approached her and gently patted her shoulder. He placed a white pill into Gu Chen's mouth. He is merely drained of soul power. If he consumes this soul-nourishing pill, he will recover in a few days. Thank you, big brother. Upon hearing that Gu Chen would be fine, Lu Xiaoxiao's tears turned to smiles as she profusely expressed her gratitude to Gu Chen. There is no need for thanks. All things are bound by fate and causality. Take him back to recuperate. I have matters to attend to. So I must take my leave. With that, Gu Chen retracted the magical spirit and transformed into a streak of lightning, racing towards the depths of the ominous land. He could distinctly sense something within calling out to him. The ominous land was strewn with bizarre rocks and overgrown with wild grasses, inhabited by soul beasts of various hues, red, black, purple, green, and blue, each with grotesque forms and fearsome appearances. These soul beasts seemed like mindless beings, perpetually engaged in warfare amongst themselves, with the ground littered with the remains of fallen soul beasts. Upon his arrival, Gu Chen was immediately pursued by a horde of frenzied soul beasts. Chapter 55, The Ominous Realm. The soul beast hunting Gu Chen exhibited varying degrees of strength, ranging from those of a decade to a millennium in age, with none exceeding 10,000 years. After entering this place, Gu Chen's state of mind underwent a transformation. Although he could temporarily rein in his emotions and avoid succumbing to madness, the oppressive and turbulent sentiments within him grew increasingly intense. Xuanqing Gong. Gu Chen activated the Xuanqing technique, striving to mitigate the rapid emergence of his turbulent emotions. However, to his utter astonishment, the Xuanqing technique, which had previously allowed him to channel the essence of the cosmos to cultivate his heart, was now only able to draw in his vexation without enabling him to expel it through introspective circulation. This predicament exacerbated Gu Chen's agitation, gradually unveiling the insatiable bloodlust within him. He summoned the starry ancient sword, which radiated a celestial luminescence that captivated the attention of nearby soul beasts. Their eyes ignited with a fervent crimson glow as they swiftly lunged towards Gu Chen. The sound of their slaughter echoed like the effortless chopping of vegetables, squelches and splatters punctuated the air. The sanguine essence of the soul beast stained the heavens, their lifeless forms collapsing like miniature mountains. The soul beast sought to rend Gu Chen to shreds, yet he found himself enraptured in the throes of carnage, gradually losing his sense of self. With relentless vigor, he felled one soul beast after another, the air thickening with the acrid scent of blood. Just as Gu Chen teetered on the brink of complete self-obliteration, the red-flamed golden mouse from his pet space emitted a series of urgent squeaks, rousing a fragment of clarity within him. Little Gold, you say there are treasures ahead beckoning me to advance? His voice was hoarse, his vision blurred by the coagulated blood of the soul beasts. Squeak, squeak. In which direction? Squeak, squeak. You suggest I venture further in? Squeak, squeak. With a decisive flourish, Gu Chen dispatched dozens more soul beasts. The starry ancient sword drained their lifeblood as he unleashed his inner demonic essence. Little demon, assist me in absorbing some of the malevolent energy in this realm. There are treasures ahead. Let us share them equally upon discovery. Very well. I shall retain half of the rights to wield the starry ancient sword. Hand it over to me, and I shall carve a path for you. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Chen cast the starry sky ancient sword to the little caution demon. Upon receiving the sword, the little caution demon displayed a hint of exhilaration. Just moments ago, within Gu Chen's heart, she perceived his fervent desire for battle and his insatiable thirst for bloodshed. This ignited within her a similar yearning for carnage, as if a raging inferno were ablaze within her being. It was the inherent demonic nature that resided in her essence, now ignited. After grasping the starry sky ancient sword, the little caution demon transformed into a hellish fiend, plunging into the throng of soul beasts to unleash her slaughter. The soul beasts here had already been tainted by malevolent energy, reduced to mere savage creatures driven solely by the instinct to kill. As Gu Chen embarked on the path of destruction, he could still feel a faint twinge of guilt. In stark contrast, the careful demon harbored no remorse whatsoever. She believed that the soul beasts, having lost their sanity, were no different from the dead. By eliminating them, she considered it an act of virtue, facilitating their swift reincarnation. She was more than willing to carry out such deeds. The careful demon forged ahead, clearing the way, while Gu Chen channeled the Great Sun Sutra to fend off the encroaching malevolence. Cautiously, they advanced, as the white numbers before them transformed into 2396, 56, 56, continuously shifting. After several hours of contemplation, Gu Chen finally discerned the significance of this sequence of numbers. This series of digits denoted time, and intriguingly, the flow of time would accelerate at the very moment he engaged in his act of slaughter. Gu Chen had a premonition that the moment this series of numbers ceased to fluctuate would signify his departure from this dreamlike realm. It was evident that Lu Xiaoran had paid a considerable price to enter this world of dreams. She did not speak of it, nor did Gu Chen inquire. He silently etched this gratitude into his memory, vowing to repay her once he had grown stronger. Is this it? Is this the place? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The crimson golden-haired mouse emitted an excited call, pointing towards a lake awash in shades of blood. Gu Chen furrowed his brows. You cannot possibly be telling me that the treasure lies just beneath this, can you? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Gu Chen's face turned pale. Although the lakeside lacked the acrid stench of blood, the hue was eerily crimson, almost otherworldly. If he were to leap into it, an unsettling anxiety would surely envelop him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What are you doing, Xiao Jin? Just as Gu Chen hesitated, Xiao Jin plunged headfirst into the blood-red waters, vanishing from sight. Gu Chen was taken aback and called out loudly. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The surface of the lake emitted a series of bubbling sounds. Moments later, a charming little boy with golden hair, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, emerged from the depths of the lake. With a smile, he addressed Gu Chen, saying, Master, this water is indeed a treasure. This is the Lake of Life. According to my ancestral memories, the Lake of Life is the transformation of the tears of the celestial beings, capable of cleansing one's soul and rendering the heart as clear as a mirror. Are you little Jean? Gu Chen asked in disbelief, gazing at the transformed figure of little Jean. Yes, I have merely borrowed this form temporarily from the Lake of Life. This lake possesses such miraculous effects? Indeed, the lake is the essence of the tears of the celestial beings, who are divine entities endowed with the power of transformation. Naturally, their tears possess numerous remarkable properties. Shape-shifting is merely one of the simplest applications, purifying the soul is another, followed by extending one's lifespan, aiding in cultivation, nourishing celestial herbs, and much more. The fiery golden-haired mouse recounted an array of enticing benefits with the familiarity of a connoisseur. As Gu Chen listened, his heart raced with trepidation. Such a miraculous treasure remained unclaimed in this place, indicating an underlying enigma. Suddenly, a cry escaped his lips. The chameleon martial soul transformed into an owl martial soul and, with astonishing speed, darted towards the crimson flame golden mouse, seizing its shoulder and lifting it into the air. Just as they ascended, several blood-red vines, as thick as a human arm, surged from the lake, coiling towards the location of the crimson flame golden mouse and Gu Chen. Great Sun True Fire! Gu Chen roared, and 3 flames manifested atop the owl martial soul. This soul skill, derived from his comprehension of the Great Sun Heart Sutra, combined with the agility of the owl martial soul, promised extraordinary efficacy in battle. The flames radiated an intense heat, warping the air around them, and unleashed a formidable inferno upon the blood-red vines. Yet, when the Great Sun True Fire struck the vines, they merely trembled slightly before being extinguished by an unseen force. Gu Chen was taken aback to witness his potent flames effortlessly extinguished. Could these vines possess sentience, capable of independently targeting foes? He pondered silently. Little Jean. Swiftly retreat to the pet space. To claim this Lake of Life, we must first eliminate the monster within. Understood. The Crimson Flame Golden Mouse, recognizing its inability to confront such a formidable creature, decided to retreat to the pet space, believing it wise to observe the situation and strategize for its master. Resolute, it transformed once more into a golden mouse and entered the pet space. Once the Crimson Flame Golden Mouse was safely stored away, Gu Chen summoned the Heavenly Divine Umbrella without hesitation, calling forth the Octopus Spirit, the Dark Serpent Spirit, and the Enchantress Spirit. He boldly activated the first layer of the Umbrella's domain. Chapter 56. The Old Willow in the Blood Lake. As Gu Chen deepened his understanding of the Heavenly Divine Umbrella, he finally grasped its second remarkable ability. The first allowed for seamless integration with the environment, as long as he did not reveal himself. Even a tidal Douluo would be unable to detect the presence of those within the domain. The second ability involved amplification and reduction, akin to the conservation of energy. For every additional ally within the domain, the strength of all members increased by 10%, while simultaneously diminishing the enemy's power, which equated to a cumulative enhancement for all allies. After summoning all members of the Heavenly Divine Umbrella, Gu Chen issued commands: Octopus Spirit, flank left to engage, ensnare, and control the enemy. Dark Serpent Spirit, take the center position to strike. Enchantress Spirit, provide support on the right. The Enchantress was the manifestation of Yiling Long's inner demon. Yiling Long, a saintly entity with a ghostly physique, possessed a martial soul known as the Ghost Flower, a plant-type soul originating from the underworld. The Ghost Flower thrived in shadowy and frigid environments, exhibiting remarkable adaptability and rapid reproduction. In atmospheres heavy with dark energy, the Ghost Flower martial soul significantly enhanced the Soul Master's power. The Ghost Flower's first characteristic was parasitism, releasing numerous seeds that could embed themselves within the enemy, sprouting and drawing blood for sustenance, a truly sinister skill. The second characteristic was illusion, emitting a unique fragrance that induced hallucinations in foes. Although the spirits themselves could not apply soul rings, they maximized their inherent abilities, which was their distinct advantage. with the octopus, dark serpent, and enchantress spirits in position. The stage was set for confrontation. Gu Chen unleashed the formidable second soul skill of the mighty golden bear, night devouring heaven, shrouding the surroundings in darkness. The shadowy netherwolf soulbone gathered power, poised to strike at any moment. The impending battle loomed, and the blood-red vines, provoked, revealed their true nature. It turned out that their essence was that of an ancient willow tree, albeit one of considerable size. The trunk boasted a diameter exceeding 3 meters, soaring to a height of 100 meters. The aura emanating from it was several times more potent than any soul beast Gu Chen had ever encountered. Gu Chen's first impression was that this creature was an ancient soul beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to abandon the confrontation and flee. He called out to the mischievous little spirit that was still engaged in battling the monsters in the distance. Swiftly, he summoned back the octopus and other spirits, urging his cat-eagle martial soul to hastily retreat. It seemed that the creature sensed Gu Chen's intent to escape, as a flurry of crimson willow branches surged towards him. Simultaneously, a scornful voice echoed in Gu Chen's mind. "Insignificant human, you cannot elude me. Stay and become my blood slave." Gu Chen paid no heed and swiftly fled in the direction from whence he came. He understood that the range of this willow tree was likely limited. Otherwise, it could not have concealed itself so effectively, waiting for the enemy to approach before launching its attack. Truly, it was a despicable and shameless soul beast. Yet, do you think this will suffice to ensnare me? He consumed a swift-flight mushroom sausage, rapidly vacating the battlefield. Just as Gu Chen was on the verge of escaping the ominous location atop the hill, he suddenly spotted a group of villagers hastening towards him. Gu Chen's desperate plea to have them retreat was in vain. The swirling willow branches, sharp as blades, pierced through the crowd of villagers rushing toward them. Surrounding soul beasts swiftly converged, engulfing these villagers entirely. No. Witnessing such a heart-wrenching scene, Gu Chen's eyes turned crimson, emitting a mournful wail. You all deserve to perish." Clenching his teeth, his nails dug deeply into his flesh. Receiving the ancient sword of the starry sky from the cautious demon, Gu Chen was engulfed by rage. "Cautious demon, merge with me. All the opportunities here belong to you. I only seek to eliminate these beasts. No. It shall be half for each, but I will take that old willow's soul ring." However, the law of heaven and earth, the reversal of yin and yang, merged. The body of the cautious demon re-entered Gu Chen's form. Gu Chen's realm ascended dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of the Great Soul Master at the 23rd and 24th levels, and advancing further to the 31st and 32nd levels as a soul sovereign, ultimately attaining the 39th level. Upon merging with the little caution demon, Gu Chen fully harnessed her power, catapulting his level to 39. However, this fusion technique is temporarily constrained. Given Gu Chen's physical limits and the energy levels of the little caution demon, their merged state can only be sustained for half an hour. Furthermore, there are at least 10,000 soul beasts in the vicinity, with several ancient soul beasts nearing 10,000 years dwelling in the depths of this ominous land. Gu Chen found it nearly impossible to annihilate this group of soul beasts within the given time frame. Yet, there are moments when one must endeavor. For how can one ascertain the impossibility without attempting? Witnessing dozens of vibrant lives extinguished before him, leaving nothing but desolation, how could he not be consumed by fury? These individuals were the very villagers who had recently sought to assist Gu Chen. They were fully aware of the ominous presence he had chose to enter, perhaps out of concern for their own safety. Yet, he had indirectly brought about their demise. The deceased are beyond reach. All he could now pursue was vengeance. Kill. Gu Chen had succumbed entirely to darkness, sprouting twin horns from his head, majestic wings from his back, and a dragon's tail. His hands transformed into fearsome claws, one grasping a massive iron rod that had once been a golden silver needle, and the other wielding an ancient sword that shimmered like the starry sky. Gu Chen transformed into a fearsome warrior, relentlessly striking against the onslaught of soul beasts in the tendrils of the ancient willow tree. The ebony dragon-scaled armor enveloped him, instinctively shielding its master. Slaughter! 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 The octopus spirit, the great black serpent, and the enchanting female spirit were summoned by Gu Chen, each joining the fray. Blood soared through the air, staining the heavens, as the carcasses of the soul beasts fell one after another, accumulating like a mountain, with rivers of blood flowing freely. The string of white digits above Gu Chen's head continued to dwindle. 2300, 2324, 2200, 2222, 1000, 33, 11. The rhythm of the numbers quickened, and several thousand soul beasts had already fallen, turning into lifeless husks. The rust upon the ancient starry sword faded further, revealing an additional 1100. Gu Chen could distinctly sense an enhancement in his strength, his combat power elevated by at least 10 to 15. When the numbers before him flickered to 520, 1314. A sudden clarity washed over Gu Chen. He could no longer engage in blind slaughter. The old willow tree must be dealt with. It was the root of the calamity, and it had to perish. Gu Chen no longer merely slaughters these feeble spirit beasts. Instead, he directly chooses to confront the blood-red willow. The powerful golden titan bear martial spirit erupts, unleashing the first soul skill, Savage Charge. Simultaneously, the second soul skill, Night Devourer, is activated. Gu Chen forcefully pushed through one old willow after another, finally arriving beside the ancient tree. Chapter 57. The fiery battle with the blood-red willow tree. Insignificant human, have you finally dared to confront me directly? The old willow tree emanated an overwhelming presence. Despite Gu Chen's remarkable performance, having slain dozens of soul beasts over 5,000 years old, he remained merely a diminutive human in its eyes. For its realm transcended 10,000 years, reaching beyond 15,000, and nourished by blood and the lake of crimson for countless years, its physical form had become extraordinarily resilient. The myriad of red willow branches cascading down served as its weapons, each equal in might to a royal armament. No matter your strength, I, Gu Chen, have come this far, and I shall obliterate you. With a powerful thrust, Gu Chen launched himself like a meteor towards the grand willow tree. Overestimating oneself. The blood-red willow tree unleashed a dozen branches from various directions to assail Gu Chen. Overestimating myself? Gu Chen scoffed. With a swift blend of shadowy invisibility and a surge of demonic energy, he vanished in an instant, his aura blazing fiercely. This was an innate skill of the minor demon. Having merged with it, he too could wield this power. The celestial star sword severed numerous willow branches, penetrating into the heart of the blood-red willow tree. Sensing Gu Chen's sudden disappearance, the tree grew wary. The willow sea surged. The myriad branches of the blood-red willow swiftly retracted before launching forth with ferocity. They shot out like steel needles, creating a tidal wave that enveloped Gu Chen, leaving him no escape. The celestial star sword technique, a strike that cleaves the heavens. This was a culmination of Gu Chen's observations of the battles between the ghost slave and the ghostly spirit. Blending the star technique with the third illustration of the 17 swords of the celestial star, resulting in his most formidable attack. Crack, crack. The sound of splintering echoed. Gu Chen exerted nearly all his strength in this strike, leaving a faint scar upon the trunk of the blood tree. Witnessing this scene, the crimson willow tree appeared somewhat astonished, while Gu Chen felt a sense of despondency. It seemed that his power was still insufficient. Must he once again rely on the ghostly servants to triumph over his adversary? Gu Chen harbored a sense of reluctance. He yearned to triumph over his adversaries through his own strength, rather than resorting to seeking assistance at the first sign of adversity. With clarity of thought, his eyes suddenly sharpened. After a prolonged period of accumulation, it was time to transcend to the second realm of the Xuanqing technique, the realm of creation. The Bodhi tree is inherently devoid of form, and the bright mirror is not a platform. In truth, there exists nothing at all, where then can dust settle. What does it matter if your realm surpasses mine? You are not without your vulnerabilities. Your formidable strength does not stem solely from your own prowess, but rather from the lake beneath you. Gazing at the crimson willow tree, a flicker of brilliance danced in his eyes. Let me drain the lake's waters here, and with one sword strike, I shall sever you. Absurd. I shall not grant you that opportunity. The willow storm. The branches of the blood-red willow began to sway in a singular direction. A fierce wind swept through, forming a tornado, with a violent force intent on tearing Gu Chen apart. The golden body of merit, unite. He faced the obstinate assault of the crimson willow tree. Gu Chen exhibited no signs of panic. He swiftly merged the merit golden body with his own and plunged downwards. Simultaneously, he activated the celestial umbrella's first layer domain, allowing the three demonic spirits, a squid, a massive black serpent, and a beautiful woman, to quickly enter the domain's confines. They engaged the blood-red willow tree, buying him precious time to harness the power of the crimson lake. Just before reaching the surface of the lake, he threw the ancient star sword away, separating it from the vigilant spirit, which fell into the water. The vigilant spirit, utilizing the ancient star sword, joined forces with the three demonic spirits to withstand the onslaught of the willow's storm of branches. Although the highest level present was merely a level 33 soul master, their prior existences had been extraordinarily powerful beings. Currently, they were restricted by the celestial umbrella, unable to unleash their full potential. Nevertheless, their combat experience was abundant, and their coordination was impeccable. The squid spirit took charge of control, its 8 tentacles tirelessly entwining the advancing willow branches, buying time for its companions. The black serpent spirit focused on offense, spewing venom into the air to destroy the willow's limbs. The beautiful woman continually unleashed seeds of the ghost flower, which, upon successful parasitism, would fervently siphon the strength from the blood-red willow. although they could not extract too much power. The cumulative effect of many can indeed weaken the formidable willow, if only for a fleeting moment. The vigilant spirit replaced Gu Chen's position, managing the domain and diminishing the willow's strength while occasionally shielding the three spirits from attacks to prevent their swift defeat. Time passed inexorably, and the battle between the blood-red willow and the vigilant spirit and other demons became a fierce contest, with neither side yielding ground. Beneath the crimson lake, Gu Chen sat cross-legged at its depths, fervently absorbing the lake's water, allowing it to cleanse his soul and flow into his heart. He made a deep incision in his chest with a dagger, exposing a pulsating heart from which an ancient mirror emerged, reflecting the lake's water. The water within the mirror increased exponentially while the actual lake's water diminished at an alarming rate. Realizing the lake was vanishing rapidly, the blood-red willow became frantic, wildly swinging its branches in an attempt to eliminate the detestable demons obstructing its path. Yet the spirits clung to it like a stubborn adhesive, preventing it from launching an assault on Gu Chen. Moreover, it became aware that its strength was being curtailed while its foe's power was on the rise, which filled it with vexation. As the lake's water continued to dwindle, its own power waned correspondingly, leading to its attacks becoming increasingly equal to those of the four spirits. And eventually, it began to falter. The blood-red willow finally recognized its underestimation of the situation. No more sucking. I beg you, do not continue. I am willing to submit. The voice of the willow echoed in Gu Chen's mind, but he felt no mercy, continuing his relentless absorption. When the final drop of lake water was drawn into the heart's mirror, the blood-red willow transformed to a normal hue, its immense form diminishing in size dramatically, akin to a deflating balloon. The vigilant spirit swiftly delivered a fatal strike, and a circle of black soul rings slowly ascended. The vigilant spirit tapped into a portion of Gu Chen's soul power, enveloping her black lizard martial soul with the black soul rings, successfully breaking through to level 31. The vigilant spirit's cultivation was considerably simpler compared to Gu Chen's. As long as he harbored an unwavering obsession, she could continuously draw power. Should the day come when Gu Chen, like certain twisted protagonists in tales, turned against his loved ones, the vigilant spirit believed she could soar to new heights. However, she held faith that Gu Chen would never take such a path, nor did she desire him to, despite being a manifestation of his inner darkness. The inherent goodness within Gu Chen profoundly influenced her. Upon the mirror within his heart absorbing all the lake water, it underwent a transformation. The previously chaotic and obscure surface brightened, allowing Gu Chen to summon it at will and clearly perceive his flaws. As his soul evolved alongside his heightened mindset, he could swiftly comprehend the profound truths of the universe. His body became adept at absorbing the energies of the world, converting them into soul power to elevate his cultivation. He experienced an unprecedented breakthrough in his realm, a journey from a 24th level Great Soul Master to a 25th, then a 28th level. Such rapid ascension would astonish everyone in Douluo Continent. Even the most gifted prodigies might struggle to leap 5 levels in a mere quarter of an hour. Chapter 58. Return to Shrek Academy. After this monumental breakthrough, Gu Chen glanced at the white digits before him. 059, 59. It appeared he was about to depart. He chose to utilize this time to bid farewell to Chu Chen and Lu Xiaoxiao, as he was uncertain when they would meet again. After all, having formed a bond, it was only fitting to part on good terms. The village where he had healed Chu Chun was named Tang Family Village. Gu Chen retrieved the bodies of the villagers from the corpses of the soul beasts and returned them to Tang Family Village. After mourning for them, he met with Chu Chen and Lu Xiaoxiao, presenting each with an untainted blue flower from the ominous land. Gu Chen was unaware of the name of the flower. He merely recognized its ability to calm the mind and assist soul masters in comprehending soul power. He believed it would be of some benefit to their future cultivation. Thus he presented it to them. Due to its blue hue and its resemblance to a butterfly, Gu Chen named it the fragrant butterfly orchid. After bestowing the gift upon them, the white numbers reset to 0, and following a distortion of space, Gu Chen was transported into a room. Within the room, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Gu Chen surveyed the surroundings, pondering the remarkable coincidence, whether it be the hand of fate or mere happenstance. The room he currently occupied was none other than Xiao Wu's. At that very moment, Xiao Wu was immersed in a wooden tub, indulging in a bath, humming a melodic tune. Gu Chen was just about to stealthily slip away when he heard footsteps approaching the door. Following that, he caught snippets of a woman's conversation. Rongrong, is there still no news of Gu Chen? No, we have searched everywhere but have not seen any trace of him. Upon hearing their voices, Gu Chen immediately recognized them. He felt a twinge of warmth in his heart at the concern they expressed for him. However, he dared not step outside, fearing he would be unable to explain himself. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to become invisible, an ethereal concealment. Just as he faded from sight, The door was pushed open from the outside. How strange. I feel as though someone has entered here. Zhu Zhuqing scanned the room with her eyes, her nose twitching as if she were trying to catch a scent. Gu Chen gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, whose delicate form was almost pressed against him. His heart began to race uncontrollably. Don't be ridiculous, Zhuqing. How could there be anyone in Xiao Wu's room? Why do I distinctly sense a presence here if there is none? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows in confusion. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who was humming a tune in the wooden tub, recognized the commotion outside and realized it was Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Unperturbed, she smiled and exclaimed, "You two mischievous girls, why did you barge in without knocking? Close the door. If someone were to peek in, your Xiao Wu's sister, would be at a loss." Hiki, Xiao Wu's sister, let the door remain ajar. What if that rascal Gu Chen is lurking outside? We could pull him in to join you. Wouldn't that be better? Rongrong, I've noticed your increasing lack of decorum. Xiao Wu retorted playfully. If Gu Chen were to arrive, I wouldn't be afraid. If he dared to entertain any improper thoughts about me, I'd deliver a swift kick to subdue him. Xiao Wu proudly tossed her adorable head. Xiao Wu, you are indeed bold. Tell me, have you and Gu Chen engaged in such activities? Of course. Xiao Wu replied with remarkable candor. What was it like? Well, it felt incredibly exhilarating. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but swallow hard at her words. Gu Chen could not comprehend their conversation. What was done or not done? And what exhilarating sensations were being referred to? What had Gu Chen done to Xiao Wu? I am wronged. Gu Chen stepped outside, transforming his appearance to that of his persona at Shrek Academy. He cleared his throat a couple of times and called out, "Senior sisters, I'm back." Gu Chen. Hearing the voice of the man she had longed for, Xiao Wu sprang to her feet with excitement. Gleaming droplets of water cascaded down her fair skin, appearing immaculate and delicate under the sunlight, almost ethereal. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu's skin, akin to lamb-fat jade, and her charmingly smooth face, Gu Chen could not help but swallow hard, warmth flooding his nose as he nearly lost control of his senses. Noticing Gu Chen's unabashed gaze, Xiao Wu realized her indiscretion and quickly dove into the bathtub, her face ablaze with embarrassment. "Junior Gu Chen, where have you been all this time?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her joy evident as she approached and entwined her arm with his, her bosom brushing against him. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, yet refrained from speaking. "I spent a few days training in the Sunset Forest," Gu Chen replied. "What were you doing there?" "It's quite dangerous." Zhu Zhuqing expressed her concern. "I achieved a breakthrough in my cultivation and went to hunt a soul beast." "What? You've broken through again. Are you some sort of monster?" Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu displayed expressions of disbelief. "Hiki, dear junior, I am naturally gifted. These feats are merely routine for me." "Impressive, my junior. However, your senior Xiao Wu has yet to finish her bath. Let us not disturb her. Come, allow your senior to train with you." "All right. I couldn't ask for more." "I shall join you as well. Take your time, Xiao Wu," Ning Rongrong said, winking playfully at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu shyly submerged her shoulders in the water, murmuring softly, "Oh dear, how mortifying." After the others departed, her cheeks remained flushed for quite some time. He must have seen everything. Will he think I am an improper woman? In a fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through her mind. Eventually, she emerged from the bathtub and caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, feeling slightly more confident in her appearance. At the Shrek playground, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were engaged in a sparring match against Zhao Wujie. However, Dai Mubai appeared distracted, leaving numerous openings that Zhao Wujie exploited. "Mubai, what is the matter today? You seem preoccupied." "Indeed. Dai, why the long face?" "It's nothing. I didn't sleep well." "Let us continue." "All right, give it your all. This state is unacceptable for competition." "Teacher Zhao." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhao Wujie turned to see Gu Chen and smiled. "You're back. Where have you been these past few days?" "I took a stroll around the Sunset Forest. You've been busy." "No worries. I'll have these two rascals train with you. Now that you're all here, let us see how well you work together." "Teacher Zhao, I think I'll sit this one out. I can take on 10 of them at my level. Let Dai Mubai and the single dog train instead." "You rascal. So self-righteous even when being sneaky. Mubai, Hongjun, entertain her a bit. No using your third soul skill, understood?" "Understood, Teacher Zhao. Watch closely." "Junior Gu Chen, please." Gu Chen felt Zhu Zhuqing tugging at his arm, urging him not to participate. Ning Rongrong looked on with concern, wanting to speak but unsure of how to express herself or in what capacity. "Senior Rongrong, are you worried about me?" "No." Ning Rongrong shook her head, her cheeks tinged with crimson. "Is that so?" Haha. Chapter 59, The Master Test Dai Mubai. I've heard your white tiger martial soul is quite formidable. Single dog, Your rather mediocre martial soul is also passable. Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun exchanged puzzled glances with Gu Chen, the latter's gaze revealing an unmasked intensity. What are you trying to say? Daimu Bai asked coldly. You two will attack me together, but as long as you do not exceed the strength of a soul master. If I sustain any injury, I lose. Conversely, if I remain unharmed, you lose. The loser must agree to wear the other's stinky clothes and socks for a month and perform 3 tasks that do not violate their principles. Do you dare to accept? Gu Chen squinted, raising his chin with a knowing smile. Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun hesitated. This fellow seemed cunning. Such an enticing proposal surely concealed a trap. It was impossible that there was no catch, yet they could not fathom Gu Chen as hidden cards, emboldening him to challenge them thus. Neither Daimu Bai nor Ma Hongjun believed Gu Chen had any tricks up his sleeve. After exchanging glances, they silently reached a consensus. I accept. I too accept. Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun voiced their agreement in succession. Then let us begin. Gu Chen's smile widened as he casually strolled towards them. While Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun remained on guard, eyes fixed on Gu Chen. Gu Chen offered a faint smile as he summoned his martial spirit. Bellowing, Mighty Diamond Bear Martial Spirit, First Soul Skill, Barbaric Charge. The formidable and domineering Mighty Diamond Bear surged forward like a tank. Hurtling towards Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun, Daimu Bai, wary of the impending onslaught, promptly activated his own martial spirit to defend himself. White Tiger Martial Spirit. First Soul Skill, White Tiger Shield. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun launched his attack from the side. His first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline, saw him channel a vast amount of soul power into his mouth, unleashing a devastating stream of phoenix flames directed at Gu Chen. Starry Phantom. This was a skill Gu Chen had gleaned from his cultivation of the Void Scripture, inspired by the 17 Swords of the Starry Sky, specifically the 4th illustration. It allowed him to temporarily enhance his speed by 200, lasting for a minute. The more he practiced the 17 Swords of the Starry Sky, the more he uncovered its profound intricacies. This swordsmanship was not merely a technique, it also encompassed aspects of body movement and mental fortitude training. The reason he had yet to master the complete 4th sword lay fundamentally in his insufficient mental strength, having not endured the long, arduous process of honing it to perfection. As the young master of the Intelligence Bureau, Gu Chen was acutely aware that within the upcoming competition held by the Spirit Hall, there existed a soul bone well suited for him, in his quest to become a god of war and to aid his mother in breaking her curse. He had no choice but to seize every opportunity with unwavering resolve. Thus, he resolved to create his own chances by participating in this competition. As he beheld the searing flames drawing near, Gu Chen stepped forth towards Daimu Bai, utilizing Barbaric Charge in conjunction with Iron Mountain Slam, propelling Daimu Bai away with tremendous force. He then executed the same maneuver against the astonished Ma Hongjun, sending him flying as well. How could this be? How was this possible? Both Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun wore expressions of disbelief, murmuring to themselves. There is nothing impossible. You have underestimated me. I am no longer the person you knew a few days ago. The reason I did not employ my second soul skill was to deceive you. Underestimating your opponent like this is folly. If I were you, I would reconsider participating in the competition and perhaps relinquish your spot to me. Gu Chen's seemingly playful remark was, in fact, a deliberate statement. Given more time, he would undoubtedly surpass Daimu Bai and the others. After all, in just 3 months, he was set to marry a stunning 53rd ranked Soul King, and a low rank would simply be unacceptable. Daimu Bai was left speechless with indignation. Ma Hongjun's face was flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Wu, however, looked at Gu Chen with a grin, silently praising him. This audacious little rascal. Gu Chen, what level are you at now? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously upon hearing Gu Chen mention his recent breakthrough. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Gu Chen, her eyes sparkling with admiration, reflecting the light of Cupid's arrow piercing her heart, a glow capable of penetrating steel. Level 23, Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. He could not reveal the full truth, as that would be too shocking. Nevertheless, everyone was left astounded, rendered momentarily speechless. Xiao Wu was grinning so widely that it seemed his mouth might reach his ears. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, who had previously appeared quite distressed, suddenly brightened with excitement. Master, Xiao Wu, third brother, you've arrived, he exclaimed, his face blooming into a radiant smile, tinged with a hint of flattery. A middle-aged man donned in a gray robe approached, followed closely by Tang San and Oscar. The dean of the Nodding City Academy, Clutchy, was at his side. Clutchy, dressed in a black-gray robe with short hair, appeared to be in his 60s. His golden locks partially graying. He was of similar height to the master, albeit slightly frail, with some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and a kindly demeanor. Dean Clutchy, a lively Xiao Wu, freshly bathed and fragrant, bounced onto the playground, her long braided hair playfully swaying in the air. "Long time no see, Dean. It's Xiao Wu. You've grown so much. You've gotten taller and even more beautiful. Thank you for your compliments, Dean. It's been a while. You look just as youthful as before. By the way, Dean Clutchy, what brings you to our Shrek Academy today?" "Xiao Wu, Dean Clutchy is here at my invitation." Tang San interjected before Clutchy could respond, his tone slightly weary. "A few days ago, while I was out training and passed by Notting City Academy, I met Dean Clutchy. We had quite an engaging conversation, and he expressed great interest in our Shrek Academy, so he came to visit." "Indeed, Tang San is correct. I simply wanted to see how you all are faring here," Clutchy affirmed. Though Tang San and Clutchy's explanation seemed reasonable, Xiao Wu sensed an underlying scheme. Perhaps a manifestation of a woman's sixth sense. Clutchy cast a glance at the handsome and charming Gu Chen, silently praising him. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. It was no wonder that someone as exceptional as Tang San could not tolerate him. Now, let us not dwell on the past. The Continental Advanced Soul Master competition is just a month and a half away, and I need to put you through some specialized training. As a student of Shrek Academy, Gu Chen initially had no right to train with them, but since he had surpassed level 20, he would join their training as well. "Understood, Master." Gu Chen did not harbor any animosity towards Yu Xiaojiang, despite him being Tang San's mentor. It was not that Gu Chen lacked discernment, rather. He viewed Yu Xiaojiang as no better than a beast for harboring inappropriate thoughts towards his cousin. Engaging with such a person would only diminish his own worth. "Today, I shall assess your ability to live a day as an ordinary person," Yu Xiaojiang stated impassively, his hands clasped behind his back, as though the entire world owed him a debt. "During this assessment, you will reside in Soto City for a day, and you are prohibited from using your soul power until the assessment concludes. Any use of soul power that we detect will be deemed a violation. Do you see those bags over there? They contain various daily necessities. I require you to return every item intact by tomorrow morning. Any missing items will result in a failed assessment and a complete loss of credits. This year, do not expect any holidays. You are all to remain at the academy for training." Gu Chen clutched a blue bag as he swiftly made his way to Soto City. Initially, he embraced it tightly. But as he noticed the curious gazes of passers-by, he shifted to carrying it by the handles. He wandered aimlessly, pondering the intentions of his master, oblivious to the fact that something had fallen behind him. As he continued on his path, he began to notice that the bag felt increasingly lighter. Looking down, he discovered a gaping hole at the bottom of the blue bag, revealing that much of its contents had been lost. Gu Chen turned back to search and discovered his lost item beside the trash bin. It was a piece of chicken leg. It had been picked up by a strikingly beautiful woman, her hair somewhat disheveled, dressed in a flowing white gown and white sneakers. She stood taller than the average woman, approximately 175 centimeters, with a fair complexion slightly dusted. Her eyes appeared vacant, giving her an almost foolish demeanor as she bent down to retrieve the unsightly chicken leg, intending to consume it without so much as a wipe. Gu Chen intervened, saying, "Miss, please wait. That chicken leg is not fit for eating." Gu Chen desired for her to return the chicken leg. The woman, however, refused. Gesturing towards a nearby fast food restaurant brimming with patrons, she chuckled foolishly and said, "If you treat me to a meal, I shall return this to you." Gu Chen smiled awkwardly. "I have no money." He spoke the truth. He genuinely had no funds, for Yu Xiaojiang had confiscated all their belongings before they left. "Then I cannot give this to you. What I found is rightfully mine." The woman in white lifted the drumstick, preparing to take another bite. Gu Chen hastily intervened. "Miss, wait a moment." Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had picked up a bag of barbecued skewers on the way, appearing to be perfectly cooked. He suggested, "If you hand me your chicken leg, I would be delighted to treat you to some barbecue." The woman in white glanced at the transparent bag in Gu Chen's right hand, which contained the meat skewers, and nodded in agreement with a smile. They made their way to a nearby abandoned newsstand devoid of windows. The woman sat down without a care for her appearance and eagerly grabbed several skewers, devouring them ravenously. Observing her voracious appetite, Gu Chen felt a pang of hunger himself and took a bite of a skewer. However, as he bit into it, the nauseating sensation of consuming raw meat overwhelmed him, causing him to spit it out immediately. "This is inedible. Let me treat you to some fast food next door." The woman in white looked at Gu Chen in confusion, but he offered no explanation. He retrieved the skewers from her hands and placed them back into the bag. From his pocket, he produced a tissue and gently wiped the bloodstains from the corners of her mouth. "This is raw meat. You cannot eat it. You should spit it out." The woman, her mouth stuffed with raw meat, shook her head. Gu Chen, captivated by the reluctant shimmering in her large, bright eyes, felt an indescribable ache in his heart. "Please, spit it out." There are tastier options inside. The woman stared blankly at Gu Chen for a moment, contemplating it. Before reluctantly expelling the raw meat, Gu Chen picked up an old newspaper from the ground, carefully wrapping the raw meat expelled by himself and the woman before discarding it in a nearby trash bin. However, prior to this, he instinctively practiced waste segregation. He then retrieved a tissue and, at the public wash basin by the fast food restaurant, splashed some water to cleanse the dirt from the woman's face, tidying her disheveled black locks. Before him stood a stunning woman, reminiscent of a refined lady of wealth. All right, let us now proceed inside for a meal. Due to his practice of the Xuanqing technique, Gu Chen naturally exuded an inviting aura. Moreover, his gentle demeanor prompted her to instinctively link her arm with his. Gu Chen did not refuse, in his heart. She was merely an innocent child, akin to a younger sister. Upon entering the fast food establishment, Gu Chen ordered an assortment of hamburgers, fried chicken, and French fries. The two swiftly devoured all the food before them. As they approached the checkout, Gu Chen seized the opportunity, unnoticed by others, and took the woman in white by the hand, fleeing. However, they had not run far when a voice called out from behind, "Sir, you haven't paid yet." Gu Chen seemed oblivious, pulling the woman in the white dress into the shadows of an alleyway. After Gu Chen finished his run, the waiter who chased after him couldn't help but mutter under his breath about his misfortune. In this day and age, how could there still be someone attempting to dine and dash? Gu Chen found himself in a predicament. If it were solely his hunger at stake, he could endure it. However, with such a pitiable companion by his side, he could not bring himself to be heartless. Thus, he made the difficult decision to leave without paying, intending to repay the debt when he had the means to do so the following day. Gu Chen, accompanied by the woman in the white dress, fled swiftly. But it wasn't long before they realized they were being pursued. Gu Chen opened his mind to perceive the surroundings, tracking individuals clad in black suits, whose appearances, though seemingly respectable, were tainted by a palpable aura of malevolence, clearly indicating they had committed heinous deeds. Their intentions were far from benevolent. Grasping the wrist of the woman in the white dress, Gu Chen circumvented a narrow alley and entered through the back door of a hotel. He incapacitated a few security guards and took refuge with the woman in a room recently cleaned by a janitor, the door barely closed. In Soto City, within an office of the Spirit Halls branch, 4 or 5 figures dressed in black bowed respectfully to a man in his 40s, adorned with a thick beard. "Deputy Hall Master, we have discovered the whereabouts of Miss Han. Should we dispatch someone to retrieve her?" One of the black-clad men inquired. "Patience, Miss Han will not escape. The Yang family is also searching for her, and an encounter with them could lead to complications. Prior to our actions, discreetly arrange for additional personnel to disguise themselves. If we face the Yang family directly, these individuals must devise a way to bring Miss Han back to me," the Deputy Hall Master commanded. "Understood, Hall Master." The man in black responded with a bow. "You may all withdraw." Once the black-clad men exited the room, the middle-aged man began to pace restlessly, murmuring to himself, "The Han family possesses secrets regarding the ancient battlefield. If I can obtain this secret, my rise to power is assured. No, I cannot rely solely on these men. I must take action myself." He swiftly donned a black-gray woolen overcoat draped over a chair and placed a black top hat upon his head. Grasping a brown pipe from the table, he departed the office. In the grand hall of the Yang family, an elderly man in purple listened attentively to the reports from his subordinates, stroking his short beard. He circled the cauldron before issuing orders to a middle-aged man in a green robe who knelt before him. "Mobilize all of the Yang family's elite. We must reclaim that girl from the Han family." "Yes," the man in green replied respectfully, rising to take his leave. As he watched the green-robed man depart, the elderly figure muttered to himself, "No matter how affluent or powerful the Han family may be, in the end, they shall only serve to adorn my triumph, young Wudi, with their own downfall." Haha. Back in the hotel room, Gu Chen released his mind, noticing that the crowd outside had swelled significantly. Evading the hotel without employing soul power was proving to be quite a challenge. However, an idea soon struck him. The divine weapon umbrella, first layer, domain capable of concealing one's presence. He simply needed to help her alter her appearance. "What is your name?" he inquired. "I don't remember," the woman in white replied, shaking her head in confusion. "I see. Then may I give you a name?" "All right. You are dressed in white and possess a gentle demeanor. How about the name by Jiro?" Jiro, there are dangerous individuals outside, possibly seeking vengeance against you. I will help you change your appearance. And you will wear my clothes when you go out." "What does changing appearance mean?" "Like this." Gu Chen removed a human skin mask from his face, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage. The woman in the white dress gazed at him in a daze. "You are truly exquisite. Gu Chen offered an awkward smile, feeling quite helpless. With his elongated brows, narrow phoenix-like eyes, fair complexion, and bright gaze, it was certain that if Gu Chen were to don female attire, he would undoubtedly be chosen as a courtesan. With a flick of his wrist, the human mask split in two. One half covered his own face while the other was presented to Bai Zhiro. "Allow me to assist you in donning this," he said. "All right." Bai Zhiro exclaimed with delight, seemingly finding the experience quite amusing. Chapter 61. Gu Chen, brother, let us choose Ling Long. The two exchanged appearances. With Gu Chen styling Bai Zhiro's hair into a boyish hairstyle, and he lent her his coat and trousers. Meanwhile, he transformed himself into a burly man with a face full of whiskers, clad in oversized shorts and barefoot. They exited the hotel under the astonished gazes of numerous attendants. Once they departed, whispers of unflattering remarks began to circulate. Although Gu Chen could hear them, he chose to ignore them. After Gu Chen and his companions departed, a throng of individuals immediately flooded into the hotel, turning the establishment nearly inside out, yet they uncovered nothing. Gu Chen led Bai Zhiro a considerable distance until the sense of danger dissipated entirely, at which point he came to a halt. "It is now safe here. Shall we part ways?" Bai Zhiro gazed at Gu Chen in bewilderment. After a prolonged silence, she produced a crescent-shaped silver pendant and offered it to him. "This is for you." Gu Chen waved his hand in refusal. Bai Zhiro's hand remained suspended in midair, her eyes clear and bright. "All right. I shall accept it for now. You should return swiftly." Bai Zhiro nodded in a daze. She turned and walked in the opposite direction of Soto City. Observing Bai Zhiro's solitary figure, Gu Chen felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Perhaps it was a concern for the future path that lay ahead for her. After carefully storing away the crescent pendant, Gu Chen once again altered his appearance to his original form, donned his attire, and made his way back to Soto City. Within the city, the crowd that had initially intended to act covertly began to stir restlessly. Gu Chen brushed past these individuals with an air of indifference, until someone called out to him from behind, prompting him to turn around. "Gu Chen, brother, it is you." Gu Chen turned around and saw that the newcomer was Ling Long, the esteemed daughter of the Yi family. Accompanying her was a young man whose appearance was rather unremarkable. Sporting striking red-brown hair, a chin that jutted out more prominently than his forehead, and an air of arrogance that suggested he was likely a spoiled rich kid. "Gu Chen, where have you been lately? I've been searching for you everywhere." "You have been looking for me these past few days?" Gu Chen replied, puzzled as he gazed at Ling Long. "Indeed, Gu Chen. Don't you recall that you asked me to assist you with something?" I remember. However, this is not the appropriate place for such discussions. Didn't you mention that the Rose Hotel is owned by your family?" Suddenly, the desire to take a shower overtook him. "Are you available?" "Oh my. Gu Chen, you're quite mischievous. Trying to take advantage of me in broad daylight." The red-haired young man, who had been gazing up at the sky, suddenly froze, his eyes widening in surprise and his mouth forming an O shape. At that precise moment, a seagull flew overhead, and a grayish-white substance fell directly into the young man's mouth. Feeling an unpleasant sensation in his throat, he erupted into a violent cough, and with a loud gulp, something was swallowed down. Almost instantly, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, and he leaned against a railing, retching uncontrollably. A smile flickered at the corner of Gu Chen's eye. In truth, the object expelled by the seagull was never intended to find its way into the mouth of the red-haired man. Gu Chen had just siphoned off the misfortune of the red-haired man, which explained the latter's unfortunate fate and the absurdity of his catching the seabird's gift with his mouth. Many might wonder why Gu Chen acted thus. His answer was rather straightforward. He simply found the man displeasing, devoid of any particular reason. "Ling Long, let us retire to our room and indulge in a game of cards. Fortuitously, I have brought some along." "What sort of cards?" "Tarot cards." "What are those?" "I've never played." "They are tools for divination. Did I not mention before that I possess the art of fortune-telling? Allow me to demonstrate my true skills today." "Sounds delightful. Let us hasten." "Hold on." The red-haired man interjected as Ling Long eagerly pulled Gu Chen away. "Shui Ping, what do you intend to do?" Ling Long shot him a glare. "Ling Long, do not accompany him. He is a charlatan." "Is there truly anyone who can predict the future?" "Is that so?" Gu Chen scoffed. "Old man, with a mere flick of my fingers, I foresee that you shall soon encounter a calamity." "You speak nonsense. I have just stepped out." Before he could finish, a massive grinding stone hurtled towards him at alarming speed. Shui Ping, taken by surprise, was struck and fell to the ground, immediately spitting out blood. At that moment, not far away, two Soul Kings inexplicably began to brawl. One particularly formidable man, in the course of the fight, kicked a stone mill. By sheer coincidence, it landed squarely on Shui Ping, causing his energy to wane. Despite being a Grand Soul Master, the distance and his recent injury rendered him incapacitated but not mortally wounded. Dazed, Xueping lay on the ground, refusing to rise. His guards, finally realizing the situation, rushed over to lift the stone off him. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Cough. 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 Kill him. Your Highness, we cannot slay him. Why not? Xueping fumed. Your Highness, look. Xueping focused and beheld a throng of heads surging toward them, wielding axes, large sabers, long spears, and pikes, each one a menacing figure fixated on him. Flee at once. This crowd has lost all reason. I just performed another divination, and you are marked by great misfortune. Gu Chen remarked nonchalantly, observing Xueping's plight. Xueping, upon hearing this, felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Gritting his teeth, he cast a glance toward the direction from which the stone had come. With a low growl, he muttered, "You shall pay for this," and commanded his guards to escort him away. After Xueping's departure, Gu Chen retracted his Xuanqing skill, and the previously frenzied crowd regained their senses. With Xuanqing having reached its second realm, the light reflection realm, Gu Chen could now illuminate the most nefarious corners of a person's heart and provoke their awakening. Let us be on our way. Gu Chen embraced Yilinglong's slender waist, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, and before they knew it, they arrived at the Rose Hotel. Upon entering the hotel room, he closed the door behind them. Unable to contain their mutual desire any longer, they succumbed to an impassioned kiss. From the moment they stepped inside, their garments began to swiftly diminish. Before long, only a few intimate pieces remained to shield their modesty. Gu Chen, take me, Linglong. Yilinglong gazed at him with sultry eyes. Linglong, there is something I've kept from you. This matter, if it were to come to light, could jeopardize my stay at Shrek Academy and perhaps even put my life in danger. However, it no longer matters. I wish to share this with you. The truth is, Gu Chen, please don't speak. Since it is your secret, it must be of great significance, right? I do not care how many secrets you keep. As long as I know you hold me dear in your heart, that suffices for my contentment. Gu Chen, allow me to serve you. Yilinglong knelt before him, unfastening his belt. Gu Chen closed his eyes, his legs taut, gritting his teeth, a look of indescribable expression on his face. After indulging in a moment of tender care from Yilinglong, Gu Chen lifted her onto a heart-shaped bed adorned with scattered rose petals, where he relentlessly poured forth his sweat upon her flawless, delicate form. In the harmonious interplay of yin and yang, Gu Chen's prowess ascended steadily, from 29 to 30, and then to 33. He achieved a remarkable leap of 5 levels in one breath. Gu Chen could not help but exclaim in his heart, "Master truly does not deceive me." Chapter 62. Xiao Wu, are you toxic? Nourished by love. Yilinglong's body radiated a gentle new light, becoming even more taut and smooth. Her realm had astonishingly surged from the 27th level directly to the 37th level, and her potential had undergone a remarkable transformation. This was the benefit bestowed upon her by Gu Chen's sacred emperor body. Of course, she was unaware of this for the time being. At this moment, she felt as though she were floating on clouds, utterly comfortable, unwilling to descend. After several hours, their stomachs growled like thunder, compelling them to pause their light-hearted exchanges. After freshening up and dressing, they descended to dine. Just as they stepped out of the Rose Hotel, they encountered Dai Mubai and Tang San. How did you all come together? Tang San asked, puzzled. We happened to run into each other. Senior Tang San, do you have any guidance for us? Guidance is not the word. I merely felt that you seemed to have forgotten the matters Master entrusted to you, so I wanted to remind you. Thank you, Senior. What did Master instruct? Gu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Gu Chen, do not be ungrateful. San Good is merely warning you to avoid punishment. Ma Hongjun expressed his dissatisfaction with Gu Chen's attitude. Single dog, what is it to you? Why are you everywhere? Tang San and Ma Hongjun turned simultaneously to look at Dai Mubai, who appeared somewhat bewildered, unsure of the meaning behind their gazes. Why are you looking at me? Dai Mubai asked, somewhat annoyed. They envy you. One is a Navi virgin, and the other is a single dog, admiring you. What did you say? Tang San glared furiously, ready to retaliate against Gu Chen. Am I wrong to call you a virgin? Are you not one? You. Tang San was rendered speechless with rage, but recalling Master's instructions, he held back. What are you stammering about? No wonder you are a virgin. You are courting death. Unable to contain himself, Tang San launched a hidden weapon at Gu Chen. No. A melodious voice rang out. Xiao Wu, having teleported, activated her invincible golden body, shielding Gu Chen from Tang San's flying dart. Anxiously, she gazed at Gu Chen. Gu Chen, are you all right? The concern in her voice shattered Tang San's heart into pieces. Xiao Wu, I'm fine. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would never have seen you again. Tang San, what are you doing? Tang San's violent actions against a fellow disciple enraged Xiao Wu, who glared at him furiously, demanding an explanation. Xiao Wu, let me explain. Explain what? I saw everything. What is there to explain? I do not wish to see you. Please leave immediately. Xiao Wu's fierce demeanor inexplicably struck Gu Chen as adorable. He quietly admired her flawless back, ignoring Tang San's murderous glare. San Gu, Xiao Wu is quite upset. I suggest we leave, Ma Hongjun urged, sensing the situation was dire. Tang San shot him a glare that made him feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, stifling his words. Xiao Wu, did you hear what he just said? I heard it. Did he say anything wrong? You came in with an air of superiority. Tell me, what rule of masters has he violated? He shared a room with the girl behind you. Tang San's eyes bulged with fury as he glared at Gu Chen. What joy does that bring you? Which rule of master states that sharing a room is prohibited? Xiao Wu, you are being too biased in his favor. Tang San, consumed by jealousy, struggled to contain his emotions. Ma Hongjun tugged at his sleeve, doubting whether following Tang San was the right decision. Look at him now. How can someone who cannot even control his own emotions lead others to greatness? Ma Hongjun does not wish to spend his life following an ordinary man. He aspires to be a phoenix. This Gu Chen is quite commendable. At the very least, he is genuine, aligning better with my temperament. If he could temper his temperament a bit, he would surely achieve great things in the future. In a fleeting moment, Ma Hongjun contemplated much. Xiao Wu, do you truly not care that he shares a room with another girl? The moment Tang San spoke, it was akin to declaring war against Gu Chen. Knowing that aside from Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu favored devoted men. He felt confident of victory, but the subsequent words plunged him from the clouds into despair. I do not care. If I found someone I liked, I would even introduce him to her. Xiao Wu, are you toxic? This sentiment echoed in the hearts of all present. Gu Chen cleared his throat awkwardly. Senior, there's no need for your introduction. I'm still young. I'm just a child. Xiao Wu couldn't help but burst into laughter, her smile radiant and captivating, akin to a vibrant red peony blooming under the sun. Back to your usual teasing, huh? What were you two up to? Yi Linglong lowered her head shyly, unable to meet Xiao Wu's gaze. Gu Chen smiled radiantly. As the delicate fairy Linglong was feeling unwell, prompting me to assist her in examining her health and providing some care. Just look at her complexion now. It appears remarkably improved. Observing Yi Linglong's rosy, glistening cheeks, a fair hue tinged with crimson, it is evident that she possesses an extraordinary beauty. Indeed, she exudes a greater charm and femininity than when I last saw her, particularly in certain areas that seem to surpass even the little bunny I have been nurturing with such care. And what are those faint red marks nestled in the pristine valleys? Are you attempting to incite my jealousy? Gu Chen, my dear junior, you have certainly worked hard. Xiao Wu nearly gritted her teeth as she uttered this, casting a meaningful glance toward his lower region. Tonight, I shall await your return in the dormitory. Should you fail to appear, the consequences shall be yours to bear, she conveyed to Gu Chen in a tone audible only to the two of them. Witnessing the shift in Xiao Wu's demeanor from sunny to stormy, Tang San could not suppress a wicked grin. He continued, Xiao Wu, you must now see Gu Chen for who he truly is. I personally observed their entrance. It lasted 3 hours and 48 minutes. I could have watched 3 films in that time. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by Gu Chen any longer. After making his statement, Tang San crossed his arms, eagerly awaiting Xiao Wu's reaction. In truth, Tang San was uncertain of the actual duration of Gu Chen's visit, merely estimating a time to emphasize his point's credibility, all while indulging in the satisfaction of exaggerating the length. If Gu Chen dared to refute him, it would serve as an indirect admission. Tang San schemed maliciously. However, the reality was that Gu Chen and Yi Linglong had been in the room for 5 hours and 22 minutes, significantly longer than Tang San had claimed. Gu Chen chose not to contest this. He mused that Tang San would be wasting his talents as an actor. There was no need for him to dispute it. By the time he arrived at Xiao Wu's room that evening, she would understand the truth. Why stoop to quarreling with a devious little man? Chapter 63, The Bunny Girl of Personal Service. He directly pulled Xiao Wu's delicate wrist and embraced Yi Linglong's shoulder. Gu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, provocatively addressing Xiao Wu. Sister, please do not be upset. Surely you have yet to dine? Today, Linglong is treating us. Shall we partake in a meal together? Xiao Wu initially intended to decline, yet her stomach betrayed her with an audible rumble. Very well, I shall join you. Observing how easily Gu Chen had won over Xiao Wu with a mere meal, Tang San clenched his teeth in frustration, wishing he could exact vengeance upon Gu Chen. With Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun pulling him away, the outcome was sealed. Tang San had suffered a complete defeat. Remaining any longer would only exacerbate his humiliation. He sought to distance himself from Tang San's foolishness to avoid punishment. Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, offering sage counsel. Third brother. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. Let us wait until tomorrow's assessment concludes, and I shall personally deal with him. We cannot allow him to disrupt Master E's training plan, especially since you are his most esteemed disciple. Thus, Tang San, Daimu Bai, and Ma Hongjun departed. Yiling Long led Gu Chen and Xiao Wu to an establishment known as the St. Sis Michelin Hotel. Xiao Wu ordered a dish of stir-fried carrots with black fungus, a serving of salt ed greens, and a bowl of papaya porridge. Gu Chen ordered a portion of noodles, a serving of caviar, and a dish of foie gras. Meanwhile, Yiling Long chose a lobster, a crab, and a bowl of 3 delicacies soup. After satisfying their appetites, Gu Chen bid farewell to Yiling Long, who looked on with a lingering gaze as he was led away by Xiao Wu. Gu Chen was affectionately led by Xiao Wu into a serene little park, only to find the atmosphere suddenly change. Gu Chen, are you feeling particularly joyful today? Your stamina seems quite remarkable, having toyed with me for nearly 4 hours. But I shall also engage in some activities with you, dear Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, please don't. We can discuss matters properly. I currently have nothing to say to you. Soft Bone Rabbit, first soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu, do not act impulsively. Have you forgotten what the master said? We cannot use soul skills. I can no longer hold back. Gu Chen, you have gone too far. Senior, I beg your pardon. Mirror clone, sunflower pointing hand. In Gu Chen's heart, a bronze mirror flickered, and a woman identical to Xiao Wu appeared before her, touching each of her shoulders gently. Xiao Wu's soul technique was interrupted, leaving her frozen in place, gazing at Gu Chen in astonishment. As the mirror image vanished, Gu Chen stepped closer to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, please remain calm. It is not as you think. My relationship with Miss Yi is merely that of friends. My heart has always belonged solely to you. I have been too insecure in the past to express my feelings. Today, I must declare it. Xiao Wu, I love you. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes, her heart racing furiously, bewildered by Gu Chen's sudden confession. She was unprepared for this moment. Yet, his declaration was undeniably charming. The little rabbit was on the verge of falling. Xiao Wu, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your acceptance. When mountains crumble and the earth converges, only then will I dare to sever our bond. My love for you surges like mighty waves, burning as fiercely as the stars. As Gu Chen sensed the transformation in Xiao Wu, his own realm was elevating at a speed akin to a 5G download progress bar. Gu Chen felt increasingly happy within, and his expressions grew ever more vivid, leaving Xiao Wu deeply moved. It turned out that Gu Chen, my junior, had been silently in love with me all along. How foolish I was to have doubted him after hearing Yiling's cold words not long ago. Is everything you said truly sincere, Gu Chen? Xiao Wu, do you not comprehend the depths of my heart? Must I lay bare my soul for you to understand? Gu Chen replied, his expression fraught with anguish. No. Xiao Wu understands. It is merely that she is unprepared. It was the senior's error to doubt you. Gu Chen refrained from further sweet talk, recognizing that sometimes restraint can capture a woman's heart more effectively than relentless pursuit. Senior, I am unafraid of your punishment. I merely wish to spare you from the master's reprimand. After all, we at Shrek are a united front. With a gentle touch, Gu Chen released Xiao Wu's meridian, tenderly enveloping her in his embrace, inhaling the delicate fragrance that emanated from her, and softly caressing her head. Senior, allow me to share a secret. Xiao Wu gazed at Gu Chen with curiosity, her beautiful eyes filled with bewilderment. Senior, I have reached level 30. Ah, what? You cannot be jesting with me. Can you? Indeed. If you do not believe me, take a look. Gu Chen unleashed his spiritual power, and upon sensing its surging intensity, Xiao Wu was rendered speechless, her astonishment evident. After a prolonged moment, her expression shifted to one of disbelief, akin to witnessing a monstrous spectacle. Level 33. You have astonishingly reached level 33. How could you possibly advance so swiftly? In truth, senior sister, I engaged in that particular endeavor with Ling Long. However, it was not merely 3 hours. It extended to 5 hours. Throughout those 5 hours, my cultivation consistently ascended. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this revelation, was left utterly flabbergasted. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy at Gu Chen's newfound prowess and a tinge of jealousy towards Yiling Long. For 5 hours. Were you both engaged in that kind of activity? Gu Chen nodded slightly. Why her and not me? She possesses the sacred body of a ghost spirit and has willingly devoted herself to me. I can sense that her cultivation has surged, surpassing my own significantly. How many levels has she ascended? It must be 15. Xiao Wu was utterly flabbergasted. She had struggled immensely to break through to level 40. Meanwhile, Her counterpart had merely engaged in a few hours of intimacy with that rogue and had surged up by 15 levels. How could one endure such a disparity? If that were the case, why even bother with cultivation? One might as well overpower Gu Chen and drain him dry. Xiao Wu gazed at Gu Chen, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Gu Chen, dear Junior, is your senior sister treating you well? Of course, she is good to me. Then would you be willing to offer a bit of your strength for your senior sister? Senior sister, what do you intend to do? Remove that what? Senior sister. This place is rather inconvenient. No matter, there's a hotel nearby. I have no money. I do. In the pink-lit hotel room, Xiao Wu, clad in a snug and delightful bunny girl outfit, emerged from the bathroom, with a devilishly alluring figure and an angelic visage, coupled with the pink bunny attire. She reignited Gu Chen's most primal desires. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen took the initiative. For a full 7 hours, they engaged in a whirlwind of passion, employing every conceivable technique. At last, as the dawn broke on the horizon, he had tamed the enchanting creature that was Xiao Wu. Gu Chen has ascended 3 levels, a reward for his diligent efforts, while Xiao Wu has joyfully reached level 50. After completing their tasks, the two did not take a respite. They had already spent a day as instructed by the master, and it was time to report back. The narrative continues with a mention of a new book recommendation, which is extraneous to the plot. In the 64th chapter, titled Kissing Xiao Wu, Infuriating Tang San, it is revealed that the enhancement gained from dual cultivation is substantial, yet not limitless. Gu Chen later realizes that only by engaging with an untouched maiden can one elevate their prowess, although the increments diminish over time. The same holds true for the females involved. The fusion of yang and yin energies produces the most potent results. However, one must not overly depend on this energy. A lack of combative skills, despite possessing energy, is detrimental to a soul masteress development. Furthermore, excessive indulgence in such activities can be harmful, a fact understood by both Gu Chen and Xiao Wu. The following morning, Xiao Wu, arm in arm with Gu Chen, arrived at Shrek Academy. Observing their intimacy, Zhao Wujie cleared his throat. Xiao Wu planted a kiss on Gu Chen's cheek before reluctantly releasing his arm and playfully wrinkling her nose at Zhao Wujie. Gradually, others arrived, and Master Yu Xiaojiang emerged from his chamber with his hands clasped behind him. You have all performed admirably. Can anyone articulate the purpose behind my training methods? Teacher. Allow me. Tang San eagerly raised his hand to respond. Yu Xiaojiang nodded approvingly, regarding Tang San as an exemplary student deserving of his favor. Very well, Tang San. Please elaborate. Yes, Master, your intention is to cultivate our character, ensuring we maintain a humble heart and do not forget our training after acquiring power. Excellent, Tang San. Does anyone wish to add to that? Master, your aim is to help us empathize with the struggles of the common people, so we may cherish what we have. Ma Hongjun interjected appropriately. As others chimed in, Gu Chen remained silent. Yu Xiaojiang noticed his absence of response and directed his gaze towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen, what is your perspective? Gu Chen smiled faintly and replied calmly, it is merely a form of gentle encouragement, reminding us that without soul power, many endeavors remain constrained, urging us to diligently cultivate our spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie sensed trouble and hastily interjected, Gu Chen, you must not speak so recklessly. However, it was too late. The master's countenance had already turned a deep shade of purplish red. A baseborn cannot be taught. Gu Chen, you are to run 20 laps around the playground and return to answer the question. You are forbidden from using your soul power. Very well, I shall run. Gu Chen responded, but I must reiterate, what you impart is but trivial knowledge. The essence of university education lies in the cultivation of virtue, in fostering connections with the populace, and in the pursuit of ultimate goodness. Yu Xiaojiang was so incensed that he could hardly contain himself. Pointing at Gu Chen in disbelief, what are you? Gu Chen, however, paid him no heed, tirelessly circling the playground. As he ran, he proclaimed, the essence of university lies in illuminating virtue, fostering benevolence, and striving for the utmost goodness. Only by knowing when to halt can one achieve steadfastness. With steadfastness comes tranquility. With tranquility comes security. With security comes contemplation, and through contemplation, one may attain understanding. Yu Xiaojiang, incensed, repeatedly pinched his own skin in frustration. This fellow was utterly infuriating. How could it be that, wherever he went, Yu Xiaojiang was met with reverence, addressed as a master of his craft? Yet before this impudent youth, he felt utterly worthless, while the latter flaunted his knowledge. How could he not be enraged? Teacher, should I teach him a lesson? Seeing Yu Xiaojiang visibly upset, Tang Shan approached and whispered, Tang San, do not act impulsively. We are on campus, and it is not appropriate to resort to violence. the implication being that dealing with Gu Chen outside the academy was permissible. The disciple understood. Gu Chen, brimming with vitality, swiftly completed 20 laps. Upon his return to the team, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong simultaneously offered him handkerchiefs. Gu Chen smiled and politely declined. Thank you, senior sisters. But my masculinity is rather pronounced, and it would be troublesome to soil your handkerchiefs. I appreciate your kindness. After speaking, he retrieved a pink handkerchief from Oscar's pocket to wipe his face. I'll just use Oscar's. He won't mind. Will he? Not at all, not at all. Oscar's lips twitched. Come on, could you refrain from embarrassing me in front of everyone? So what if I like pink? What of it? All right, this training session concludes here. You all should reflect on your experiences, and if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. With that, Yu Xiaojing left the old city in frustration. Feeling exasperated just by watching him, it was better to avoid seeing him altogether. After Yu Xiaojing departed, the principal of the Nodding City Junior College, Karuchi, arrived at the playground. Upon his arrival, he immediately sought out Gu Chen. You are Gu Chen, correct? Yes, Gu Chen replied, understanding Karuchi's intentions. You are the Gu Chen from the Gu family in Nodding City, aren't you? Gu Chen was taken aback inwardly, yet his expression remained unfazed. Director Crutch. What do you mean by that? I fail to comprehend your intention. What is this about the Gu family in Nodding City, Gu Chen? Do not feign ignorance. I am already aware of your true identity, and I understand your purpose for being here. Director Crutch looked at Gu Chen with an air of embarrassment. Oh, you wish to know my purpose for coming here? Should I state it outright? That would surely put you in an awkward position. A cold smirk escaped Gu Chen's lips as his sharp gaze bore into Crutch. Then do enlighten me about my purpose for being here. Very well. Since you are unperturbed by the heat of the water, I shall speak plainly. Mind your language, you old cur. How dare you insult me? With your pretentious demeanor and advanced age, what else should I call you but an old dog? All right, you sharp-tongued brat. I hope you can maintain this composure for long. Humph. You are the wasteful young master of the Gu family in Nodding City, Gu Chen. I do not know what fortuitous circumstances have allowed you to reach level 20. However, the antics you have performed at the Nodding City Primary Academy will not be tolerated here. Continue. All right then. You have come here to prey upon the exquisite young ladies of Shrek Academy. Are you suggesting this is the manner in which I intend to prey upon them? Gu Chen strode directly toward Xiao Wu and captured her fragrant lips in a kiss. Is this so? Standing still, Ku Rookie was taken aback. While Tang San erupted in fury, leaving Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others speechless in shock. Xiao Wu, blushing profusely, was utterly flustered. Gu Chen, I will kill you. Tang San's rage reached its peak as the 8 spider lances behind him burst forth, launching projectiles relentlessly towards Gu Chen. Tang San, what are you doing? Xiao Wu interposed her delicate form in front of Gu Chen, rebuking him fiercely. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong also stepped forward, shielding Gu Chen protectively. Gu Chen, if you have the courage, do not hide behind women. Tang San was on the verge of exploding with anger. Gu Chen, feeling exasperated, shrugged his shoulders and remarked nonchalantly. It seems I have not offended you, have I? Third young master, what is the source of your agitation? Do you truly wish to take my life? Am I to be considered without a master? Gu Chen turned his gaze towards Zhao Wuji, who looked back at him with a cheerful expression. Tang San, Zhao Wuji began. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Besides, have you not always regarded Xiao Wu as a sister? I believe Gu Chen is quite a decent fellow. They seem to complement each other well. Tang San was infuriated. Do I need to summon my father again? Zhao Wuji fell silent. Realizing that they lacked a formidable father figure to contend with Tang San's. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, Rongrong, are you truly standing in my way for Gu Chen? Tang San declared. I shall state my position clearly. It's either him or me. You choose. Chapter 65. Acquiring the third soul ring, we choose Gu Chen. The 3 girls chimed in unison. Very well. Then you shall protect him always. Tang San retorted, storming off in a huff. The principal of Nodding City followed suit, departing alongside Tang San. Once Tang San and the others had left, Zhao Wuji summoned Gu Chen to his office. Gu Chen, are you aware of Tang San's true identity? Gu Chen nodded slightly, possessing a certain understanding. He was the son of the Haotian Douluo. Ah, how do you know? That's hardly a secret. Knowing that he is the son of the Haotian Douluo, do you still dare to offend him? Are you not afraid of his retaliation? Gu Chen smiled brightly, unafraid, declaring that when soldiers come, they shall be met with soldiers, and when water comes, it shall be damned. The heavenly Douluo is not invincible, and he may not possess the certainty of defeating me. Ah, Gu Chen, you possess many admirable qualities. Yet your penchant for boasting and your arrogant demeanor are traits that ought to be amended. It seems rather challenging to deal with such fools, and I find it difficult to indulge them. Why do you refuse to listen? Teacher, there is no need for concern. I shall not act recklessly unless provoked. Very well. I have said all that I needed to. How much you choose to absorb is entirely up to you. Nevertheless, patience in small matters prevents chaos in grand schemes. By enduring this moment, when you grow stronger in the future, you can retaliate fiercely without unnecessary risk. Fear not. Teacher, I am not a reckless person. Tang Hao is currently not in Soto City. Should Tang San seek his own demise, I would not hesitate to erase him and retreat into obscurity for a time. Ah, Xiao Wu was utterly astonished. It appears you harbor many secrets unknown to me. Very well, I shall not pry further. Simply maintain your own boundaries. However, the teacher still hopes you can resolve the conflicts between you, avoiding excessive discord. Rest assured, if Tang San does not provoke me, I shall not bother to contend with him. All right, as long as you can heed this advice. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wu, Gu Chen sought out Xiao Wu once more, while Tang San had vanished again. Senior Xiao Wu, you are now at level 50, and I am at level 36. We can both acquire soul rings now. Shall we venture to the Stardow Forest together? Certainly. Xiao Wu readily agreed, displaying a charming smile. Let us gather Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Ao as well. Yes. Upon sharing the news of his breakthrough to level 36 with them, the group displayed expressions of disbelief. Gu Chen, how did you cultivate? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her azure eyes sparkling with amazement. Oscar blinked his peach blossom eyes, fixated on Gu Chen. Zhu Zhuqing clutched her chest. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What miraculous elixir could this scoundrel have consumed? To Gu Chen's surprise, Ma Hongjun also chose to accompany them to the Stardow Forest. Whether it was Gu Chen's fortune or the ill fate of the dual-headed cow python, the group had scarcely entered the forest for 2 hours when they encountered a 5,000-year-old dual-headed dragon snake soul beast, the dual-headed cow python, measuring approximately 5 meters in length, with a waist as sturdy as a stone roller and immense strength. As they approached, the creature was being pursued by a dual-headed fire lion and was severely injured. For reasons unknown, the nearly 10,000-year-old fire lion turned to flee upon seeing them, sparing the group considerable trouble. Faced with the wounded dual-headed cow python, Gu Chen chose not to enlist the help of his companions, but instead wielded the heavenly mystic weapon gifted by Ning Rongrong, the Overlord's silver dragon spear. The spear felt oddly familiar in his grasp. In his past life, among countless weapons, the spear was his favored and most proficient weapon. With a flash of cold light, the spear struck like a dragon, piercing one of the python's heads. Retracting the spear, Gu Chen twirled it in the air, launching another thrust. The dual-headed cow python, believing it had narrowly escaped, could not fathom that Gu Chen's strike would again find its mark with uncanny precision. Only Gu Chen knew that he had employed the mystic heart technique, influencing the creature's psyche. The massive form of the dual-headed cow python collapsed, and a dazzling purple halo illuminated the area as Gu Chen channeled his soul power to gradually absorb the soul ring. Xiao Wu and the others safeguarded him, and Gu Chen's absorption proceeded smoothly. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by eager gazes, all filled with curiosity. Junior Gu Chen, what skill have you acquired? Oscar inquired with keen interest. An offensive skill that can amplify the body's damage by 200%, the dual cattle set sail. Gu Chen unleashed the formidable diamond bear martial soul, propelling a translucent blue two-headed serpent forward with a single hand. With a resounding crash, the colossal tree shattered into splinters, while a cluster of smaller trees behind it succumbed to the fierce gusts of wind. Such power! Oscar gasped, covering his mouth with his fist, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with astonishment. Congratulations, Gu Chen, my junior. Ning Rongrong and the others rushed forward to extend their heartfelt wishes. With this newfound ability, one could both attack and defend, a truly exhilarating experience. Thank you all for your support. I have located my spirit ring. Shall we assist senior sister Xiao Wu in finding a suitable spirit beast for her? Absolutely, Ning Rongrong replied, her expression tinged with envy. Before their arrival, Xiao Wu had shared her recent breakthrough to level 50, a revelation met with skepticism until she demonstrated her spirit power, compelling them to accept the truth. As for the reason behind her rapid advancement, Xiao Wu remained tight-lipped, merely hinting that they would understand in due time. Finding a suitable spirit beast for Xiao Wu proved challenging. After 2 days of searching without success, the group gathered to deliberate whether to venture deeper into the Stardow Forest. It was then that they discovered Xiao Wu was missing, igniting a wave of anxiety as they frantically sought her whereabouts. Gu Chen focused his mind to the fullest, yet he could still not find any trace of Xiao Wu. It was not until the following day at noon that he finally encountered her again, and to his surprise, she had already advanced to level 51. When he inquired about her whereabouts, she explained that she had lost her way and had come across an injured 10,000-year soul beast, the ivory tiger. After a fierce battle, she had slain it and acquired its soul ring, gaining the skill, "A cornered rabbit will bite." Although Xiao Wu did not elaborate on the specifics of this ability, the name alone hinted at its nature, and the group shared a tacit understanding not to press her further. With matters settled, Gu Chen and Xiao Wu, along with their companions, chose not to return immediately to Shrek Academy. Instead, they ventured to the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. With their enhanced strength, it would have been a disservice to forego the opportunity to reap rewards from the arena after all their hard work. Without wasting much time, Gu Chen led his companions back to the establishment where he had previously dined and dashed, and he settled the bill, compensating for the meal he had evaded. Although the waiter initially harbored some resentment, he quickly expressed understanding after Gu Chen explained the situation. Chapter 66, Soto Grand Soul Arena. Upon arriving at the Soto Grand Soul Arena, they all donned masks to conceal their identities. Gu Chen ascended the stage with an air of authority. "One at a time is far too time-consuming. I shall take on 10 opponents single-handedly." With this proclamation, an uproar erupted below. Who is this audacious individual? A newcomer who dares to challenge 10 at once. Has he lost his senses? Esteemed Soul Master, are you truly certain you wish to face 10 opponents alone? If this arena were a touch larger, I would hope to take on 20. 20? Has this young man taken leave of his senses? Is there a doctor in the house? Please, someone escort him back. Once again, a wave of chatter cascaded from the crowd. Sensing the myriad of energies converging upon him, Gu Chen activated his Xuanqing technique, greedily absorbing the influx. Despite his recent elevation in rank, the potential gain from the collective energy of the audience remained limited. At most, it would augment the 13 points of strength he had recently acquired from absorbing a soul ring to break through to level 38. Yet, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Are you certain? The host inquired once more. Absolutely, Gu Chen affirmed. Then let the random selection commence. Excellent. He signaled with an OK gesture. The Soto Great Soul Arena, renowned as the largest in Soto City, swiftly selected 10 soul masters, all of whom were in their 30s, to face Gu Chen. Among them, a gaunt man declared, level 37, Battle Soul Master, Martial Spirit, Songlong. Another boasted, level 38, Weapon Soul Master, Martial Spirit, Iron Rod. A third chimed in, level 39. Support System, Soul Master, Martial Spirit, Mighty Bun. The 10 contenders, a mix of both men and women, all boasted a minimum level of 37. As they announced their ranks, the crowd erupted in speculation once more. It's over for him. This young man is about to be pummeled into a pulp. Just moments ago, he was so arrogant. Let's see how he weeps now. I've never liked him. I eagerly await his humiliation. I too find him insufferable, this young newcomer. So brash and unaware of his limitations. I shall have a chat with him, and he will surely soften. A voluptuous young woman, playfully adjusting her ample curves, proclaimed with self-satisfaction. Those nearby cast glances at her, some unable to suppress a gulp of admiration. Sister Lu, what about me? I can also take on 10 opponents. Why not engage in a little banter with me? You? Not a chance. You're far too young. I prefer my partners a tad more mature. Perhaps focus on your development first. The watermelon girl shot a disdainful glance at the rotund boy. Sister Lu, how do you perceive me? A burly young man flexed his bronze muscles, raising an eyebrow at Sister Lu. You? Not bad, but I'm not fond of gorillas. Perhaps shave off that body hair before we talk. The murmurs from the audience persisted, while tension mounted on stage, awaiting the host's command to commence the battle. Let the competition begin. The host's resonant voice announced. Gu Chen's figure abruptly vanished. Where did he go? Where is he? Confusion spread across the faces of all present. Why has darkness fallen? Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of impacts resonated. As the shadows dissipated, Gu Chen remained composed, standing alone on the arena. Surely, the host can now announce the results. Congratulations to this gentleman for attaining 10 points, elevating his rank badge to Iron Soul Fighter. The Soto Great Soul Arena classifies soul badges into 8 tiers, ascending from iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, to diamond. Within a mere 10 minutes, he has secured the Iron Soul Fighter badge, a historic feat in the annals of the Soto Great Soul Arena. The audience erupted in astonishment. Yet, Gu Chen had no intention of sparing their tender hearts. Host, I wish to challenge 10 more. The host was left utterly bewildered. Another round? What? Has this young man lost his senses? It should be noted that he has already acquired the Iron Soul Fighter badge. Should he lose, he would forfeit all rewards, and his points would reset to 0. Where does he find the confidence to defeat 10 opponents of the same rank? Whispers of speculation filled the crowd. The host gazed at Gu Chen in disbelief. Sir, are you certain you wish to challenge 10 Iron Soul fighters? Many of them are seasoned veterans, each formidable in their own right. Are you sure you want to face them all at once? Have you reconsidered? I am certain. Now arrange it swiftly. My time is quite limited. Go for it, little brother. I believe in you. The enchanting Lu Jie, the watermelon beauty, was deeply captivated by Gu Chen's commanding aura. Feeling a surge of heat within her, her maid beside her cautioned, Miss, below, do not concern yourself with such trifles. I want this man. Find out his identity, and ensure he is sent to my chamber tonight. But miss, are you not betrothed to the Avalanche Prince? Avalanche, that little pup, pales in comparison to this young wolf above. Do as I command. Yes, the Soto Great Soul Arena stands majestically at a height of 120 meters, comprising a main arena and 24 additional sub-arena. In the realm of the 7th Subdo Arena, the initial crowd was sparse, comprising no more than 1,000 souls. A grand arena can accommodate up to 60,000 spectators, making this number rather insignificant for a sub-arena. Yet, at this moment, the crowd surged to approximately 2,000 and continued to swell. Miss, let us hasten to see what unfolds, exclaimed a woman clad in a flowing green attire, tugging a companion dressed in a black leather jacket with a bobbed haircut towards the throng. Indeed, why are there so many people today? I do not know. They say someone is effortlessly defeating 10 adversaries at once. Is it a case of level suppression? No, they claim that when the sky darkened, all other soul masters fell. Such prowess. I wonder, the crowd is growing ever larger. Let us push forward. Yes, yes. Look, the sky has darkened once more. A series of explosive sounds erupted. Moments later, the sky regained its brightness. On the stage, only a solitary youth remained, standing apart in his white garments, his long hair billowing as he held one hand behind him, exuding an air of superiority that astonished all present. We're God! We're God! We're God! Cheers erupted from the audience, rising in fervor as 2 enchanting women found themselves jostled to the forefront. Miss, stay close to me. Do not let others take advantage. Yanqi, you must also safeguard yourself and protect our little rabbit. Your stature makes you more conspicuous. How vexing. Silence, everyone. Quiet down, commanded the host. A figure in a suit with orange-tinted glasses, wielding a microphone with a rounded head and a pointed end. Chapter 67, Passionate Blood. Host, could you play a piece of music for me? I wish to challenge 10 more. What is he saying? Is he treating this as a personal showcase? Gu Chen waved his right arm downward, and a silver spear materialized in his hand. The gleaming weapon shimmered with a silvery radiance, exuding an unparalleled sense of aloofness akin to a cold star. His long hair danced in the air, and his eyes sparkled like a multitude of stars. Even a mask could not conceal his extraordinary beauty, causing the group of infatuated young women below to clasp their legs tightly and scream in awe. We're God. I adore you. I wish to bear your children. We're God. You are so handsome. I want to marry you. Sensing the overwhelming atmosphere of adoration surrounding him, Gu Chen smiled warmly, devoid of any arrogance. I appreciate everyone's affection. Your happiness brings me joy. Now, please enjoy my performance. Host, let us proceed with the next competition. All right, just a moment. Sound technician, lighting technician, are you ready? We're here. Then let us ignite the excitement. The thunderous battle hymn resonated as vibrant neon lights enveloped the arena. 10 formidable soul masters of the Silver Battle Soul rank ascended to the stage. The battle for the arena was on the verge of erupting, while the audience below swayed to the infectious rhythm of the music. Gu Chen did not employ the night-devouring sky this time. Instead, he directly activated his first soul skill, Savage Charge combined with Starry Step. Like a cunning hare in motion, his form resembled that of a soaring dragon, leaving behind a series of ephemeral shadows in the air. A glint of cold light flickered momentarily as his spear erupted like a dragon. With swift precision, he unleashed a flurry of spear blossoms in the air, dispersing the attacks launched by the 10 Silver Battle Soul Masters and firmly asserting his dominance over them. The audience below fell into a stunned silence, their bodies frozen in place, breath held, as if enchanted by a spell. Even the musicians and lighting technicians appeared immobilized, transfixed by the spectacle. With a series of resounding thuds, the 10 Silver Soul Masters were sent flying from the arena, akin to ragged sacks torn asunder. It became clear to the onlookers how they were cast out. Each had been struck in the midsection, propelled beyond the confines of the stage. Had this been a battle to the death, the consequences would have been unfathomable. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, the crowd collectively regained their composure, erupting in a unified chant, "War God! War God! War God!" The host, clutching the microphone, trembled uncontrollably. Whether out of excitement or fear induced by Gu Chen's regal aura was uncertain. It was utterly breathtaking. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to our war god, who has achieved an impressive 30 consecutive victories and ascended to the rank of Golden Battle Soul. Let us celebrate his triumph. The arena erupted in thunderous applause, a veritable tsunami of sound. Amidst the cheers, someone shouted, "War God, take on 10, take on 10. Gu Chen stood upon the arena, a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the crowd with a sweeping glance, raising his hand to silence the calls. "Host, did you hear that? Bring me 10 more." A profound silence enveloped the venue. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as the audience simply jested with Gu Chen, never imagining he would genuinely challenge 10 golden dough souls. Could it be that he truly possessed the prowess to confront them? By now, no one dared to question Gu Chen's strength, for to do so would invite humiliation. They were intimidated when one individual consistently overpowers opponent after opponent. An indelible impression of invincibility takes root in the minds of the spectators over time. Gu Chen aimed to leave such an impression in their hearts. He sought to cultivate the path of invincibility. To illuminate all things with one's heart undoubtedly represents the swiftest method of cultivation, as humanity reigns supreme over all creation. The invincible belief reflected in the hearts of people allows Gu Chen to absorb these thoughts, propelling him more rapidly along the path to invincibility. The host felt a sense of awkwardness, apologizing to the war god. "Mr. War God, you are the second to advance to the level of a golden soul. Well then, I suppose that concludes today's proceedings." Just as Gu Chen was preparing to leave the stage, he was called back by someone. Gu Chen turned back to catch sight of 2 charming young ladies. Instantly, he recognized them, Meng Yiran and Chu Yinqi. "Ladies, do you require my assistance?" Gu Chen inquired with a calm confidence in his disguise. "Mr. War God, have we met somewhere before?" Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Had his disguise been exposed? It shouldn't be possible. He had honed this skill since childhood. Even a soul saint or a soul Douluo might not discern it. How could this mere soul master girl see through him? It seemed unlikely. Gu Chen feigned an expression of confusion. "Have you forgotten? At St. Heartlake, you saved us. Although you wore a mask, a person's aura remains unchanged. I am certain you are the one who assisted us that day." "Well, all right, it was indeed me. However, it was merely a trifling act. To you, it may have been a simple gesture, but to us, it was a life-saving grace. We have long sought an opportunity to repay you, yet until now, we had not found one. Today, we fortuitously encountered you and wonder if you would graciously allow us to treat you to a meal, providing us a chance to express our gratitude." Meng Yiran, being a refined lady from a prestigious family, spoke with such courtesy that Gu Chen was greatly impressed. She was both knowledgeable and cultured. "Well, I happen to be free this afternoon. Thank you, miss. Shall we depart now?" "Not just yet. Please provide me with an address. I assure you I will arrive before noon." "Very well, let us meet at the Xiaoming Hotel. My name is Meng Yiran. Just mention my name at the front desk upon your arrival." "Understood." The Xiaoming Hotel was also owned by the Yi family, serving as their exclusive establishment for distinguished families and their offspring. Upon arriving at the hotel, Gu Chen mentioned Meng Yiran's name, and a staff member politely instructed him, "Sir, please follow me." They began to ascend to the 2nd floor when suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from behind them. "Stop right there." As Gu Chen glanced over, he beheld an avalanche of striking red-brown hair, its owner arrogantly gazing at him with nostrils flared. Beside him stood another man, bearing a resemblance to him, yet exuding an aura of refinement and tranquility. His short white hair and a resplendent attire of red and white, complemented by pristine gloves, imparted an ethereal quality. "What brings you here?" Gu Chen inquired. "Where we went is of no concern to you, is it?" came the retort. "Is it truly of no concern to me?" The avalanche scoffed, while the man in white maintained a facade of calm, though his curiosity smoldered within. He was aware of Yi Linglong's affection for Gu Chen. Yet the nature of their encounter that day remained a mystery. Most likely something indescribable had transpired. The thought of Yi Linglong's recent graceful and voluptuous transformation, coupled with her rapid ascension in strength, led to an involuntary blush creeping onto the man's face. Chapter 68. The appointment in response to the avalanche's mindless interrogation. Gu Chen found no inclination to engage or the time to do so. Turning to the waiter, He commanded, "Please, continue leading the way. You halt right there. You cannot leave before I finish speaking." The avalanche obstructed their path, stepping in front of Gu Chen. A good dog does not block the way. Step aside. Gu Chen emanated an imposing aura, forcing the avalanche to retreat several paces. "You have actually broken through to Soul Master," the avalanche exclaimed in utter astonishment. "Of course. It is worth noting that I reached level 33 only after countless resources and guidance from esteemed mentors." Gu Chen appeared to be several years younger than himself, and he did not exhibit the traits of a child from a wealthy family. He was merely handsome. How could he have cultivated his skills so rapidly? Shuebong cast a desperate glance towards the man in white, who merely smiled faintly, seemingly devoid of any intention to intervene. He exuded an air of detachment, as if the matter were of no concern to him. Shuebong ceased to speak, judging by the imposing aura that Gu Chen had just emanated. It was evident that without the assistance of the man in white, he stood no chance of prevailing. However, the man in white clearly had no intention of offering help. Resigned, he could only clutch his chest and utter a fierce retort, "You'd better wait for me," before slinking back to the side of the man in white. After Gu Chen walked away, Shuebong, slightly irritated, questioned the man in white. "Brother, that person was exceedingly arrogant. He showed no regard for our royal dignity. Why did you not intervene to teach him a lesson?" "Umph." The man in white scoffed softly, responding coolly, "Why should I intervene? As the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire, if I cannot overpower a mere commoner, how can I justify my actions? Moreover, did he truly say anything wrong? His relationship with Yi Linglong has nothing to do with you. Brother, Linglong is the woman I have set my sights on. How can I allow others to lay claim to her? If it weren't for you forbidding me from bringing guards today, I would have certainly instructed them to beat him to a pulp." "Ah," the man in white sighed. "Do you not already have a fiancée, Lu Ruyan, with whom you were about to wed? Why persist in your obsession with Yi Linglong? That voluptuous woman, indeed, I have a betrothal with her. But she insists that I marry her before granting me her first night. She forbids me from seeking anyone else, or else." Shuebing gestured with a scissor hand. "Such incompetence. Can't you think of another approach? Once in bed, won't it be as you say?" The man in white looked at his younger brother with exasperation, clenching and unclenching his fist in frustration. "Enough about him for now. Senior Dugabo will surely arrive shortly. Let us proceed to the private room and await his arrival." With that, the man in white ascended the stairs. "Indeed." Shuebing nodded and quickly followed suit. Gu Chen was escorted into a room on the second floor, facing east. Upon entering, he found Meng Yiran and Chu Yinchi engaged in a lively conversation. As soon as they noticed Gu Chen's arrival, both rose with cheerful expressions to greet him. "Sir, you have arrived. Please come and take a seat." Meng Yiran warmly welcomed him. "Hello, sir." Chu Yinchi chimed in with a smile, discreetly signaling to the waiter to leave. The waiter quietly closed the door and descended the stairs. Gu Chen approached Meng Yiran and took a seat beside her. Meng Yiran had changed into a dark green snakeskin miniskirt, accentuating her figure exquisitely. "Young master, may I inquire your name?" "No need for formality. I am Gu Chen." "What? You share the name Gu Chen as well?" Both Meng Yiran and Chu Yinchi exclaimed in unison. "Oh, are you two acquainted with me?" The two ladies shook their heads, not personally. "But your name is identical to that of the young master of the Gu family we assisted a few days ago in Notting City." "Ah, how fortuitous. Perhaps this is destiny." Gu Chen chuckled lightly. Indeed, it must be fate. I am curious about your culinary preferences, young Master Gu. I have ordered a few dishes at random. Please peruse this menu, and feel free to select anything that piques your interest," Meng Yiran offered, handing over a blue menu with golden edges. "No need. This is sufficient. With two such enchanting beauties before me, I would find joy in any meal." Gu Chen replied with a warm smile. "You possess a delightful sense of humor, young Master Gu. If we were to offer ourselves to you, would you forego your meal today?" Meng Yiran teased playfully. Chu Yinchi tugged at her neckline, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, while Meng Yiran leaned slightly, showcasing her alluring curves. Gu Chen could not help but swallow hard, inwardly cursing the two enchanting women. "We regarded you as friends. Yet you dare to entertain such thoughts about me. It is utterly outrageous. Ha. Nevertheless, one must eat, for without sustenance, how would I possess the strength to indulge you?" Meng Yiran and Chu Yinchi had chosen a cozy, warm-toned private room, and with the subtle flirtation in their exchanges, the atmosphere gradually became enchanting. Initially, Meng Yiran intended to express her gratitude to Gu Chen in a simple manner, but was dissuaded by Chu Yinchi. "Miss, this Gu gentleman is a paragon among men, blessed with exceptional talent, striking good looks, and he has even saved our lives. Why not seize this opportunity to win him over? But I already have someone I admire, This feels inappropriate, does it not? Although she voiced her reluctance. Her mind was already conjuring fantasies of a passionate encounter with Gu Chen. Miss, you're mistaken. That Tang San cannot even begin to compare. Not only is he unattractive, but he is also lacking in strength. I've heard he has a penchant for the brothel. What of Tang San's abilities? Meng Yuran inquired. Confusion etched on her face as she looked at Chu Yanxi. Yanxi, we cannot disparage someone merely for their background. In comparison to Gu Chen, he is utterly inferior. Can he vanquish 10 opponents at once? Can he achieve 30 consecutive victories in less than half an hour? Very well. It does seem he is indeed rather weak. What do you suggest I do? Miss, you ought to change into a different outfit. Your dress should be shorter. Men adore that tantalizing sense of allure. You must leave them wanting more, and the room should be adorned in warm tones. When conversing, you should be more relaxed. The dishes you serve should predominantly feature nourishing ingredients like leeks, oysters, okra, and lamb. I shall assist you from the sidelines. Even if you do not win him over today, time is on your side. He will not escape your grasp in the future. All right, Yanxi, I shall heed your advice. To her surprise, she indeed followed Chu Yanxi's suggestion and playfully teased Gu Chen a bit. The fellow took the bait, yet it left him feeling somewhat unamused. Exchanging glances with Chu Yanxi, she winked to signal her to remain composed, and with a smile, she addressed Gu Chen, Gu gentleman. Engaging in a double flight requires both skill and resources. Tell me, what is your combat talent like, Gu gentleman? Gu Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed, as if she could discern Chu Yanxi's thoughts. With a faint smile, she remarked, I was merely jesting. I already have someone I cherish. How could I indulge in one dish while casting glances at another? Ah, Meng Yuran exclaimed in surprise. I never imagined that young Master Gu had already found his heart's desire. I wonder which fortunate maiden has the privilege of accompanying him? Let us speak of that another time. We have only just confirmed our relationship, and I am uncertain of how it will ultimately unfold. The implication lingered. There remains a chance for you. As long as you wield your charm skillfully, no wall is insurmountable. Chapter 69. One dragon and 2 phoenixes. So. It seems my sister still has a chance, Meng Yuran declared, puffing out her ample bosom as she approached and linked her arm with Gu Chen's. Imparting a physical law, friction generates heat. Who knows? After all, I possess considerable self-discipline, making it easy for me to remain unperturbed, Gu Chen mused. Surveying Meng Yuran like a picturesque scene from the snowy mountains, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. My sister does not believe me. With that, Meng Yuran pulled Gu Chen onto a chair with a backrest, mounted her with grace, and wrapped her arms around Gu Chen's neck. Beginning to sway her supple waist like a water snake, gazed at the enchanting figure before him, his large hand gliding over her smooth, slender waist and curvaceous hips. When it came to Gu Chen's playful allure of temptation, he had never known fear. With each passing moment, their breaths grew heavier. Meng Yuran, panting, teased, little Gu Chen. It seems you are not as composed as you claimed to be earlier. Still attempting to spar with your elder sister. Gu Chen licked his parched lips and chuckled. I concede defeat. Your charm is simply irresistible. Haha. Losing entails accepting the consequences, so you must drink this glass of wine. Gu Chen cast a glance at the slightly murky red wine, a charming smile gracing his lips. Very well. He took the glass and drained it in one swift motion. The fiery liquor coursed through him, igniting a warmth in his lower abdomen. Unconsciously, Gu Chen began to feel a flush enveloping his body, his lips parched. His gaze towards Meng Yuran transformed, brimming with unabashed desire. Clad in a short skirt, Meng Yuran sensed the shift in Gu Chen and felt increasingly uneasy under the weight of his predatory stare. Miss Meng, you initiated this flirtation. So do not blame me if I decide to conquer the world. With the atmosphere charged to such an extent, Chu Yanxi intended to discreetly make her exit, only to be halted by Gu Chen's grip on her arm. Stay with us. My lord, it is sufficient for the young lady to accompany you. I, as a mere servant, am hardly worthy of serving you. Is that so? Humph. Gu Chen scoffed. Without further ado, he pulled Chu Yanxi into his embrace. What if I insist? Chu Yanxi found herself at a loss for words. The idea had originated from her, and it was evident that Gu Chen was deeply infatuated, yearning for a dalliance with both women. If she were to refuse, it would be tantamount to pushing the young lady into peril, risking that he might unleash his pinned-up wrath upon her. That would mean she would have indirectly harmed the young lady. Gritting her teeth, Chu Yanxi resolved to make the ultimate sacrifice. Gu Chen had actually known from the very beginning what had been added to the red wine. Yet he was taken aback that the two simpletons had poured in 5 times the amount. If it were solely to harm Meng Yuran, she would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Having spent considerable time with them in Longxi Valley, he had gleaned some understanding of Meng Yuran and Chu Yanxi's personalities. Meng Ran was carefree and boisterous. Such a foolish idea was hardly one she would conceive. In contrast, although Chu Yinqi was slightly younger than Meng Ran, her wits were exceptionally sharp, and it was most likely she who had devised this ill-fated plan. Given the nature of this misguided scheme, he thought, I apologize, but prepare to face my chastisement. In truth, Gu Chen could have concocted a means to temporarily suppress the poison using his golden silver needle martial spirit and then sought a place to vent his frustrations. However, he was reluctant to do so. For one, Meng Ran had saved him and thus held his gratitude. For another, Chu Yinqi had taken meticulous care of him, which had stirred his emotions. Furthermore, after engaging in profound discussions with Linglong and Xiao Wu, he discovered that his unique constitution seemed capable of assisting others and enhancing their strength. He resolved to embrace the consequences of this predicament. As a prestigious establishment, the Xiaoming Hotel attracted a multitude of noble patrons, undoubtedly due to its extraordinary features. Adjacent to the restaurant was an exceedingly spacious bedroom, boasting excellent soundproofing, with a bed so splendid that even an ordinary person dancing upon it would not produce a creaking sound. Yet today, this very bed emitted a lamentable groan under the weight of its burden. 8 hours later, under the attentive service of the two women, Gu Chen donned his attire, and astonishingly, his level surged to 46. This was quite extraordinary. During his interactions with Meng Ran, his level had only marginally increased to 40, while Meng Ran had made a remarkable leap to 40. Gu Chen was merely taken aback by Meng Ran's consistent excellence, yet when engaging with Chu Yinqi, he was utterly astonished. It was an unprecedented experience of sheer delight. It felt as though he had activated a cheat code, effortlessly breaking through one realm after another. Had it not been for his apprehension regarding the stability of his foundation, he harbored a premonition that he could at least ascend to the 48th level. If he were to release his inhibitions, he might even surpass the 50th level. Similarly, Chu Yinqi was equally astonished to discover that she was liberated from the shackles of the heavenly Tao, soaring upwards to achieve the rank of Soul King. This revelation instilled in her a flicker of gratitude towards the boorish young man who had so brazenly claimed her first experience. Without too much reluctance, Gu Chen departed from the group, eager to reunite with his companions. However, before doing so, he needed to make one more visit to the Star Doe forest to procure his 4th soul ring, which he chose from a 30,000-year-old Titan giant ape. The formidable strength of the Titan giant ape made it exceedingly challenging for even an average Soul King to hunt it. Upon discovering it, Gu Chen found a group of Soul Kings and Soul Emperors besieging an injured Titan demon ape. The ferocity of their attacks was unparalleled, with their destructive power extending over a distance of nearly 1,000 meters. Gu Chen, utilizing the chameleon's remarkable ability to blend into its surroundings, patiently observed the fierce battle from a distance, waiting for the moment when both adversaries would be left utterly exhausted and weakened. Gu Chen fused with the careful demon, momentarily elevating his strength to that of a Soul Emperor. He unleashed his martial soul abilities, Knight's Assassination, Ethereal Concealment, Savage Charge, and Twin Bulls Set Sail. With this combination of skills, he vanquished the Titan demon ape. Moreover, he summoned forth a level 56 Octopus Spirit, a level 56 Great Black Serpent Spirit, and a level 56 Enchanting Woman Spirit, driving away the wounded Soul Kings and Soul Emperors, while absorbing the Black Soul Ring dropped by the Titan demon ape. He acquired the skill Tremor of the Earth, which causes the ground within a 100-meter radius to tremble. Enemies struck within this area face a 20 chance of being silenced for 3 to 5 seconds. This probability and duration fluctuate according to the enemy's strength. The absorption of the Titan demon ape further augmented Gu Chen's power, propelling him directly to level 48. As he felt this surge of strength, an indescribable joy washed over him. He was catching up, truly catching up. He chuckled with delight. In the depths of his heart, Gu Chen muttered to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips. Reflecting upon this journey of ascension, he could not help but exclaim, indeed, there are shortcuts to be taken. Although he felt a sense of satisfaction, the wisdom gained from living 2 lives taught Gu Chen that a rapid surge in power could easily provoke envy and lead to hidden plots against him. As the progenitor of deception, he would never allow such occurrences. And until he found a means to fill the void left by the swallowing of the heavenly devil pearl's malevolent energy, he would bide his time. Yet, despite his intentions, trouble would inevitably come knocking. Just as he absorbed the soul ring and prepared to return to the Soto Great Spirit Arena to reunite with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, a sudden burst of laughter echoed behind him. Ha ha! What a small world! What a small world! Upon hearing the voice, Gu Chen slowly turned, a smile illuminating his face. Have we met before? We have not, but surely you have not forgotten the offense against Prince Avalanche? He is my closest friend. And to offend him is to offend me, Osro. Kneel and bow your head at once, and perhaps I may spare your life for the sake of the Almighty. Must we truly escalate matters to this extent? I bear no grudge against you, and my conflict with Avalanche was but a minor skirmish. Would it not be better to act as though we have never crossed paths? Ha ha. What right do you have to instruct me? Gu Chen found himself at a loss for words. How could this man grow so arrogant? Uncle Ao, please break his legs first and teach him what true decorum entails. Yes, young master. A formidable figure, a level 63 Soul Emperor, stepped forth. With a swift stroke, the blade silenced Osro, who clutched his throat in disbelief, muttering, "You lack martial ethics," and collapsed. Osro, rendered speechless, sat trembling on the ground, whispering to himself, "Impossible, this cannot be. There is nothing impossible. You too shall meet your end." With another swift strike, Osro was silenced once more, deprived of any chance to plead for mercy. Gu Chen detested those who bullied the weak and feared the strong, and he had no desire to allow him to linger a moment longer. After dealing with the two, Gu Chen and his companions discovered over 20,000 gold spirit coins in their pockets, along with various odds and ends. However, one item captured Gu Chen's attention, a weathered parchment made of sheepskin, strikingly similar in material to the one Xiao Jin had pilfered from Tang San. Gu Chen retrieved a parchment from the storage space, and an extraordinary scene unfolded. The two originally irregular pieces of parchment miraculously merged into a single new scroll. The newly formed parchment bore clear inscriptions, prominently displaying the words Kanglan Ancient Ruins, highlighted by a red circle indicating a specific location. The area encompassed by the Crimson Circle was none other than the Imperial Palace of the Tiando Empire. Gu Chen was equally perplexed as to why this location was marked. Could it be that the Heavenly Duel Palace was established atop an ancient battlefield? Once such a thought crossed his mind. An intense curiosity about the Heavenly Duel Palace enveloped him. It is worth noting that the ghost slave had mentioned that ancient battlefields were the most opportune places to replenish demonic energy. As the frequent bloodshed accumulated a substantial amount of resentment, which over time could easily manifest as demonic energy, he held no fondness for Shuibang. And given that the Heavenly Duel Palace was filled with formidable experts, recklessly venturing alone to investigate could lead to an unfortunate encounter with that unfortunate soul, Shuibang. He would merely be courting trouble. A confrontation with him would be the least of his concerns. If he inadvertently alerted the palace's elite, his quest to uncover the source of the demonic energy would become increasingly arduous. After carefully stowing away the parchment, Gu Chen decisively unleashed a great sun's true fire, incinerating the two corpses upon the ground. Only then did he stride purposefully toward the Soto Great Soul Arena. Upon his return to the Soto Great Soul Arena, despite wearing a mask, many recognized him instantly. They willingly cleared a path, chanting, "We're God, we're God, we're God." Gu Chen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. If he were not concerned about frightening the crowd, he would have relished the opportunity to display his prowess once more. He realized that not only could one accrue merit by assisting others, but one could also achieve a semblance of reverence, albeit to a much lesser extent. An individual could contribute merely 0.01 points of merit, and even with thousands, the total would only amount to 100 points. He pondered when he would next enter the dream realm. Perhaps it was better to refrain from attempting to enter. Master Lu Xiaoran had been in slumber for several days without awakening, indicating that entering the dream world was quite taxing for her. It would be prudent to focus on enhancing his own abilities, allowing him to repay her kindness in the future. Speaking of which, he had not ventured into the dream realm recently, and that particular area felt shrouded in mystery. He yearned to explore it further. There were countless desires he wished to fulfill, yet how many could truly be realized? We all strive to live and treat everyone with kindness. Gu Chen, over here. A sweet voice rang out, prompting Gu Chen to glance curiously at the person calling him. Who is this? Is she out of her mind? Can't she see I'm wearing a mask? Gu Chen's lips twitched in annoyance. Turning around, he found a strikingly beautiful girl smiling and waving at him. Who are you? I'm Huo Wu. Don't you remember me? Have we met? Gu Chen inquired with curiosity. Ah, you dare forget me? Take this. With a fiery punch enveloped in crimson flames, Huo Wu launched a blow toward Gu Chen. Such flamboyant displays, do you still dare to show off before me? Gu Chen seized Huo Wu's wrist, exerting force from his waist to gently pull her into his embrace. His right arm naturally encircled her delicate waist, pressing her graceful figure against his chest. Lowering his head to whisper coldly in her ear, he demanded, "Tell me, who sent you?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Huo Wu's large eyes, which glimmered with a faint silver light. She hurriedly shook her head, insisting, No one sent me. If you choose not to speak the truth, then do not blame me for being ruthless." Gu Chen raised his arm as if to strike. when suddenly a voice halted him. Gu Chen, wait a moment. Gu Chen's arm hung suspended in the air, his gaze directed with curiosity towards the newcomer. Yi. Is that you? Indeed, it is I. What is the meaning of this? Gu Chen, my junior, you replied. Huo Wu is a dear friend of mine. She has heard of your remarkable prowess and wishes to make your acquaintance. I merely jested moments ago. I hope you do not take it to heart. Gu Chen chuckled awkwardly, releasing Huo Wu. If the stunning beauty wishes to know me, she need only speak up. Did you realize how perilous your earlier actions were? Perilous? I found your embrace quite reassuring. This felt like being taken advantage of. All right, I won't tease you any further. We indeed have matters to discuss regarding Shrek Academy, and our fortuitous encounter allows for a bit of jest. Please don't take offense. I noticed they were calling you the God of War. It seems you have quite the following. Would you care to compete with me in the next match? I want to employ my fourth soul skill. Huo Wu's tone naturally exuded a sense of pride, despite being a few years younger than Gu Chen. Her penchant for rivalry was undeniable, igniting her desire to challenge him. Is that really appropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. I shall show you some leniency. Very well. Gu Chen expressed his concern, fearing that you might weep in defeat. It seems there was a misunderstanding. Huo Wu and Gu Chen each proceeded to the registration hall to enroll, and their match was scheduled to take place in an hour. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and others also concluded their soul fights, undoubtedly achieving victory in their team competitions, with each individual accumulating approximately 100 points and personal scores. Radiant smiles adorned every face. In Soto City, at the Soto Great Soul Arena, over 30,000 spectators gathered today. On the arena stage, Huo Wu beamed at Gu Chen, saying, Dear brother, if you wish to triumph over me, I advise you to abandon that notion. Gu Chen's face was etched with bitterness and helplessness as he declared, Now that I stand upon this stage, it is certainly not to face defeat. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. In response, Huo Wu burst into laughter. The power I possess is not something that a mere soul master can contend with, whether or not it can be matched. We shall only know after we engage in battle. Sister Huo Wu, please. There is no rush. Let us begin with some warm-up exercises. Come, 1, 2, 3. Twist the waist, 4. Shake the hips. Gu Chen was somewhat speechless. The fire dance had truly exerted herself. Having accepted an official fee of 2,000 gold coins for a pre-battle performance, Gu Chen also accepted, receiving 1,000. This exemplifies the disparity in treatment between genders. Chapter 71. The interaction with Huo Wu. On stage, the two exchanged fierce words, while the audience below erupted in a chorus of astonishment. What is happening? It has been half an hour. Will they continue to fight or not? Just as everyone was growing increasingly restless, their patience wearing thin, and their hair turning gray. With teeth scattered across the ground, Huo Wu finally made her move. Like a fierce tiger and as agile as a cunning rabbit, her fiery figure surged forth, carrying an overwhelming aura of authority, charging directly towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen's eyes flickered momentarily as his feet made contact with the ground, his form gliding like a specter. A golden light illuminated his arms as he pivoted, launching himself toward his opponent. How shameless! Huo Wu hissed softly, her aura erupting as 2 golden and 1 purple soul rings ignited around her. In a desperate attempt to evade the impending strike, she executed a perfect 180-degree spin. Yet little did she anticipate that Gu Chen seemed to have foreseen her every move. As their bodies brushed past each other, he abruptly halted, pivoting his body 90 degrees. And his solid shoulder collided forcefully with Huo Wu's left chest, sending her flying several meters away. A chorus of howls erupted from the audience below. Huo Wu, feeling the sting of the impact despite her best efforts to evade, found her speed still lagging behind Gu Chen's prowess. Her proud chest throbbed with pain from the collision. Overwhelmed by a mix of shame and fury, she unleashed her first soul skill, Fire Shadow Pursuit, drastically enhancing her speed and strength. A fiery crimson silhouette mirrored her movements as Huo Wu leapt into the air, raising her right leg high, the fiery figure mimicking her every action. With a powerful downward strike reminiscent of the legendary Huashan, she cleaved through the air, leaving a brilliant trail of red flames aimed directly at Gu Chen. Gu Chen crossed his arms, golden light emanating from his limbs, absorbing the force of the blow with unwavering strength. A resounding crash echoed, causing the arena's ground to tremble slightly. The powerful strike from Huo Wu was firmly met by Gu Chen, not one to linger in battle. Huo Wu had anticipated that her strike would not be sufficient to topple him. With a thrust of her calves, she utilized the rebound force to execute a flawless backflip in mid-air, landing gracefully. Impressive. The physique of this young man is remarkably robust. Huo Wu, your figure is equally striking, quite substantial. With a playful retort, she launched a spinning kick, her left leg raised to a 90-degree angle. rotating counterclockwise as she aimed at Gu Chen. Gu Chen activated his second martial soul skill, Dark Night Devouring Heaven, summoning 3 spheres of black light that obscured the sky. Here it comes. Here it comes. Below the arena, Gu Chen's fervent admirers erupted in deafening cheers. Oh my, where are you touching? A woman's scream pierced the night, prompting a chorus of howls from the crowd of admirers below, while the woman's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Let go of me. You really shouldn't touch there. Ah, that tickles. A wave of murmurs swept through the audience. Everyone gazed eagerly at the stage, yearning to comprehend the unfolding events. At last, the effect of Dark Night Devouring Heaven concluded, and Huo Wu's fiery figure was pressed closely against Gu Chen's strong frame. Her cheeks were flushed, and she trembled slightly, too shy to raise her gaze. So it turns out your sensitive spot is on your feet. Gu Chen whispered teasingly in her ear, steadying Huo Wu. Huo Wu, having succumbed to her embarrassment, lowered her head, covering her face as she hurried off the stage. A collective sigh of intrigue resonated from the audience below. Well, that concludes today's match. I believe many of you now know my name, and I shall not keep it hidden any longer. Indeed, I am Gu Chen, the newly recruited disciple of Shrek Academy. And I welcome young talents to approach me for discussions. Gu Chen, Gu Chen. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Gu Chen descended from the stage, immediately surrounded by admirers. Gu Chen, I'm your fan. Could you please sign this for me? A petite girl in a pink dress squeezed to the front of the crowd, holding a small pink notebook and a pen. Certainly, Gu Chen replied with a smile. Taking the paper and pen, with swift strokes, he inscribed his name, a blend of vigor and grace, onto the page. The little girl beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Oh yay! I got the signature of the Great One." Countless others clamored for his autograph, and with limited time, Gu Chen could only accommodate a fraction of them. In a shadowy corner of Soto Great Soul Arena, Tang San and Daimubai, masked and envious, observed Gu Chen's display. Daimubai, did you manage to arrange a meeting with your cousin? Seeing Gu Chen's arrogant demeanor, I feel compelled to confront him. I wonder where Liena and Vivian have vanished to. My pent-up frustration is nearing its limit. I'm asking you a question. Why are you looking down? What did your cousin say? Speak up. Daimubai hesitated, saying softly, I went to see her, but she kicked me out, claiming I was too ugly for her to bother with. What? Say that again. Calm down, third young master. It was her who said it, not me. What else did she say? Did you mention that if she serves me well, I will ensure she reaches the rank of Soul King within a year? I did. But she said even if you promised her Soul Sage or even title Douluo, she wouldn't give you a second glance. She said she is a beauty enthusiast and has no interest in those who are unattractive. What did you just say? Daimubai gritted his teeth. It's not my words. Daimubai protested, feeling wronged. All right, tonight I shall infiltrate the Nolan residence, pin her down, and inquire whether I am impressive enough. Third young master is formidable. Daimubai immediately flattered him. Humph. Men should be bold and take action. When I say I will, I shall. Tonight. I want her to call me daddy. Daimubai's mouth twitched, thinking about how he was panting despite the situation. Gu Chen navigated through the bustling crowd and entered the private room, where he found Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Yilong Lang, Huo Wu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun gathered. Huo Wu lowered her head, unable to meet Gu Chen's gaze, while Xiao Wu rushed to Gu Chen's side, wrapping her arm around his, claiming her territory. Gu Chen, you've returned. I never expected you to defeat Huo Wu. Xiao Wu exclaimed playfully, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Ha. Huo Wu let me win. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance. Gu Chen replied with a light chuckle. Losing is just losing. I'm not someone who can't take a loss. But next time, I will definitely not lose to you. Eh? Gu Chen smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying her words. Gu Chen, Huo Wu just told us that she has a purpose for coming to find us. The Blaze Academy wants to host a genius exchange meeting, inviting elite disciples from various academies to participate, Xiao Wu continued. Rongrong and I think it's a great idea. And we're planning to go see it. What do you think? Would you like to join us? Where is it being held? This exchange meeting is organized by Prince Shui Qinghe, and the venue will be at the palace, Huo Wu interjected, her gaze on Gu Chen filled with an inexplicable anticipation. All right, since both senior sisters and brothers are going, I shall join as well, Gu Chen agreed. Excellent. I shall await your esteemed presence, Huo Wu said with a smile. Yes. Chapter 72. A night visit to the Nolan residence, Tang San in distress after parting ways with Gu Chen and Xiao Wu. Yilang Lang intimately grasped Huo Wu's arm and asked with a smile, Huo Wu, did you manage to glean anything about Gu Chen? Nothing at all. He is simply too formidable, without any flaws. It feels as if my heart has been captured by him. Whenever I see him, My mind is filled with those embarrassing thoughts. Oh dear, how mortifying. Huo Wu lamented, her cheeks flushed with color. This scoundrel is insufferable. He must possess some enchantment. I must inform Xiao Wu to keep her distance from him. Don't be so harsh, Lang Lang. We cannot blame him entirely. Perhaps it is simply my own springtime that has arrived. Huo Wu defended instinctively, her mind a flurry. Huo Wu, why are you speaking up for him? You haven't even been touched by Big Brother Feng, have you? How can you let him off so easily? Yi Lang Lang exclaimed, her expression one of indignation. Not understanding why she was so antagonistic towards Gu Chen, though I find him undeniably handsome and have fantasized about romantic scenarios with him. I can't help but feel the urge to berate him. With fists and feet, he is unaware of my sensitivities. I do not blame him. For the first time, the fiery Huo Wu found herself justifying another after feeling wronged. Huo Wu, why are you still defending him? You have never even been touched by Brother Feng, right? How can you let him off so easily? Just wait. Isn't he supposed to attend the elite genius gathering in a few days? I will find some beauties to test him and see if he truly is a gentleman. Fine, I shall also retreat to closed-door training upon returning. Next time we meet, I will surely defeat him, Huo Wu proclaimed, though her heart anticipated their next encounter, recalling the delightful sensations he evoked. Yes, I believe in you, Huo Wu. You will surely succeed. Yi Lang Lang encouraged, though inwardly she thought, Huo Wu, you likely won't have the chance. By the time you see him again, he could have reached an entirely new realm. As night fell in Notting City, at the Nolan residence, Tang San utilized the purple extreme magic to survey the terrain. Confirming the absence of any formidable guards, he stealthily infiltrated the courtyard where Nolan Jia resided. From a distance, through his magical vision, Tang San clearly observed a stunning woman in a flowing red dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, engrossed in a book. Her beauty was ethereal, captivating the heart of anyone who beheld her. Tang San felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward, to claim this seemingly pure and innocent maiden for himself, and to indulge in 100 lashes of delight. Uncertain if it was intentional or coincidental, as Tang San engaged in his fanciful thoughts, the enchanting woman suddenly closed her book and murmured, "Those who cannot learn from history have no future." Tang San's heart jolted. Such wisdom resonated deeply. But why did it seem as though her words were directed at him? Had he been discovered? Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. That is impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am too far from her. Even if she possesses the perceptive abilities of a soul king, it should not reach this distance. Unless she is not human. It must be mere coincidence. He rationalized, regaining his composure and stealthily approaching, utilizing a large tree as cover. Nolan Jia, engrossed in her reading, suddenly cast a glance towards the door, a smirk gracing her lips, imbued with a hint of mockery. Indeed, a cowardly little mouse, cowering like a reptile. Ice domain. Nolan Jia quietly unleashed an invisible ice domain. Within a 200-meter radius, the temperature plummeted abruptly, and Tang San suddenly felt engulfed by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. It felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. A bone-chilling cold that made him shiver uncontrollably. He realized he had severely underestimated Nolan Jia's strength. She was not the carefree and naive person Dai Mubai had described. Cowardly mouse, will you not reveal yourself? A chilling voice resonated from all directions. The voice was soft yet seemed capable of penetrating stone and resonating within the soul. Such formidable soul power could indeed pierce through rock and influence the minds of others. Tang San felt a jolt of alarm, realizing he had likely been exposed. And he instinctively chose to flee. Just as he prepared to unleash his flying heaven divine claw, the frigid voice echoed once more. Since you are here, will you not sit a while before leaving? If you believe your speed can surpass a phoenix, then do give it a try. Tang San was struck dumb. He had been overly presumptuous. The Ice Phoenix martial spirit was a top-tier combat spirit. Although its freezing abilities were not as potent against him as fire, it still surpassed ordinary spirits in both single-target and area attacks. Tang San activated his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, readying himself for a surprise attack on Nolan Jia. Do you intend to ambush me? I have long anticipated your arrival. How could I not prepare? Come forth. As her words fell, figures surged into the air, surrounding Tang San. Shadows darted across the ground, multiplying in number. Tang San felt a surge of panic. It felt as though he had not come to gather flowers, but rather to deliver his own head. He was ensnared in a trap, though he felt frantic. His expression remained unchanged as his mind raced to devise an escape plan. Yet, he was merely a soul master of over 40 levels, surrounded by soul emperors and soul saints. Where could he possibly flee? Even facing a group of soul saints would be overwhelming. Despite his commendable talent allowing him to challenge those of higher levels, and though he possessed various hidden weapons capable of dealing with soul saints, They would only suffice against one or two, and only if he could ambush them first. At that moment, regret consumed Tang San for not bringing Du Gubo along. Otherwise, these individuals would have been no match for him. However, considering his purpose for being here, to disrupt Nolanjia, he knew it was best for as few people as possible to be aware of it. And bringing an onlooker would be utterly foolish. Realizing his escape was futile, Tang San abandoned the thought of running. Since the adversary did not issue an immediate order for my execution, it suggests that I may still possess some value for their purposes, providing me with an opportunity to maneuver. Let us first ascertain their intentions. Tang San raised his hands above his head and stepped out from behind the great tree. Fair maiden, do not take action. I surrender. I should not have had the audacity to covet your beauty and sneak a glance. I, Tang San, am willing to accept any punishment. Humph. You, a cowardly wretch, dare to covet my beauty? You are utterly deluded. Speak. Who sent you? What is your true purpose? Nolanjia inquired coldly. She was well aware of Tang San's intentions and could surmise who had informed him of her whereabouts. However, Gu Chen had instructed her to leave a survivor when they parted, promising to decide upon his return. Thus, she suppressed her murderous impulse for the moment, eager to discern Tang San's ulterior motives. Damu Bai, my esteemed cousin, when next we meet, I shall surely express my gratitude. Nolanjia thought to herself, her demeanor as frigid as a glacier. Perceiving the shift in her expression, Tang San feared she had resolved to kill him and hurriedly exclaimed, Do not act rashly, maiden. No one sent me. I merely admire you and came to see you secretly, harboring no ulterior motives. Nonsense. You refuse to speak the truth, do you? Then I shall present you with two options, sever your own tendons or become a neuter. Choose wisely, Nolanjia replied icily. Chapter 73. Tang San's resolve. Sensing the temperature drop once more, Tang San realized that Nolanjia's patience had reached its limit. With no other options, he resorted to dragging someone else into the fray. It is the master. He said you possess the Ice Phoenix martial spirit and that we could fuse our martial spirits when I break through to level 50, which would enhance the quality of my martial spirit. Is the master to whom you refer the esteemed elder of the martial spirit hall, Yu Xiaojang? Indeed. Very well. Since you are not the mastermind, I shall spare your life today. However, you will be detained for a time until I can verify the truth of your claims before making a final decision. Understood. I shall abide by your arrangements. Compared to sneaking attacks and hidden weapons, Tang San excelled in patience. He believed that as long as he survived, assistance would surely come. Upon discovering his disappearance, Damu Bai, Tai Long, and Tai Nuo would undoubtedly seek ways to find him. Although the master lacked significant strength, his connections were formidable, and he would certainly find a way to rescue him. Thus, Tang San voluntarily sealed his soul power, resigning himself to a concealed dungeon. Meanwhile, Gu Chen experienced several battles within a single day, and his realm showed signs of an impending breakthrough. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu eagerly pulled Gu Chen into her room. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she smiled sweetly. Gu Chen, you must be utterly exhausted after such a busy day, right? Not too bad, Gu Chen replied, scrutinizing Xiao Wu with suspicion, sensing that she harbored some secret. Have a seat. Let me give your shoulders a massage. Xiao Wu, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Gu Chen felt slightly uncomfortable with Xiao Wu's unexpected tenderness and thought it best to clarify matters. Oh, why do you still call me senior? Just call me Xiao Wu. Please sit. I have something to tell you. All right. Gu Chen sat down as Xiao Wu gently massaged his shoulders. Gu Chen, would you like to see the new skill I have just acquired? Gu Chen's heart sank with a thud, realizing something was amiss. He resolutely shook his head. So be it. Let that senior sister indulge you. With that, he seized Gu Chen's arm and bit down fiercely. A piercing pain radiated from Gu Chen's arm, causing his soul power to plummet rapidly, dropping from level 48 to level 42 in mere seconds. Accompanying this was an overwhelming sense of dizziness, making his head spin and compelling him to succumb to sleep immediately. After a moment of speechlessness, Gu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing new soul skill possessed by Xiao Wu. If engaged in battle, the second skill could enchant the enemy, followed by the activation of the fifth skill, allowing her to bite the foe, thereby directly diminishing their levels and stunning them. How could one not submit to such prowess? This skill could indeed be deemed extraordinary, albeit it was somewhat taxing. Gu Chen was dazed for nearly a minute before regaining clarity, his soul power gradually restoring. It is worth noting that Gu Chen practiced the Xuanqing technique, endowing him with a concentration and mental fortitude far beyond the ordinary. If even he succumbed to a minute of dizziness, one can only imagine how long it would take for others to recover. Within that minute, even a defensive soul master could be left severely weakened. Xiao Wu, Why did you suddenly bite me? Because I wish to give you my first time. At this, Gu Chen's resentment dissipated significantly. He turned and embraced Xiao Wu, gently stroking her scorpion braid, and with a hint of concern, he inquired, Xiao Wu, does every attack require you to rush in and bite your opponent to weaken them? Not necessarily. The first person I willingly bite will take notice of my soul mark. Inheriting half of my soul skills martial spirit characteristics for 3 days. When you attack an enemy whose level does not exceed yours by more than 10, there is a 50% chance to reduce their level by 3 and stun them for 1 to 2 minutes. If you strive to enhance your strength and protect me, I won't need to bite anyone anymore. Xiao Wu replied with a playful smile. Gu Chen affectionately pinched her little nose and gently said, rest assured. If anyone dares to bully my wife, I shall be the one to bite back. How annoying. Who is your wife? She retorted. Hee. Don't you wish to be my wife? It seems I shall be single for life. Pot shameless. If you could remain single, I would stand on my head. What do you mean stand on your head? I would dance while doing so. Haha. Observing Xiao Wu's adorable demeanor, Gu Chen could not help but smile knowingly. While Xiao Wu pouted and ignored him, time swiftly passed, and 3 days had gone by in tranquility. During this period, everyone diligently practiced their skills, and Gu Chen's cultivation naturally progressed to the 49th level. He was just 1 level away from reaching the 50th, at which point he could obtain his 5th spirit ring. The speed of his advancement was indeed remarkable. Fortunately, he had kept his true strength hidden and apart from a few close companions. No one was aware of his actual prowess. The absence of Tang San for 3 consecutive days had drawn the attention of Master and others. After persistent inquiries from the Master, Dai Mubai could no longer withhold the whereabouts of Tang San. Little San, he may have been captured by Nuo Lanjia. What happened? Mubai, please explain. The Master asked anxiously. Well, it all started when Little San first mentioned Nuo Lanjia. Dai Mubai recounted to the Master. The Master cursed under his breath. Little San, you fool. Do not disclose this matter to anyone until I return. Understood, Dai Mubai nodded gravely. He was aware that both Hu Xiaojiang and Tang San were proud individuals, and this matter must not be spoken of carelessly. Once Hu Xiaojiang departed, Dai Mubai, who had initially appeared worried, instantly donned a gloomy expression. He incessantly cursed Tang San in his heart for ruining his relationship with Nuo Lanjia. He understood that his cousin, while seemingly carefree, was actually quite perceptive and would certainly suspect that he had betrayed her. He contemplated whether he should return to the Xing Luo Empire to mitigate the situation. With such thoughts, he resolved to take action. But first, he needed to bring someone along. That night, beneath the luminous full moon, Zhu Zhuqing, unable to sleep in the Shrek female dormitory, sat up after much internal struggle. She donned high heels and a sexy black lace outfit, checking her reflection in the mirror to ensure her makeup was flawless before stepping out of her room. Just as she exited, the door of the adjacent room opened, revealing Ning Rongrong in a blue dress, who looked at Zhu Zhuqing with an indescribable feeling swelling within her. She had a hunch about what Zhu Zhuqing intended to do and understood what might unfold next. Recently, she had felt that Gu Chen was deliberately avoiding her, as even their encounters were marked by excessive politeness, which left her feeling somewhat disoriented. She pondered whether she had inadvertently offended Gu Chen or if some misunderstanding had occurred. Chapter 75. Ning Rongrong's concerns. The uncertainty gnawed at Ning Rongrong, leaving her restless. Despite her privileged background, she often felt a profound sense of loneliness. Surrounded by the affection of her father Ning Fengxi, the sword Douluo, and the bone Douluo, along with a host of protective brothers, she still sensed a void within her. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, she had believed she would find the missing piece in the form of friendship. However, today she realized her mistake. What she lacked most was courage, the courage to face failure. If she could let go of everything and stop wavering between Gu Chen and Oscar, perhaps she would feel a little better. She was aware that Oscar held feelings for her, and her indifference had gradually transformed into a sense of appreciation upon witnessing his efforts on her behalf. Eventually, she began to accept him. She presumed she ought to like Oscar, yet suddenly, a figure intruded upon her life. Initially, he appeared unremarkable, a clean-cut young man. However, as she got to know him, she discovered a mischievous side, which, despite its annoyance, was somewhat charming due to his good looks. As their acquaintance deepened, she realized he was not only cheeky but also rather smooth-tongued, unwilling to concede even the slightest defeat, yet somehow, she found it impossible to resent him. Rather, his antics added a delightful unpredictability to her life. Later, she learned of his near-fatal injuries while rescuing someone at the Sacred Heart Lake, which sparked concern within her. When she next saw him, he had teamed up with Xiao Wu and others to save a group of spirit kings from the Soto royal tomb, earning him considerable renown. At that moment, she perceived a glow about him. Unconsciously, her heart began to lean toward him. Watching him playfully interact with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu filled her with a twinge of jealousy. She found herself eavesdropping on his conversations with other beautiful girls, desperate to discern their discussions. Increasingly, she dreaded encounters with Oscar, fearing she would hurt him. Oscar was a good person, while she considered herself a flawed individual. They seemed mismatched. She believed the true villain was not others but herself. If Gu Chen was a scoundrel, he was an overt one. He drew them in, yet expected responsibility without accountability. His transgressions were frustratingly indefensible, as he had never initiated any of it. What reason could she provide for his rejection? Meanwhile, she found herself caught between genuine affection for one person and an inability to let go of another, concocting various justifications to endure her self-imposed misery. Yet, she truly wished to cause no harm to anyone. Ning Rongrong, engulfed in her turmoil, opened and closed her door at least 10 times, stepping out only to retreat again, repeating this countless times. Ultimately, she bit her lip, mustered her courage, and walked toward Oscar's room. In Gu Chen's room, he leisurely reclined in a rocking chair, savoring the tranquil scene outside the window, where the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars and birds journeyed southward. Gu Chen felt a pang of longing for his mother, uncertain of her well-being and whether her ailments had improved. Time was slipping away, a mere decade remaining. How could he compel a martial deity to willingly lift the curse on his martial spirit? To conquer him through sheer force and then persuade him to release his mother from the affliction seemed a plausible approach. Alternatively, appealing to his emotions and reasoning might sway him to alleviate his mother's plight. The latter was somewhat impractical, while the former required a solid foundation. Who could assist in devising a third method? Furthermore, regarding the yin-yang borrowing life technique, wasn't its backlash supposed to manifest today? Yet, on this full moon night, there was no sign of it. What could possibly be the reason? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a series of crisp knocks echoed from the door. Was taken aback, wondering who would come knocking at such an ungodly hour. As he focused his senses, a stunningly alluring woman materialized before him, causing his throat to dry and an illicit fire to surge within him. He hurried to the door, swiftly ushering into the room. Startled, hadn't he anticipated its brusque manner? As he closed the door, he abruptly wrapped his arms around her waist, capturing her delicate lips with his hands roaming passionately over her slender waist, curvaceous hips, and voluptuous form. Caught off guard by his fervent advance, despite her readiness to surrender, was unprepared for such intensity, her legs tensing and her body becoming rigid. Gu Chen seemed to sense something, and the wicked fire within him gradually subsided. He slowly released Zhu Zhuqing's delicate figure. I apologize, Senior. I acted impulsively just now. Gu Chen, what is the matter with you? Senior, I am fine. Perhaps there was a slight mishap during my cultivation. I have been so engrossed in my training lately that I rarely see you. I missed you too much and momentarily lost control. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sudden stir in her heart. Recently, she had seen little of Gu Chen. He seldom emerged from his room. And whenever she caught a glimpse of him from afar, it was only to see him engage in brief exchanges with Xiao Wu before retreating back indoors. Junior, I do not hold it against you. I understand your feelings, but that was rather abrupt. I was unprepared. Would you like to try again? No, Senior. I am fine now. Do you need something from me? Well, do you remember the Yomi Dragon's Cry flower that you gifted me? Yes, I remember. Was it not said to be beneficial for your Yomi Spirit Cat clan? Why have I not seen you use it? Zhu Zhuqing felt slightly embarrassed at this. The Yomi Dragon's Cry flower has a certain probability of causing my martial soul to undergo a transformation, but its inherent dragon essence is quite difficult to suppress. I require someone to protect me during this process. As she spoke, a faint blush appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks, and Gu Chen began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's attire today, it seemed she intended to offer herself to him. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Gu Chen smiled and said, Very well, I can assist you in your protection, but you cannot absorb it here. If the Yomi Dragon's Cry flower is as extraordinary as you claim, the commotion it might create could disturb the people around us. I will take you to a place that is utterly serene, where no one will notice whatever happens. All right. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Gu Chen's words. In his room, should someone come to knock on a boy's door at such an hour, it would not only be awkward but could also interrupt her cultivation, leading to trouble. Then follow me. Gu Chen grasped Zhu Zhuqing's arm, and with a silent flourish of the divine umbrella, they seamlessly leaped out of the window, vanishing into the night. Outside Gu Chen's room, in a secluded corner, stood Daimu Bai, clad in a black night suit and carrying a package. He was frozen in place, having witnessed the alluring and seductive Zhu Zhuqing, adorned in a black lace ensemble, being pulled into the room by Gu Chen. The scene resembled that of long-separated lovers, starved for each other's presence. He felt utterly paralyzed. His shock rendering him speechless, and his heart shattered, aching to the point of breathlessness. Yet he found himself powerless. Tang San had recently exerted an overwhelming pressure on him, treating him with increasing disdain, hurling insults at him without provocation. He was on the brink of despair, and had this incident occurred in the past, he would have acted impulsively. However, he had learned the virtue of restraint. Chapter 75, Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing. Missing for a day and a night after lingering in the darkness for an extended period, Douluo Bai quietly approached Gu Chen's door, hoping to discern any sounds from within. If the two were indeed preparing to engage in intimate activities, he would charge in immediately to catch them in the act. However, after straining his ears for a considerable time, he heard nothing. Pressing his ear against the door yielded no results, and he hesitated to push the door open and peek inside, caught in indecision at the doorway. Douluo Bai's seemingly covert actions did not escape the notice of Ning Rongrong and another robust figure concealed in the shadows. He could not help but shake his head, sighing, "Mubai, your temperament is too frail. A single woman has you so entangled, such behavior will hinder your future endeavors." With that, he vanished into the night, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing Douluo Bai's furtive behavior, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, whispering with a hint of regret, "Big brother Dai, you have changed, becoming less and less like a man." She too slipped away silently. Only Douluo Bai remained at the door, alternating between listening intently and hesitating, never daring to enter. In a nearby cave in the Anew forest, Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing stood together, their garments discarded. Zhu Zhuqing, blushing, shyly covered her alluring form, avoiding Gu Chen's gaze. Gu Chen appeared remarkably composed, quietly admiring Zhu Zhuqing's exquisite skin, his heart filled with admiration. "Zhuqing, you may absorb here. This place was once the lair of the Dark Wolf, but I have transformed it with an array, allowing for a more rapid accumulation of nether energy. Absorbing the nether dragon's cry flower here will surely yield remarkable results." "Thank you so much, Gu Chen." "No need for gratitude, senior sister. Your beauty inspires me to do anything willingly." Moved by Gu Chen's affectionate words, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek. Gu Chen chuckled, revealing a candid smile. "I shall begin my absorption now. You are forbidden from peeking." He thought, when a girl says no, it often implies yes. Gu Chen nodded, his gaze unwavering. Naughty boy, I shall ignore you." Zhu Zhuqing playfully shot him a glare and turned her attention away, retrieving the ethereal dragon's whimper flower, preparing to absorb its essence. A low, resonant dragon's roar emanated from the wondrous bloom. The surrounding ashen aura of the underworld surged wildly into the flower. As Zhu Zhuqing centered her mind, releasing her ethereal spirit cat martial spirit, channeling her soul power to commence the absorption of energy from the ethereal dragon's whimper flower. Tendrils of gray-black gas intertwined, forming a magnificent gray-black dragon stretching 4 to 5 meters long, confronting Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal spirit cat. After a brief standoff of about 10 seconds, the petite ethereal spirit cat, barely over a meter long, let out a meow and charged at the gray-black dragon. The dragon, in response, released a mighty roar, lunging towards the ethereal spirit cat. The first soul skill of the ethereal spirit cat, Ethereal Lunge, combined with its agile steps, allowed it to swiftly launch an assault on the dragon. The gray-black dragon countered with a sweeping tail strike, sending the ethereal spirit cat hurtling away. The cat collided with the stone wall, producing a resounding crash, before rebounding again. Employing her second soul skill, Ethereal White Claw, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed a flurry of claw strikes upon the dragon. Again, the gray-black dragon attempted a tail sweep, yet several wounds appeared upon its form. With her third soul skill, Ethereal Slash, the ethereal spirit cat concentrated its soul power into its claws, forming a dark purple blade aimed at the dragon. The dragon's chest was torn open, releasing an enraged roar that reverberated through the air. Utilizing her fourth soul skill, Ethereal Shadow Clone, the ethereal spirit cat manifested 6 clones to enhance its combat prowess, each clone possessing 40% of the original strength. The gray-black dragon was dismembered, dissolving into gray-black gas that permeated the ethereal spirit cat's body. After emitting a satisfied meow, the cat began to swell into a spherical shape. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate form trembled, her bones cracking like popping beans. Her figure began to inflate, seemingly growing taller. Her fitted attire tightened, and her skin flushed a vibrant hue. The spirit cat in the air continued to expand, its size increasing rapidly. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3, 5, 7 meters. It swelled to a staggering 7.5 meters before finally ceasing its growth. Zhu Zhuqing's stature also surged to nearly 7 meters. a dragon-shaped mark appearing on her forehead, emanating a chilling aura. Witnessing this transformation, Gu Chen was utterly astounded, as she had become a giant. However, this state did not endure for long. After the burning of an incense stick, Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the surrounding underworld aura, retracting her ethereal spirit cat martial spirit. Her form gradually reverting to its original size, the mark on her forehead fading away. Once restored to her original state, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly opened her eyes wide, emitting a blue glow, and let out a resonant meow. The sound waves radiated outward, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Had it not been for the defensive formation set by Gu Chen, the cave would undoubtedly have collapsed instantly. Gu Chen, quick-witted and sharp-eyed, detected the impending danger and, with a surge of starlight, deftly evaded the sonic assault. Observing Gu Chen's successful evasion, Zhu Zhuqing's face displayed a flicker of struggle. She seemed temporarily unable to rein in the sudden surge of power within her. It was imperative that she release this pent-up energy, Gu Chen mused inwardly. At this moment, she too was striving to restrain herself. The transformation within her had commenced the moment she absorbed half of the nether dragon's lament flower. Her body felt increasingly heated, as if her blood were boiling. Her skin flushed and became scalding to the touch, with the strength within her slipping uncontrollably away. He recognized this as the side effects of the yin-yang borrowing life technique manifesting, and he felt an overwhelming impulse that he could scarcely contain. A particular part of him began to twist grotesquely. Just as Zhu Zhuqing regained a semblance of clarity, the masculine aura exuding from Gu Chen once again ensnared her gaze, rendering her eyes dreamy. An expression of exhilaration crossed her face, akin to a cat detecting the scent of fish. With a swift flick of her tongue, Zhu Zhuqing lunged fiercely towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen instinctively wanted to evade, yet she was concerned that Zhu Zhuqing might collide with the stone wall behind her. Straining to maintain her last shred of rationality, she caught her. Outside the cave, the full moon hung high in the sky, while inside, red and blue lights intertwined, causing the earth to tremble. The resonant roars of dragons and the delicate mews of cats echoed as two bare figures entwined, indulging in one another in a seemingly endless embrace. At Shrek Academy, in Ning Rongrong's room, Xiao Wu paced anxiously. It had been a full day and night since Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Chen had vanished. Where could they be? Were they in danger? Ning Rongrong sat by the bed, her face etched with worry and conflict. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself and revealed what she knew to Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, she murmured, I should have realized that Zhu Zhuqing also harbors feelings for Gu Chen. They are likely fine, Rongrong. I shall return now. If Gu Chen seeks you out first, please inform me. All right. Ning Rongrong nodded heavily, though her heart felt bitter. How could he possibly seek her out first? Chapter 76. Liena's heart stirred outside the Hall of Spirits. Yu Xiaojiang had been waiting for a day and night. Excuse me, has the Pope returned yet? He approached a striking young girl with long black hair, an almost flawless figure, and a captivating beauty, complemented by a bushy tail that drew attention. Are you looking for a teacher? She inquired curiously. Indeed. I am a disciple of Bibidong, Yu Xiaojiang replied with a warm smile. He thought to himself that this girl was quite impressive. Perhaps introducing her to Tang-san could work out well. What matters do you have with my teacher? She asked. I seek the Pope to request her assistance in saving someone. Oh, who is it you wish to save? It seems my master has little interest in saving lives. She would likely be more inclined to take one instead. Haha, little girl, you truly possess a sharp wit. Yu Xiaojiang chuckled awkwardly, shifting his gaze elsewhere, wishing to avoid prolonging the conversation. You are Master Yu Xiaojiang, correct? Oh, you know me. The girl nodded, saying, I have seen you in the teacher's room. Haha. He chuckled, a hint of pride inadvertently surfacing on his face. However, the girl's unfinished sentence suggested that once she spoke fully, his smile might fade. She had indeed seen a portrait of him in Bibidong's bedroom, but it was not a flattering likeness. It depicted a grotesque image, with the word scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang scrawled across it. She later investigated him and discovered that he had once been quite renowned, known alongside Flander and Lu Erlong as the Golden Iron Triangle, and had authored a series of theories on martial spirits, though she could not remember the specifics. He was revered as a master. To her, he embodied the stereotype of a man of little strength, armed with a plethora of theories, and adept at courting women. My teacher is currently hunting soul beasts in the Stardow Forest and may not return for a while. If you have matters to discuss, you may convey them to me, and I shall relay them upon her return. A cunning glimmer flickered in the girl's bright eyes as she thought, this scoundrel must have ulterior motives in seeking my master. She is emotionally naive and must not be misled by him. I shall first ascertain his intentions. Is that so? Did she bring any communication soul tools? Please assist me in contacting her, as the matter I wish to discuss is quite urgent and not suitable for open conversation. Naturally, Yu Xiaojiang would not divulge this matter to anyone in the spirit hall besides Bibidong. Moreover, he intended to facilitate a connection between the girl and Tang San. Thus, he could frequent the spirit hall, gradually rekindling his past with Bibidong, perhaps even achieving a pinnacle in life with both Bibidong and Lu Erlong by his side. Observing the scruffy Yu Xiaojiang with his buzz cut, the girl felt instinctively uneasy, pondering how rare it was for someone to enter the spirit hall without her master's approval. Did Yu Xiaojiang know her master? Or was their relationship closer than she imagined? Were they once lovers? No, that was impossible. How could her proud master, with her striking figure, be attracted to this ordinary-looking older man? Since it's inconvenient to discuss, I shall take my leave. Please continue to wait. As she turned to depart, Yu Xiaojiang called out, Miss, may I ask your name? Why do you wish to know my name? Liena regarded him with suspicion. My dear, do not misunderstand. I have an esteemed disciple with considerable talent and decent looks. Stop. I am not looking for a boyfriend. You misunderstand. I do not intend to introduce you to anyone. You are both young and gifted. It would be advantageous to become friends and spar with one another. Very well, my name is Liena. But I will not have time to get to know your disciple anytime soon. You are participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, correct? Yes, Liena nodded calmly. As it was not a secret. I trust you will meet soon. Well then, I shall wait here for the Pope's return. You may attend to your matters. All right, goodbye. Master, Shrek Academy, is it? I must pay a visit there someday, Liena mused as she walked. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted her thoughts. Cousin, Meiji. What is it? Liena asked, somewhat puzzled. Cousin, did I not tell you that I met a remarkable young man recently? Sigh. Is the remarkable you speak of the same as my understanding of remarkable? No. I mean he excels in that particular area. Haha. I am not interested in that. Get to the point. Liena urged impatiently. He has gone missing. Missing? Why are you seeking me? I have searched all the places he frequented, but to no avail. I suspect he may have been harmed. You mean he is dead? Yes. Then find another one. Isn't that your usual style? Cousin, this is different. He treated me exceptionally well, and I believe I might be pregnant with his child. What? Liena exclaimed, exasperated. Did you not say that after taking that medicine from Master Jia, engaging with 100 men would pose no issue? How could you be pregnant? Oh dear. Cousin, you must not misconstrue. I never said that. I may have forgotten to take the medicine once, and that might have been when it happened. Helena's lips twitched. Despite being in her 20s, she remained chaste. Her younger sister from the Fox clan, only a few years her junior, had not only achieved remarkable victories but also successfully planted seeds among the human race. One word, impressive. Pray tell, what is his name? I shall have the Intelligence Bureau look into it. Ah, his name is Osro, the young clan leader of the Black Panther family. Very well, I shall remember that. You may leave now. Cousin, please do not dismiss me just yet. I have another matter to discuss with you. What is it? Cousin, have you heard of the Genius Soul Master Exchange Conference? Upon hearing this, Helena shook her head. Allow me to enlighten you. The Genius Soul Master Exchange Conference is a grand event spearheaded by His Highness Xue Qinghe. It is scheduled for 3 days hence, and numerous gifted disciples from various empires are expected to attend. Cousin, you are the most beautiful girl in our Fox clan, yet you have never had a boyfriend. Such a pity, considering the countless boys who would drool over your figure. I'm not interested in that. Not interested? Cousin, I have heard that the Shrek Academy will also be participating this time. Have you not long had an interest in that institution? Would you not wish to engage with their students? You mean to say that Shrek Academy will attend? Indeed. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing. These top-tier beauties will be present. With you, dear cousin, we could form a quartet of exquisite flowers, a tale to be told in the future. I must admit, Meiji possesses a remarkable talent for persuasion. With just a few words, she captured Helena's attention. Very well, I shall go and see for myself. Chapter 77, Zhu Zhuqing is grown. In the Andrew Forest, within the dark cave once inhabited by the ominous shadow wolves, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting its glow upon the ground below. In the cave, 2 people nestled together gradually opened their eyes. Gu Chen stretched languidly and affectionately greeted Zhu Zhuqing with a good morning. Heaven knows what transpired between them in the past 24 hours. Gu Chen, unyielding in his efforts, and Zhu Zhuqing, drenched in perspiration, found themselves at the limits of their endurance. Zhu Zhuqing, who had donned a catgirl outfit the day before, could no longer wear it. as it had been stretched beyond its capacity. Now, she resorted to wearing Gu Chen's clothing, who, while carrying her, did not hasten back to the academy. Such a display would be too conspicuous. As a man, he was indifferent to it, but for a girl, it would undoubtedly be a source of embarrassment. They resolved to procure 2 new outfits before returning to the academy. The duo arrived at the largest clothing shop in Soto City, where Zhu Zhuqing selected a slightly loose black evening gown, while Gu Chen opted for a black suit. Additionally, he chose evening dresses for Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, leaving out Dai Mubai and Tang San from consideration, as rivals seldom coexist harmoniously. Given that they were to attend a talent soul master exchange meeting in a couple of days, it was fortuitous that they would not need to make a separate trip for attire. Just as they prepared to depart with their purchases, Zhu Zhuqing was obstructed by a somewhat unscrupulous man. "Beautiful lady, have we met before?" he leered. "I do not recognize you. Kindly step aside." Zhu Zhuqing's voice was frigid. "Not recognizing me is of no consequence. We are acquainted now." The lecherous man persisted, refusing to relent. Enraged, Zhu Zhuqing was about to unleash her fury when Gu Chen grasped her wrist. "Zhuqing, allow me," he declared. "Sir, why don't we get to know each other?" In an instant, a long spear pierced the man's throat. "How careless. It's a wonder you have survived this long." Gu Chen retracted his weapon and began to lead Zhu Zhuqing away. The surrounding crowd was left in stunned silence, bewildered by the man's abrupt demise. "Who is this person? He killed someone over a mere disagreement," cried a terrified onlooker. Gu Chen paid him no heed. The man he had just slain was someone he recognized, a teacher from Songhui Academy named Shi Nian, although sharing the same name as the renowned soul saint Shi Nian Qianming. Their powers were vastly different. Shi Nian Qianming possessed the martial spirit known as Qianming and was adept at using illusions to defeat his foes, boasting a formidable level of 72. In stark contrast, the Shi Nian he had just killed was merely a soul king at level 53, wielding the martial spirit of the Kang Wolf. Gu Chen was familiar with this man due to his notorious reputation. He often exploited his considerable strength to harass virtuous women. He had once visited the Gu family, taking Gu De as his disciple, and had insulted her mother, prompting Gu Chen to vow vengeance when he grew stronger. Fate had intertwined their paths once more, and he could hardly be blamed for his ruthless actions in ridding the world of such a menace. Without casting another glance at the lifeless body on the ground, Gu Chen took Zhu Zhuqing by the hand and exited the clothing shop. In his past life, Gu Chen had taken many lives, emerging from a veritable sea of corpses. Thus, the act of killing was no stranger to him. On the contrary, he found himself somewhat nostalgic for that sensation. "Wait," a melodious voice called out just as Gu Chen and his companion had not ventured far. Gu Chen turned around and beheld a charming young girl adorned in a long green dress with flowing red hair. "This enchanting lady, do you seek us for a purpose?" she inquired. "You have committed a grave offense. The individual you have just slain was a teacher from Songhui Academy. To murder in the streets, especially a member of the academy, will surely draw the attention of the imperial authorities, who will arrive post-haste. Why do you linger and stroll so leisurely?" Gu Chen smiled gently. "He dared to toy with my girlfriend, and he shall pay dearly for it." His voice, though soft, resonated with a profound intensity, echoing like the chime of morning bells striking the depths of one's soul. "Alas, why do you all refuse to heed my counsel? Thank you for your kind intentions. But even if soldiers arrive, what of it? They shall not lay a finger on me." No sooner had the words left his lips than a derisive laugh echoed from a distance. "Is that so?" Gu Chen turned around and beheld a general clad in armor, riding a magnificent steed, hastening towards him. "Indeed, what gives you the audacity to say such things?" "The strong reign supreme. I am stronger than him. And for his offenses against me, he shall pay with his life. Should you cross me, you too shall meet the same fate." "Is that so?" With a swift thrust, a lance pierced through the general's chest. The general, with a look of defiance, gazed at Gu Chen. "I did not offend. You look down upon me. Those who hold me in contempt deserve to perish." Another murder, yet another life extinguished. The woman in the green skirt stood in shock, thinking, could this man be a devil? How could he kill another in the span of mere words? "Fear not, my dear. I am not a villain. You should return quickly, for trouble may soon brew here." "Take care of yourselves," she replied, hastily retreating. "General." As the armored general fell from his steed, a cadre of spear-wielding soldiers rushed forth. "The people from Songhui Academy have arrived." A commotion erupted among the crowd. "It's Teacher Yi. Teacher Yi is here." "Which Teacher Yi?" "Yu Zhiqiu." "I have never heard of him." Yu Zhiqiu, a teacher at Songhui Academy, head of the Foreign Affairs Department, with the martial soul of the Mystic Tortoise, a soul king of the Fifth Ring. A bespectacled, middle-aged man with a dark complexion approached, accompanied by several young students. Teacher Yi, you have finally arrived. Please subdue this rogue. He has just slain our general. A soldier called out to Yujiqiu. Yujiqiu glanced at Gu Chen. Noticing the blood still dripping from the spear tip in his hand, recognizing that this was the very individual responsible for the general's demise. He had been informed beforehand that the general had been ambushed by this man. Did you kill them? What a foolish question. Who else could it be? Very well. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. You wish to kill me? With a swift motion, a sharp dagger pierced his chest. No need to respond. I comprehend your intentions. A lithe woman in black, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, stood behind Yujiqiu, her delicate hand pulling the dagger from his body inch by inch. Does anyone else wish to stop me? Silence enveloped the surroundings. What an audacious young man. A figure clad in a black robe dashed towards them from a distance. A soul sage approaches. This fiend is doomed. As the soul sage neared, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of concern, yet Gu Chen remained unfazed. Do you also wish to hinder me? Ha. Such arrogance. In a flash, a head soared into the air. The soul sage met his end. An elder wielding 6 swords had appeared, having decapitated him with a single stroke. May I depart now? You cannot leave. A chilling voice echoed from a distance. Yet another arrival? Gu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Chapter 78. A hammer to crush the ghostly Douluo. A spectral figure materialized before him. Have you finally decided to show yourself? It was an elder of the spirit hall. The ghost Douluo. How could he appear here? This fiend is undoubtedly finished. The ghost Douluo, a 95th level agility type title Douluo, hesitated to respond. From the ambush of Xinian to the fallen general, to Yujiqiu, and now the recently slain soul sage, all had succumbed to this killer's might. Fear gripped him as he cautiously observed Gu Chen, sensing the impending danger around him. Are you too afraid to answer? Silence signifies acquiescence. Tension, eliminate him. Yes. Master of demons. No. The ghost Douluo sought to flee, but found himself immobilized. It is the Shura domain. Panic engulfed him. Do not kill me. I am an elder of the spirit hall. With a thunderous crash, a colossal hammer descended from the heavens, pulverizing the ghost Douluo into dust. Does anyone else wish to obstruct my path? Silence reigned supreme. If not, I shall take my leave. The surrounding crowd fell silent, parting ways to grant him passage. Gu Chen gently pulled Zhu Zhuqing, who was still in a state of shock, and strolled towards the outskirts of Soto City. Yuqing, you are my woman, Gu Chen. And I will not allow anyone to mistreat you. Whoever dares to harm you shall meet their end. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt a profound stir in her heart. The realization that this man before her cared for her so deeply filled her with an overwhelming sense of happiness, though many questions lingered in her mind. She chose to remain silent. If a man is willing to transform into a harbinger of doom for you, then even if he is a fiend, I, Zhu Zhuqing, shall steadfastly stand by his side. Gu Chen did not offer an explanation to Zhu Zhuqing, for he had not committed murder. Rather, those he had slain were indeed deserving of their fates. At that time, his hands were stained with the blood of numerous innocent lives. General Ping Lai of the Empire had single-handedly annihilated an entire village. Yujiqiu, driven by greed and lust, had cruelly exterminated a family of 108, including women and children. For his own selfish desires, Qi Feng, a revered figure of the Tiando Empire, had once slaughtered an entire town of over 10,000 souls. Gu Mei, an elder of the Spirit Hall, had caused the unjust demise of no fewer than 100,000 individuals. My affairs should remain undisclosed for now. My strength is still insufficient, and I must learn the virtue of patience. Is this the reason you insisted on disguising us before our departure? Gu Chen nodded emphatically. Gu Chen, we have both reached the milestone of level 50. I am at 53, and you have attained 54. Should we not seek the assistance of our teachers to hunt a soul beast and acquire a soul ring? Indeed, we do require a soul ring. Yet there is no need for our teacher's aid. We can manage it ourselves. That is true. With your formidable subordinates, there is no necessity to trouble Teacher Zhao and the others. Zhu Qing, you have misunderstood. I meant it would be just the two of us. Just the two of us? We are now both soul kings, and we require at least a soul ring from a 10,000-year soul beast. Can we defeat such a beast together? Are we incapable of defeating a 10,000-year soul beast? What if we utilize a martial soul fusion potion? You are the great strength diamond bear, and I am the netherworld demon cat. How can we execute a martial soul fusion technique? Allow me to propose. What if I possessed another martial soul, the white tiger martial soul? Zhu Qing was left speechless, stunned by the revelation. Gu Chen unleashed his white tiger martial spirit. 4 dazzling soul rings emerged, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, leaving Zhu Zhuqing utterly astonished. Gu Chen, You possess a dual martial spirit. How remarkable. It's merely ordinary, considering whose man I am. How annoying. So self-absorbed. Ha. I jest. Yu Qing. Quickly release your martial spirit. Let us attempt a fusion. Zhu Zhuqing smiled and nodded, her lovely visage radiating anticipation. As they merged their martial spirits, Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing, sharing a profound connection, called out simultaneously, intertwining their powers. A magnificent white tiger, adorned with wings and horns, materialized before them. This colossal beast measured a staggering 10 meters in length, its hooves as robust as those of a bull, eyes emanating a mystical purple glow, surrounded by crackling lightning. Its tail, reminiscent of a dragon's, swayed, altering the very atmosphere, heralding an approaching storm. The white tiger exuded an overwhelming presence, and both Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of joy. They could distinctly sense that the power of their fused super white tiger martial spirit had escalated by at least 10 to 15 levels, truly formidable. Having already reached levels exceeding 50, they were on the brink of attaining the Soul Emperor rank. Facing a 10,000-year soul beast would be a trivial challenge, especially with Gu Chen's hidden strengths. Resolute in their decision, they disengaged from their martial spirit fusion and set forth toward the Stardow Forest. The two traveled tirelessly, covering the distance in just over 2 hours until they arrived at the Stardow Forest. Upon their arrival, Gu Chen sensed something amiss. An unsettling feeling washed over him as if he were being watched, a chill creeping down his spine. A glance over his shoulder revealed nothing but emptiness, intensifying his unease. He quietly warned Zhu Zhuqing, there is something strange here. I feel as though we are being monitored, and the presence is on par with Master Xiao. Could it be a powerful soul beast? No, it does not feel like a soul beast at all. Should we find a place to observe before seeking out a soul beast? Yes, I recall a ravine ahead where high-level soul beasts seldom appear. Let us head there. All right. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, closely adhering to Gu Chen as they proceeded southeast. After Gu Chen and the others departed, a figure adorned in a resplendent yellow brocade gown, exuding sensual allure and bearing a bosom reminiscent of a full moon, emerged at the very spot they had just vacated. She murmured softly to herself, quite vigilant, indeed. Yet, you shall not escape the grasp of the sovereign. Should any esteemed individuals from the spirit hall be present, they would undoubtedly recognize her as the illustrious current pope. Bibidong. Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the familiar mountain ravine, where they promptly entered a cavern and activated the divine umbrella of celestial formations. The once playful Bibidong, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, suddenly wore an altered expression as she realized that Gu Chen and the young girl as presence had mysteriously vanished. What force could possibly obscure the perception of a tidal Douluo? What secrets lay hidden within this cave? Although her curiosity was piqued, she managed to restrain herself from entering, sensing that doing so could provoke an attack, with a significant chance of fatality. In truth, Bibidong's intuition was astute. Should she recklessly venture into a situation where the enemy was aware of her presence while she remained in the shadows, she would have over a 50% likelihood of being killed. At that moment, within the realm of the divine umbrella that Gu Chen had unleashed, besides him and Zhu Zhuqing, 2 elderly figures were concealed. One was the heart demon of Tang Chen, at level 99, while the other was the ghostly servant. To understand Tang Chen's appearance, one must turn back to 3 days prior. Chapter 79. Pope Bibidong 3 days ago. Gu Chen, who had just reached level 49, suddenly felt a surge of emotion within, as an image of a small cauldron, the size of a basketball, materialized in his mind. He sensed a profound connection between this cauldron and his spirit, realizing that with a mere gesture, he could summon or conceal it at will. After some exploration, Gu Chen discovered the extraordinary capability of this cauldron. It could freely transition between the realms of reality and illusion. Gu Chen seemed to comprehend Lu Jiaran's statement that it was 100,000 times more precious than a super artifact. For instance, if Gu Chen required demonic energy to fill the sky-eating demon pearl, he would need to summon the physical form of the small cauldron. By introducing some rare and extraordinary treasures, he could transform them into demonic energy. Through 3 days of relentless research, Gu Chen discovered that, whether it be elixirs or precious metals and jewels, anything of value could be cast into this small cauldron to refine into the desired substance. Gu Chen experimented and discovered that, except for living beings, he could essentially refine anything he could conceive of. However, during the refining process, a portion would be consumed, which Gu Chen could comprehend. After all, its very existence was sustained by a form of energy, a force far beyond his current understanding. Gu Chen mused on this matter. As for the amount consumed, he estimated it to be around 20%. He had conducted specific experiments, winning 5 copper soul coins, and silently chanted for their refinement. The 5 coins vanished, only to reappear as 4 identical copper soul coins. When he 3 more, he received 2 in return. Similarly, with 4 coins, he obtained 3. And with 6, 5, when he 10, he sometimes received 8. With 100 coins, sometimes he would receive 80, and other times, 81, 82, 79, or 78. There was no fixed amount, leading Gu Chen to speculate that a fee of about 20% was being charged. This treasured artifact was useful in emergencies but not for prolonged use. In his quest to refine demonic energy, he had nearly exhausted all his savings. Depleting the celestial herbs within the dark and mysterious wolf cave, the magic energy he filled could barely summon Tang Chen's inner demon to assist him 3 times. Unfortunately, during the recent confrontation with the ghostly apparition, Tang Chen had exerted too much force, destroying both the apparition and his soul-guiding instrument, leaving him with nothing. Thus, Tang Chen had only 2 opportunities to assist him, while the sword servant had 1 remaining, having been utilized once against the avatar of Yiling Tian and once during the battle against the apparition in Gu family village. Regardless of the situation, even if only 1 opportunity remained, Gu Chen would not hesitate to employ it. The pressure exerted by his adversary was overwhelming. A moment of carelessness could cost him his life. Hence, he had to remain vigilant. However, it seemed that fate enjoyed playing tricks on him. Just as he was quietly waiting for the fish to bite, the ground beneath him and Zhu Zhuqing suddenly trembled, causing the entire cavern to shake as if it were a quaking bed. Debris fell from the rock walls, and a long, sharp spike descended from above Gu Chen's head. "Be careful," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, activating her dragon cat martial spirit in an attempt to push Gu Chen aside. Gu Chen took 2 steps forward, embracing Zhu Zhuqing as she sidestepped the area where the sharp spikes fell. A tremendous roar erupted from below, resonating like thunder and reverberating throughout the surroundings. Gu Chen felt himself and Zhu Zhuqing ascending to a higher position. This was the aura of a soul beast nearing 100,000 years. The long-missed voice of Lu Zhaoran resonated in Gu Chen's mind. "Ah, Master, you have awakened." A look of excitement spread across Gu Chen's face. "Gu Chen, what is the matter?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled by Gu Chen's sudden exhilaration. "Zhuqing, I am fine. The soul beast below may be approaching 100,000 years in age. It is quite formidable. We should retreat." "Ah," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise, both astonished by the beast's power and impressed by Gu Chen's perceptive abilities. "Zhuqing, do not panic. This soul beast is not targeting us," Gu Chen reassured her. Through his mental perception, he had just clearly sensed that it was the mysterious aura approaching that had attracted the attention of the soul beast below. As expected, just as Gu Chen's words fell, a radiant beam ascended into the sky. A massive red dragon, measuring several dozen meters in length, soared into the air, unleashing scorching flames upon a dense thicket of black trees below. The flames surged in all directions, incinerating everything in their path. A live figure ascended into the heavens. 9 soul rings simultaneously illuminated her form, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, and 1 red. Her presence radiated power. With her upper body clad in a layer of purple armor, even her face obscured by a piece of armor. Beneath her eyes were 2 smaller eyes, emitting a faint blue glow. Her legs had vanished, and below her abdomen, her form morphed into a colossal spherical mass. From this orb sprouted 8 stout green legs, glistening with repulsive mucus. When they struck the ground, they emitted a sizzling sound, their potent corrosiveness causing yellow smoke to rise into the air. The 2 adversaries confronted each other in the air, and after several breaths, simultaneously launched their attacks. "Death Spider Emperor, 3rd soul skill, Death Spider Web Binding," shouted the purple-armored woman. A deep purple spider web erupted forth, enveloped in a mist of purple poison, heading towards the red fire dragon. As the web soared through the air, it expanded, while the fire dragon spiraled, exhaling crimson flames. The surrounding air twisted and crackled from the heat. Initially, it was presumed that the spider web would withstand the flames, yet a startling scene unfolded before Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing. As the crimson flames met the deep purple spider web, the colors dimmed and gradually extinguished. In that moment, it was evident that the fire dragon was likely no match for the woman. A gasp of astonishment echoed in the air. Gu Chen was secretly alarmed. Having underestimated the woman before him, he initially thought that lurking in the shadows and launching a surprise attack would suffice. But it became evident that even a stealthy approach did not guarantee victory over her. Abandoning his intent to spectate, Gu Chen decisively led Zhu Zhuqing in a strategic retreat. After the web extinguished the searing flames, it continued to ensnare the crimson fire dragon. Witnessing his flames being extinguished, the fire dragon roared, its claws crystallizing into blazing fireballs. These fireballs grew larger, igniting with black flames that consumed the air, causing magma to surge upon their surface. With a thunderous explosion, The fireball was hurled from the dragon's claw, and the fire dragon swiftly turned, executing a sweeping tail strike that sent the fireball spiraling through the air like a shooting star. The silken threads of the Death Spider Emperor were forcefully severed. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the fireball, the woman unleashed her fourth soul skill. The Death Spider Emperor's fourth soul skill, Spider Armor, was a defensive technique that enveloped her body with over a meter-long, purplish-black spines, thickening her purple exoskeleton without hindering her speed. The accompanying venomous barbs possessed potent toxicity and formidable defense. The fire dragon retaliated in kind, launching a series of immensely powerful fireballs, which began to annoy the woman. She activated her fifth soul skill. The Death Spider Emperor's fifth soul skill, 1,000 Blades, 10 Shields. Beneath her feet appeared a swirling purple vortex, and countless legs of the Death Spider Emperor manifested from her torso, splitting and encircling her to form a protective barrier, enhancing her defensive and resistance capabilities beyond that of the spider armor. In Chapter 80, titled Bibidong versus the Flame Dragon, the fire dragon grew furious as its attacks were thwarted time and again by this detestable human. It slowly raised its right claw, conjuring a crimson fire lance, which it hurled at the woman without hesitation. The Death Spider Emperor's sixth soul skill, Blood-Sucking Spider Stabs, was a group attack that summoned thousands of spikes laced with the Death Spider Emperor's venom to strike at the fire dragon, incorporating a blood-sucking ability to replenish her energy. She then executed her seventh soul skill. The Death Spider Emperor's seventh soul skill, true form of the Death Spider Emperor, transformed her body. Her legs vanished, replaced by a purple spherical form supported by 8 sturdy purple legs, amplifying her power by 150, defense by 100, and speed by 100, while enhancing the first 6 soul skills by 100. She charged toward the fire dragon, which refused to be outdone, swinging its tail and lunging at her with its claws. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, each sustaining injuries, though the fire dragon's attacks lacked the deceptive nature of the Death Spider Emperor's. The 4 claws struggled against the 8 legs, and it soon began to show signs of defeat. The Death Spider Emperor's 8th soul skill, Spider Clone, was unleashed, creating a clone that possessed 100 of her power, devoid of intelligence and requiring control. This full power encompassed not only physical might but also the soul skills, though it did not include the 8th and 9th soul skills. Sensing the clone's formidable power, the fire dragon realized its imminent demise and roared in defiance. It unleashed a fire-red dragon pearl, intending to detonate it and perish alongside the woman. Detecting the fire dragon's intentions, she smirked disdainfully and activated her 9th soul skill. The Death Spider Emperor's 9th soul skill, Immortal Body, served as her life-preserving auxiliary skill, derived from a 100,000-year soul beast, the Death Spider Emperor. It granted her 2 abilities. The first allowed her to reassemble even if her body was shattered, and the second enabled her to convert her physical form into energy. Both skills shared a common trait. As long as her opponent was not divine, they could never truly kill her in this state. The dragon pearl exploded, and a series of resounding blasts ensued, tearing the woman apart while leaving the fire dragon severely wounded. Yet, before long, her fragmented form paused mid-air, gradually reconstituting itself into its original shape. Just as her body regained form, she sensed an overwhelmingly powerful force approaching from behind. Before she could react, her newly reformed body was shattered once more, and this time, it was even more complete. The fire dragon's body vanished without a trace. Despicable! She cried in fury upon reconstituting, but helplessness washed over her. Not only had she failed to discern her assailant's appearance, but even her prideful immortality had been somewhat compromised. She could hardly fathom what would happen if that kind of attack were to occur a few more times without her resorting to her trump card. She might truly perish. Thus, her anger was immense. Having played the role of the eagle her entire life, she was now pecked in the eye by one. The mantis stalks the cicada while the yellow bird waits in ambush. How utterly despicable and shameless, resorting to sneak attacks despite possessing such strength. She was far more unscrupulous than you, Xiaojang. Don't let me discover your identity, or else. Or else what? My dear Queen Bibidong. Who? The woman was taken aback, astonished that someone could appear beside her without a sound. Who I am is irrelevant. You need only answer my question, and I shall help you find liberation. A voice imbued with seduction echoed in her ear, sending tingles of discomfort coursing through her. Who are you? Bibidong suddenly turned around, only to find emptiness behind her. Ha ha ha. A melodious laugh rang out. Do not strain yourself, you will not find me. Disobedience could lead to your demise. The voice was ethereal yet carried an eerie undertone. Who are you? What do you want? Bibidong's frustration grew. She detested being unable to control her own fate. It felt akin to being deceived by Qian Renxue and trapped in a secret chamber to unleash her primal instincts, where she could offer no resistance and was left to his whims. I am. Just ask me. Do you recall the time you were bound and immobile? Who silently bore all of it for you? It was I. Do you remember, after Qian Renxue was gravely injured, who inspired you to slay him? It was still I. Who provided you with the faith to survive when you were on the brink of death? Once again, it was I. Now that the Holy Emperor's physique has manifested, I demand that you obtain it at any cost. No, you are not me. I love Xiaojing. I still possess the light in my heart. And I shall not bow to anyone. Bibidong's visage contorted, revealing her agonizing struggle. You are mistaken. Yu Xiaojing loves Liu Erlong. He always has. Otherwise, why did he not inquire about your experiences when you suggested a breakup? Does he not trust you? Why did he immediately fall for another woman shortly after your separation? Why, after parting with Liu Erlong, did he remain so haunted by her, choosing to remain single for 2 decades, yet always remarking, "You still look as beautiful as before when he sees you?" He only values your appearance. His true affection has always been for Liu Erlong. No, it's not as you say. It can't be. Moments later, Bibidong exclaimed, "You Xiaojing, you bastard. I will kill you. Release your mind. Allow me to merge with you, and I shall bestow upon you divine glory. You shall no longer endure suffering. Can you truly empower me? Indeed. Do you see that towering peak ahead?" Bibidong's gaze fixed upon a mountain that soared to great heights. With the utterance of a single word, the entire mountain remained undisturbed, lifted from the ground by an unseen force. With another word, the mountain surged tenfold in height. With yet another word, the mountain crumbled to dust. And with the final word, the mountain reformed anew. Bibidong stood in astonishment, her mouth agape. "Do you desire such power?" "Yes," Bibidong replied without hesitation. "With such strength. Who needs you Xiaojing? Who needs a bicycle? All shall prostrate before me. Then, release your mind." Bibidong opened her heart, and streams of dark energy surged into her being from all directions. Her surroundings transformed into a black cocoon, enveloping her entirely. A look of anguish crossed her face, as if she were reliving some painful memories. Yet, her level continued to ascend, 95, 96, 97, 98. Her aura sharpened significantly. The black cocoon began to crack, and a figure, radiant and pure as jade, emerged. A fleeting glimmer of azure light flickered in her eyes. With a simple gesture, a beam of yellow light shot forth, shattering the mountain instantaneously. Chapter 81, 90,000-year soul ring in a valley on the outskirts of the Stardow forest. A battered fire dragon faced a man and woman, along with 2 elders. "Old dragon, do you have any final words?" The dragon roared in defiance, its voice laced with resentment. "In a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, you cannot blame others. If you willingly sacrificed yourself, I can fulfill one of your wishes and perhaps aid in your resurrection. On what grounds can I trust you?" "Simply because I possess the capability to bring you here from her grasp. Moreover, I am aware of your lingering thoughts for your concubine and child. I can assure you they shall not be hunted by humans. Rest assured, should I fail to keep my promise, you may haunt me as a spirit. I cannot guarantee that. If she truly commits heinous acts, I shall extinguish her myself without your prompting. No, that is my principle as a human." A deep dragon's roar resonated, and a ring of black and red soul rings emerged around the fire dragon. Zhu Zhuqing, quickly sit cross-legged and absorb it. "Ah!" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Gu Chen in disbelief. "This is a soul ring nearly 100,000 years old. Although this ring aligns perfectly with my dragon cat martial soul, and absorption would undoubtedly grant me an extraordinary skill, I feel unworthy as it was not obtained through my own strength." "What do you mean?" "This fire dragon soul ring is perfectly suited to your dragon cat martial soul. If you do not absorb it, who should? Should it be me? Do not look at me like that. I understand your thoughts. Such a soul ring, over 90,000 years old, is indeed rare, but for me, it does not hold the same allure. I am a man destined to conquer the world. My 5th soul ring must be at least 100,000 years in age." Gu Chen spoke lightly. Yet Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware of the magnitude of a 100,000-year soul beast. It was a being comparable to the most formidable tidal Douluo. Few tidal Douluo could join forces to subdue it, and there was a significant risk of casualties. Zhu Zhuqing understood that Gu Chen's words were intended to reassure her as she absorbed the soul ring. Quietly, she etched Gu Chen's kindness into her heart, vowing that if one day someone sought to harm him, and she found herself unable to confront them, they would first have to step over her lifeless body. Gu Chen, with a heart as clear as crystal, was acutely attuned to Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts. However, his situation was far from simple. Had he not witnessed the battle between the woman in yellow and the fire dragon, he would have been exceedingly eager for a soul ring exceeding 50,000 years. Yet, after observing such terrifying power in the clash between one human and one beast, he recognized his own insignificance. Initially, he aimed for a fifth soul ring around 50,000 years, but now he contemplated waiting a little longer, hoping to fortuitously encounter a 100,000-year soul beast for his sacrificial offering. Recently, he had absorbed quite a bit of ill fortune from nefarious individuals, contributing in a way to the citizens of Dawn. He sensed that it would not be long before he acquired a soul ring particularly suited to him. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing gaze at him with tender affection, Gu Chen urged, "This is not the time for sentiment. If you truly dare to provoke me, hasten your absorption of this crimson soul ring, for it may soon become perilous here." "Thank you, Gu Chen," Zhu Zhuqing replied as she sat cross-legged to begin the absorption process. 2 hours later, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, peculiar purple light emanated in waves from her being. Her eyes sparkled, enveloped in a swirling aura of draconic energy, her fiery form soaring skyward like a divine entity. A formidable dragon's might radiated from her core, sweeping across the surroundings, causing lesser soul beasts to tremble uncontrollably and instinctively kneel. Gu Chen also sensed the overwhelming pressure, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "It appears you have absorbed quite well." Gu Chen, I have acquired an extraordinarily formidable skill, along with a soul bone for my back." "Congratulations." "What skill have you obtained?" "The fifth soul skill is named Ethereal Shadow Connection. Utilizing this skill, my body transforms into a series of 9 lingering shadows, each shadow's attack power increasing by 10% compared to the previous one. Once my true self strikes the opponent, the subsequent shadow attacks become unavoidable. Furthermore, upon activation, the skill automatically generates a fiery domain with a radius of 50 meters, allowing each shadow to gather 20% of fire energy within 1 minute, culminating in a powerful explosion. This is truly astounding. Does this mean that if an enemy is within your attack range, they must endure not only your 9 strikes but also accumulate 9 instances of 20% fire energy damage from your true self? A concentrated detonation would yield an instantaneous explosion of 180% damage, compounded by continuous damage over time. Thus, it is certain that once struck by you, even a defensive soul sage would be left severely weakened in an instant. And what of the soulbone skill? The soulbone skill is rather simple, merely a dragon soar. That seems rather inconsequential. But what if I told you it grants the flight speed of a 90,000-year-old soul beast, allowing me to soar for a full minute? This, senior, I wish to cling to your side. Haha. Come on. Hiki. Gu Chen Fei lunged forward, but Zhu Zhuqing deftly evaded his advance. Gu Chen made another attempt, and once again, Zhu Zhuqing eluded him. "Come on, Junior. Catch up with me, and I shall be yours tonight," warned the senior. "Beware," she exclaimed, charging forth with wild abandon, employing the starry sky step. Gu Chen suddenly accelerated, his speed seemingly rivaling that of a level 60 soul emperor. Of course, this was primarily due to his lack of a fifth soul ring. Had he possessed one, his velocity would have surged considerably. Presently, he could only enhance his barbaric charge with a 30 speed boost, along with the 100 increase provided by the starry sky step. However, at full throttle, his current soul power would only allow him to maintain this for a maximum of 10 minutes, rendering it unsuitable for protracted combat. Zhu Zhuqing darted left and right, with Gu Chen closely pursuing like a shadow, their forms shimmering with radiant light, constantly shifting positions. The afterimages they created trailed behind them, illustrating just how swift they had become. "I am nearly upon you, my dear little treasure." Gu Chen grinned with a mischievous gleam. "Come on, Gu Chen. The way you catch me is entirely up to you," she teased. "Hey, be careful, senior." Starry Sky Step, Extreme Charge. Gu Chen had pushed the Starry Sky Step to its utmost limit, with his speed suddenly surging by 50. Resembling a streak of lightning cleaving through the tranquil night sky as he darted towards Zhu Zhuqing. Sensing that the moment was ripe and realizing her own speed had reached its peak, Zhu Zhuqing decided to test the newly acquired soulbone skill. Just as she was poised to act, she caught sight of Gu Chen, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she thought, "This is not good." In the next instant, she felt a wave of dizziness enveloping her. The powerful golden bear martial soul activated its fourth soul skill, Earthquake. Gu Chen leaped several meters into the air before crashing down violently, his arm striking the ground, causing a tremor that reverberated across a 100-meter radius. Zhu Zhuqing, caught off guard, felt her body stiffen as a thought struck her. "Oh no. Why can't I activate my skills?" The seismic shock carried a 20% chance of silencing the enemy for 3 to 5 seconds. Such a fleeting interval would have been ample for the sprinting Gu Chen to embrace his beloved. just as Gu Chen was about to grasp Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist. A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, followed by a cacophony that sent birds and beasts scattering in all directions. Beneath the sky, streaks of vibrant light raced towards them at astonishing speed. Gu Chen silently lamented the situation and set aside his playful thoughts with Zhu Zhuqing. He hastily embraced Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist and activated the divine armament Heaven Net Umbrella domain. As soon as it was unleashed, a colossal gorilla was seen rampaging through the forest, accompanied by an even larger soul beast with the head of a bull and the body of a serpent. Trailing behind them in the void were at least 5 titled Douluos. 4 of these individuals Gu Chen recognized, while one was a woman clad in a yellow palace gown, and another was a specter that Gu Chen believed should not exist. Wasn't this specter recently slain by Tangchen? Why was it appearing here again? Could it be that he had not perished that day? Gu Chen's speculation was not mistaken. The elusive specter had indeed survived that day. When faced with the certainty of his demise, he activated the soul bone skill of his head, time reversal, swapping himself with a version of himself from a specific moment in the past. The specter that Tangchen had slain was but a shadow of his former self. However, this formidable ability, while extraordinary, bore a significant drawback. It afforded him only a singular opportunity for resurrection. Swapping with his past self meant relinquishing fragments of his memories, while exchanging with his future self entailed the grim consequence of his own eventual death, as though he had already undergone judgment. In addition to the specter and the moonlit maiden, 3 others emerged. Shilong, a member of the Spirit Hall, an elder of the Elder Hall, wielding the spirit of the Serpent Spear, a formidable title Douluo of levels 92 to 93, known as the title Serpent Spear. His spirit, a mutation, combined the resilience of weapon spirits with the ferocity of beast spirits. Next was Xiao Shui, another elder from the Spirit Hall, a title Douluo of the same level, known as the title Pufferfish, wielding the spirit of the poisonous pufferfish, which possessed lethal toxins, sturdy armor, and the ability to project poisonous spines. Lastly, Gu Chen encountered a figure whose name resonated in his mind like thunder, Yu Guan, an elder of the Spirit Hall, a title Douluo of the esteemed level of 95, known as the title Chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemum emblem on the Pope's decree of the Spirit Hall symbolized Yu Guan. He had been a companion of the Ghost Douluo for over 60 years, their bond surpassing that of blood brothers. This quintet was formidable indeed. Flee. Gu Chen decided to bide his time, leading Zhu Zhuqing to retreat. However, the speed of the title Douluo was astonishingly swift. Just as he and Tangchen, along with the ghost slave, had not ventured far, he suddenly felt the space around him solidify. Unable to move? What was happening? Simultaneously, he noticed that a fleeing ape and snake were also frozen in midair. A soft, sinister voice echoed, Titan Giant Ape, Azure Bull Python, you shall not escape. Submit and meet your demise, sparing yourselves from further torment. The speaker was Yu Guan, the Jew Ghost Douluo. Hatred flashed in the eyes of the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. Humph. Stubbornly defiant, prepare for combat, the full moon woman declared. Martial Soul Manifestation, Serpent Spear Manifestation. Martial Soul Manifestation, Spike Porcupine Manifestation. Martial Soul Manifestation, Spider Emperor Manifestation. Aside from Ju Douluo Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo Gu Mei, the other 3 Douluo simultaneously launched their attacks. Ordinarily, Gu Chen should not have intervened in such matters, but their assaults encompassed the very location of himself and Zhu Zhuqing. The situation was dire. If he could not break free from this immobilized state, both he and Zhu Zhuqing would perish. Forcing an escape would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Spirit Hall, making any subsequent retreat exceedingly difficult. After a rapid contemplation, Gu Chen established a mental connection with the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. Noble kings of the forest, I am Gu Chen. I can assist you in breaking free from this stasis, but you must allow my friend and me to accompany you in your escape. Faced with this unexpected voice, the 2 forest kings hesitated briefly before acquiescing. Very well. Good. I trust your word. Divine Armament, Heavenly Net Umbrella, second layer, unseal. With the enhancement of Gu Chen's power, the 3 magical spirits within the Heavenly Net Umbrella also experienced a similar elevation. Gu Chen can temporarily harness their power to lift the ban, though its effect lasts merely 10 seconds. Do not underestimate these fleeting moments. They are ample time for the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python to launch a surprise attack before retreating to a safe distance. Their disdain for both Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo is profound. Thus, the instant the seal is lifted, the Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape simultaneously strike at Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Caught off guard, the 2 suffer grievous injuries, while the Titan Giant Ape and Azure Bull Python fulfill their promise, escorting Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing away from the encirclement and deep into the Star Doe forest. Upon witnessing the injuries sustained by Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, Bibidong realizes that without their martial soul fusion skill, capturing the Titan giant ape and Azure Bull python would prove exceedingly difficult. In her fury, she commands a retreat to the spirit hall and resolves to remember the faces of Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing, vowing to scour the continent for their whereabouts upon her return. Yet, she could never fathom that the man before her possesses the sacred emperor physique. Had she known, her thoughts would surely have been tumultuous. Gu Chen's unwavering trust in these spirit beasts stems from the palpable aura reminiscent of Xiao Wu that he senses within them. All right, we should be safe now. You may set me down, he declares. Human, why do you assist us? Caring for animals is a universal responsibility. You are precious spirit beasts, not to be recklessly slain. Though this rationale may seem somewhat far-fetched, it is a heartfelt sentiment from Gu Chen. You are a good person. I consider you my friend. I am called Ming, and this is Ming. Should you encounter any difficulties in the Douluo forest, do not hesitate to seek my aid. Respected elders, I indeed have a matter for which I seek your assistance. I have attained level 54 but lack a soul ring. This is my girlfriend. She is currently at level 56, surpassing me in rank. You wish for us to assist you in acquiring a soul ring? Indeed. You are both astute. However, I do not seek to gain this without offering something in return. As a physician, or rather, a divine healer, I can perceive the hidden ailments within you. You must have sustained severe injuries in the past. I possess the means to help you eradicate these afflictions. Once healed, you need not fear the pursuit of the spirit hall any longer. Very well, I accept. After a moment's contemplation, the Azure Bull python readily agrees. Both he and Ming have indeed suffered wounds. Once, when Xiao Wu's mother ventured deep into the Douluo forest in search of her father, she was slain by a three-headed serpent over 200,000 years old, though they valiantly attempted to save Xiao Wu's mother. The formidable strength of the three-headed serpent was beyond their capacity to contend with, resulting in them being grievously injured and left with serpent venom within them. Over the years, despite consuming vast amounts of rare treasures to recover, the venom has lingered, allowing them to only utilize 4 or 5 layers of their full strength. How many years of spirit beast do you require? Gu Chen extended a finger. Nearly 10,000 years. This is quite simple. I require 100,000 years. And the quantity must be 2. Can your body withstand such a burden? Why not have them willingly offer themselves as sacrifices? How is that possible? They would only do so if they were out of their minds. Ming believed this to be impossible. Ming makes a valid point. I too do not believe any soul beast would willingly offer itself as a sacrifice. Do not fret about this. I possess a clever strategy. You merely need to inflict serious injuries upon them and bring them before me. Very well, we promise you. Chapter 83, Brother, you are truly formidable. Sister-in-law will prepare a feast for you. Splendid. Gu Chen smiled and gave them a thumbs up. In the Douluo forest, there are 2 crocodile brothers, both of whom are 100,000-year soul beasts. They are exceedingly ferocious and have slaughtered many of our subordinates. Tonight, we shall confront them with fervor. You need not seek them out. Simply guide me to them, and I shall devise a way to incite them into mutual destruction. What? Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. The Tianqing Yomang also stared, perplexed. I intend to. Gu Chen disclosed his plans to Ming and Ming. Upon hearing his intentions, they could not help but express their admiration by giving him a thumbs up. Within the vast expanse of the Douluo forest, countless swamp crocodiles inhabited the treacherous death marsh. Among them, 2 colossal crocodiles, resembling small hills, basked in the sun by a pond while enjoying massages from their 2 concubines. One of the slightly smaller crocodiles addressed the larger one, saying, Brother, both of us have recently made breakthroughs in our cultivation, and our appetites have grown considerably. The food available in the death marsh is no longer sufficient to satisfy our needs. Should we consider venturing out to hunt? Hunting, you say? That is indeed a commendable idea worth contemplating. However, we cannot both venture out together. One of us must remain behind to guard the home. Brother, you are overestimating my capabilities. Everyone knows your strength far surpasses mine, and your combat prowess is leagues ahead. I believe it would be more prudent for me to stay and guard the home while you seek out food. I will take good care of the sisters-in-law. Ming, grinning broadly, resembling an iron bull, responded, No, brother, your sister-in-law is pregnant, and I must stay by her side. You should go. Brother, you should go. Ming, you should go. The 2 crocodiles pushed the decision back and forth, each reluctant to venture out in search of food. The thought of risking their lives in the hunt was daunting. Staying home to bask in the sun and enjoy massages from their concubines seemed far more appealing. They could engage in leisurely interactions with their sisters-in-law, strengthening familial bonds and promoting harmony within the household. As they continued to bicker, a young green crocodile approached them. Boss. Second boss, we have just discovered a dragon's corpse outside the marsh and are unsure how to handle it. We seek your guidance. What kind of dragon corpse? Inquired the elder crocodile. It is a remarkably large dragon, with 9 black marks upon its forehead. A corpse of a 9,000-year soul beast, no less. Could we be striking it rich? The elder crocodile beamed at his companion. Lead us to it, he commanded. Yes, esteemed leaders, please follow me. The 2 massive crocodiles trailed behind the diminutive green crocodile as they exited their territory. They traversed a picturesque peach blossom grove, past a sacrificial altar, and continued onward until they reached the location indicated by the green crocodile. Before them lay the lengthy corpse of a purebred fire dragon, stretching over 10 meters. Greed flickered in the eyes of the 2 elder crocodiles as they inhaled the enticing aroma wafting from the dragon's body, their mouths watering in anticipation of a feast. Yet, their rationality soon prevailed. It was still within the central region of the Stardoe forest, where it was perilous to feast. They decided to drag the dragon's corpse back home first. As they dragged the enormous carcass, they remained oblivious to the black lotus blooming quietly within the dragon's body. An imperceptible, colorless, and odorless essence began to emanate from the black lotus. The scent infiltrated the nostrils of the crocodiles, and the weaker ones experienced a transformation as their eyes turned blood red. Their companions morphed into delectable lunches in their perception. One crocodile stealthily approached another, and before it could react, it severed the other's throat. Initially, the 2 elder crocodiles were unaware of the unfolding chaos, as the death marsh did not prohibit infighting. Such incidents among kin were not uncommon and had occurred frequently, so they had grown accustomed to it. However, as they began to notice the increasing number of their kin succumbing to this madness, their own emotions began to spiral out of control. The smaller crocodile gazed at the larger one with malevolence, recalling how his brother had sent him out to seek food while he tended to the sisters-in-law. Conversely, the larger crocodile looked at the smaller one with a mix of murderous intent and envy, recalling the praise he received from the smaller crocodile's concubine after each encounter. Brother, you are so powerful. You always leave me breathless. You are 1,000 times better than my deceased husband. I truly wish you would just die outside, so I could serve you directly. Oh, do not say such things. I merely endure slightly longer than your brother and possess a bit more experience. It is nothing significant. You are indeed a bewitching creature. No wonder your brother cannot subdue you. Unbeknownst to the larger crocodile, whenever he was absent, the sister-in-law was equally adept at soothing the smaller crocodile. Erming, do visit often. I can prepare dumplings or noodles for you, perhaps due to the abundance of visitors. The affectionate words of the ample sister-in-law carried a hint of mundanity. Sister-in-law, your culinary skills are remarkable. Whether it be noodles or dumplings, I relish them all. I must eat thrice daily. You should behave yourself. I must inform you that I am pregnant, and it may very well be your child. You ought to consider your actions. Of course, the child should be born. Let the elder brother care for it. When that old fellow passes, we can have him acknowledged as family. If anyone were to overhear this conversation, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for these were not merely 2 crocodiles conversing. They appeared to be 2 individuals cloaked in the guise of crocodiles. What many do not realize is that the world of soul beasts bears striking similarities to that of humans. They are often more forthright, acting on their desires without the hesitations that humans exhibit. Much like a man enamored with a woman who may profess, I only see you as a sister, while secretly reaping the benefits of their relationship. One day, when he finally succumbs to his desires, he might apologize profusely, saying, "Forgive me, sister. You are simply too beautiful, and I could not resist. I am not worthy of you. Let us part ways." The woman, realizing the irrevocable nature of their encounter, may reflect, "What's done is done. Besides, he treats me so well." She might then say, "Brother, I hold no resentment. I know you care for me, and I care for you as well." Thus, their union becomes inevitable. If he possesses a modicum of integrity, he will take responsibility. If not, he may deceive countless naive young women with such tactics. Chapter 84. Deming and Erming are left bewildered. As they approached home, only 100 meters away, a dispute erupted between them. The elder believed that, given the larger number of family members, they should receive a greater share of the dragon's corpse, while the younger insisted that the elder always took advantage of the situation. Moreover, they exerted little effort, believing that a greater portion of the dragon's carcass should be allocated to them. The 2 were unwilling to yield, each hoping to claim the entirety of the dragon's remains for themselves. Gradually, their discussion shifted from the distribution of the carcass to grievances about each other's actions over the years. Second brother, do you know how much I've sacrificed for our family while you were out all these years? Brother, you shouldn't always boast about your achievements. Do you have any idea how much work I did for sister-in-law while you were away? You insolent brat, do you think I can't handle you? I am the elder brother. What's wrong with me taking a little more? Just tell me, what's wrong with that? You must remember that our parents left us early. If I hadn't protected you, you would have perished in this marsh of death long ago. If you're going to speak like that, then I shall have to set the record straight with you. Yes, you are correct. Our parents did leave us prematurely, and you have indeed helped me a great deal. However, I have also contributed significantly to this family over the years. I have always taken on the most arduous tasks and ventured out in search of food. While you remained at home, how many times did you go hunting in the years before our parents' passing? Have you even exceeded 10 outings in total over the years? Ah, you insolent child, are you feeling aggrieved? After all these years, you finally express what has been festering in your heart. Brother, can you even compare? I am not allowed to speak now? All right. So you're successful now and dare to challenge me. It seems I must teach you a lesson. There is a hierarchy of age. Very well. Come at me. Let's see what you, with your old bones, are capable of besides being formidable in bed. The second brother, harboring grievances for long, found the perfect opportunity to vent his frustrations on the elder brother. With a swift strike, the second brother initiated the attack, youthfulness granting him a speed advantage. The elder brother, unfazed, countered with his own claws, showcasing his experience. The second brother, agile, dodged and countered with a powerful tail swipe. The elder brother, soaring into the air, evaded the attack. As the second brother lunged forward with an open maw, the onlookers, including Gu Chen and others, nearly burst into laughter at the sight of the two battling like dancing crocodiles. Amidst the blood-red moon and piercing winds, the two divine crocodiles engaged in what appeared to be chaotic combat, yet each movement concealed potent soul techniques. Any soul master below the rank of a title Douluo would likely find it insurmountable to withstand a single blow from them. Now is the moment. Gu Chen smiled as he observed the two formidable crocodiles, both wounded and entangled in their struggle. Eight-armed demon child, drain their energy. Gu Chen unleashed his octopus spirit, employing the divine weapon, the heavenly umbrella, to mask everyone's presence. Ming, apply gravitational suppression. Ming, unleash your full power. Zhu Zhuqing, you are in charge of the harvest. Ensure your safety. The ancient star sword manifested. The spirit merged. Ming and Ming, already superior to the two crocodiles, were evenly matched due to their hidden ailments. However, with Gu Chen's magical army joining the fray and both crocodiles wounded, they had the opportunity to showcase their true strength. One applied gravitational suppression, while the other slowed their foes, rendering the dozens of 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts present utterly immobile. After merging with the demon spirit, Gu Chen's power surged to the soul saint level. Coupled with the sharpness of the celestial ancient sword, soul beasts under 50,000 years of age were hardly his match. Transforming into Ashura, he relentlessly harvested the lives of these soul beasts. The rust on the celestial ancient sword diminished by approximately 1%, further enhancing his strength by an additional 10%. With these hidden trump cards, he was confident that future ambushes would yield unexpectedly remarkable results. An hour later, when two divine crocodiles were presented before Gu Chen by Ming and Ming, Gu Chen uttered only 3 words, "Offer your sacrifice." To everyone's astonishment, the two soul beasts willingly complied. Ming, Ming, and Zhu Zhuqing, who were present, were left in a state of bewilderment, their eyes wide with surprise and their hearts brimming with curiosity. Do not inquire further. Serve as my guardians. Once I have absorbed the soul rings and eradicated your afflictions, I shall explain everything in detail. Ming and Ming nodded earnestly, their curiosity towards Gu Chen intensifying more than ever before. Gu Chen did not keep them waiting for long. The two soul rings were affixed to the golden silk silver needle martial soul and the chameleon disguise of the white tiger martial soul, respectively. They obtained the Wanli diamond pendant and the white tiger diamond howl. The acquisition of these two soul bones included one from the chest, which came with 2 skills. The first skill, Armor of the Crocodile, upon activation, forms a robust armor akin to crocodile skin, capable of withstanding immense force and reducing physical damage by 30%. The second skill, Swamp of Death, ensnares enemies within a 1,000-meter radius in a mire from which they cannot escape, proving to be a formidable crowd control technique. Nearly no one of equal rank could break free. The second soul bone was from the legs, also accompanied by 2 skills. The first skill, Diamond Whirlwind Kick, allows the user to deliver 7 consecutive kicks to a single target, each increasing damage by 10 to 15%, stacking with a 15% chance to land a critical hit, which would double the damage. The seventh kick alone could inflict at least 400% damage on the enemy. This implies that a foe who might typically require 4 kicks to be defeated could now be vanquished with just 1, considering defensive breaks. It might even be possible to achieve victory without expending full effort. The second skill, Leap, enhances the user's jumping ability by 300 to 500% while also increasing evasion by 20%. The description of these skills was succinct, yet profoundly practical. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing intended for Gu Chen to absorb the soul bone immediately, but he declined, favoring a warrior's path. This agility-based soul bone was better suited for Xiao Wu, and he resolved to gift it to her. His cultivation also surged, having absorbed 2 soul rings and 1 soul bone, successfully breaking through 5 levels to reach the impressive height of level 59, surpassing Zhu Zhuqing by 3 levels. After eliminating the crocodiles from the Swamp of Death, Gu Chen and his companions acquired a wealth of rare treasures, and Ming and Ming tamed over 100 soul beasts aged over 10,000 years. With preparations complete, Gu Chen began to gather the necessary items to cleanse Ming and Ming of the Jiao poison. Upon arriving in the territory of Ming and Ming, Gu Chen did not immediately administer the antidote. Instead, he requested a sizable cave and led Zhu Zhuqing inside. Once inside the cave, Gu Chen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gu Chen, what is the matter? Zhu Zhuqing asked anxiously. Zhuqing, I am fine. Quickly, remove your clothing, he urged. Here? Zhu Zhuqing felt a tinge of shyness. Yes, Gu Chen replied, licking the blood from his lips, his eyes gleaming with an otherworldly red light. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced as she noticed her companion still frozen in place. Gu Chen, visibly displeased, reached out and swiftly removed her outer garment, commanding in a low voice, kneel down. Zhu Zhuqing, taken aback and somewhat incensed, felt an involuntary chill at the sight of Gu Chen's gaze and, in a state of inner turmoil, reluctantly knelt. Gu Chen approached her, slicing his finger and commanding, drink. Startled, Zhu Zhuqing looked up at Gu Chen, her face etched with disbelief that lingered for some time. However, upon witnessing Gu Chen's resolute expression, Zhu Zhuqing eventually opened her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. After a prolonged moment, Gu Chen's gaze gradually became clearer, while Zhu Zhuqing, feeling aggrieved, hugged her knees and wept silently. Gu Chen approached him with a face full of remorse, draping his coat over his shoulders and apologizing. I am truly sorry. Zhu Qing has caused you distress. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Zhu Qing sobbed even more intensely, burying her face in Gu Chen's shoulder and weeping audibly. You wicked villain. How could you treat me this way? It is my first time doing such a thing for a boy. Woe is me. Zhu Qing, I apologize. I vow never to treat you like this again. Zhu Qing nodded through her tears. Gu Chen, what on earth happened to you just now? You seemed like a completely different person. When I subdued the twin crocs, I employed divine power, and just now, I was affected by that very force. My mind was somewhat unhinged, leading to my extreme actions. I hope this does not leave a scar on your heart. Yet, my dear husband, why did you make me drink your blood? Cats possess an innate tendency to be tamed, and although Gu Chen's actions were domineering, they also awakened another facet of her nature. At this moment, she resembled a domesticated kitten, embodying a blend of obedience and a poignant vulnerability that evoked a desire for protection. In my state of confusion, I subconsciously perceived this as a gift. Check within yourself for any changes. All right. Zhu Qing obediently nodded, channeling her soul power to investigate thoroughly. Moments later, she gasped in astonishment. My dear husband, all my soul rings have advanced by 10,000 years. The ring that was at 90,000 years has now broken through to 100,000 years. And I have gained a new ability. What did you say? Gu Chen looked incredulously at Zhu Qing. I said I have acquired a new skill. Haha, congratulations. Zhu Qing, what new skill have you obtained? Gu Chen expressed his astonishment while also feeling joyous for Zhu Qing, his face radiating with delight. Flame armor. It forms a layer of approximately 3 centimeters of fiery red dragon scale armor by condensing my soul power. It grants immunity to 50% of fire attribute damage and boosts my defense by 2,000 points, equivalent to that of a top-tier soul emperor, along with a mid-level fire domain spanning 30 meters. Within this domain, it can diminish the enemy's fire resistance by 15% and enhance my allies' fire defense by 30%. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. Was this truly the skill of a 100,000-year soul ring? Even a 200,000-year soul ring skill could scarcely compare. Such divine prowess. Zhu Qing, your ability is astonishing. This realm of yours cannot be sustained indefinitely, can it? Well, My current soul power is limited. I estimate I can maintain it for a maximum of 2 minutes. 2 minutes. That is already quite impressive. As your level increases, the duration should extend. Are there any other changes? Indeed, my soul power has risen by 2 levels. I have now reached level 58, just 1 level shy of you. Hee. It seems my wife possesses remarkable talent. Hee. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled, her face radiating a brilliant smile. Gu Chen, filled with affection, laughed heartily and tousled her hair. We have been here for quite some time. Ming and Ming must be growing anxious. Zhu Qing, please step outside and keep an eye on things for me. I need to concoct some elixirs, which require a tranquil environment. Inform Ming and Ming to keep soul beasts at bay in this vicinity. Understood. Additionally, the elixirs I am crafting are rather unique and may affect the surrounding environment, so they should not panic. All right, I will tell them immediately. Zhu Zhuqing had unwavering faith in Gu Chen's words, for the remarkable experiences he had bestowed upon her during this period had left her heart racing. Especially after she had just knelt before him. She yearned to share something more with him. After Zhu Qing exited the cave, Gu Chen summoned the Ziwu Lianshu Ding, beginning to toss in various precious medicinal herbs. Some of these divine herbs had been collected by Ming and Ming over the years, while others were obtained from the treasure trove of the twin crocodiles. Due to the unique nature of the elixirs being forged, the process was protracted, and soon a day and night had passed. Throughout this time, fierce winds whipped outside. Torrential rain fell, and thunder and lightning had scarcely ceased. This terrified some low-level soul beasts, causing them to tremble in fear. Fortunately, Gu Chen had forewarned Zhu Qing to inform Ming and Ming, allowing them to alert their subordinates in advance. They were prepared for the impending phenomena to avoid causing panic among the soul beasts in their jurisdiction, preventing them from fleeing the forest. On the morning of the 3rd day, as the sun began to rise, the sky over the distant mountains was tinted with a rosy hue. A brilliant beam of light shot skyward from the cave where Gu Chen resided. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from within as a handsome young man, somewhat haggard in appearance, emerged from the cave, holding a palm-sized golden box. His weariness stemmed from the meticulous care he had exercised in every step of the process, while incorporating the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The elixir he had crafted bore a resounding name in his previous life, Ancient Dragon Pill. It was a true celestial-grade elixir, capable of extending a person's lifespan by a century and transforming one, endowing them with dragon blood. Gu Chen was uncertain whether he could completely cure Ming and Ming's injuries. However, he was confident of one thing. Once they consumed this elixir, their strength would undoubtedly soar. Furthermore, given the properties of the ancient dragon elixir, even if it could not entirely eradicate the venom coursing through Ming and Ming, it would certainly suppress it for decades. In that span of time, he could discover a more effective remedy to assist them in regaining their former glory, which was not misleading them. As Gu Chen emerged from the cave, Ming and Ming had been anxiously waiting outside. Zhu Zhuqing even hurried over to him, concerned for his well-being after the recent commotion that had echoed for miles around, the sound of the dragon's roar resonating through the air. Gu Chen, how are you? Why does your face look so pale? Zhu Zhuqing inquired with genuine concern upon noticing his pallor. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. A short rest will suffice. Gu Chen replied with a gentle smile, offering reassurance. Ming, Ming, please come forward. I have concocted 2 ancient dragon elixirs. While they may not guarantee complete recovery, there is a 90% chance they will heal you. I advise you to find a place with ample water to take this elixir. After consumption, your bodies may undergo certain changes, and I personally recommend having a few companions nearby for support. As Gu Chen's words echoed, Ming and Ming exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing a camaraderie that only men could understand. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she envisioned a scene where a gorilla clashed with a horde of its kind, or a gigantic serpent battled a swarm of its brethren. Such imagery was too beautiful to contemplate. Ming and Ming departed with the elixir, leaving Gu Chen to await their return. Aware that it would be a protracted endeavor, he agreed to reconvene in a month and led Zhu Zhuqing back to Shrek Academy. They were due to meet with Xiao Wu to participate in the Talented Soul Master Exchange Conference, and he suspected that Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong would be eagerly awaiting their arrival. After traversing a considerable distance through the Stardow Forest, Zhu Zhuqing took Gu Chen on a swift flight, using her Fire Dragon Spirit Bone ability, reaching the vicinity of Shrek Academy in a mere minute. Upon their entrance, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were the first to notice their arrival, sprinting towards them. Oscar, Mahonjun, and Dai Mubai followed suit. Though Dai Mubai's expression was as sour as if he had ingested a batch of spoiled food. Gu Chen, Zhu Zhuqing, where have you been these past few days? We were worried sick. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her hands clasped behind her back and her body leaning forward with concern, exuding an adorably worried demeanor. Indeed, Gu Chen, Zhu Zhuqing. Where have you been? We couldn't find you, and Xiao Wu hasn't been able to eat or sleep properly for 2 days. She's even lost some weight. Ning Rongrong added, her azure eyes filled with curiosity. Come on, Gu Chen, admit it, did you and Zhu Zhuqing venture into the wild for some unmentionable escapades? Oscar teased, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he wore a roguish grin. Right, Gu Chen, it can't be as Oscar suggested, can it? You two weren't really engaging in wild adventures, were you? Ma Hongjun speculated, observing Gu Chen's gradual expression with suspicion. Dai Mubai remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes conveying a sense of longing, as if to remind her that he was her betrothed. Wasn't it reasonable for her to explain her mysterious absence with another man? Zhu Zhuqing dismissed Dai Mubai's glances and embraced Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, sweetly smiling. That's a secret. The boys have their own matters to discuss. Come with me. I have something wonderful to share with you. Xiao Wu turned back to glance at Gu Chen as Zhu Zhuqing pulled her along. Ning Rongrong cast her gaze at Zhu Zhuqing, noticing a certain aspect of her seemed to have grown, prompting a twinge of envy. We'll head back to the academy first. Once we're there, I'll tell you everything. Dai Mubai, you should stay behind. I fear you might not be able to handle what you hear. Gu Chen remarked with a smile that gradually brightened his face. Relishing the delightful days spent with Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself, unleashing his aura as the evil white tiger spirit manifested, radiating an imposing presence. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, lacking in loyalty, discreetly stepped back, eager to witness the confrontation between Gu Chen and Dai Mubai after their days apart. They knew that Gu Chen must possess some confidence to provoke Dai Mubai so audaciously. As expected, Gu Chen felt no trepidation before Dai Mubai, even asserting that he could easily overpower him, yet he refrained from being overly ostentatious. Becoming a peak powerhouse too conspicuously was hardly prudent. Dai Mubai activated his first soul skill, White Tiger Shield, emitting a brilliant glow as he appeared to grow taller. With a flash of malevolent light in his eyes, he executed a straightforward yet forceful strike aimed directly at Gu Chen's face, intent on knocking him out before Zhu Zhuqing to assert his role as her protector. Witnessing Dai Mubai's almost simplistic approach, Gu Chen smirked coolly, executing a swift kick that landed squarely in Dai Mubai's abdomen, sending him soaring backward to embrace the ground. With a dramatic shout, Dai Mubai sprang up, bellowing, second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. A milky white sphere of energy coalesced in his palm and hurtled towards Gu Chen with tremendous force, reminiscent of the Kamehameha wave. Did you think you were the only one capable of ranged attacks? Gu Chen retorted with a cold laugh. Unleashing a death arc, a surge of black-purple flames that collided with the white energy sphere, cleaving it in two before striking Dai Mubai with tremendous force. Dai Mubai coughed up blood as the death arc, an evolved skill of the Dark Nether Wolf, dealt damage based on his own power multiplied by an additional 30 dark attribute damage, which not only ignored ordinary defenses but also inflicted lingering damage over 10 seconds. Contingent on the enemy's attribute resistance. Without using his third soul skill, Dai Mubai would surely succumb within that time frame. Activating his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Dai Mubai felt searing pain throughout his insides as his soul power plummeted. This skill doubled his resistance to abnormal states, attack power, defense, and strength for half an hour. Although the sensation of his soul power being drained lingered, it was now manageable. Dai Mubai glared at Gu Chen in astonishment, realizing the young man had acquired an unexpectedly peculiar attack skill in his absence. Had it not been for his third soul skill mitigating the strange energy, he would have been defeated. No longer able to hold back, Dai Mubai growled, fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. A multitude of energy spheres numbering in the thousands homed in on Gu Chen. Stop, Mubai! A towering figure intervened, releasing the first soul skill, Immovable King Body, deflecting the incoming spheres. Xiao Wu glared fiercely at Dai Mubai. Mubai, this is a friendly sparring session. What are you trying to achieve? Do you wish to kill him? Upon hearing the words, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion, although he was certain he would be just fine without Xiao Wuji's assistance. The fact that Xiao Wuji stood up for him filled him with a subtle sense of happiness. Teacher Xiao, I was wrong. Dai Mubai felt quite aggrieved. In the past, he would have retorted, but he had genuinely considered eliminating Gu Chen moments ago. Now, upon reflection, He realized that if he had indeed harmed Gu Chen at Shrek, not only would Zhu Zhuqing resent him for a lifetime, but Xiao Wuji and Xiao Wu would also likely never forgive him. Xiao Wu might even hold a grudge against him because of it. He had been too impulsive earlier. He was no better than Gu Chen. Unbeknownst to Dai Mubai, Tang San was currently enduring inhumane torment. He could only eat 1 meal a day and was forced to bark like a dog for an hour each day. Otherwise, he would go hungry the next day. For a soul master whose soul power was temporarily sealed, he could withstand hunger for 3 days and nights. However, what forced him to submit was the icy prison where Nolan Jia detained him, where a group of elderly women over 80 years old stripped him of his clothing, leaving him in nothing but his undergarments. They made him stand barefoot on eternal ice, denying him sleep and food. Only when he humiliated himself by barking to Nolan Jia's satisfaction was he tossed a few garments and some leftover scraps. Tears of humiliation streamed down Tang San's face as he vowed that if he ever escaped, he would ensure this woman lived a fate worse than death. He silently recorded every indignity she had inflicted upon him. At Shrek Academy, due to Xiao Wuji's intervention, Gu Chen was unable to boast about his combat prowess to Oscar and Ma Hongjun and was instead taken to Xiao Wuji's office for a lecture. Gu Chen, you are still young. You cannot let your mind dwell solely on trivial matters. There is a time for learning and a time for cultivation. It is only by becoming strong that you can truly be powerful. Look at you, running about here and there. Hasn't your cultivation lagged behind significantly? Xiao Wuji continued. Take these herbs and make an effort to enhance your strength over the next few days. Once you reach level 35, I will speak to Dean Flinder to see if we can get you a substitute position in the upcoming Advanced Soul Master competition. It will be beneficial for your growth to experience the arena. Thank you for your concern, teacher. I have just managed to break through to level 36. What? Xiao Wuji's expression turned to one of astonishment, his honest, rugged face displaying an indescribable look of disbelief. His eyes widened as if they could encompass an entire world, and his mouth gaped open as if it could swallow several aircraft carriers, his square face contorting into a visage reminiscent of a zombie from a horror film. I have indeed broken through to level 36. Does that mean I can have a few days off? We are to attend the Genius Soul Master Exchange Conference hosted by His Highness Xueqing today. Of course. But do tell me how you managed to break through to level 36 so quickly? I owe it all to Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing. They trained with me, unlocking the potential within me, and my strength surged several levels, allowing me to break through to level 36. Good lad. You truly live up to being my disciple. Xiao Wuji, your rate of progress is remarkable. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing are both wonderful young ladies. It would be beneficial for you to interact with them more. Previously, when I pushed and criticized you, it was out of concern that you might advance too quickly. But it seems you have not disappointed me at all. As Master is away, I grant you 3 days of leave. Go wherever you wish, and if you run short on funds, just let me know. I have some to spare. Enough, enough. I've recently befriended a wealthy lady who wishes to support me. Teacher, I don't need this little bit of money. This is not acceptable. Young people must understand moderation. ISNT they're saying, young and unknowing, one may squander. In old age, one only weeps alone. Rest assured, teacher, I understand. When faced with 2 options, one must choose the shorter path. When faced with 2 shorter options, one must choose the longest. What do you mean by that? It is a philosophy of life, emphasizing the importance of knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Well said. As long as you understand how to choose wisely. Since you want to need these resources for the time being, I shall keep them for you. If you ever marry, I will present them to you then. Thank you. Master, do not mention it. Now, go find your friends and enjoy yourselves. Understood. Outside the Hall of Spirits, a stunning woman clad in silver armor, with flowing black hair, emerged from the spirit hall. Master, why have you returned? I told you that the teacher is in a foul mood these days. I asked you to wait a couple of days before coming back. Why didn't you heed my advice? Child, I understand the temperament of our illustrious Pope. He is not one to anger easily. I shall wait here for him, for I believe sincerity can move mountains, and he will surely meet with me. Seeing you so beautifully dressed today, are you attending some event? Indeed. Liena nodded with a smile. Her delicate features were breathtaking, prompting Yu Xiaojang to momentarily mistake her for a younger Bibidong. You remain as beautiful as ever. What are you saying, master? Yu Xiaojang abruptly snapped to attention, realizing he had lost his composure and awkwardly chuckled. I wasn't he saying anything. If you have matters to attend to, you should go. It would be ill-advised to be late. I'll wait here for your Pope. She should be calm by now. Yu Xiaojang was well aware of Bibidong's feelings for him and knew how to leverage that affection. He believed that as long as he persisted in waiting at the spirit hall, Bibidong would surely be moved by his unwavering determination. Very well. I shall take my leave. Please take care, master. Seeing Xiao Zhang's steadfastness, she felt no need to persuade him further. Today, she had dressed so formally to attend the Genius Soul Master Exchange Conference and to meet the legendary Shrek 7 monsters. As she watched Liena depart, Xiao Zhang couldn't help but exclaim, "What a remarkable child. When Tang San returns, I must ensure he connects with her." On the second floor of the Blaze Academy, in a small attic, a girl with red hair and a red dress gazed dreamily toward the horizon, occasionally letting out peals of laughter like silver bells. Just as her thoughts drifted far away, a voice called out, "Sister Huo Wu, are you there?" Huo Wu's brows furrowed in anger as she stormed over to the edge of the bed on the second floor. In her fury, she accidentally knocked over a clothing rack, sending it crashing down. Below, a young man resembling a wealthy scion swiftly dashed forward, catching the rack with ease, exclaiming, "Sister Huo Wu, is this a token of your affection for me? It's a bit rough and long. I'm not comfortable with this weapon, so I'll return it to you." He tossed it lightly, and a gust of wind gently returned the rack to its original position without missing a beat. Feng Xiaodian, what are you doing? Why are you howling like a wolf so early in the morning? What do you want with me? Huo Wu, I sought you out because I miss you. Observe my lips, G-U-N. I am blinded, utterly blind. You invite me up to sit for a while, and I shall regale you with monumental news. Feng Xiaodian, have you been feeling mischievous lately? 3 days without a beating and you're getting bold, aren't you? Ha ha. Huo Wu, you stand no chance against me. My Gale twin-headed demon wolf martial spirit counters yours. Unless I love you to the core. Unable to bear my own injury, you wouldn't even have an opportunity to come close to me. Ha ha ha. Feng Xiaodian. Huo Wu leapt gracefully from the second floor, her fiery red skirt swirling in the air as she landed lightly. Alas, what a pity not to witness. Feng Xiaodian appeared perplexed. Feng Xiaodian. Huo Wu raised her foot, poised to unleash a triple strike on him, when suddenly memories of being caught by Gu Chen flashed in her mind. Her leg, once lifted, slowly retreated. Let us not quarrel today. Tell me what brings you here. I have heard of a place where a millennium-grade herb, the firelingji, grows. If you consume it, your soul power will surely surge, and your martial spirit may even evolve. However, it is quite distant from here, and if I were to fetch it for you, I would need to leave the Heaven Do Empire for several months. Before I depart, I wanted to bid you farewell. What Feng Xiaodian did not mention was that this place is not only far, but also perilously dangerous. Where is this place? Is it truly dangerous? Huo Wu, momentarily shedding her bravado, questioned with a hint of concern. There is no immediate danger. I shall not disclose the location for now. Once I have returned, I will inform you. Were you just showing concern for me? I was not. You are not someone I am connected to, so why would I care? Ha ha. Denial. With my striking handsomeness, admired by all, you must have developed feelings for me. Disgusting. In an instant, Huo Wu's anger surged, and she delivered a swift kick to Feng Xiaodian's abdomen. Chapter 88. Huo Wu, do you like me? Feng Xiaodian nimbly dodged and raised an eyebrow at Huo Wu. Huo Wu, am I to be shattered for you, and this is how you treat me? What is wrong with this treatment? If you don't like it, you are free to leave. Of course I like it. I appreciate your fierceness, Huo Wu. If you were to become my wife one day, it would be thrilling to have you fierce in that regard as well. Feng Xiaodian, if you continue with your shameless remarks, I shall not hold back. Enough. Enough. I shall take my leave. Do not miss me too much. With a casual wave, Feng Xiaodian departed, leaving Huo Wu with a slightly lonely silhouette. Huo Wu sensed something unusual about Feng Xiaodian today. He seemed different, more talkative and audacious than usual. Yet, she chose not to dwell on it, as she had numerous tasks to attend to. At this hour, all the talented individuals should have arrived. It is time for us to set out. Huo Wu murmured to herself. A gentle breeze caressed the earth, and her red skirt appeared even more enchanting under the sunlight. Huo Wu, with her long skirt trailing and graceful steps, made her way toward the Qihua Academy's playground. Her alluring figure, illuminated by the sun, was captivating, radiant, and vibrant. Upon reaching the playground, a striking young man approached her. He was of a well-proportioned physique, donned in yellow and red armor, with striking golden short hair. What caught the eye most were his sculpted abs, seemingly forged from bronze. This was Huo Wu Shuang, the son of the Qihua Academy's principal and Huo Wu's elder brother, possessing the martial spirit of the firestorm dragon. He was accompanied by several other impressive young men, all of whom surrounded Huo Wu upon her arrival. Sister, you have come. Huo Wu Shuang greeted her with a beaming smile. Huo Wu Jie. Huo Wu Jie. The young men behind Huo Wu enthusiastically addressed her as Huo Wu Jie. In terms of actual age, Huo Wu might not be older than them, yet in terms of strength, she was the most formidable among them, second only to Huo Wu. The title of Huo Wu Jie was well-deserved. Huo Lai, Huo Yu, Huo Jun, Huo Chui, you all look dashing today. When you go to the palace, make a good impression and show them just how exceptional the talents of Qihua Academy are. Rest assured, Huo Wu Jie, my soul power has improved recently. I'll show them my new skills and how formidable they are. Huo Chui, with his short red hair and red armor, unleashed his soul power. At level 39, he outshone the others, evoking envy among his companions. Do not envy, brother. I am merely a legend. Huo Wu Jie, with my excellence. Do you happen to need a boyfriend? Indeed, I do. Only you can rival me, and perhaps I could keep you warm at night. Very well, Huo Wu Jie. Shall I experience your resistance fire ring after this exchange meeting? Absolutely. If you desire, I can fulfill that wish right now. Let us not. You look so lovely today. And I would hate to accidentally ruin that attire, for I cannot afford the damages. Ha ha. Laughter erupted among Huo Wu and the others. Huo Chui, if you truly wish to showcase your talents, then during the Genius Exchange Conference, assist me in teaching someone a lesson. If you defeat him, I promise you a chance to pursue me. Huo Wu Jie, is that a promise? Excitement gleamed in Huo Chui's eyes. Certainly. Huo Wu Jie, who is the target? I shall ensure he recognizes no one. Huo Chui boasted, ignited with fierce ambition. Gu Chen from Shrek Academy. Never heard of him. Is he new? What is his soul power level? Level 30 Soul Master. Ha ha ha. Huo Wu Jie, I suspect you have taken a liking to me. Huo Chui, adjusting his hair, appeared quite confident. Confidence is commendable, but blind confidence is less so. You shall see when you meet him. Ha ha. I am rather looking forward to meeting him soon. On the playground of Shrek Academy, all students except Tang San had gathered. Ma Hongjun and Oscar inquired about Dai Mubai's whereabouts, learning that he had gone out for training and would return in due time. Unable to extract more information, the two lost interest in asking further, while Xiao Wu considered inquiring, as Tang San was still her nominal brother, but Gu Chen was nearby and had many questions. Gu Chen discerned his thoughts and consoled him, saying, Rest assured, my dear elder brother, you are not of a frail constitution. In your absence, I shall take good care of your sister. Can you believe such words? If you truly know him, you have misunderstood Gu Chen's attentions. Just moments ago, Gu Chen had dismissed Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, dedicating an entire hour to tending to Xiao Wu, who still bore a lingering metallic taste upon her lips. Moreover, her demeanor and aura had undergone a significant transformation. As all gathered, a luxurious carriage adorned with countless diamonds, agate, and crystal arrived at Shrek Academy. This is the most opulent carriage of our 7 treasure glazed tile school. Isn't it splendid? Indeed, it is exceptionally beautiful, Zhu Zhuqing remarked in admiration. Ning Rongrong was the first to board the carriage, calling out to Xiao Wu and Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, hurry up. Inside are cushions made from the fur of a 10,000-year spirit beast, the snow weasel. It's incredibly comfortable. How wonderful. Rongrong, your father truly dotes on you. You're allowed to choose such exquisite treasures. Humph, that is not the case. It's certainly a gift from Grandpa Jin and Grandpa Bone. My father wouldn't even think of it. He only urges me to study diligently. Ha ha ha. As long as someone cares, that's enough. Sister Xiao Wu. Since Rongrong has such a delightful treasure, let us board. Indeed. Xiao Wu blinked her adorable eyes, clearly enamored with the carriage, and followed Zhu Zhuqing aboard. Dai Mubai attempted to join them, only to be halted by Ning Rongrong. Dai, this is a girl's carriage. You boys cannot enter. But there is only one carriage. How shall we travel? You'll have to figure that out yourselves. Dai Mubai awkwardly scratched his head, realizing his presumption. Rongrong, have you changed? Ma Hongjun feigned a pitiful expression, gazing imploringly at Ning Rongrong. Have you become even more beautiful? Ning Rongrong playfully blinked her large, captivating eyes. No, you've become unrecognizable. I am your 4th brother. Can you bear to let me walk alone? Indeed. I am your 2nd brother. I too wish to accompany you. Oscar's peach blossom eye shimmered with a rosy hue as he clenched his small fist beneath his chin. Looking at Ning Rongrong with an expression that seemed to plead for affection, Gu Chen appeared remarkably composed, standing silently in place. No. You two seem far too lewd to accompany us. If anyone should join, it ought to be Junior Gu Chen, for he is decidedly more handsome. Gu Chen offered a shy smile, neither affirming nor denying. I shall let it be. With all you girls present, should any harbor ulterior motives. I fear for my own innocence. Bah, is there still innocence to be saved? Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, what say you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Zhuqing lowered their heads, their cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Chapter 89. The Selection of Beauties by Xiao Wu. With a crisp crack of the whip, the carriage began to move forward slowly. This left Dai Bai with a face full of frustration, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar gazed at him with envy, and Gu Chen remained composed. Gu Chen, do you not wish to be in that carriage just now? Ma Hongjun inquired, intrigued by Gu Chen's unflappable demeanor. Gu Chen shook his head. I do not believe it. Are we going to walk directly to the imperial city of the Heaven Do Empire? Certainly not. So how shall we get there? We shall ride on the back of a soul beast. Gu Chen spread out his notebook, and a golden mouse, no larger than the palm of a hand, appeared before everyone. Is this not your pet? The crimson flame golden mouse? What purpose do you have for it? Can it take us somewhere? Ma Hongjun inquired with an expression of great curiosity. Certainly. Little Jean is here to demonstrate a remarkable skill for all esteemed guests. Squeak. Little Jean let out a couple of calls into the air, and a colossal flying soul beast soared down. What is this? Oscar and Ma Hongjun widened their eyes in astonishment. This is the colorful phoenix, the legendary auspicious divine beast. Did he summon it? What else could it be? Gu Chen smiled softly at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, urging, go ahead. Dai Bai also wished to mount it, but he knew that Gu Chen would not permit him, thus refraining from making a futile attempt. Gu Chen glanced at Dai Bai but did not extend an invitation. Dai Bai had repeatedly sought to provoke him, and he was not at a point where he could repay malice with kindness. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing was his woman, and a harmonious relationship with Dai Bai was out of the question. A conflict between them was inevitable, though the timing remained uncertain. Within the opulent palace of the Tiando Empire, Xue Bang stood with his arms crossed, observing the flow of handsome men and beautiful women around him, his mood buoyant. He turned to a subordinate beside him, Xiao Wu, and remarked, I never anticipated my elder brother's charisma to be so potent. He has managed to gather such a multitude of attractive individuals for this event. Go mingle. If any lovely ladies catch your eye, let me know, and I shall make an introduction. I am not boasting. I am well acquainted with most of the talents in the Tiando Empire. As he spoke, a breathtaking woman with an ethereal presence caught their attention. Her features were as delicate as a porcelain doll, adorned with soft, furry ears and a sinuous tail. Her waist moved with an alluring grace, captivating the gaze of numerous young men. Your Highness Xue Bang, I want her, exclaimed Xiao Wu, who weighed over 300 pounds and stood just over 5 feet tall, licking his lips in a daze. Xue Bang was taken aback and scolded. Are you out of your mind? Do you even know who she is? Just catching a glimpse from afar would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. You wish to get acquainted? Who here, aside from my brother, could possibly be worthy of her? Your Highness Xue Bang, who is she? She resembles a celestial being descended from the heavens. Just one glance, and my heart is melted. If I could have her just once, I would gladly accept death. You will never have such an opportunity in this lifetime. She is Liena, the most gifted disciple of the Spirit Hall, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, the core of the golden generation, and the first heir to the next pope. With that said, do you still wish to meet her? Xiao Wu remained entranced, his eyes fixated on Liena, his desire almost palpable. Stop staring. You are courting disaster. She possesses an innate allure. Those lacking self-control cannot gaze upon her for long, or they risk succumbing to infatuation and dire consequences. Xiao Wu, oblivious to Xue Bang's warning, reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Pathetic fool, let us continue. There are many more beauties to behold. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Wu gasped, wow, so beautiful, so fair, and so dazzling. Your Highness Xue Bang, I want her. Before them stood a woman about 5 feet 5 inches tall, with a perfectly proportioned figure that was neither overly voluptuous nor too slender. Her long blue hair cascaded down her back, and her fair face was adorned with exquisite features, stunningly beautiful to the point of being blinding. Who is she? Xue Bang frowned. She is Xue Binger, the captain of the battle team from the Water Academy. She has millions of fans and possesses a rare beast martial soul, the Ice Phoenix martial soul, showcasing formidable strength. Her demeanor is calm and composed. She is skilled at restraining herself, her emotions never betraying her thoughts. This is not a woman to provoke. I advise you to steer clear. All right. A frigid beauty like that would be challenging to win over. I shall keep looking. Take your time. The event has yet to commence, Xue Bang replied. Look, Your Highness, how sultry, how luring, how voluptuous. That one is perfect. I must have her. Tonight. I shall take her to the hotel. Xiao Wu exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a stunning woman in a radiant red dress. Xue Bang's mouth twitched, regretting his earlier words. However, having already boasted, he felt compelled to introduce her. She is Huo Wu, the daughter of the president of the Blaze Academy. Her personality matches her fiery appearance. She is extremely passionate and excels in controlling flames. If you are not afraid of being battered daily after marriage, I can introduce you. Moreover, she is a close friend of a girl I have my eye on. I would be doing you a favor by introducing you. I decline. I prefer the three beautiful sisters who arrived in the carriage. Xiao Gu licked his lips, thinking that those girls appeared ordinary and without any notable background. Xuebing couldn't help but smile mischievously. He had to admit that Xiao Gui's taste was quite discerning, as he had chosen only the most exquisite beauties. You may meet them later, but I advise you to keep a low profile. Understood. Rest assured, Your Highness Xuebing, just grant me an opportunity to meet them. And I guarantee a delightful night. Very well, I shall take you to meet them. Where are you going? Just as Xuebing lifted a foot, a cold voice rang out from behind him, causing him to place it back down quietly. Turning around, he saw a plump woman, exuding confidence, approaching him. Xuebing, what brings you here? He asked awkwardly. Naturally, I was invited by Prince Xueqinghe. Ah, my elder brother. When did you become so familiar with him? We have always been close. The arrangement for our marriage was also orchestrated by your elder brother. Xuebing frowned slightly. We are not wed. You cannot infringe upon my freedom. Humph. What must I do to gain your attention? Just know that I, Lu Ruyin, am backed by the Lu family. I do not wish for the future heir of the Lu family to be disparaged. If you dare to flirt outside, I will ensure you know the consequences. Chapter 90. Prince Xueqinghe, a shiver ran down Xuebing's spine, but he soon found his courage. Addressing Lu Ruyin with a firm tone, do not be too arrogant, Lu Ruyin. Even if we marry, I shall always be the one in control. You will forever be the one receiving the pleasures I bestow upon you. Heh, you are amusing. You think that after marriage, you will have the upper hand? I assure you, it is I who will determine your position. Fail to meet my demands, and your little aspirations will be of no use. You truly believe you can challenge me? You may try, but do not forget, my aunt is Lu Erlong. And I have the support of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. In terms of spirit power, I am a level 47 Battle Spirit Master, while you are merely a level 31 Spirit Elder. What do you possess to resist me? Very well, Lu Ruyin, you are formidable. Were it not for my respect for your aunt, I would not fear you. With a final retort, Xuebing departed. Watching him leave, Lu Ruyin spat on the ground in disdain. Bah, worthless. Did you find the man I asked you to locate that day? An 18 or 19-year-old girl, dressed in a light green skirt, lowered her head and timidly replied, I'm sorry, miss. I followed your instructions to find that man, but I discovered. Discovered what? Speak clearly. Are you not one of my most trusted aides, trained by me? Yet, it was discovered that. Xiao Chui whispered a few words into her ear. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin's delicate face flushed crimson, warmth spreading across her cheeks, causing her to tremble slightly. A sheen of sweat gathered in the misty area of her bosom, reminiscent of the scene next door where Jean Lien kneaded dough. How could he be so ferocious? If I were alone, I would certainly be no match for him. I must call upon my aunt to subdue this fierce beast. Lu Ruyin murmured to herself. Xiao Chui, standing nearby, felt a pang of sadness upon hearing the first half of her mistress's words, believing that Lu Ruyin would think of her. Yet, the first person that came to her mind was actually her aunt. She felt that her years of service had been in vain. At the royal palace's martial arts arena, soul masters began to arrive in succession. Look, His Highness Xueqinghe is here. An excited shout from the crowd immediately silenced the bustling assembly. Adorned with a laurel crown and draped in golden armor, Xueqinghe stood tall, his fair skin resembling jade. Without needing to speak of his extraordinary looks, his transcendent aura alone drew all eyes to him. We pay our respects to His Highness Xueqinghe. Some began to bow in greeting. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please take a moment to get acquainted. We shall commence in 1 hour with our first event, the Carnival Clash. Cheers erupted from below. Many, attending such an event for the first time, were confused by the rules of this game, whispering to one another, what is the Carnival Clash? Those in the know began to explain. As the name suggests, it is a contest of physical strength. 2 soul masters will present their most valuable possessions without using soul power, and they will determine the victor through sheer physicality. The winner claims all the spoils, while the loser is allowed 2 opportunities to seek assistance from friends. Ultimately, the victor takes everything, and the vanquished leaves with nothing. This arrangement seems somewhat unfair to the business-minded. But you may not be aware. The victorious party has the option to accept or refuse the challenge. Should they feel inferior in strength, they can decline, and the challenger has no grounds to pursue them. The arena buzzed with excitement, stirred by Xueqinghe's words. Under his lead, Xiao Gu approached Xiao Wu and the others. Ladies, it is a pleasure to see you again. Upon seeing Xiao Wu and her companions, Xuebing moderated some of his usual arrogance, tossing his stylish red hair and striking a pose he deemed impressive before the trio. Behind him, Xiao Gu swallowed nervously. Stepping forward. Ah, it's you. The blood-collapsed prince. Ning Rongrong's large eyes narrowed, a playful expression gracing her face. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing mirrored her curiosity, observing Xuebing and the lecherous man behind him. Ha ha ha, Rongrong, my lovely lady, I did not expect you to remember me. Why are only the three of you from the Shrek 7 monsters here today? Do you wish for someone else to join? Perhaps you missed Ida? The moment those words escaped his lips, Xuebing felt a flush of embarrassment, the memories of that incident flooding back. Ha ha ha, Rongrong, you truly have a knack for humor. I apologize. Please refer to me as Miss Ning or Lady Ning. We are not that familiar. Ha ha, very well, Miss Ning. I am here today for two reasons, to catch up with you and to introduce someone. Xuebing gestured towards the lecherous man beside him, saying, this is my friend. Xiao Tiannan's son, Xiao Gu from the Star Luo Empire. He wishes to make your acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing paused, scrutinizing Xiao Gu with a hint of evasion in her gaze. Xiao Gu, in turn, felt a flicker of familiarity towards this young woman, but could not place where he had seen her before. Tentatively, he asked, have we met somewhere before, beautiful lady? No. We have not. Zhu Zhuqing's icy gaze flashed with a hint of menace, causing Xiao Gu to shudder involuntarily, cold sweat trickling down his back. Just moments ago, he had sensed a fleeting murderous intent emanating from Zhu Zhuqing. Even if it was but a moment, it was the aura of a formidable soul king at level 58. For someone like him, barely in his 20s and not yet at level 30, that was an overwhelming pressure. He suddenly felt an urge to flee from this place. At that moment, he felt a sudden lightness in his body, as if lifted by some unseen claw. Turning around, he was nearly paralyzed with fright. His gaze fell upon a pair of enchanting tiger-like eyes, belonging to the sinister-eyed white tiger, Daimubai, arriving in a frenzy, with slightly loose pants. Daimubai immediately noticed someone flirting with Zhu Zhuqing. Observing the frost in her eyes, he realized that this lecherous man had crossed her. Knowing his chance had come, he decisively approached and lifted the hefty figure of Xiao Gu with ease. Coldly, he declared, what sort of rubbish dares to appear before our Zhuqing? Have you lost your mind? You are die. Silence. Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing interjected in unison, both recognizing that this rotund man had likely recognized Daimubai's identity, and a heavy aura of menace enveloped them. Chapter 91, The Wedding Chamber? Every individual harbors their own convictions. Mine is a steadfast refusal to be an ordinary person. I am a deity beyond your reach. In an effort to impress Zhu Zhuqing, Daimubai proclaimed a rather ostentatious statement before delivering a punch that knocked Xue Gu unconscious. Your Highness Xuebing, do you recall how you were beaten last time? Do you dare to flirt with the beauties of Shrek Academy again? Daimubai, do not be too arrogant. Do not think I fear you. This is the royal palace. Do you believe I fear the royal palace? You must understand that the poisoned Douluo you rely on is now allied with my brother Tang San. If I strike you, who will dare intervene? I must inform you that my fiancée is the daughter of the Liu family's head. If you dare touch me, she will not spare you. Faced with danger, Xuebing suddenly remembered his fierce fiancée, instantly regaining some confidence. Is that so? Your fiancée is the niece of our second dragon master. I strike you because you deserve it. Do you think she will care about your fate? Each of Daimubai's words rang true, leaving Xuebing momentarily speechless. I have bodyguards. They will heed my command. Humph. Bodyguards? Let them try to lay a finger on me. Understanding Xuebing's fear of the strong, Daimubai reveled in his dominance. What do you want from me? I have done nothing to your Shrek Academy. You may not have done anything to us. But harboring such thoughts is your crime. With Tang San as his backing, Daimubai felt emboldened, reclaiming the frustrations he had endured in recent days through Xuebing. Daimubai, we do not need your interference. Zhu Zhuqing scolded, her expression displeased. Daimubai was momentarily taken aback. Someone as valiant and commanding as him, who made even Prince Xuebing tremble, should not be met with such disdain from Zhu Zhuqing. He found himself utterly perplexed. This was a moment for Gu Chen to showcase his prowess, yet here came Daimubai, prancing about like a boastful wolf. It was utterly distasteful. However, what was up with that rogue Gu Chen? Daimubai had arrived on foot. How could they still be delayed? Was there some unforeseen obstacle on the way? Zhu Zhuqing's mind was in turmoil, and a sense of unease crept in, which made her particularly irritable at the sight of Daimubai's incessant posturing. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong shared a similar sentiment. Zhuqing, this avalanche prince harbors no good intentions. Shall I teach him a lesson on your behalf? Daimubai inquired persistently. No need for you. Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly, not even glancing at him. Avalanche prince, is it? What is it? He asked, perplexed. Do not dare to appear before my sister again, or you shall truly face consequences. Each word Zhu Zhuqing uttered was gentle. Yet each syllable pierced like a dagger into Avalanche's heart, leaving him devoid of any thoughts of resistance. This was the imposing aura bestowed by her level 58 and the 100,000-year spirit ring, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to look down upon the world. Avalanche understood that while he might endure a few rounds against Dai Mubai, he felt utterly incapable of withstanding even a single strike from Zhu Zhuqing. The chilling fear that enveloped him was unmistakable. Ladies, rest assured, wherever you are, I shall not intrude. I will make sure to keep my distance. With that, he bid farewell and turned to leave, disregarding Shuigue, who lay feigning unconsciousness on the ground. Dai Mubai opened his mouth to say something, but Zhu Zhuqing had already turned and strode toward the center of the training ground, with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong closely following. Dai Mubai stood awkwardly in place, at a loss for words. In the inner palace of the Tiando Empire, Gu Chen, clad in soldier's attire, found himself beside a dry well. He scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, then leaped into the well. The well was not deep, merely 7 or 8 meters, appearing rather unremarkable. Gu Chen appeared both anxious and exhilarated. According to the location marked on the map, the entrance to the ancient battlefield should be here. However, after a thorough search, Gu Chen found nothing unusual. There was not a trace of malevolence to be sensed. Could it be that this map is a forgery? Yet that seems implausible, if it were indeed false. The indicated location would not align so precisely with this spot. Surely something must be amiss. Gu Chen was never one to engage in deep thought. But suddenly an idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to summon Little Jean. Little Jean, could you assist me in locating any treasures in this vicinity? With a chirp, Little Jean sniffed the air and pointed with its tiny paw in a certain direction, indicating to Gu Chen where he should dig. Gu Chen, undeterred, drew forth his weapon and summoned the demonic spirits to labor on his behalf. To avoid attracting undue attention, he deliberately activated the divine umbrella of heavenly protection, cloaking the area from the scrutiny of powerful beings. The excavation proceeded remarkably well, lasting approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick. It was then that he beheld a formidable and thick wall. How could there be a wall here? Gu Chen felt a sense of perplexity in his heart, however. Observing the city wall's seemingly fragile appearance, he released his mind to sense the surroundings and discovered no imminent danger. Tentatively, he dug a couple of times. To his astonishment, with that single excavation, the entire ground began to tremble. As Gu Chen lost his footing, he plunged into the abyss. When clarity returned to his vision, he discovered that the scenery had transformed. It was not the pitch darkness he expected, but rather a mesmerizing shade of wine red. The surroundings resembled a room steeped in blood, where a graceful figure, adorned in a resplendent red bridal gown and veiled with a floral crimson headdress, materialized before him. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering his current whereabouts. Had he returned to the southern underworld continent once more? Observing the arrangement of the room around him, he realized that, despite never having been married in his previous life, he had certainly witnessed enough to recognize that the layout of this bridal chamber was strikingly reminiscent of that from his past. Glancing down at his attire, he noted that what had once been a suit of golden iron armor had transformed into a vibrant wedding outfit. Everything was in disarray, utterly chaotic. Why had he found himself in this place? Was he supposed to be deep within the underground of the Tiando Empire? Could it be that his journey into the Douluo world had merely been a dream? The thought of having possibly endured a lengthy dream struck him with a pang of distress. However, he quickly reassured himself, realizing his soul power remained intact, and both the starry ancient sword and the devouring sky demon pearl were still with him. Yet, the scene before him did not resemble an illusion at all. Is that you, dear husband? Just as Gu Chen was lost in contemplation, a melodious voice interrupted, pulling him back to reality. Following the sound, he beheld the bride seated upon the bed, her body stirring slightly. The magnificent mountain of her form swayed, unexpectedly revealing a glimpse of pristine white as a button popped open. Gu Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Whether it was by intention or sheer coincidence, she leaned forward ever so slightly, drawing him into a state of trepidation. A surge of desire coursed through him, causing his heartbeat to skip a beat. Gu Chen considered himself not a man driven by desire, yet at this moment, he found it difficult to restrain his impulses, yearning to unveil the crimson veil and discover the exquisite beauty concealed beneath. Chapter 92. The upgraded version of Qian Renxue. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, choosing not to respond directly to the bride's words. Instead, he strode purposefully towards her, grasping the joyous scale on the table, and lifted the bride's red veil. A stunning visage greeted Gu Chen's gaze, a face of unparalleled beauty, a breathtaking countenance that could captivate nations. Her eyes were indescribably enchanting, reminiscent of a deep blue starry sky reflected in a clear, serene pond, brilliant and sparkling. Her skin resembled pure white jade, flawless as if kissed by frost and snow. Her brows arched gracefully like willow leaves, and though her lashes were not particularly dense, their arrangement was meticulous, balanced to perfection. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, her lips a vivid crimson, and her face was a standard oval, smooth and tender as that of an infant. This description arose from Gu Chen's fingertip lightly gliding across her cheek, cold and moist, almost as if one could extract droplets from it. Her neck was long and graceful, her bosom full and round, her waist slender, and her legs, well, that could wait for another time. Though such descriptions may seem somewhat lacking in sophistication, they reflected Gu Chen's most sincere thoughts at that moment. In essence, she possessed all that Qian Renxue had, and even more, she was an upgraded version 2.0 of Qian Renxue. Ah, my dear, you are truly stunning. With experience from a previous life spent among the esteemed maidens of various sects, Gu Chen understood that whether he could engage in the enticing encounters beloved by readers depended on this woman's response. Upon hearing his words, the bride's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson as she shyly replied, "Thank you for your kind words, my husband." A sense of delight surged within Gu Chen. It seemed promising. "My dear, do you remember how we first met? What do you think I cherish most about you?" The woman paused, gazing at Gu Chen in surprise. Unable to fathom why, at such a precious moment, he was not toasting with her or indulging in the intimacy of their new bed, but instead invoking memories. Yet, upon seeing the profound affection in Gu Chen's eyes, she realized her husband was genuinely serious, wishing to test her recollections. It was a night of dark winds and moonless skies, she began. I sat alone by the window, listening to the night rain while perusing a book of idle tales. Suddenly, a cold gust swept through, and a figure clad in white, hair disheveled, thrust its head through the window. I was startled, believing I had encountered a ghost. I let out a cry and instinctively seized an inkstone nearby to strike at it. When I heard a thud and saw blood splatter on the paper, I realized I had struck the wrong target, and it was not a specter after all. Later, I carried your unconscious form into my room and tended to your injuries. Upon your awakening, instead of inquiring about your own fate, you began searching for something on yourself, and when that proved fruitless, you turned to me. After a while, you even searched my most private areas, yet found nothing. You looked utterly dejected, murmuring, "It is gone. Truly gone. My family's legacy built over centuries is now lost to me." As I wept inconsolably at your rude violation of my innocence, you assured me not to cry, declaring you were not an irresponsible man and would